Chapter 1, Ayakoya. Fangyuan Area, Northeast, Autumn Leaf Forest. The gloomy and dense sea of trees forms a large natural labyrinth, which separates the Yantu mountain in the center from the Kyoya town in the periphery. With the rise of the profession of trainer, although the Elf Alliance began to pay more and more attention to the development of the wild in order to create a safe travel environment for the trainers who are traveling, there are still many places in the barren area to be developed. Autumn Leaf Forest is one of them. In these places, there are abundant natural resources, but with these, whether it is the dangerous and unknown terrain, the environment, or the offensive elves, they are all reasons for prohibiting people. Kyoya town outside the forest is an agricultural town with a population of about a dozen households. Because it is close to Yantu mountain, whenever a breeze blows, the mountain's volcanic ash will float here, which can provide rich nourishment for local plants. In the green ancient house, Ting Shu walked out of the yard, his nose wrinkled slightly, showing a helpless expression. Beside him, a butterfly with aqua-blue compound eyes kept waving its beautiful wings, and a sea of silk shining with golden electric current was controlled by it, like 1,000 birds chirping in unison. Beautiful. Ensihai's light shone on Ting Shu's face, making his immature face under his short golden brown hair look very handsome. This is the grid trick that the swallowtail butterfly is practicing. The young man is called Ting Shu, a member of the Qingyu orphanage. In this small town with a small population, Qingyu is a relatively unique building. Here, a group of children often gather and play together. Seeing the hunting swallowtail butterflies flying around, Ting Shu felt a little emotional. It's almost a year, right? Gu the hunting swallowtail nodded when he heard the words. A year ago, in order to avoid the predation of the proud swallows, the hunting swallowtail butterfly crawled out of the grass and forest where it was perched. The little guy drifted away into the ancient house. Then, this timid spiny tail was caught by the lively children and became the object of play, but fortunately, Ting Shu found this scene in time, stopped the children, and saved the spiny tail. Insect. The children's nature is not bad. It didn't take long for the thorn-tail worm to receive a sincere apology and to get along with each other very happily. In the end, even Ting Shu did not expect that this little guy who had been away for a long time had been after being here. I naturally joined the big family of Qingyu and became a part of it. Ting Shu has been responsible for the work of taking care of the spiny worms this year. Because it was too long to train with swallowtail hunting, it was noon now. Looking at the dusty ground that had not been cleaned, Ting Shu sighed. Hunting swallowtails, come and help. After patted the dust on the clothes, Ting Shu put the backpack aside, then picked up the broom in the corner, planning to clean the fallen leaves first. But at this moment, Ting Shu suddenly heard a clear cry in his ear. He subconsciously raised his head and saw a little girl running over happily. Little Rina. Seeing the little girl, Ting Shu smiled. Rina is also an orphan of the Qingyu, but they have not entered the Qingyu when they met each other. Thinking of the innocent Rina who was sticking to him at that time, and her own awkward behavior at the beginning, Ting Shu suddenly stunned, creating an illusion of time and space travel. Time flies, 4 years have passed. Ting Shu is a native of Hualan City. He lost his family 4 years ago and was adopted in this orphanage. For 4 years, it was tedious and boring. Fortunately, Ting Shu gradually adapted to this kind of life, and slowly cheered up in this familiar and unfamiliar world. But no one knows that 4 years ago, the garden tree had already been dropped out. At this moment, the garden tree came from another blue world, the earth. Brother Ting Shu, what a daze! Xiao Lina stepped forward, staring at Ting Shu suspiciously, and said with big bright eyes. Little Rina spoke, and Ting Shu was relieved now, feeling a little dazed and sad. It's nothing, are you hungry? Shall I prepare lunch first? Lina saw Ting Shu smile, and she felt happily. She looked at the ground around her, and said embarrassed, Ting Shu brother, please, Hutai, we went to the cave together in the morning, so I didn't help you clean it. After finishing speaking, Rena clasped her hands together, smiling and sorry. Now, brother Tingshu, are you and the hunting papilio busy coming over? I'll help you. Rena was about to start her hands. Tingshu shook her head and stopped her. No, let's leave these to the hunting bird butterfly, it can do it well. Then I will help you prepare lunch. Lina wanted to do something for Tingshu. I'll come, but you go to the cave privately, do you know how dangerous it is? Tingshu said in a serious tone. How many times have I told you, don't run around, just stay in the town. But don't you always run out by yourself? Rena curled her lips, glanced at the hunting swallowtail butterfly, a little envious, and muttered in secret, it's not that dangerous outside, there are many friendly elves who often help us. You are a fluke. Tingshu sighed. It seems that I still have to let Grandma Oran come to preach to you, and prepare to have lunch for everyone. Today is your favorite aromatic mushroom, and this is the last thing I prepared for you. It's a meal. Tingshu continued, and as he spoke, his tone suddenly became a little gloomy. Last meal. Rena was stunned, and noticed the overtones in Tingshu's words. Brother Tingshu, what does this mean? Tingshu hasn't answered yet. Instead, an old woman walked out and touched Xiao Lina's head affectionately. Silly girl, haven't you seen it yet? Your Tingshu brother has already planned to leave here. Leave here? Rena stared at the garden tree blankly. Leave the green ancient house. Looking at each other with Rena, Tingshu said nothing. In the 209th year of the Alliance calendar, on the adoption day, Tingshu and Lina were both orphans in Hualan City and lost the ability to live independently. Adopted by Oran in the Qingyu orphanage. Since coming to the Qingyu house, Tingshu has always been very mature and sensible in order to repay Grandma Oran's kindness. He is not at all like a child. There are many things in the Qingyu house. He will take the initiative as long as he can. In this way, among the children of Qingyu, Tingshu looks like a big brother. To be relied on by children is already a natural thing for Tingshu. Right now, it is natural for Rena to feel reluctant and panic when she hears that Tingshu is leaving. After silence, Tingshu nodded, Grandma Oran, I am going to Kishui City tomorrow. Thank you for your care over the past 4 years. What are you going to do? Is it because we are disobedient? Lina's eyes were already red, interrupting Tingshu. No, I just want to see the outside world. In addition, I am also going to participate in the assessment of the nurturing family. If I succeed, then I will be able to share some burdens for the Qingyu. Tingshu said calmly. Grandma Olan sighed, Tingshu, you have to think clearly that the children here are all grown up with poverty, and they don't even have the qualifications to be registered as a trainer. If you go out at such a young age, it's better to stay here, help Grandma take care of the green ancient house. I know this, Grandma Oran, but I have hands and feet, and I still can't take care of myself. This is the day I have been waiting for during my 4 years of study. Tingshu's answer was unexpectedly firm. In the 4 years that Tingshu came here, she didn't just know how to play like other children, but she studied hard every day, spending these boring and novel days with boring books, just to get out of here one day and look at the outside world. To be honest, when Tingshu accepted the fact that he had traveled, he was not reconciled to stay in one place for the rest of his life, but the reality gave Tingshu a heavy blow. However, Tingshu did not give up. Knowledge is an extremely important way he found to bridge the outside world. Different from the earth, although this world has technology, the related content is very precious. It belongs to high-level knowledge and is monopolized in the hands of some organizations such as alliances and consortia. Knowledge about science and technology belongs to high-end knowledge and is an important means for the alliance to restrict balance. The rapid development of science and technology in this world has not yet evolved to the point where it is as open and eager for talents as the Earth. On the contrary, The mainstream of this world is a kind of magical creature, elf. They replace technology and are pursued by people. Various industries are built and built around them. They are indispensable partners in human life in this world. What Ting Shu learned was about the elves. In the past 4 years, although the knowledge disclosed on the mainland is numerous and complicated, Ting Shu still established a set of learning systems that belonged to him in order to achieve his dreams. When Grandma Olin heard him say this, she knew that Ting Shu had considered it clearly, and she could only sigh and stop saying anything. Ting Shu has been very sensible since she came here 4 years ago. Not only did she not bother her, but she has been helping to take care of Qingguia. However, Olin can also see that Ting Shu's mind is also not here. Although he also helped to take care of the children, Olin has lived for most of his life. Naturally, it can be seen that Ting Shu is fundamentally different from these children. It's like Ting Shu finds it difficult to integrate into this group of children. Although he was still young, the Ting Shu at that time was already very assertive. I am afraid that his heart, accompanied by books, has leapt to a wider place. Perhaps, from the adoption day 4 years ago, Grandma Oran should have seen Ting Shu's calm eyes and self-introduction to see that this child is different. It is indeed unrealistic to let people like Ting Shu stay in the small Kaiyu town, and Grandma Oran is not willing to see such a future. But even so, she didn't know why Ting Shu was so persistent. It was hard to imagine that a 10-year-old child would have such great perseverance and such a bold decision. This may be the best choice. Ting Shu sighed in his heart. This world is full of fantasy and splendor. For him from another world, every place here attracts the garden tree, and he wants him to explore and cross. At the same time, Ting Shu also understands that the development of Qingguia has fallen into a low period in recent years. With the savings of Grandma Olin alone, it is difficult for the orphanage of Qingguia to operate for a long time. Therefore, not only for herself, Ting Shu also didn't want to add burden to Qingguia. Even knowing that the road will be difficult next, Ting Shu didn't have the thought of shrinking. Now that I have encountered the journey, Ting Shu also wants to see the outside world. If I don't have this courage, I would be too ashamed of the title of traverser. What is the difference between that and a salted fish? There is no reason, just want to see the beauty of this world. Chapter 2, Won't Stop. A place where all kinds of elves live, Fangyuan Mainland, Kaiyu Town. The food fragrant, covering the entire green ancient house. Looking at my masterpiece with satisfaction, the rich and light and nutritious lunch is the last gift Ting Shu left for everyone. He doesn't know what his achievements will be after he leaves here, but instead of indulging in the ordinary, Ting Shu would rather break the boat and try his best. The world is not as beautiful as in anime. Even if he wants to be an ordinary trainer, he needs many restrictions. Qingguia said it was an orphanage. In fact, there were only 7 children. There was only one person in charge of taking care of the children, and that was Grandma Olin. When she was young, Grandma Olin was a coordinator, but now she has only one person, Olin. Grandma Lan has no heirs. With only the remaining savings, she established this orphanage named Qingguiwu. Because of Grandma Oran, the children grew up listening to the stories of her youth, so naturally they became very interested in the coordinator. Almost every child in Qingguia's future dream is to become an excellent coordinator, and Ting Shu is no exception. However, the children who are usually full of spirits seem a little silent today. Obviously, they already know Ting Shu's decision to leave. Around the table, a teenager finally couldn't help but said, "Ting Shuj, are you really going to leave?" Ting Shu nodded, and he has been here for 4 years. After all, he has always been dependent on Qingguia. Although he has done a lot of things, it is not enough to offset the kindness of Grandma Oran and Qingguiwu to him. If not, for them, Ting Shu couldn't imagine whether he would cause any major trouble with the dazedness and hesitation. He had just arrived, and he had not inherited any property. Even the simple livelihood could be a big problem. He was lonely in his previous life, and King Yu really gave him too many things that he had never owned. So this is the end of the matter. Ting Shu naturally can't stay here anymore. The children have grown up and no longer need his care. With the accumulation of these years, Ting Shu feels that it is time to embark on his journey. Maybe only after going out on your own can you really do something meaningful for everyone in Qingguia. But everyone's voice was a little choked. Although they already knew Ting Shu's choice, they were still very reluctant to think of separation. This big brother who has been taking care of them is about to leave. Even if they can meet again in the future, this kind of long-term separation is not something these children under 10 can bear. Hey, children, respect Ting Shu's choice. Outside the door, the grey-haired Grandma Oran came in. When they saw him, the children immediately made a space for Grandma Oran. Grandma Oran, you are here. The children said together. Hurry up and eat lunch, Grandma, Ting Shu said. In the face of the children's retention, Ting Shu couldn't help but feel a little swayed. Although she didn't regard herself as a child of the same age as them, she took care of the children out of repaying her kindness at the beginning. Although they usually have a headache for these children's mischief, she experienced after so much, living together for so long, people are not plants, who can be ruthless. After living here for 4 years, Ting Shu didn't want to wait for many years to see the depressed and dilapidated scene of Qinggu House. Let's eat. Ting Shu looked at the children who were not in a high mood, and said. In this way, under the urging of Grandma Oran and Ting Shu, the children began to have a few lunches in a hurry. This exquisite lunch was spent in such a low environment. The pleasant atmosphere before can never be found again. Grandma Oran tried to adjust the atmosphere, but no one could tell that the children and Ting Shu were a little absent-minded. The long lunch time is finally over. I'm going to pack things. After Ting Shu silently said a word, he left here. Lying lazily on the bed, Ting Shu's eyes rested on the ceiling. Although the children are kind to stay, none of this will change his determination. Ting Shu's footsteps, his heart, did not allow him to stay in this place. Maybe he will fail, but who can say clearly about the future? After 4 years of hard work, Ting Shu was not made in vain, and self-confidence is naturally not lacking for Ting Shu. Hunting swallowtail butterflies. The beautiful hunting swallowtail butterfly is flying on the head of the garden tree. Right now, only it comes to comfort the garden tree. The cleanness outside the window is all thanks to the hunting of swallowtail butterflies. With some unique tricks in its hands, it can already be perfectly manipulated to help the garden tree clean the yard in detail. Hunting swallows is Ting Shu's first companion, and it is also the first little guy Ting Shu trains as a beginner. Growing up listening to the story of Grandma Oran, Ting Shu was also very interested in the coordinator, and even the spiny tail was very longing for the gorgeous stage. But the reality made Ting Shu understand that he did not have any advantages. After much consideration, Ting Shu finally decided to become a nurturer. Becoming a nurturer has no small benefits to the situation in front of Ting Shu. Elf breeders, like coordinators, are a type of trainer. They cultivate a large number of different elves. Although their strength may be weaker than that of professional trainers, their elves generally form a complete team, and they are better than ordinary training in terms of growth, health, and feeding status. The home is strong. Most breeders make a living from the special job of feeding houses, and breeders are also very suitable for survival in this world. Nowhere can we do without an outstanding nurturer. If Ting Shu can pass the assessment of the primary nurturing home, his starting point will be improved a lot, and even ascend to the sky in one step. After all, he is still so young. Age is accompanied by mature thoughts, which is the biggest advantage for Ting Shu. Having had such a good start, although the starting point is a bit low, after coming here, Ting Shu still wants to do a lot. Boom boom boom. Looking at the garden tree on the ceiling, I heard a knock on the door. Come in. Don't think about it, Ting Shu also knows that most of the people who come at this time are Grandma Oran. The children are very depressed. Grandma Olin sighed as soon as she entered the door. I know. Ting Shu said. You boy, your tone is always so strong, but you are going out on a trip, and you are talking like parting. Shaking her head, Grandma Oran looked at Ting Shu, somewhat puzzled and helpless. It's not just travel. Grandma Oran, do you think if we stay in the old house, how long can you support the old house with your savings? Do you really think these children can find the life they yearn for? Grandma Olin was silent. So, for my own sake and also for the sake of the old house, I can only choose to leave. Lying on the bed, Ting Shu talked to herself regardless of Grandma Oran's shocked eyes. Ting Shu understands that if he stays in the old house, although he may be stable and comfortable for a period of time, he will miss his best advantage in vain, and in the end, he will truly fail in a mess. Therefore, Ting Shu said this naturally. Perhaps, in addition to seeing the beauty of the world, the Qinghua place is also a concern of the garden tree. I don't want to see the garden tree that has fallen in the green ancient house. I can only change it through my own efforts. Chapter 3, The Beginning Wind. Oh, you kid, you really can't see through. With silence and another sigh, Grandma Oran's thoughts began to return to the day when Ting Shu was adopted. Ting Shu was born in Hualan City in Guangda District. When he was 6 years old, his parents died unexpectedly. With a minimum living guarantee, Ting Shu soon became a lonely family. Even with subsidies from the alliance, it is difficult for him to lead a normal life. At that time, Olin, who passed through Guangda by accident, applied for a series of procedures with the alliance after obtaining Ting Shu's consent and adopted him in the orphanage. A child like Ting Shu was not the first and not the last in Qinghua. But Ting Shu is indeed the most special child Oran has ever seen. From the silence and loneliness at the beginning, to the later mature and prudent, understanding, it is hard to imagine that this is a 6-year-old child, and the crazy energy of indulging in books surprised Olin very much. The boring and tedious knowledge that any child of the same age is unwilling to touch, Oran found that the garden tree can be fascinated by seeing it, and even the analysis of the head is very good, with relish. Serious, meticulous, and mature, Olin sometimes even almost forgot that Ting Shu was an orphan she adopted, but in reality, Ting Shu was helping her take care of the other children. We are lucky to meet you. Looking at the bright-eyed garden tree, Grandma Olin was a little bit dumbfounded. I don't know what this child is thinking about all day long. Where does he still have a childlike innocence as a child? Sometimes, watching Ting Shu's concentration, Grandma Olin even showed a trace of fear. This child is so special that he has an unreal feeling. I'm sorry. Said in a low voice, Ting Shu didn't know how to continue the topic. In any case, he will not change his decision to leave Qinghua. After a long silence, Grandma Oran looked at the hunting swallowtail butterfly. I am here to tell you, take this child away. Looking at the hunting swallowtail butterfly softly, Grandma Oran exclaimed, it's also long. Big. Hearing this, Ting Shu suddenly stunned. Take away the hunting swallowtail butterfly? It's not that the court tree has never arisen, but the hunting bird butterfly is also a member of the green ancient house. Although the main caring for it is the court tree, everyone here has devoted different efforts to it. In other words, hunting swallowtail butterflies is not the elf of the garden tree. In fact, hunting swallowtail butterflies has not been subdued by anyone. Grandma Olin has always been responsible for all the food costs of hunting swallowtails. Let it stay with the children. Shook his head, Ting Shu refused. Taking away the hunting swallowtails would certainly give him an advantage in his next trip, but this would be too irresponsible. After all, hunting swallowtails is not his personal property. Every member of the Green Ancient House has devoted different efforts to hunting swallows. I knew you would say that, but the children have agreed, and they also hope that the bird hunting can go with you to see the outside world. Fang Fo had expected Ting Shu's answer long ago, and Grandma Olin said, take this. Grandma Olin patted Tingshu on the shoulder, and gave him something. This is the poke ball. The color of the poke ball was pure white, and Tingshu looked carefully, and his fists could not help clenching. On the pure white poke ball, the children's names are scrambled. This is a commemorative ball that I won in a magnificent competition when I was young. It has the same function as the poke ball, but now it contains children's support for you. Come on, boy, use it to subdue the bird hunting. The two of you go out together so that we can be more at ease. Staring at the commemorative ball, Tingshu opened his mouth slightly, trying to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. Holding the commemorative ball in his hand, Tingshu felt heavy and hot. The silence did not last long. Finally, Tingshu looked at Grandma Olin and said, I understand. Leave this child to me. If it agrees to be my elf, I will take it to fulfill the children's dream. Tingshu nodded firmly, and Tingshu said to Grandma Oran. Afterwards, Tingshu turned to the hunting swallowtail butterfly hovering in the air, watching. It's more like asking. Cuckoo. At this time, the hunting bird butterfly seemed to understand what was happening now, seeing the invitation from the garden tree, without hesitation at all, directly screamed cheerfully. Tingshu's meticulous care and companionship to it, the meticulous care by his side every time it evolves, and the hard training of helping each other in the same boat, although harsh and demanding, how can it forget the sweat it shed together? Becoming the elf of the garden tree is also the wish of hunting swallowtail butterflies. Congratulations! Grandma Oran said with a smile. At such an age, she will inevitably feel sad when encountering this situation. Thank you! Said lonely, Tingshu held the commemorative ball tightly. Grandma Oran still had a smile on her face, looking at Tingshu, she couldn't help but feel a little funny in her heart, what a weird kid. The pure white color of the poke ball is a sign that Tingshu's dream began. Feeling the breeze blowing from the window, Tingshu looked at the hunting swallowtail butterfly, and his thoughts floated back to the past. At that time, the garden tree and the bird hunting, greeted the morning light, and practiced their tricks together. Under the sunlight, the silk of the swallowtail butterfly hunting is like a sea of silk, forming a large net, and the net is filled with electricity, making a thorny sound. This is the process of upgrading the silka-ing trick to the power grid trick by Tingshu and swallowtail hunting on the advice of Grandma Oran. This special training took Tingshu a lot of work. From the time of thorntail worms, Tingshu deliberately cultivated thorntail worms so that it did not waste silk. In Tingshu's view, if the trick of spinning silk is used properly, it will play a very big role. Therefore, in addition to special training, Tingshu has been working hard to supplement protein for the thorntail worms in his diet, and it can increase the number of silkworms and strengthen the toughness of the silkworms. He often runs into the jungle and is alone. Go pick it! The pulp and leaves of the astringent ginkgo are the favorite food of insect elves, and the astringent ginkgo can also provide better nutrition for hunting swallowtail butterflies after being prepared by the garden tree. After several months of joint efforts by Tingshu and the others, the silka-ing of the hunting swallowtail butterfly has made great progress, and it has a good electrical conductivity. Finally, with the use of hemp fruit, the hunting swallowtail butterfly finally realized with the unique insect powder. This trick of the power grid. This is also the biggest achievement in the year that the garden tree and the hunting bird get along. In addition, the excellent airflow induction of the hunting swallowtail butterfly, the subtle wind speed control, and the silver whirlwind filled with various scales are the result of the joint efforts of the garden tree and the hunting swallowtail butterfly. It can be said that although the hunting phoenix butterfly may not be outstanding, it is an excellent player in the use of tricks, a little guy who was born specifically for the gorgeous competition. Because it carries the magnificent dreams of the children in the entire Kinggu house, the experience of Grandma Olin is also the biggest boost for its growth. The breeze blew again and suddenly made Tingshu sober. He knew that this was the initial wind to see him off. Chapter 4, A Better Future. Time passed quickly. On this day, Tingshu was preparing to set off. The children didn't come to Tingshu, and couldn't bear to face parting. But Tingshu knew that when he was leaving the next day, everyone would come and cry for him to see him off. He knew these little guys too well. Early morning arrived. The sky was clear and there were no clouds. Compared with yesterday, it was completely different. In the early morning, the sun was very soft. In the ancient house, the children brought carefully prepared gifts to the door of Tingshu. After opening the door, they found that there was no one inside. Only on the desk, there was a clear letter. Seeing this scene, the children's hearts were tight. Xiaorina resisted the tears and walked forward first and picked up the envelope left by Tingshu. Everyone, when you read this letter, I think I have already set off. I hope that after I leave, I won't cause any inconvenience to everyone, and don't be sad for my departure, although sometimes I'm tired of you guys. Yes, but I still like the green old house full of cheerful atmosphere. Rina, remember not to be naughty in the future. If you are bullied by a coyote next time, you won't be able to save you by hunting swallows. Ah Yang, you are the oldest and the most sensible of the children besides me. Remember to take good care of your brothers and sisters. Mrs. Tiger, don't be picky eaters anymore. After I'm gone, there is no one who specializes in cooking for you. Xiaomi, I know that you have always been the most yearning coordinator among the children. Believe me, I will take the bird hunting and stand on the final stage. However, if you continue to have fun, you will never meet dreamed. Xia, you were with Grandma Oran for the first time, and you know that she is getting older, so remember to supervise everyone not to be angry with her, and to care more about Grandma Oran. Miu Miu, you are the youngest of the group and everyone's little sister. Remember to listen to your brothers and sisters. After I leave, no one will wipe your after you make trouble. Finally, Grandma Oran, thank you very much. Everyone, please don't worry about me. When I come back again, King Gu House will become better and bigger, so that everyone can escape from the current life, so that everyone has the life they yearn for and the right to pursue their dreams. Ting Tree. It was quiet all around, only Rina's sobbing came out. Soon, the envelope passed everyone's hands and everyone was silent. At this time, Grandma Oran came, and he knew what the children were doing. What happened? She had experienced many things, and she couldn't help but give birth to a lot of sentimentality. She doesn't know how to comfort the children, maybe letting the flow take place is the best result. After seeing Grandma Oran, Rina rushed to her. Among the children, Rina had the best relationship with Tingshu. The parting now has the greatest impact on Rina. Grandma, when I grow up, I must get brother Tingshu back. As she said vaguely, Rina's face was already covered with tears. Gently stroking little Rina, Grandma Oran comforted, I believe you, Rina, you can definitely get brother Tingshu back. Having said that, Grandma Oran sighed in her heart. Alas, how easy it is. I just hope that Tingshu, the little devil, can put his face down and come back here after he encounters a setback outside. How can it be so easy to get mixed up in this world with the identity of a child? Even for newcomers from a well-off family who are officially registered as trainers from the Pokémon League, there are approximately 100 registrations per year in a region, but they successfully collected 8 badges to challenge the trainers of the Regional League Conference. It's only 1/10, and the number of trainers eliminated in the League Conference is even more. Take the Keiho Conference in Fangyuan as an example. Even if you have won the top 16, you can't say that you are making a living as a trainer. Only those talented trainers with outstanding talents are likely to be valued by major consortia and even the Pokémon League. In this society, only champions are valued, and only those who are on the throne of the championship of the League Conference can have the corresponding star effect for those big consortia. People often cannot remember who the second place is, but they can remember who the champion is. The trainer wants to get ahead. Only by challenging the conference, defeating all opponents, experiencing the baptism of the finals, and reaching the throne of champions, can they get the best, most important attention. Ting Shu does not have the same resources as others, and grows up with poverty. Often such people eventually become insect catchers on the side of the road, successfully supporting an orphanage. It is not that simple. Without the qualifications to become a trainer, he would not be able to enjoy the convenience brought by the Pokémon Center. The things that Ting Shu took away were not enough for him to live for long. Oran sighed for a long time. We have to trust him, Grandma Oran said to the children. But even so, Oran chose to believe in Ting Shu, otherwise he would not let Ting Shu, a child who is not qualified as a trainer, go out alone. She just saw Ting Shu's determination and he was wise and decided to support his choice. Otherwise, even if Ting Shu is tough, Oran will not be able to let a child who has not experienced the big world face the outside world alone. Well, I believe that big brother Ting Shu will succeed. Little Rena lay in Oran's arms and choked. The other children also looked out the window with emotion and nodded vigorously. These orphans have lost their families for different reasons. If there is no accident, they will always grow up with poverty. Grandma Olan's savings are also decreasing day by day. If lucky, the children may find one in the future. Ordinary work, barely food and clothing, and spend the rest of my life. Even unfortunately, it will be impoverished again. Chasing one's own life and dreams is just an extravagant hope. For children without any background, how can they pursue it? Is it bloody? Of course, it is also possible that the children will encounter a huge turning point, get a lot of opportunities, and have a smooth life from then on. But what is the chance of something like that in a poor orphanage? After all, he can't decide his life with the unknown future, so Ting Shu boldly walked out, not only for himself, but also for this ancient house. Relying on the elderly Grandma Olan alone is no longer enough, and he has to take on his own responsibilities. Sometimes Ting Shu would think again, his journey through this time is really sad, but everything will be okay. He is not a person who blames the sky and others, everything must be hard by himself. This is his character. A ray of sunlight from the sun passed through the forest, shining on the garden tree carrying a backpack, reflecting his firm face. Ting Shu didn't know how long he could travel with the only supplies in his backpack, but this was not the main thing. No matter how hard it is just for a better future. Chapter 5, Foolish Dreams. For this long-distance trip, Ting Shu has prepared enough food and water. On the first day, Ting Shu had only traveled more than 10 kilometers before it was dark. One is that the road is difficult to walk, and the other is that the body cannot withstand long-term exercise. When you're tired, take a break. When you're hungry, you can take fruit or dry food to fill your hunger. Fortunately, you are accompanied by a hunting swallowtail butterfly, which is not so lonely. You can take care of some dangerous situations. Ting Shu's goal is Kana City, a big city, which is the closest city to Kaihui town, but even then, it has a 1-week walk. Ting Shu wants to go to Kishui City to participate in the assessment of cultivators, but although Kishui City is also in the Fangyuan area, it is too far away from where the Ting Shu is located. If you walk, it will take several months. Besides, it is impossible for Ting Shu to cross the ocean on foot. Therefore, the port of Kana City is where Ting Shu has to go. Taking a boat is the fastest way for him to get to Kishui City. Walking is very boring, especially in the wild, facing unpredictable weather and the danger of not knowing when it will come, but Ting Shu has survived all this. Without the qualifications of a trainer, he can't even live in a Pokémon Center even in a crowded place. As for the hotel, the only savings on him do not allow him to do that. These are all prepared for the appraisal of the cultivator, and the garden tree cannot be wasted. Wow! Passing by a lake, Ting Shu took out a water bag and filled it with some water, and drank it in a hurry. Haha! Wiping the remaining water stains on his lips, Ting Shu laughed. After a few days of travel, he was finally approaching Kana city. For the first time traveling for a long time outside, Ting Shu also had some discomforts, but fortunately everything had come, he was already familiar with this feeling. Along the way, the garden tree picks a few bright-looking wild fruits from time to time. This is not to satisfy your hunger. If these things are processed, they will be of great benefit to a particular elf. If you are well prepared, you can sell it for a small amount of money. This is very important for the garden tree. The so-called cultivator, in addition to the feeding house, probably also does some of these things. Fluttering. A few proud swallows flew up and attacked the hunting swallowtail butterfly standing on the shoulders of the garden tree. Garden trees have become accustomed to this kind of thing. The proud swallows and spiny tails are natural enemies. Even if the spines evolve, this situation will not happen. Changes happened. If the two elves are in different camps, in a situation like this, it is indeed easy to fight, unless they are all subdued, and under the guidance of the trainer, the relationship between the two sides can be slightly improved. The four arrogant swallows flew with white light with their mouths shining, and they flew towards the hunting swallowtail butterfly and Ting Shu. They used a peck attack, a very basic trick. Without much thought, Ting Shu ordered the hunting swallow butterfly to resist. The silver whirlwind sweeping the paralyzed powder was blown out by the hunting swallowtails, directly blocking the footsteps of the four proud swallows. The level difference between the two was too much. Looking at the proud swallows who were unable to flap their wings, the garden tree and the hunting swallows did not stay long. Left here directly. Aogayan didn't know what was difficult. If Ting Shu and the hunting swallow butterfly stayed behind, what awaited them would be a never-ending attack. Good job hunting swallowtail butterflies. Ting Shu, who hurried to other fork roads, praised the hunting of swallowtail butterflies. In these days, the hunting of swallows helped him a lot, especially the silkaing trick, which helped Ting Shu solve the difficulties many times. Cuckoo. With a gentle cry, the swallowtail hunting seemed very happy with Ting Shu's praise. Let's move on. After patted the dust on his body, Ting Shu felt that it was not far from Kana city. To be honest, Ting Shu wanted to have a big meal now, but he didn't need any delicious food, as long as it was warm. Careful meals are enough. After gnawing on the dry food and fruit for a few days, Ting Shu was a little tired, which made him a little regretful. Why didn't he set off with the kitchen utensils? Strange, how can there be a thunderbolt here? Suddenly, a little elf in the shape of a puppy appeared in Ting Shu's vision, with a greenish body and a yellow mark on his face. It was obvious that this was a thunder beast. Looking at the thunderbolt beast who was in a daze, Ting Shu shook his head. Thunderbolt was considered a rare elf, and the evolved thunderbolt beast was also very good. Unfortunately, with Ting Shu's financial resources, he couldn't take care of the second one. Elves. What's more, he doesn't have any extra pokeballs now. Therefore, the appearance of the thunderbolt was only a slight surprise for Ting Shu, but Ting Shu did not regret it. His own situation was destined that he would not be able to subdue too many elves. Take care of each one carefully. It has great potential and is easy to take care of. In general, these two are the criteria for Ting Shu to conquer elf. For Ting Shu to achieve something, he must not only possess extraordinary knowledge, but also the strength of the elves must not be too weak. Otherwise, let's talk about what makes the Qinghua people have the ability to pursue their dreams. It is Ting Shu's greatest wish that everyone in the Qinghua house can have the right to choose their lives. He has already regarded the Qinghua house as a family, and he who treats everyone here as relatives, he really doesn't want everyone to spend his whole life in a muddle-headed manner. But Ting Shu also knows that it is easier said than done. This is 10 times more difficult than propping up the orphanage of Qinghua. How can it be so easy to provide so many children with superior conditions? Ting Shu is no longer the first time ignorant, and it usually costs 100,000 yuan to qualify as a trainer, which has been the expense of Qinghua for a long time. And this is only the basics, the beginner elves, the expenses of caring for the elves, the expenses of curing the elves, etc., are all inseparable from money. Therefore, even a family with a good family background, dare not say to support so many children to become trainers, to boldly pursue their dreams in life. But Ting Shu intends to work hard for it. Qinggu House is a piece of hard work by Grandma Olin. Ting Shu has always respected this old man who takes care of herself in every possible way. Therefore, the green ancient house has always been a treasured object of the garden tree. Moreover, in his opinion, his dreams are not idiotic dreams. Ting Shu just wanted to give himself a goal and a motivation. Ting Shu sighed deeply every time he thought of his responsibilities, and then thought of the protagonists in the novels he had read. They were all burdenless and free and easy, which was really enviable. It's idiotic to say that dreams are good, but in life, you have to fight for it. You say yes, hunting swallowtail butterflies. Bypassing the thunder beast, the garden tree walking on the forest path smiled at the sun in the sky. He has always believed that if there is no exact goal in life, then what is the taste of living, so even when others see it is something that will never succeed, and he wants to try it. Coo! The hunting swallowtail butterfly flying aside cried out in confusion, not understanding what Ting Shu was talking about, which made Ting Shu laugh. Chapter 6, Kana City. Kana City is a large city in the southern part of Fangyuan district. Kana City was established because of its clean water and abundant food, so the local market here has developed rapidly and is a good city for shopping. Later, it developed into a port city, where there are frequent boats. Ting Shu wants to go to Kishui City, where the cultivator's headquarters is located, and needs to use the ships here. At this moment, Ting Shu and the hunting swallowtail have entered the city of Kana. Nearly a week of travel has made Ting Shu look a little shameless, but Ting Shu has no spare capacity to care about his own image. Now he quickly booked the ferry tickets. Going to Kishui City is a serious matter. If he missed the cultivator assessment this time, Ting Shu could not bear the fatal consequences of waiting for the previous year. I want a ticket to Kishui City. When Ting Shu arrived at the ticket office of the shipyard, after a long wait, the line finally reached him. Is the ticket for Kishui City right? Please wait a moment. Also, do you have a membership card or trainer's certificate, so you can enjoy a 10% discount? The conductor controlled the computer and raised his head and said to Ting Shu. No. Ting Shu shook his head. In this case, please show your identity certificate, said the conductor. Later, Ting Shu handed his identity certificate to the other party. The conductor scanned a few times, typed a string of words on the computer quickly, and then handed it back to Ting Shu. Next, please verify the information. Name, Ting Shu. Age, 10 years old. Place of birth, Hualien City, Guandu District. Current guardian, Olin. Do you have any questions? The conductor said it was not bad. After getting the confirmation, Ting Shu paid 2,000 yuan for the ticket, and then couldn't help but feel a little distressed. This is almost all the savings he brought, and now he has all purchased the ferry tickets, and there is nothing valuable on him anymore. Okay, registration is complete, thank you for your support, please don't miss the departure time. After receiving the ticket, Ting Shu looked at the message. The ship is the wave break, and the sailing time is set at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. It seems that he still needs to live in this place for one night. Some boringly walking on the street, Ting Shu suddenly remembered that there were some homemade gadgets in his backpack, but he didn't know if he could sell some. I remember that there was an open-air market in Kana City. Wei Wei recalled, Ting Shu thought of a place, Kana Market, an open-air place selling all kinds of things. Coming here in a hurry, Ting Shu realized that he had no booth at all. He shook his head helplessly, and Ting Shu wandered around. Now that he is here, just take a look. Anyway, he has no money, and he won't have the idea of buying things randomly. Kana Market sells a lot of miscellaneous things. The doll's worth 3,000 yuan make Ting Shu can't help but slap his tongue. This is much more expensive than the ferry ticket. I really don't know what use it is to buy. In addition, the value of various cherished tree fruits varies from tens to hundreds of yuan. There are also some medicines manufactured by the nurturing family, whose value fluctuates around 10,000 yuan, so Ting Shu has to admire the nurturing family's ability to make money. Like a bottle of potion that can increase the attack power of the elf, it was even fired up to 9,800 yuan a bottle. After seeing that other potions were about the same price, Ting Shu shook his head. These things probably need to have an intermediate nurturing expert. The level can be configured, and depending on the appearance of the store owner, it should be just reselling the goods, so the price is so much higher. There is still such a thing. Ting Shu looked at a small stove-shaped object in surprise, with some surprises. This is the first time he has seen this in reality, and he has only seen pictures in books before. Sea-tide incense, incense with incredible flavor, the power of water attribute will increase after carrying it. Although it is a consumable item, it is also very attractive to trainers. The sea-tide incense is made of special flowers and leaves. Although it is not difficult, it is valuable in the materials. The price of the tree is also 10,000 yuan. Float. A pokeball is no more than 200 yuan. These things are obviously not prepared for ordinary trainers. No longer staying for a long time, Ting Shu continued to stroll to other places. The Kana market is not big, and Ting Shu observes things very quickly, so it didn't take long for Ting Shu to almost go around the entire market. Until the last time Ting Shu was about to leave, he found a special booth. The owner was a girl with a hat, who looked young. What made Ting Shu care about was the things the girl was selling, and when he stepped forward, he found that the stall was actually some self-prepared medicine. These medicines were placed on the ground in a mess, and there was no introduction, and few people would come forward. "Can I open it and take a look?" Ting Shu asked. "Of course." The girl's voice was very immature, which also confirmed Ting Shu's guess that his age should be about the same age as him. As for Ting Shu's requirements, the purchaser has the right to appraise this kind of medicine for elf. After obtaining consent, Ting Shu picked up the small bottle, and after pulling out the piston, Ting Shu handed it to his nose, and slightly smelled the liquid in the bottle by fan using his other hand. Without thinking about it, Ting Shu's mind came up with several names. Not in a hurry, Ting Shu continued to look at the other small bottles. In addition to similar potions, there were also some powdery things that made him very curious. After an enthusiastic observation, Ting Shu suddenly realized that his actions were a bit rude, but at this time the bottle of medicine in his hand made him frown. If he is not wrong, this potion has a slight flaw. "Sorry, I watched it for so long." Speaking apologetically, Ting Shu said, "Excuse me, have these medicines been certified?" "What do you mean?" The girl whose face was covered by the hat was puzzled. There should be no problem with the effect of other potions, but this bottle of powder has some minor flaws. If I am not mistaken, it is made from the saliva of the smelly flower, the clear fruit, astringent grape leaves and blue silver grass. Yes, it is a medicine that has a faster healing effect on the burns of the grass-type elves than the bitter plum and burn medicine. The pharmacological tree of this bottle of powder knows that there is nothing wrong with the combination, but the problem lies in the stinky flower saliva. The stinky flower saliva you use comes from the female stinky flower, and the correct configuration of the medicine requires the male stinky flower saliva. Although the side effects are not big, if it is in a critical juncture, I am afraid there will be some accidents. Most of the potion trees in the girl's booth can see the effect, but a few do not understand the principle, but this bottle of powder makes the tree hesitate. Thanks to his introduction to the smelly flowers in a miscellaneous book, smelly flowers of different genders have some subtle differences in the role of saliva. If you don't believe it, I suggest you go for an appraisal. After leaving a sentence, Ting Shu left, and when the girl reacted, there was no figure in front of her. Chapter 7, the breaking wave sets sail. Ting Shu left hastily. He was also nosy. The main reason was that most of the potions that the girl prepared used knowledge at the level of a junior breeder, which made Ting Shu a little concerned. If you didn't guess wrong, I'm afraid that these medicines were all prepared by the other party. The other party is not too old and actually has the level of a junior nurturer. This makes Ting Shu a bit astonished, and he no longer feels much superiority. I chanced upon a young girl in a small booth and she possessed abilities no less than his. Fang Yuan continent is so vast and talented, there must be many people. What he knows may not be enough to see. Some of the bottles of potions in the girl's booth were not clear to him. Ting Shu happened to see the flaws in the bottle of powder. Because of this wrong example, he happened to know the difference between the correct combination and the wrong combination. It was not that a girl was inferior to him, but that he was specialized in the art industry. This knowledge, it's just that Ting Shu has known it by coincidence, even a top nurturingist, dare not say that he is omniscient and all-powerful. Let's wait honestly. Seeing the darkening sky, Ting Shu prepared to wait quietly for the arrival of tomorrow, confirming that his 4 years of hard work also needed to be verified by the assessment of junior nurturers. After becoming a junior nurturer, he has the confidence to be alone. I found a relatively empty place to set up a tent, and the garden tree released a bird-hunting butterfly. The elf was more alert than a person. The two were outside together, and they were taken care of to prevent accidents. It was another night, quiet and peaceful. On Ting Shu's last night in Kana City, nothing happened, and it passed quietly. The next day, the sky was dark, and the long-winged gulls crossed the ocean and flew in the air like a sea breeze. Early in the morning, the hunting swallowtail butterfly also woke up, flapping its wings to wake up the garden tree. Ting Shu looked at the time slightly. At 6 o'clock, there was still an hour before the sailing of the Palang, and he was not in a hurry. Swallowtail hunting work and rest are very punctual, with it waking up the tree, there is no need to worry about missing the time. After tidying up his belongings, Ting Shu put away the tent, found a water source, washed his face, and started to the port. Although it was still very early, there were many people on the boat. When Ting Shu arrived, there were already many people outside the port. There are so many people. Ting Shu complained. In the noisy port, there is a constant flow of people, even if the staff keeps maintaining law and order, it is difficult for order to improve. Not knowing how much time was wasted, Ting Shu finally boarded the wave breaking. It's not easy, there are too many people. The other passengers who squeezed together also sighed. Next, I'm looking for my own room. In fact, the room is not very useful. It only takes less than a day to get from Kana City to Kishui City by taking the breaking wave. The so-called room is very rough, just a rest. The place. After all, the positioning of the breaking wave is not a luxury passenger ship. Ting Shu was alone, and stayed in the room from Ontario. But after a while, Ting Shu's door was knocked. Hello, it's lunch time, do you want to go to the restaurant? The person here is the staff of Palang, who is responsible for reminding passengers to eat. As for Ting Shu, will he eat? Touching his dry pocket, Ting Shu smiled bitterly, let's continue to eat snacks, the food on the wave is not something he can eat. It was noon now. As Ting Shu had just finished eating, Ting Shu had nothing to do, so he fell asleep in the cot in the morning and slept for about an hour. Ting Shu felt a little dizzy and regretted sleeping on the boat. In order to clear his head, Ting Shu walked out of the house and came to the boat fence to blow the sea breeze. Sure enough, after staying for a few minutes, the situation eased a lot. Hunting swallowtail butterflies, come and feel it. Hunting swallowtails is the same as the garden tree. It is the first time to take a boat. It seems a bit strange, flying around. Don't lose it. Ting Shu reminded. Next, Ting Shu lay alone outside the railing of the deck, facing the blowing sea breeze, looking at the blue ocean ahead, not knowing what he was thinking. Is this your elf? An old and powerful voice rang in his ears. Ting Shu was disturbed by the voice and turned his head. What imprinted in his eyes was an old man with grey hair. He was probably as old as Grandma Olin. At this moment, he was looking at the hunting swallowtail butterfly flying on the head of the garden tree with great interest. Yes, what's the matter? Ting Shu responded. Seeing Ting Shu's lukewarm attitude, the old man smiled, and said nonchalantly, "The cultivation is very good. Are you a trainer?" Ting Shu's apparent age is just in his early 10. No. Ting Shu shook his head and recalled the hunting swallowtail butterfly. After spinning, the hunting swallowtail butterfly landed gracefully on Ting Shu's shoulder. Oh, that's the coordinator. The old man was even more curious as he watched the hunting swallowtail stop gracefully. No. Answering the old man's question again, Ting Shu, in order to prevent him from asking endlessly, went on to say, "I am going to Kishui City to participate in the breeder assessment. You said that you are a nurturingist." The old man laughed and felt very interesting and unexpected for Ting Shu's answer. Not yet. After that, Ting Shu turned his head and prepared to leave, subconsciously mocking the old man's laughter. The 10-year-old nurturer is indeed a joke in the eyes of many people. The cultivator is different from the trainer and the coordinator. The latter has no threshold requirements, but the former requires the certification of the cultivator headquarters to claim to be a cultivator because of the rigor of the profession. The cultivator contains a lot of very complex knowledge. It takes a long time to learn to have the corresponding level. At the age of 10, Ting Shu has to go to the cultivator's headquarters for an assessment. In the eyes of most people, it is indeed unbelievable. After all, this age is a child who has just obtained the qualification to become a trainer and is still very immature. Most people don't even know the name and attributes of the elf, but this is also because of the child's nature. Not to mention, the logically complex pharmacology, the more in-depth habits and characteristics of the elf. So the old man's laugh, although Ting Shu looked rude, Ting Shu could understand it. After all, he also knew that it was not easy to become a nurturingist. After 4 years of study, he was not a person who knew nothing. Newcomers. You misunderstood. My name is Sheng Zong, and I didn't mean to laugh at you. Seeing Ting Shu walk away, the old man hurriedly stopped him. The Ting Shu who was retained did not feel unhappy, but continued to ask, "I see, old man, is there anything else?" Chapter 8, Top Master. Thing? That's not the case. It's just that I am a little curious to see a young guy like you. He looked again at the hunting phoenix butterfly, and the old man of Shenzong was surprised. What are you curious about? Ting Shu said. Isn't it worthy of curiosity to go to the cultivator assessment at the age of 10? The old man asked rhetorically. Yes. Ting Shu nodded. Seeing that Ting Shu did not deny the age he guessed, the old man was a little surprised. Since you said you are a breeder, you cultivated the hunting swallowtail butterfly in front of you? The old man asked again when he saw the Ting Shu with nothing to express. More or less. Although there is the help of everyone from the Green Ancient House, the main job of taking care of the swallowtail butterfly hunting is mainly done by the garden tree. Amazing, the old man said. Up to now, Ting Shu still hadn't figured out the old man's intentions, and what the old man said made Ting Shu a little confused. Don't be nervous, relax, just treat it as an ordinary chat. The old man laughed. It has been a long time since he saw such an interesting young man. Although the cultivation of swallowtail hunting seems rough to him, if this kind of achievement is placed on the garden tree, it will be extraordinary. I can withstand a good compliment for his cultivation, which shows that the cultivator has at least the level of a junior cultivator, and Ting Shu is a teenager. Except for Xiao Chun, this is the first time I have seen such an excellent young man. I am really old. Seeing Ting Shu still had no response, the old man sighed. Xiao Chun? Are you also a cultivator? After realizing that the old man really only wanted to chat, Ting Shu simply let go, and if he was idle, he was also idle. Just kill the time. Why not talk to strangers? Go to hell. If you are 10 years old, then you are the same as Xiao Chun. It's amazing. Xiao Chun is also preparing to participate in the assessment of the cultivator. Maybe you two will become competitors. The old man sighed. Then others are also on this ship. Ting Shu was also a little speechless. Is there such a coincidence? She's still eating, the old man. I will come out to let the wind out after I finish eating. The old man said naturally, and then he smiled and pointed to it. Look, she has also come out. Hearing this, Ting Shu subconsciously looked in the direction the old man pointed. Immediately afterwards, a young girl with pink hair appeared in front of Ting Shu, but before Ting Shu could speak, the girl was surprised and said, "It's you." Me. This tree is really dumbfounded, I don't know what the girl means. Do you know? The old man was also very surprised. Teacher. Seeing the old man, the girl called Xiao Chun cried respectfully, he is the person I told you. You said he was the little guy who found the mistake in your medicine. The old man was also surprised, he didn't expect such a coincidence. And Ting Shu, who listened to the conversation between the two, finally understood, and suddenly said, so it's you. At that time, the girl in Kana City wore a hat and covered her face and hair, so Ting Shu didn't immediately recognize her, but now she heard the voice, it was really similar. Get to know me again, my name is Zhou Yushun. Stretching out her hand, the girl winked at the garden tree playfully. Ting Shu. Without tweaking, Ting Shu also stretched out his hand, and the two of them met again. However, Zhou's surname has made Ting Shu pay attention to it. The Pokemon centers in slightly populated areas in various areas are all monopolized by the Zhou family, and the girl in front of him is also named Zhou, so I have to let people thoughtful. The history of the two long families of Zhou and Junxia can even be traced back to the beginning of the establishment of the Pokemon Alliance. At this time, Zhou Chun's name for the old man also made Ting Shu pay attention to it. Teacher, this name is not casual. According to the old man, Zhou Chun is also preparing to go to Qishui City for a cultivator assessment. He is 10 years old. Coupled with the background of Zhou's surname, he began to doubt the real identity of the old man. Perhaps, this old man is also a very good nurturer. This also explains why he heard his attitude after he was going to take the nurturer assessment. What the are you? Looking at the old man, Ting Shu spoke again, without even knowing the identity of the other party, it is inevitable that something will happen. Me? Didn't I say that? My name is Sheng Zong, but I am also a nurturingist. The old man smiled at the words, and said indifferently. On the side, Zhou Chun heard the old man's explanation, showing a helpless expression, and added to Ting Shu, the teacher is also a nurturingist, and he has the top title in the nurturing home. Top cultivator. It was reasonable but unexpected to get this information. Ting Shu was also surprised. The top cultivator should be regarded as a group of noble people in this world, right? What does this identity represent? How could he not know? Who can afford to be called a master? The 4 heavenly kings can, the local champions can, the well-known doctors in various regions, and the gorgeous contest masters above the top coordinators, and in addition, they are the top breeders. It is self-evident that the top cultivator can be called the same as these people. Even a top cultivator's comment on an elf is hard to find. It's rude, Master Sheng Zong. Ting Shu expressed his rudeness just now. Any master is worthy of respect, not to mention that he should have misunderstood the old man. The curiosity of the other party should be only the concern of the younger generation. Haha, it's just a trivial matter. It turns out that you are the child, Xiao Chun said. I said how it is such a coincidence that you have met so many talented juniors in a row and can make Xiao Chun eaten up. It seems that you also have a hand. Master Shengzong teased. Stand up. I'm just lucky. Ting Shu told the truth. However, to the other party, these words are not arrogant or impetuous. I have found the teacher to appraise it, and it is indeed my mistake. Joey Chun said calmly without covering up his mistake. Xiao Chun still has a lot to learn from many of the medicines she prepared, and I haven't been able to figure out the principle. Shaking his head, Ting Shu's past experience told him that this situation should be kept low-key. Ha ha ha, that's natural. Xiao Chun has me responsible for teaching, and her talent is good, so that she can reach the level of a junior nurturer at the age of 10, but this makes you unique, young. The comments of the top cultivator gave Ting Shu a clear understanding of him. The hard work in the past 4 years will certainly not be so unbearable. The 10-year-old cultivator may really be considered a miracle. After all, Ting Shu has been a student for more than 10 years in his previous life, and learning and analysis is already handy for him, and it is carved into his bones. This is a great advantage for any child under 10. A kid who is still playing mud and hide and seek at the same age, how can he compare his learning ability with someone who has been educated for more than 10 years? Therefore, Ting Shu has no solution. Chapter 9, So-called Cultivator. Shengzong is a veteran incubator, has become a top incubator in his early years, and now holds an important position even in the headquarters of the incubator. At the same time, he is also Xiao Kun's teacher. Xiao Chun was born in the Zhou family and has been extremely intelligent since he was a child. Especially for the career of nurturing, he has shown extremely high talent. I remember the best record in the cultivator headquarters. It should also be the junior cultivator assessment passed at the age of 10. Looking at Ting Shu and Zhou Yushun next to him, Master Shengzong showed a slight smile, looking forward to their assessment. As a top cultivator, he naturally knows how difficult it is for a junior cultivator to treat a child who has only reached the age of 10. But it is precisely because of this that they can show Ting Shu's amazing talent. Take the Zhou family as an example. Every nurse who can be stationed in the Pokemon Center, Zhou, is at the same time at least an intermediate nurturer, and often they are all 14 or 5 years old when they pass the junior nurturer assessment. This is the premise that there is formal teaching within the Zhou family. So far, as recorded by the headquarters of cultivators, the youngest person to pass the primary assessment is 10 years old. This is the highest record since the profession of cultivator was formalized. Those who applied for the examination of cultivator at the age of only 10 have a level of cherishment comparable to the legendary elf. Xiao Chun is a normal child with a good background. He has been exposed to a lot of knowledge since he was a child. After showing his talent, the family invited her to teach her. It is a past that he can have the level of a junior nurturer at the age of 10. But Ting Shu, this kid, is a bit scary. Shengzong people are mature and refined. From the growth of hunting phoenix butterflies and the clothes of Ting Shu, he can be seen that his origin is not very good, but because of this, he has to admire Ting Shu's talent. Teaching by a famous teacher and self-study are completely two concepts. There are talents from all generations, and when people are old, Master Shengzong admires a little bit by looking at Ting Shu, and he has a love for talent. If possible, he hopes to accept Ting Shu as a disciple to pass on his knowledge. The difference between Ting Shu and Xiao Chun is that Ting Shu is an ordinary person, and behind Xiao Chun, there is the whole family. Shengzong was only invited to teach her basic knowledge, so-called teachers and students. As for passing on his secret skills as a master, it is natural to be an informal mentor and apprentice. Shengzong is a very traditional old man. Of course, Ting Shu was only an accidental discovery by him. How to choose Ting Shu, his character and origin, still needs his investigation. So far, he is only optimistic about Ting Shu. Teacher. Slightly called the distracted Master Shengzong, Zhou Yushun found that the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward now. Oh, it's nothing, I'm old, and I can't keep up with my thinking, haha. After stretching his waist, Master Shengzong was a little lazy, without the aura of being a top master. Ting Shu, you came out alone? Do you want to travel with us? Anyway, you are going to participate in the assessment, and it can be considered as a caregiver. Master Shengzong looked around and said. Hearing this, Ting Shu was stunned. There is no reason to refuse. For him, the invitation of a top master is an opportunity. For him, who was born in a small and poor place like Qingqiuwu, this time walking with him is probably the most important turning point in his life. It is my honor to be able to walk with Master Shengzong. Ting Shu said. Hearing Ting Shu's answer, Shengzong smiled triumphantly, and Zhou Yushun also stared at Ting Shu, wanting to see what this young man of his age has 3 heads and 6 arms. Haha, good, I think there is still some time before I arrive at Qishui City, so I might as well ask you to take the test. On a whim, the old man Shengzong suddenly wanted to test the true level of Ting Shu. And Ting Shu and the others, it is naturally impossible to refuse. In this way, Shengzong led the 2 little guys to the room. After he meditated, questions came out of his mouth one after another. Fortunately, although the questions were a bit tricky, they belonged to the category of junior cultivators. There are 8 or 9 Taoist garden trees in the question that can still be handled. Shengzong, who kept asking questions, also understood the situation of the 2 in his heart. If there is any difference between Xiaochun and Tingshu, maybe it is the amount of knowledge. Zhou Yushun has his teaching and a strong background, and his knowledge and practical ability are far beyond what Tingshu can compare. But Tingshu has better comprehension and reasoning abilities than Xiaochun. In other words, his brain is very clever, he turns quickly, and is very logical. You are all excellent. The assessment of junior nurturers cannot help you. Shengzong laughed and was very satisfied with Tingshu. His words were mainly aimed at Tingshu. After all, Zhou was purely his student, and he was already level very clear. Great! Zhou Yushun also expressed his approval of Tingshu. This young girl admired her peers for the first time, and Tingshu's knowledge made her feel amazing. After a moment of silence, Shengzong looked at these 2 talented newcomers, and a little lamented. In recent years, various excellent trainers have emerged in an endless stream, but the field of nurturing is not available. With the new generation of excellent blood like Tingshu and Xiaochun, Shengzong is very pleased as a senior in nurturing his family. After thinking about it, Master Shengzong once again asked the 2 newcomers a question, what do you think is a nurturer? Master Shenzong's question was different from the previous question, and both of them were taken aback. After a few seconds of thinking, Tingshu tried to answer, the trainer who helps the elf grow up perfectly. And Zhou Yushun's answer was similar to Tingshu. Nodded, Shengzong smiled and said, that's good, but do you want to hear my opinion? Of course. Tingshu and Zhou said in unison. After brewing, Master Shengzong said, the so-called nurturing house, in my opinion, it contains a lot. What you call helping the elf grow up perfectly is one of the signs of nurturing house, but nurturing house does not, it's just that simple. In fact, each nurturing family specializes in different directions. Most families like Xiaochun have great achievements in medical treatment and maintenance, and the top nurturing families you said the existence of elves can be proficient in the habits of the elves and prepare the most perfect growth plan for them. The elves cultivated in all aspects are not inferior to the main force of the top trainers. More people can rely on the development of the elves. See their potential and talent at a glance. The most famous is Master An. He once guided a teenager to the maze. He said to the teenager, choosing it as your beginner elf. As long as you are not too unbelievable, the future world will have your own color. This young man took his elves and eventually grew into a 4-day king. There is also Master Ye Luo. His most outstanding achievement is that a Kirby beast that was abandoned because of its poor talent learned nearly 40 tricks, spanning several attributes. So, in my opinion, every breeder is an incredible group of guys. Shengzong said with a smile. What about Master Shengzong? Ting Shu subconsciously asked after hearing these cases. Me? I've always been studying the genetics of elf. Without disguising, Shengzong said his specialty. Chapter 10, Genetic Trick. Inheritance. Literally, Ting Shu thinks of the creatures he learned in the previous life, and I don't know if the two are related. But thinking that what he knew could be explained in this world, Ting Shu had to feel strange. The animals and plants in the previous life can be explained by DNA, but in this fantasy world, some elves can hardly be explained by science. The big rock snake covered with stones, the small magnetic monsters with magnets all over, the ghosts surrounded by a cloud of smoke, can these creatures also be explained clearly? Then, Ting Shu raised his own question, even Xiao Chun was puzzled by this question. That's why I have to study it. Shengzong smiled and gave a vague answer. Then teacher, what is your main achievement? Joey Chun asked. Both Master An and Master Ye Luo have achieved remarkable results. Speaking of which, as a student of Master Shengzong, Joey really does not know what the secret skills of her teacher are. Let me think about it, if I can let a little elf learn 3 or 4 tricks, does that count? Grand Master Shengzong said. 3 or 4 tricks? Not only Zhou Yushun, but even Ting Shu was puzzled. Just now I cited the example of Master Ye Luo, who is also a top cultivator. People have allowed a cabby beast with insufficient talent to learn nearly 40 tricks. At the moment, Master Shengzong is also a top cultivator. He would say that his achievement is to let the elf learn 3 or 4 tricks. Do you have doubts? Grand Master Shengzong said. Both of them nodded. Then I ask you, take the most common Aogayan in Fangyuan area as an example. Can it learn the flash of lightning? Of course. Not only can it, but it is also very easy, the Aogayan race can easily learn to flash. Can you learn Steel Wing then? Also. Without thinking about it, Joey Jun and Ting Shu gave this answer. Although learning is not as easy as a flash of light, it is not difficult. What about praying for rain? When the words were over, Xiao Chun and Ting Shu were stunned. Chi Yu, this trick, and Aogayan's affinity, no matter how you look at it, you can't hit it by 8. Although it is very difficult, Aogayan still has a chance to learn to pray for rain. Grand Master Shengzong said with a smile. Then I will ask again, can Aogayan learn tongue skills, freshness, and even 100,000 volts? Master Shengzong asked again about an example that neither of them had heard of. Accurately speaking, if you study normally, Aogayan will never learn the tricks of tongue learning and refreshing, but if it is through heredity, coupled with the inducement of the breeder, nothing is impossible. It is my achievement that through inheritance, the elf learns unique tricks that cannot be learned in his lifetime. Master Shengzong laughed, and when it came to this, he seemed very excited. For such a magical species as elves, even between different races they can mate and give birth, and the combination of these different races often brings some unimaginable magic. The genetics I am studying are based on the premise that the elves of different races are combined. Don't underestimate these 2 tricks. A different starting point can often lead to deeper talents of the elves, dig out greater potential, and may even break through the limitations of race. What about 100,000 volts? Xiao Chun asked in surprise, breaking the race restriction? Does that indicate that even Aogayan can learn 100,000 volts? If Aogayan could all learn 100,000 volts, it would simply refresh her worldview. Can genetics really do this? Unfortunately, so far, there is no such precedent, but it is because of this that it is worth my research and exploration. The old man shook his head, but smiled immediately. His mentality directly changed Ting Shu's understanding of nurturing home, and allowed him to re-understand this profession. Is it possible for my hunting swallowtail butterfly to inherit a trick? Ting Shu asked. Papilio hunting, I haven't found any genetic moves so far. Maybe my practice is not enough. Master Shengzong expressed regret that so far, Papilio hunting has not discovered any unique tricks that can be learned through inheritance. That's it. Ting Shu nodded, but he still had some expectations. He didn't find it. Doesn't it mean that there is none? The unknown is the most fundamental reason for madness. Then what trick can my auspicious egg inherit? Xiao Chun couldn't wait to ask. Auspicious eggs, let me think about it. There are many more: aromatherapy, gravity, healing bells, mud bombs, etc., but your auspicious eggs are specially prepared for newcomers in your family. It is impossible to have genetic tricks. Oh! Master Shengzong said. Xiao Chunen uttered a cry, not much regret. Maybe one day, the unborn genetic trick will be discovered by you. The old man said with a smile, obviously having great expectations for the two. Master Shenzong's words also made a trace of different emotions rise in their hearts. In which field will they develop? Will her Joey Chun, like everyone in the family, eventually head towards the Pokemon Center? Is it her life's job to help trainers heal the wounded elf? As for the garden tree, I think more. He chose a cultivator. At first, he only fancied the benefits of becoming a cultivator, but after listening to the explanation of a top cultivator, it seemed that the cultivator was a panacea, and nothing was lost. The cultivator can make the elf grow more healthy and perfect, train the elf's skill application, and beautify the elf. What is the difference between this and the coordinator? Not only that, let a little elf learn dozens of tricks, I am afraid that even an excellent trainer does not have such strength. With many tricks, then in the battle, the choice of tactics will be more perfect. What's more, it seems to be a very challenging thing to breed a special elf with an impossible trick. Thinking about it this way, Ting Shu found that the cultivator was indeed more than just making some nutrients to take care of the elf career. Ting Shu's original purpose was to use the identity of nurturing a family to give him a fixed income, but now it seems that nurturing a family is not simple, whether it is a coordinator, a trainer, or a scholar. Build the foundation of nurturing home. With the expectation of the entire King Gu house. Ting Shu once vowed to go to the final stage of the magnificent competition with the hunting bird butterfly. When I think about it now, this seems to be no departure from the nurturer. Even, becoming an excellent nurturing master, whether it is leading to a top coordinator, a king, or a champion, will be easier. Thank you, Master Shengzong. Ting Shu's eyes gradually brightened, and he became more profound and curious about the nurturing family. Chapter 11, Incubator Headquarters. It's somewhere. After a long sea journey, the breaking wave finally stopped in Kishui City. The three got off the boat together and stepped into the boundary of Kishui City. Master Shengzong was obviously well prepared. As soon as they got off the boat, there was a special car to greet them, and they took Xiao Chun to practice for several months, and now they finally returned to their status as top masters. It didn't take long before they arrived in front of the cultivator headquarters in a car. Is this the cultivator headquarters? The building in front of him was huge and gorgeous, but Ting Shu had already learned about it from various ways, and he had memories of his past life, which obviously did not shock him much. I'll take you to register. After getting out of the car, the old man planned to take the two little guys to register. The registration process is also very simple. Shengzong took Ting Shu and the others to the lobby and asked them to submit their identity information at the counter. It can be seen that after a day of registration, the staff looks very tired. Joy Chun, 10 years old, recommender, Joey family, good, registration is complete. Wei Wei returned the illustrated book to Xiao Chun in surprise, and the registrant felt a little bit more energetic. 10 years old, still a member of the Joey family, it seems that he has met an incredible genius. And then, Ting Shu also passed the identity information, but Ting Shu was not qualified to obtain the identity book, so he had to hand over the original identification to the other party. Name, Tingshu, age, 10 years old, no referee. Child, are you serious? After the person who used the computer to register the identity information, an unreal feeling came from his heart. What happened today? The previous one came to register when he was 10 years old. Fortunately, the other party is a member of the Joey family and is a frequent visitor here. Although a genius, she can still accept it. But this child, with the most primitive identity certificate, no recommender, and the 10-year-old weak age, in this age when it is extremely rare to pass a junior nurturer at the age of 10, the registrant almost regarded the tree as a mess. However, her good professional quality made her dispel this idea. If there is no recommender or ID card, you need to pay 1,000 yuan. Immediately after that, the registrant uttered a news that made Tingshu be astonished. Do you still need to pay for the exam? Tingshu really didn't know. According to his understanding, it seemed that there was no such requirement in his impression. However, he hadn't heard of the recommender option, which convinced Tingshu a little. I remember that there is no requirement to pay for the cultivator assessment in the book relevant to the cultivator assessment, right? Tingshu asked his doubts. Even if he knew that the other party was unlikely to lie to him, the money in Tingshu's body was real. If you can't participate in the educator assessment, don't talk about anything. The registrant was also a little surprised, but she still patiently explained, maybe you are watching the old version. I remember there is a registration-related sticker in the lobby, you can go and check it. Hearing this, Tingshu completely believed it, and the other party had no reason to lie to him. Can you be accommodating? At this moment, Joey Chun behind Tingshu spoke. You know each other. Seeing Zhou Yushun's behavior, the registration staff was a little surprised, but didn't expect the two little guys to be together. Well, I believe he has the ability to become a junior nurturer. Nodded, Xiao Chun said. Hearing Joey Chun's words, the registrant was a little surprised, but he still said, but the regulations are regulations after all. If I am tampered with, I will be fined. However, since you are still young, I will help you once and register for you. The registration staff moved in her heart. She naturally did not dare to violate the regulations of the cultivator headquarters, but if she personally paid out 1,000 yuan come to register for Tingshu, then there is no problem. As for the value, if Tingshu really has the ability to become a nurturing family at the age of 10, what could be more attractive to her than this? For her, this is an investment and a favor. A young nurturer with considerable potential is worthy of her doing. Thank you. Xiao Chun breathed a sigh of relief, and she also saw the embarrassment of Tingshu. The result right now is naturally the best. Thank you. Tingshu also thanked Xiao Chun. He is too old to be embarrassed to talk about whether he can do the assessment without spending money, so why bother to ask himself? And just as the registration staff was preparing to register, Master Shengzong walked over from a distance. In the distance, he saw Tingshu's late registration, so he caught his attention. Don't bother you, his recommender, just fill in me. As soon as he came here, the old man figured out the situation and handed a card to the registration staff. I haven't seen anyone yet. Just hearing this, the registrant was slightly surprised. Except for some high-level families in the headquarter of the cultivator, there are only those above the intermediate cultivator. It seems this child is not without background. Also, how could it be possible that at the age of 10, he would have the confidence to assess a junior nurturer, and also met Joey? You are Master Shengzong. The registrant, who was originally only slightly surprised, after inserting the card into the card slot, the information displayed on the computer immediately made her call out. The photos and names shown above, as well as her identity and achievements, directly shocked her. The honorary vice president of the Association of Breeders, top breeders, masters of genetics, deputy dean of Tianguan Academy, etc., as well as Master Shenzong's reputation for participating in various competitions when he was young, directly excited this registrant. "Hello, Master Shenzong." The registrant immediately stood up and bowed to Shenzong in respect. If it wasn't because it was getting late, they would be the only ones who registered. Otherwise, she might attract many people if she shouted. The influence of a top cultivator is equivalent to the attraction of the 4 heavenly kings and even champions to ordinary trainers. "Don't worry about this, register first." Shenzong laughed and waved his hand. "Okay." Hearing Shenzong's instructions, the registrant worked extremely hard, and the process was very careful, for fear of something wrong. The speed is very fast. After the registration is completed, after the information voucher is handed back, the lady in charge of the registration continues to say, "I wish you good results, come on." "Yes, thank you." The two responded politely without much excitement. Both of them have full confidence, and they really don't need to be too nervous and excited. Looking at the plain expressions of the two little guys, the registrant was slightly surprised. How could he be an ordinary person if he could have a relationship with Master Shenzong? It seems that this year's assessment will be very interesting. Chapter 12, Young Examiner. Cultivator Headquarters, Building 1, 2nd floor, Room 303. This is the place where Tingshu and the others are assessed. At this time, Tingshu and the others had already rested in the hotel for another night, and their mental recovery was not bad. There was also a big meal ordered by Master Shenzong in advance, and Tingshu was so light, it was the first time since he came out that he had eaten so well. The assessment time is 8 o'clock in the morning, and it is still half an hour away, and people have already entered the venue one after another. Most of the people who come to evaluate the junior nurturers are teenagers. Of course, they are not absolute. If you walk a few more rooms, you may even see people coming for the evaluation. This is not how poor the other party's understanding is, but that they start to learn relevant knowledge at different times. Tingshu is considered to have considerable advantages and mature thinking, and he has also been exposed to the knowledge of nurturingists since he was a child, which is considered to have taken the lead. However, it is really difficult to master all these boring and tedious knowledge with the thinking and understanding abilities of children. This is why it is easier for adults to comprehend something than children. Tingshu's situation is difficult to replicate. Even Xiao Chun, who has a good background with the teachings of a famous teacher, is just the same age as Tingshu to participate in the assessment. 203. Looking up at the house number, Tingshu and Xiao Chun walked in with the assessment information. Only examiners are allowed to enter here, so after Master Shenzong sent Tingshu and the others downstairs, he went back and waited alone. However, he was naturally confident that Tingshu and the others passed the examination and was worth looking forward to. That is, how can their scores rank among the examiners in the same period? At this time, there were quite a few people sitting in the classroom, probably in their early tens. After a quiet glance, Tingshu and Xiao Chun found their place and sat on it. As time went by, the number of examiners in the room slowly increased, until the last 10 minutes before the examination, every seat was probably already occupied. On the podium, a woman who looked like she was in her early 20s was writing the assessment time 8:009:30 on the blackboard. She was the supervisor of this assessment point. "My name is Joey Ling, and I am your invigilator." Tingshu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the invigilator was Joey, Xiao Kun's family, but the Joey family is also widely distributed, and they may not have any relationship between them. After using the last 10 minutes, Joey Ling calmed down the classroom and explained the assessment rules in detail. These regulations are very common, and more or less people who come to the assessment understand it. And because it's an assessment for junior nurturers, the difficulty and the process are relatively simple. Now this is the first assessment, the written exam. As soon as the assessment time came, the test papers were handed out, and when he picked it up, Tingshu suddenly felt that there was some pediatrics, these things couldn't help him. 3-page test questions, a total of 3 major questions: selection, filling in the blanks, and argumentation. The total score of the test paper is 100 points, the multiple choice questions account for 30 points, a total of 10, and the fill-in-the-blank questions also account for 30 points, a total of 10. As for the argumentation questions, there are only 2, each with 20 points. In the first assessment, as long as it reaches 60 points, you can continue to the next assessment. As for those who have less than 60 points, then the assessment has failed. Just the basics. After reading the test paper carefully this time, Ting Shu started his answer. For example, the first question is about elves like coyote dogs. This question examines the temperament of the coyote, which is considered to be a sub-question. There are 4 multiple-choice questions, namely A, stubborn, B, tempered, C, sensitive, and D, cowardly. Without hesitation, Ting Shu wrote very simply and directly chose A. These 4 options make sense, but the most appropriate option here is the A option. Little elves such as coyote dogs often show their teeth and threaten each other fiercely, but at the same time, they will run away with their tails sandwiched when they are counterattacked. In addition, they also have a very keen sense of smell, if they don't have a deep understanding. The examiner is likely to get confused in the first question. In fact, the most important temperament of the coyote is stubbornness. When they see something that moves, they will bite on it immediately. They will chase until the prey is exhausted. They will stubbornly chase after the escaped opponent. As the saying goes, once they catch a certain prey, they will chase the other's spirit. Exhausted. Compared with other temperaments, this is quite obvious. To answer the first question correctly, you must not only have a comprehensive understanding of coyotes, but also be able to distinguish the priorities of their temperaments and characteristics. Question 2. Pictures. What is the second attribute of the Tyrannosaurus? A. Water. B. Dragon. C. Evil. D. Flight. Very quickly, with almost no pause, Ting Shu finished the multiple-choice questions. At this time, Joey Ling, who was in charge of the examination, was also looking around. After seeing Ting Shu and Xiao Kun's information, she was also very surprised. The 10-year-old examiners seemed to be of the same race, which was really amazing. Therefore, she decided to pay more attention to these 2 young examiners in terms of the results after the examination. On the other hand, Ting Shu immediately focused on the fill-in-the-blank questions. If the multiple-choice questions are correct, then the fill-in-the-blank questions will test his own knowledge reserves even more. Question 1. Iron dumbbells mainly rely on, to control actions. At first glance, this might be considered a very simple question. Perhaps at this time, someone will be fortunate to write bump or superpower in a smart manner, but basically, this kind of superficial answer is often it is not rigorous or wrong. The iron dumbbell's body is magnetized. It uses magnetism to move, communicate, and control its attacks. It is said that it is related to the little magnetic monster, but the magnetic force of the iron dumbbell is mainly concentrated on the super ability attribute moves rather than the steel attribute moves. The iron dumbbell's ability in the battle is very limited, it can only use the slam when it is not using the move teaching. Some people may have seen rare iron dumbbells and carefully observed their combat methods. It is not difficult to find that they only use the bump trick. Naturally, they will confidently fill in this topic with bump. Or another way of thinking, starting from the attributes of iron dumbbells, steel, and superpowers, steel properties are difficult to explain, but superpowers are naturally thought to be the basic means to control their own actions. Therefore, there are very few people who can correctly answer magnetism. These questions just want to screen out those who are preparing to fish in troubled waters. After writing the word magnetism, Ting Shu continued to answer the question. 1, 2, 3. The accumulation of the weekdays is now fully reflected in the assessment, and Ting Shu's answer is very fast and easy. Chapter 13, when the assessment is in progress. These problems are very partial and cannot be underestimated. The nurturing family requires an extremely in-depth understanding of the elves. It is far from enough to simply have superficial knowledge. Maybe this knowledge doesn't seem so great even if you know it, but it's just the basic skills of a junior breeder. If you want to cultivate an elf, or use this method to make a living, the effort needed is so simple. In each city or town, the Pokémon Center stationed in each city or town requires the minimum requirements for the elf nurse, that is, Miss Joey, and also needs to reach the level of an intermediate nurturing home. The knowledge assessed by the junior educator is far from representative. Compared with the knowledge of the top masters, these are simply pediatrics. Next, Ting Shu continued to answer the questions. Soon, Ting Shu didn't waste too much time with the 10 fill-in questions. After only 20 minutes had passed, Ting Shu had already answered the last 2 arguments. Argument questions need to be discussed in no less than 150 words. Basically, the questions are more practical and require a lot of knowledge to be connected together, and they often exceed the current assessment level, which is equivalent to giving the assessor a high. With a full score of 20 points, the judges will score based on the key points answered by the examiner, and often get more than 10 points, even if it is a good result. The questions of the test paper are difficult and easy, and the last 2 big questions are the key to checking the level of the examiner. Argument with photos: the white area of Mary's cheeks is light green and the performance is extremely painful. How to deal with it? Seeing the first argument, even Ting Shu stopped and began to sort out his thoughts. The argument was different from the previous selection and filling in the blanks, and it was not just an understanding of a kind of elf. The demonstration questions for the primary educator's assessment include 2 kinds of elves. Fortunately, this is only a written test. With many years of experience in writing questions, people have more or less figured out how to answer the questions. Like Ting Shu, he has read the exam questions and analysis many times over the years, and has found some ideas. This is almost the same as the exam concept of the previous life. However, the written test is a written test after all. It is another matter whether the instructor can take urgent measures if it encounters a real situation. Marilu, light green, painful. After thinking about it for a few minutes, Ting Shu finally started to write. Start with manifestations and symptoms: manifesting pain, perhaps being injured, or falling into an abnormal state, such as paralysis, poisoning, burning, etc. Marilu's cheeks were light green, thinking about what substance should have changed her physical condition. Then maybe it was in an abnormal state, light green. Looking at the attached picture, Ting Shu didn't find the corresponding point at first. The knowledge assessed by the junior nurturers will not be too difficult for the assessors. They usually only test some of the more common elves. In the impression of the tree, poisoning and paralysis may cause Marilu's pain. Marilu's temperament generally likes to play in the water, and most of them live in the forest. In this way, the garden tree can target some insect and grass elves. For the first time, Ting Shu thought of a series of elves of spiny tail, but after thinking about it, he immediately eliminated it. The paralysis powder of the hunting swallowtail butterfly is brown, the toxin brought by the insect bites is brown mixed with purple, and the toxin of the poisonous needle is dark purple. The poisonous white butterfly is also similar, the symptom caused by its toxin is reddish purple, which is not consistent with this situation. As for the grass elves, walking grass, mushrooms, etc., the situation does not seem to match. However, after sorting out the habitats and characteristics of the other elves, Ting Shu finally focused on the mushrooms. Although the paralysis powder and poisonous powder of mushrooms are different from this symptom, mushrooms still have its own characteristic, that is, its unique spores. The released spores are different from poisonous powders and fierce toxins. Mushrooms often cherish these spores. They are usually released only when they are dangerous. The spores are also mixed with some toxins, and they are finally formed a powder that is unique to mushrooms. This kind of spores can fight enemies and make some medicines. They are very good medicinal materials. Most importantly, the moist leaf rotting soil in the forest is its favorite food, so they like humid places very much. In this way, the thinking becomes clear. Marilu and mushroom are the key to the argument of this question. Next, this question is only half answered. Once you know the reason, you still need to test how to do it. People who don't have a clue, I'm afraid they will write some answers like using antidote at the moment, but the question will definitely not be that easy. And if you don't fully understand and start treatment, it will often cause secondary damage to the elf. The answer that Tingshu wrote up is, first stop Marilu from moving, then gently squeeze her tail until Marilu's cheeks turn dark green, then detoxify with peach fruit or mutong fruit is the best, followed by antidote, and if you don't have any preparations, you need Marilu not to waste your energy as much as possible, don't use tricks, find the detoxification medicine as soon as possible. After detoxification, Marilu needs to release her own energy until she is exhausted. The safest approach. Marilu's big round tail accumulates enough nutrients for growth. After being poisoned, toxins will invade its tail for the first time, and these nutrients will also be infected. In order to prevent the toxins from invading deeper, it will cause no damage. To help Marilu grow up in the future, Marilu needs to stop moving through the tail first to keep the toxins in a relaxed state, and then massage the tail, using the special elasticity of their tails to squeeze most of the foreign toxins to the cheeks. Here is the first point of action of detoxification drugs is also the most effective point of action. Next, things have not been completed, and all the toxins have not been eliminated at this time. Although Marilu is no longer a serious problem at the moment, but to be on the safe side, Marilu needs to continue to release tricks to consume energy and invade as much as possible. The toxins in it are also released, so that basically solves the problem perfectly. Of course, each kind of toxin, different elf poisoning, need different methods to solve. This is the problem that tests the breeders. After writing these in more rigorous words, Tingshu breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously doing such a big topic is very useless for him now. Without wasting time, Tingshu immediately looked at the second one. How to make a meow master the following tricks, please choose one to answer. 100,000 volts, shadow ball, evil wave, shadow clone, water wave. This is another type of problem, which is related to the aspect of training elves. Similarly, this is also a major basic skill shared by both the nurturer and the trainer. Chapter 14, Results are released. Tingshu understands that choosing different tricks to answer. If the process is the same, choosing the shadow ball must have a higher score than the shadow clone. However, after thinking about it carefully, Tingshu still chooses one that he thinks is more certain but does not. It was too easy, 100,000 volts, and after writing what he could think of, he had already answered all the questions after 45 minutes had passed the exam, halfway through the time. After checking it again for 5 minutes, after confirming that there was no problem, Tingshu raised his head. At this time, Xiao Chun also raised his head. Obviously, they have done it. They smiled and looked at each other and raised them together. Hands up. Now that they have completed their answers and ensured that they can be passed, they filed an application for early submission. In this way, under the surprised and skeptical eyes of others, Tingshu and Xiao Chun walked out of the 303 examination room. The test took 90 minutes, and now only 50 minutes have passed. The other examiners were surprised by the answering speed of Tingshu and Xiao Chun. Of course, some people doubted. After all, the two of them seemed too young to believe. And Joey Ling, who was in charge of the exam, covered the test paper and returned to the stage, carefully turned over their information again, and then smiled, with some curiosity. It's over. The answering speed of the two was within Master Shenzong's expectation. It was not too surprising to see the two come out early. It's pretty easy. Tingshu and Xiao Chun both answered like this. How do you think your results will be? Why don't we make a bet? If you two rank in the top 5 of this year's examiners, I will give each of you a special reward. If you don't reach it, naturally there will be no more. I didn't know if it was a joke or serious, Master Shengzong said with a smile. Reward? The reward of a top cultivator. Ting Shu doesn't need to think about it and knows that it must be a good thing, and even if it does not meet the requirements of the master, it seems that there is no loss. As for the overall performance of the examiners in one session, Ting Shu is not clear, but it is not about the assessment of age. If Ting Shu says that he is the first, it is impossible. At least, in the face of Xiao Chun, Ting Shu was not sure that she would be better than her. Although the answer is fairly smooth, but who knows if there is any loophole in the answer he thinks is correct. What's more, even his confident debate questions cannot be passed with full marks. Accept the bet. No matter it is Xiao Chun or Ting Shu, there is no reason to refuse this bet from Master Shengzong. I am afraid that even Master Shengzong himself is planning to give them a reward. Okay, let's look forward to the next assessment results. The first pass is 60 points, and the maximum allowable number is 100. If this number is exceeded, the lowest score will be screened until the number of people. Until it reaches 100, then the second assessment will be conducted. As for the number of people who finally pass the primary educator assessment, there are almost less than 10 each year. When there are more, they are in their early tens, and when they are few, they are only 4 or 5. But facing the assessment, Ting Shu and the others did not appear to be as nervous as the other assessors. The end of the assessment time is 9:30, and the marking time will probably last until the afternoon. 1400 hours is the time when everyone's results are announced. Then, the invigilators will announce the questions for the next assessment. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Ting Shu and the others did not go anywhere, staying in the room to discuss the subject of the written examination. After hearing Master Shenzong's explanation of individual questions, Ting Shu knew that there were people outside the world, and there were days outside the world, and some he thought were the correct answers. Sure enough, there were loopholes in the questions. The traps in the questions were almost everywhere. In the following argumentation questions, Shengzong also helped Xiao Chun and Ting Shu to analyze them, and the two of them were hooked. The top master is worthy of being a master. His thoughts are rigorous and interlocking. After some analysis, it's fascinating and makes Ting Shu very fascinated to listen, and he can't wait to listen to a few more similar essay questions. Oh, the results are coming out at this time, let's go. Let's go to see the results announcement. Master Shengzong said after looking at the time. Okay, let's go. Xiao Chun smiled and got up, then walked out of the door. Ting Shu is also looking forward to it. He also estimated a score himself, wanting to verify if there is any error. After hearing Master Shenzong's explanation, he also knew that he had loopholes in several topics due to his knowledge. Compared with Xiao Chun, this was his shortcoming. On the other hand, other examiners are also talking about, I don't know who is the first place in the written examination. Generally speaking, the top 5 in each written examination are almost certain to pass the examination, right? Almost, if not unexpected, it is probably like this. I think my answer is okay. I hope I can pass the written test. The second practice is my strong point. During the discussion, most of the examiners and their families have gathered in front of the big screen where the results are announced. This square can accommodate a lot of people, but they are not afraid of crowding. Judging from the number of examiners this year, they are more than enough. Quick, look! 46th, it's me, the first time I took a written test, it seems that I'm one step closer to a junior breeder. See me. 75 points. 15th. That's me, 10th place. 78 points. Everyone looked at the electronic screen, starting from the 88th, the names and scores of the examiners flashed one after another. The first written test only takes 100 examiners. Of course, if it is less than 100, it will be counted as a passing score of 60. This time, there are obviously not enough 100 examiners who have reached the passing line. The dozens of people who stood out among the hundreds of examiners, although not up to the level of a junior trainer, are already much better than most trainers in terms of knowledge. The trainer is, after all, a special one. Occupation. Looking at the happy or sad examiners around them, Ting Shu and Xiao Chun didn't care. They stared at the screen seriously, for fear of missing their names. Now they are displayed to the 10th place, and their names have not yet appeared, which is natural. It means that the results of the two have been ranked before the top 10. As for the specifics, then we must continue to watch. 9th, 8th, 7th, it wasn't until the 6th place that the names of the two of them didn't appear before they were relieved. At least they won half the bet with Master Sheng Zong. Immediately afterwards, 5th place, still not, then 4th place, finally, the name of the tree appeared on the big screen, 4th place, 85 points, excellent. Next, the 3rd place, 86 points. At the same time, a young man in his 20s jumped for joy. The 2nd place, Joey Chun, scored 88 points, but the 1st place score was a whole smaller. Purely to be 10 points higher, 98 points, McKelly. Chapter 15, Micree. Obviously, this score shocked Ting Shu and Xiao Chun, 98 points, which is close to the score of full mark. I am afraid it was only lost because of subtle flaws in the argument, so small that it can almost be ignored. Especially, after the two of them saw each other's age, a green-haired boy in a sailor suit, about 15 or 16 years old, was now gracefully placing one hand behind his back, bowing to everyone with a smile. At the same time, he said, "It's a great honor. Is Macaulay him?" He glanced at Macaulay, who was also young, and Ting Shu's thoughts surged. He felt that the other party was a bit familiar, and seemed to be a very important character in the original work, but he could not remember clearly. And Xiao Chun next to him is a bit lost. Ha ha ha, don't care, when you reach that age, you might even become intermediate nurturingists. Rubbing Xiao Kun's head, Sheng Zong didn't care. In his opinion, the talents of Xiao Chun and Ting Shu will not lose value because of the gap between them and the 1st place. And that boy is not easy. Master Sheng Zong thoughtfully looked at the bowing boy. "Teacher, do you know him?" Xiao Chun raised his head. "You can barely know him, Michael. He is the official trainer of Liulai City's Liulai Taoist Gymnasium. He has just taken over from his master Adam to the Taoist Gymnasium. He is an amazing young man, his master Adam. He specializes in the water system and is also an excellent coordinator, so Micree has excellent talents in both the coordinator and the water elves. At the same time, he is also known as the newcomer who is close to the King of Heaven." Recall, Sheng Zong introduced to the two children. "Is he a gymnast trainer or a coordinator?" So, nurturing is not his main profession. Sheng Zong's words caused Ting Shu to be stunned, with a strange expression. "I'm still a coordinator, interesting." Seeing Kelly's gorgeous figure, Ting Shu was surprised, but he didn't give birth to an attitude of looking up. Whether he is cultivating a master level or coordinating a trainer, the sight of Macaulay in front of him makes him interesting and seems to be a very good target to catch up with. "Is there any pressure?" Master Sheng Zong said with a laugh. "Are you close to the King of Heaven? That's amazing." Xiao Kun's attention was placed on this sentence. She understood what the King of Heaven meant. The so-called King of Heaven, also known as the Four Heavenly Kings, are the four strongest trainers in the Pokémon League in various places. Theoretically, their strength is second only to the League champion, but in fact, there are many trainers who have the strength of the Four Heavenly Kings, but are stationed. The Four Heavenly Kings of various local alliances must have their own uniqueness. Every king is considered to be the high-level combat power of the Pokémon Alliance. Social celebrities and even a king who wants to support a town is easy, let alone a small orphanage like Kingwea. At the age of 15 or 16, Michael was considered close to the King of Heaven. His talent was self-evident. Perhaps the nurturer was just a foil for the other party. He is very strong. If you want to surpass him, you have to cheer. Xiao Chun was born in a big family and knows a lot more about the definition of the King of Heaven than Ting Shu. That's natural. Ting Shu smiled. He had a hunch that this Mikri would become a strong enemy and even the biggest threat to his dominating the gorgeous competition. Especially the opponent is very likely to be a big figure in the original, so he has to pay attention to it. Ting Shu regrets a bit, why didn't he take the time to reminisce about the classics of his childhood, so that many plots have been forgotten. Look, the question of the second assessment was announced. Someone pointed to the screen. After the ranking was announced, the question of the second assessment also appeared. By convention, the assessment content of the second session is usually practice, with only one topic, which is also a 100-point system. Those who can pass the first written test will not have too low a score in the second test, but if you want to officially pass the assessment of the junior nurturer, you need an excellent score of 85 in the second test. Topic: Emergency Rescue. Are you going to wait here, or? Master Shengzong asked. The second assessment time is 1 hour later. The assessment time varies according to the difficulty of the question. Normal time will not exceed 1 hour. If it is emergency rescue, may be shorter. Wait here. Ting Shu said, he has nothing to prepare for the second test, what can he do in such a short time, and he does not think that emergency rescue will embarrass him. Xiao Chun also nodded. In this case, I will go back and wait for your good news. Master Shengzong smiled, said goodbye to the two, turned around and went back and waited. The assessment results will be announced immediately after the end of the second exam, so the assessment for junior trainers is completed in 1 day. Look, the people who passed have already walked over there. Pulling the garden tree, Xiao Chun pointed to the crowd over there. Then let's go there too. Ting Shu heard this. Immediately afterwards, the two also shuttled past the crowd and came to the passers' side. Obviously, this is the place where the second assessment news was first obtained, so most of the passers gathered here. At this time, the passers surrounded Mikali and expressed their praise to him. The score of 98 points was almost perfect. Very few people got 90 points in the assessments over the years. Just a coincidence. Responding to people's admiration calmly, Mikali looked like he was comfortable. This person's behavior looks a little strange. Someone commented. However, he was immediately rebutted by others. What do you know? Lord Mikri is the hopeful star of the coordinator. He is a genius coordinator who combines gorgeousness and elegance. Some people know the details of Mikali, and they broke the news. His popularity is very high. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chun was not much surprised. And with the sentence, Ting Shu suddenly found that Mikali seemed to look at them, and then walked towards them. You are Ms. Joey Chun and Mr. Ting Shu. A polite greeting, Mikri asked with a smile. Mikri's sudden greeting made Ting Shu too startled, and then politely replied. Xiao Kun's characteristics are still very obvious, plus the two of them are the youngest here, so it is not difficult to recognize them. Mikali apparently investigated them. I heard that there were 2 young examiners this time, but I didn't expect it to be true. Looking at the 2 teenagers in surprise, Mikali was also very surprised by their results. Even if there are many auras surrounding Mikali, there is no denying that 10 years old, a junior breeder, seems like a miracle. Chapter 16, Walking Grass Core. After chatting with each other for a few words, Ting Shu and the others had a preliminary understanding of Mikali's character. And from Mikali's mouth, Ting Shu also got the reason why he came to assess the nurturer. Mikri followed the advice of his friends, hoping to increase his strength through the practice of nurturing family. My friend is a middle-level nurturer, but he has a better talent as a trainer. Ting Shu understood that it seemed that it was not only his own discovery, but also many talented trainers and coordinators, all of whom saw the importance of nurturing the knowledge of the home and used it as a means to enrich themselves. Those who passed the first round, please come to the second round of assessment immediately. The news was yelled 3 times, and at the same time, they informed the location of the second test. After looking at each other, they stopped the conversation and started to go to the second test location. Mikri, Zhou Yushun, and Ting Shu 3 walked together and attracted a lot of attention. The 3 geniuses, the invigilators who were watching silently in secret, couldn't help but look forward to the next assessment of the 3. The second assessment site is a large courtyard behind the headquarters. Order is still in charge of the invigilators for the first written test. When everyone arrived, a middle-aged man announced the second test again, emergency rescue. You have already learned about it, and for the specific content, please see here. The man's words fell, and a group of green elves came out in a place visible to the passers. This is walking grass. Someone made a surprised voice after seeing these elves. Oh my god, there are probably nearly 100 walking grasses. Someone counted down the number of walking grass, and it felt a little weird. Are they the subject of our second assessment? Seeing this scene, most people raised their own questions. But he guessed the same thing. The middle-aged man in charge of the whole assessment nodded and said, yes, the second session of your assessment is related to this group of walking grass. Speaking of this, the 3 of Ting Shu also looked slightly, observing the walking grass. It's ordinary walking grass. Observing for a while, they came to such a conclusion. Seeing everyone's doubts, he continued to speak, there are a total of 88 walking grasses here, and each of you will be assigned 1. At the same time, they will be given to you by a senior cultivator. The medicine prepared for this assessment. This potion can simulate a kind of burning caused by a trick. After applying this potion to the walking grass, you each have 15 minutes to solve the walking grass injury through the materials we provide, and once it exceeds 20 minutes, the walking grass the burn will become more severe, so your time is only 15 minutes. Anything that cannot be resolved beyond this time will be deemed unqualified. At the same time, by solving the different effects and time of the burning, the invigilators will also give you a score. Those who have a score of 85 or more can pass the assessment and obtain the certificate of the junior nurturer. The audience was in an uproar, and did not expect that the emergency rescue would be carried out in this form. This is the first time in the past years. 88 walking grasses and 88 bottles of potions prepared by senior cultivators. This time the cultivator headquarters it's really generous. Do you have any questions? There was silence for a moment, and no one made a sound, and obviously, each of them had begun to extract some necessary information from the man's words. Walking grass, burning. None of these details were let go by the examiners present. There is no one who can pass the first assessment and waits for a while. The pass rate of junior nurturers is lower than that of intermediate or even advanced nurturers. This is a basic problem. As long as the foundation is well laid out, you can spend a lot of time studying in the future except for the top master level. And those who can become junior nurturers are all selected among the best. It is about talent. At present, the number of registered incubators in the alliance is just over 10,000. The Feng Yuan area alone has a population of several million. What is the subject of this assessment? After listening to the middle-aged man, Ting Shu was eager to try. He also wanted to examine how much he can achieve in this situation. It seems that you two are very confident. Xiao Chun smiled, looking at Ting Shu and Mi Kelly, and found that they did not show any nervous expression. Of course, as a coordinator, you must always maintain a calm mood and demeanor. Mikri said. Let's go choose the walking grass and receive the potion. Ting Shu said to the two of them, watching as the examiners had already started to take action. Okay, Let's go! Xiao Chun shouted. Each of the 88 walking grasses is actually not much different. The walking grasses should be raised by the cultivator's headquarters. After all, their pollen and the saliva of the evolutionary smelly flowers are very valuable materials. Please advise. After receiving the potion, Ting Shu took away a walking grass. The walking grass also knew its mission. Fortunately, it has a high-level cultivator configuration, and the burning effect will not cause the walking grass in a short time. Severe injuries can be considered to give the examiners plenty of time. Bringing the walking grass to his position, Ting Shu saw all the materials that could be used. There are about 20 kinds, of course, it is impossible to use all of them. As for how to match them to achieve the best effect, it depends on the choices of the examiners. When everyone was ready, the middle-aged man reiterated the next rule again, and warned the examiners not to mess with the pharmacology because of the time limit if they were not sure enough, otherwise they would be punished by a lifetime ban. Finally, the assessment began, and the clock that counted down 15 minutes directly swayed. The dart pointer walked around, and Ting Shu, like all examiners, first spoke to the walking grass. After the walking grass confirmed that he was ready, he quickly applied the potion to the leaves of the walking grass. Next, he will configure the medicine through the condition of walking grass. There are many reasons for burning. Different types of burning require different treatments to have better results, but it does not mean that other burning medicines have no effect. The most famous one is burning medicine, which is almost a panacea. Although the effect may not be the best, it can be used for all currently known burns. First, he smelled the medicine, and then the tree looked at the walking grass. Walking on grass, how do you feel? Half a minute later, Ting Shu paused, and began to inquire about the feeling of walking on grass. Close. Although the walking grass also tried its best to cooperate with the garden tree could not understand what the walking grass was expressing, so he had to observe it according to its subtleties. The first is the expression of the walking grass, the change of leaf color. The main ingredients of the medicine that can be known, and the reaction time of the burning. While recalling the pharmacology, the tree reasoned methodically. Chapter 17, Full Marks. The composition of the medicine, Ting Shu had already reasoned about it, there should be no mistakes. The Ting Shu also knew the 20 different fruit materials in front of him. For Ting Shu, most of the problems have been solved, and this assessment has no difficulty for him. Next, only need to analyze the burning of walking grass. Different elves, different tricks, different environments, and different tree fruits may even burn the walking grass. Knowing the true condition of the walking grass can greatly guide the direction of treatment. Solving does not mean perfection, what Ting Shu wants to do is to solve as perfect as possible. That is, the pursuit of perfect scores. Some meaning, but it shouldn't be wrong. As Ting Shu muttered, his mind was thinking quickly, and then, a bright light appeared in his eyes. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to pick up a red tree fruit in his right hand and peeled it directly with a knife next to it. It seems that he has found a solution. Mikali on the other side didn't rush to move, as if everything was in his hands. This was related to his character, everything needed to be so gorgeous and elegant. In fact, all the examiners had already moved at this time, and most of them found their way. Even if there are some differences, they are all ways to relieve the burning. As for whose effect is better, it needs the final assessment result to judge. The surroundings are quiet, only the examiners are busy, and various things like tree fruits, leaves, medicinal materials, and pollen are combined in their hands. Guess it, how many people will pass the assessment this year? And the invigilator gathered here to comment on the examiners of this session. About 7 or 8, someone said. I'm looking forward to the results of those 2 people. It was Joey Ling, the person in charge of Ting Shu and their first invigilator. Oh, those 2 little guys are really amazing, but I am more optimistic about Mikali. The 3 of them are not easy. If you guessed correctly, the top 3 this time are likely to come from among them. Finally, the person in charge spoke, the little devil named Ting Shu. It is said that Master Shengzong recommended to participate in the assessment, and Zhou Yushun is a student of Master Shengzong. These words shocked the unknowing invigilator immediately. It turned out to be like this. No wonder he has such an outstanding ability at such a young age. It turns out to be related to Master Shengzong. The invigilator watched the examiners. Time passed bit by bit, and soon, more than half of the time had passed. It's almost done. Ting Shu was grinding with a wooden stick. He knew all the herbs on the table. This feeling made Ting Shu very emotional. He thought his combination of pharmacology was the most perfect. It's really good to read so many books. Ting Shu shook his head, his hands getting faster. Time passed, and for Ting Shu, he didn't feel the slightest effort, but his movements were fluent. Finally, with a snap, he stopped his movements. Finished. Looking at the blue cream-like object in front of him, although it is not beautiful, the garden tree is convinced that it has a great effect on the burning of walking grass. Taking a deep breath, Ting Shu put blue ointment on the walking grass, and then raised his hand. That kit is done. Ting Shu is not the first to complete it, but it is not slow. The invigilator can take the lead in checking the completion without waiting for the end of the assessment time. The invigilators of this assessment are fully aware that they can become an invigilator and their level is at least an intermediate educator. Obviously, they cannot resist the knowledge that appears in the assessment of junior educators. I'm coming. Zhou Ling, who had been staring at Xiao Chun and Ting Shu, walked over and began to help Ting Shu check. At this moment, it was almost 10 minutes away. Seeing Zhou Ling coming, Ting Shu also gave up his position. Then, Zhou Ling picked up the walking grass and observed its condition. Not long after, she put down the walking grass, and then took a deep look at Ting Shu. Congratulations, good grades. He was smiling, and it was obvious that Ting Shu's grades satisfied her. Is that passed? Ting Shu asked. Not yet. The remaining ointments you have made need to go through other proctor inspections. I just make the first judgment to prevent accidents in the walking grass. She smiled and said, the final result will be in all it will be announced after the person is finished. I see, Ting Shu nodded and looked around. At this time, Xiao Chun was also finished. Mikri was a little bit earlier than him, more than 10 minutes passed, and now it has reached the final stage of the assessment. No matter what happened to Ting Shu, he began to wait quietly. A few minutes passed quickly, and the assessment was over. Other examiners waited nervously for the result, but Ting Shu and the others were very leisurely. Walking towards Xiao Chun, Ting Shu could hear the inferences of the examiners. Some of them were very strict, but there were also some weird answers. For example, what kind of burns caused by ghost fires, burns caused by flames? Is it the burn caused by the strong sunlight? As soon as I met with Ting Shu, Xiao Chun couldn't wait to say her inference. Yes. Like Ting Shu's answer, the burning caused by the potion on walking grass is at least 99% similar to that of a sunny day. Hearing that Ting Shu was also the answer, Xiao Chun was relieved. Although she was confident in herself, she still wanted to confirm it with Ting Shu. It looks like you are doing well. Mikali also walked over and said to the two with a smile. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. With their 3 written test scores, there are naturally no major problems in the second test. Then, they just need to wait for the final result to come out. The examination speed of the invigilator was also very fast, and the middle-aged man in charge had already walked over with the list without making them wait long. Next, let me promote the passers of this field test. A total of 10 people, they are: Mikkel, 100 points. Joy Chun, 100 points. Ting Shu, 100 points. 10 people were read, from high to low, and one with a score of 98, with the lowest score of 87. The rest were all unqualified people who were less than 85 points. Full score. Hearing the results, Ting Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he is also a nurturingist. The 4 years of hard work were not in vain after all. He wanted to send good news to everyone in Qinghua, but now is not the best time. The junior cultivator is not enough, it is far from representing anything. Ting Shu understands that he still has a long way to go, promote to intermediate, even advanced, and even pursue the throne of top master. Chapter 18, Select. Congratulations to the 10 of you. The grand announcement at the scene symbolized the perfect end of the assessment. The 10 persons who passed the assessment are being awarded the certificate by the deacon of the cultivator headquarters, and the representative who took the first one is Mikali with the highest overall score. The assessment is over. At 1700 hours, the results of the assessment will be broadcast immediately, and the certificate awarding ceremony will be held at this time. Junior Educator Certificate. The sky blue pamphlet symbolizes the identity of the nurturing family, and Ting Shu finally obtained it. He took it with both hands and opened the certificate. It was posted with his own head portrait, Ting Shu, followed by the date and age he passed the examination. At this moment, the camera equipment under the stage crackled and snapped. Whether it was 2 10-year-old breeders or Mikri, it was a very hot topic, and they couldn't miss it. But in the end, Xiao Chun and Mikri's deeds were announced, causing many people to admire it, but Ting Shu's news seemed to have been erased by someone. Hee, good job. Master Shengzong looked at the 2 little guys with a smile, and even in his opinion, their results were excellent. Master, you haven't forgotten the rewards you said? We too won the 2nd and 3rd places respectively. Not only Ting Shu, but even Xiao Chun were obsessed with the rewards that Master Shengzong said. Of course, I won't lie, but I need to prepare carefully for you. With a laugh, Master Shengzong said quickly. Ting Shu also looked forward to it, not knowing what she would get. Thinking about it now, I am really fortunate to have met Xiao Chun and Master Shengzong, otherwise he might not even be able to get the qualifications for the assessment. It seems that luck is also very important. The news that Mikali and Joey Chun became cultivators was quickly reported, which soon caused an uproar in the circle. Mikali himself is a public figure in the Fang Yuan area, and now he has entered the cultivating family circle, whether he is making preparations for what reason. People who are interested immediately pay attention to this young man. And Zhou Yushun, who became a cultivator at a young age of 10, has not seen such an outstanding newcomer in many years. However, under the 2 auras of the Zhou family and Master Shengzong, it did not cause much shock. In addition to praise, there were also some natural expectations and expectations for future achievements. But even so, Zhou's achievements at this age are currently among the best in the Zhou family. Ting Shu also saw the report. It was almost the news of Mikri and Xiao Chun. He and the other contestants only mentioned it slightly, without even appearing their names. Although he doesn't know the reason, Ting Shu doesn't care. Even his age can be hyped, but even then he can't eat fat in one bite. At most, he will be paid more attention by some big people. But in front of him, the big man was by his side, caring about so much. Master Shengzong, are you looking for me? Ting Shu looked at the old man in front of him and said respectfully. Here, Ting Shu, yes, I came to you because of yesterday. Grand Master Shengzong laughed. What happened yesterday? Are you talking about rewards? Ting Shu said joyfully. Yes, since I promised to give you 2 little guys some rewards, then I won't break my promise. After sitting down, Master Shengzong didn't show his identity, as Ting Shu saw first. At the request of Master Shengzong, Ting Shu also sat down. Where is Xiao Chun? Ting Shu asked at this time. If it was a promised reward, there should be a copy for Xiao Chun. She is in a different situation from yours, so the rewards are naturally different. Master Shengzong smiled and answered Ting Shu. Hearing this, Ting Shu said no more. Ting Shu, are you an orphan, right? There was silence. Master Shengzong spoke suddenly. Ting Shu was taken aback by these words. How did the other party know about it? Could it be that he had been investigated? As Master Shengzong, it is not difficult to know this. It was originally the real situation, and Ting Shu didn't need to hide it, and nodded. Your background is much worse than Xiao Chun. Have you ever thought about your future? Seeing Ting Shu nodding, Master Shengzong continued. The future. Ting Shu has his own goals, but he is really at a loss as to how to achieve them. I have become a junior trainer. What next? Continue to improve and become a coordinated trainer at the same time? So how much time does it take to work hard? Yes, a top coordinating trainer, and even, to become a top nurturingist together. After thinking about it, Ting Shu said. Master Shengzong was stunned. He had thought about Ting Shu's answer, and had thought of top cultivators, even coordinators and trainers, but Ting Shu's words did give him an arrogant feeling. Which achievement you mentioned is not easy to achieve. A person's whole life, to obtain one of the achievements you said, is so brilliant. The old man said earnestly. Shaking his head, Ting Shu said, but I still want to persist. The top coordinator, that is entrusted with the original dreams of the children of Aogaya and himself. The top cultivator, that is his decision to prop up the future of Qingguia. He promised to become a top cultivator, earn a lot of money, so that everyone has a bright future. The two seemingly conflicting professions each contain Ting Shu's own ideas. Then, do you think you can really reach that point? The 10-year-old nurturer is amazing, but after all, it is just a junior nurturer. Maybe after your hard work, with your rich insight and experience, you have successfully become intermediate and advanced incubators, but how long will it take? Every goal you mentioned is not achievable with distraction. Master Shenzong's words were said to have entered Ting Shu's heart. The knowledge of the junior cultivator is relatively shallow, but to the intermediate cultivator, the advanced cultivator, the knowledge is not even available in the books on the market. As his identity, it takes a lot of money to acquire it. Effort. It took him 4 years for the achievement of the junior cultivator. During this period, most of his time was wasted on searching for books. Will he be so smooth next? Becoming a top coordinator, or even a strong trainer, is not something that can be done just by saying. Finally, Ting Shu looked at Master Shengzong, wanting to see what he would say. So, I want to give you a chance, but it's not free. There are 2 choices here, which can be regarded as rewards for you. Master Shengzong was optimistic about the tree, but he didn't want him to go smoothly. Only after going through hardships can a piece of jade shine with the glory he deserves. Therefore, he decided to let Ting Shu choose. Chapter 19, Tianguan Academy. 2 choices. The first one, I can help you register as a trainer, so you can get a beginner elf with excellent qualifications issued by the Pokémon League. The trainer qualification is 100,000 yuan, and for the beginner elf, it is 100,000 yuan. 200,000 yuan, for Qinggu House, is a cost of many years, which is why Grandma Oran has no spare energy to support a child as a trainer. The 2,000 yuan that Ting Shu brought out was all that Ting Shu had accumulated bit by bit over the past 4 years. Therefore, Master Shenzong's first choice for Ting Shu will give Ting Shu a huge help. It will not only solve the place where he lives, but even have the identity of a trainer. Not only can enjoy preferential dining in the Pokémon Center, even in many places, there are huge benefits. What about the second choice? Ting Shu did not rush to make a decision. The second option is that I will give you a chance to enter the Tianguan Academy. Master Shengzong said without delay. Tianguan Academy? What is that? Hearing this special term, Ting Shu felt strange. However, Master Shengzong still gave Ting Shu a patient explanation. Tianguan Academy is a comprehensive university in the Shenao region, and the Champion Academy in the Guangdu region, and the Silver Academy in the Chengdu region is called the Three Cradles of Geniuses. The achievements of every graduate in the academy will not be inferior. For a player who can achieve the top 3 in the local conference, of course, this is just average. However, the graduation requirements of Tianguan Academy are also very difficult, but it is not something ordinary people can achieve. Similarly, the requirements for admission to Tianguan Academy are even more demanding. If you do not have a very high talent or background, you want to use money. 1 million yuan is needed to buy an admission qualification. Tianguan, Silver, Champion, the 3 major colleges. Master Shenzong's words taught Ting Shu another lesson. He didn't expect these 3 special places in this world. He hadn't even heard of them in books. But it's not as powerful as you think. The 3 major academies are all products of the old era. Take the example of Mikali. Even if he enters the Tianguan Academy, he is also the top genius among them. Few people can match. Explaining to Ting Shu was a waste of Master Shenzong's words. The second option, I will give you a chance to transfer to Tianguan Academy, where you can waive tuition fees, have free accommodation and food, and you can learn freely whether it is a nurturing family, a coordinator, or various trainers. You can learn all the battle tactics on your own, but if you choose this, you need to go through a rigorous assessment. If you fail, you will lose 2 opportunities at the same time. In front of Ting Shu's eyes were these 2 roads. The first one is to obtain the qualifications of a trainer, so that maybe with hard work, one can achieve the dream step by step, but no one can tell what will happen in the process of exploring. The second is to pass an unknown assessment to get the opportunity to enter the Tianguan Academy. The academy mentioned by Master Shenzong is not an easy place to come. Although I have not obtained the qualification of a trainer, it is free of charge. Opportunities for formal learning coordinators, nurturers, tactics, etc. seem to be difficult to refuse, and the outstanding graduates from them can each have outstanding achievements and are scrambled by major institutions. Have you decided? Decided. Without hesitation, as a qualified traverser, Ting Shu knew what choice to make. There are 2 obvious options, simple mode and hard mode. For him who is short on time, there is no reason to choose simple mode. As Master Shenzong thought, only by experiencing training can Ting Shu make greater progress. I am willing to accept the assessment. Ting Shu looked at the old spicy gaze of a traverser, and he believed Master Shenzong would also like him to make this choice. Are you really sure? If the assessment I gave you fails, you may lose all your opportunities. Master Shenzong wanted to shake Ting Shu again, but the more he did this, the less Ting Shu was unmoved. The hints are so obvious, can I still refuse? Yes, I want to give it a try. Ting Shu believes that Master Shenzong will not be difficult for him, as long as it is possible to complete the assessment, he will try his best to achieve it. Haha, well, since you have chosen this path, then I will first tell you about the situation in Tianguan Academy. This can also inspire your fighting spirit. As for the assessment, it is not the time yet. Master Shenzong said with a smile. Ting Shu's choice really made him very satisfied. Tianguan Academy. Established 100 years ago by a master-level trainer at that time to promote the profession of trainer. After 100 years of development, although Tianguan Academy did not grow into a giant like the Alliance, it is also a party recognized by the Pokemon Alliance independent forces. Very strong, the comprehensive strength of the college, the strength of each generation of deans will not be weaker than the 4 heavenly kings, and the teachers are also very strong. Most of them are students who graduated from the college, and the elites who have returned from various fields, whether they are coordinators, nurturers, trainers, scholars, and so on are involved, and there are even many gymnasium trainers and even kings who have studied in Tianguan Academy. Since the development of the Pokemon Alliance, the number of trainers has increased greatly. Since the establishment of regional conventions and gymnasiums, field safety has improved, and the welfare of trainers has increased. Trainers like to travel alone, collect badges, and conquer more elves. Experience the joy of travel. The status of the college has greatly declined. Although there are still some traditional aristocratic schools and kindergarten schools in some places, they still cannot become a climate. Tianguan College, Silver College, Champion College, these are the only 3 remaining places that still have the status of orthodox institutions. The century-old heritage and public form are unmatched by the educational institutions and organizations of other emerging aristocrats. Master Shengzong graduated from Tianguan Academy, and is now the Deputy Dean of Tianguan Academy, so Ting Shu has enough confidence to join the class. If you can graduate from Tianguan Academy, you can even apply to the Pokemon League to own your own gymnasium and enjoy the league's subsidies. Tianguan College is a 4-year system, which consists of elementary, intermediate, advanced and graduating classes. In theory, if you enroll at the age of 10, students will graduate at the age of 14, but this is only a theory, and there are only a few people with outstanding qualifications to pass the college's graduation assessment. Some people, even in their 20s, have not yet graduated, and are finally dismissed. However, a talented person applied to skip a grade and completed all the courses in 2 or 3 years. This is the cradle of Tianguan Academy, abandoned by the times, but passing on a trace of genius through recommendations and feedback. Chapter 20, Return to Yanta Mountain. Ting Shu was very concerned about the affairs of Tianguan Academy. The old man's test was of great benefit to Ting Shu's development. Ting Shu could also see that Master Shengzong was very optimistic about him. Unlike the genius who already had a master like Macari, or a genius with a deep background like Xiao Chun, people like Ting Shu are often more fond of Master Shengzong. The appraisal of the cultivator is over, everything has calmed down. Macari bid farewell to Ting Shu and the others, and embarked on a new practice alone, and Xiao Chun, after successfully being assessed as a junior cultivator, was also taken by the family. The person picked it up. Originally, Master Shengzong was also invited, but for the sake of Ting Shu, he refused the celebration banquet. Are you ready? Looking at the calm Ting Shu, Master Shengzong looked forward to it. The test he prepared was purely his own business. The initial idea was to let Xiao Chun complete it at that time. However, he did not expect that he encountered the accident of Ting Shu. Compared with Xiao Chun, Ting Shu was about this test. It seems more suitable. This made him change his mind. The place we are going to is Yanta Mountain. Yanta Mountain is no stranger to Ting Shu. Kaiyue Town, where he has lived for 4 years, is under Yanta Mountain, but he didn't expect that he would return there so soon. But this time when he went back, it was not a wandering home, and he was not ready to return to the old house to announce the good news. The purpose of this trip was for the assessment of Master Shengzong. The content of the assessment, but it is very difficult. Thinking of that matter, even Master Shengzong felt a little embarrassed. Taking a private jet, Ting Shu and Master Shengzong set off. Yanta Mountain is a volcano, but it is not so monotonous. Around him, there is still an environment like forest and grass. After descending here, Ting Shu knew that this was the core of Yanta Mountain, which was different from the place where he spent training with swallowtail hunting before, except for the periphery. There are a large number of elves living here, which is no longer within the reach of human beings. Where are we going? Ting Shu asked. Up to now, Master Shengzong has not told him a clear assessment content. Go meet an elf. With an elderly body, Master Shengzong walked in this environment very easily. Hey! A rice spoon snake struck. Before Ting Shu could react, the rice spoon snake was shot out. What caught the eye was a statue with its gorgeous wings just flapped, and its sharp eyes stared at the rice spoon snake like a king. It was only slightly blocked, and while the rice spoon snake flew out, the surrounding trees were directly bent, causing a lot of fluctuations. This should be Master Shenzong's elf, and Ting Shu has already seen the elf ball in his hand. "Be careful, the elves around here are not very friendly," he said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Master Shengzong continued to order Bai Diao, "Go and call it out." "It? Who is it?" Bai Diao spread its beautiful wings and leapt into the air with incredible speed, circling continuously. Boom! A huge storm was blown up, and the wind whistling and the trees could be heard clearly. The cultivation is great. Even if Ting Shu is not very experienced, he can still see that the brilliance of the eagle, whether it is the luster of the wings or the beautiful feathers on the head, represents the excellence of this eagle. Worthy of being the elf of the top master. "What are you calling?" Ting Shu raised his head, somewhat curious. Master Shengzong said, "Go and meet a fairy." What does it have to do with his assessment? When you come to Yanta Mountain, what his assessment will look like, even if it is a garden tree, you can't help but look forward to it. The clear sky, clouds floating, the huge storm that was rolled up by an eagle, directly embellished this beautiful scenery. Soon, they didn't let them wait for a long time. A black spot gradually appeared among the continuous clouds in Bai Diao's call. Immediately afterwards, the black spots got bigger and bigger, and with the coming of the black spots, a wonderful sound came into their ears. "That's the Kixie blue bird." Ting Shu finally saw the whole face of this elf. It has the elegant shadow of a swan, its sky blue body shows its nobility, its fluffy wings are as soft as cotton, and its moving singing is intoxicating. Tanabata blue bird, a cherished elf with dragon attributes. It looks like it's coming. Seeing the arrival of the Kixie blue bird, Master Shengzong smiled and said to Ting Shu, "For you this time, there are two opportunities. One is the quota of Tianguan Academy. Its recognition." "What admission?" Ting Shu didn't understand. "Look, they are fighting." Master Shengzong looked helplessly into the sky, and the Kixie blue bird that had just arrived directly launched an offensive against the eagle. Ting Shu stopped talking, waiting for Master Shenzong's explanation. "You know my research direction, genetic tricks." "N." Ting Shu nodded. "This Kixie blue bird is the elf I have been following for a long time. If I guess correctly, it contains magical powers, or its parents and even ancestors have a purebred dragon from Guandu. Elf quick dragon. So, I set a trap. It is combined with my comparison." Master Shengzong looked at Ting Shu's weird expression and said with a smile, "I have been preparing for this research for a long time. If the direction is not wrong, it is very likely that a bird with very good aptitude will be born, and even comparable to Kuai-Long and Bongi in terms of racial superiority. This will be a good opportunity to rise to the Kixie bluebird, who is born with a weak race in the dragon attribute. Then in your imagination, where is this blue cotton bird special?" Ting Shu asked. "Special place? Maybe it's just that you can comprehend multiple tricks when you are just born. Don't underestimate it. A different starting point will definitely achieve different achievements. If nothing happens, it is likely to comprehend the dragon swooping very early big trick." "Green Mian bird? Dragon god dived?" Ting Shu was a little unbelievable. "Nothing is impossible." Grand Master Shengzong waved his hand. "My Bai Diao also has a little dragon bloodline. Although it is very thin, if I add the medicine I prepared, it will be enough to activate the higher dragon-type talent of the Qing Mian bird." "But what's the current situation?" Ting Shu raised his head and looked at the two elves who were fighting fiercely, not knowing what he said had anything to do with these. Said this, Shengzong smiled. Seeing Master Shenzong's smile, Ting Shu suddenly had a bad feeling. "However, Tanabata Blue Bird seems to be a little dissatisfied with my approach, and can't agree with me. But how could I give up easily, so after winning it in the battle, I made a bet with it." Chapter 21, Betting. Gambling. Ting Shu asked. "Well, it's just a trivial matter. The Tanabata Blue Bird still hates me and refuses to entrust the Blue Bird to me, but I can't give up the research on the blue bird, so I agreed to help it find a trainer with outstanding potential. To take care of the Qingmian bird, I originally chose Xiao Chun, but now it is you. Me? Ting Shu was stunned. Yes, this assessment is still a bit difficult for a girl like Xiao Chun who has lived in a big family since childhood, but for you, there should be a glimmer of hope. Master Shengzong said. As long as you can bring the Qingmian bird's eggs, successfully hatch it, and within a month, and the Qingmian bird's approval from its mother, your test is complete. This month, you have to stay here alone. I will prepare food and living tools for you for a period of time. Next, you will face the environment of this smoky mountain alone. During this period, you cannot with other elves, you can only live with the Qingmian bird. This is the condition of the Kixi blue bird. Master Shengzong said that he also felt very shameless about the Kixi blue bird's condition, but when he thought of himself the experiment, then nothing can be done. Hearing this, the garden tree was in a state of shutdown immediately. What a joke, letting him live here alone for a month is simply terrible. If the offensive elf doesn't talk about it, just being bored can torture him to death. More importantly, this is not over yet. Do you still need to be recognized by Kixi King Niao? It seems they have played enough, and then it's time for you to play. In the competition between you and me, even if Ting Shu is on the ground, he can feel the strong fluctuations in the sky. Ting Shu raised his head and slowly saw Kixi blue bird and Bai Diao slowly falling, and finally stopped in front of them. Long time no see. Master Shengzong looked at Kixi Bluebird and said hello, but Kixi Bluebird didn't pay attention to him, and instead looked at the garden tree. He is the trainer I chose. Master Shengzong said calmly. At your request, I brought the person to be assessed. Next, he will complete the 1-month trial with your blood. Don't worry, I promise you with the reputation of a top nurturing cultivator that your offspring will never it will stain your blood. Its growth will shock you. Kixi Blue Bird, a proud and elegant elf, after combining with Bai Diao, he didn't know that Bai Diao had been conquered long ago and fell into the conspiracy of Master Shengzong. After everything became a foregone conclusion, Master Shengzong appeared before it. Then, a conflict arose. Master Shengzong asked for the elf egg to no avail, and immediately after a battle, the bet was signed. After all, Kixi Blue Bird didn't tear his face with Bai Diao, but had some resentment. Bai Diao didn't tell himself in advance. With a long cry, the Kixi Blue Bird shook his head. Master Shengzong, who understood its meaning, directly said to Ting Shu, "Are you ready? Now you still have room to refuse." Refuse? In this situation, how could Rong Tingshu refuse? What should I do? Ting Shu glanced at the Kixi Blue Bird and asked Master Shengzong. It's very simple. Go back with me first. When everything is ready at this time tomorrow, it's time for you to start living in the wild for a month. The so-called preparation is that Ting Shu leaves the poke ball, carries emergency supplies and food on his back, and returns here alone. Within a month, the Ting Shu not only has to successfully incubate the Qingmian bird, but also act as a trainer of the Qingmian bird and cultivate it to be stronger, so as to gain the recognition of the Kixi Blue Bird. Originally, Master Shengzong wanted to subdue Qingmian Yao by himself, but Kixi Blue Bird's stubborn temper had to make him give up this choice. So Master Shengzong stepped back and asked Ting Shu to complete the gambling contract for himself. His main purpose was only verification and research. Although it's a pity that I can't subdue Qingmian Yao personally, it is no longer so important to a person of Master Shenzong's status. Now, in his eyes, he only has the perseverance to study new things. It's all up to you whether the inheritance of the next generation is successful, Ting Shu said solemnly to Ting Shu. Master Shengzong was also very nervous. He couldn't guarantee whether the Qingmian bird could inherit the unique skills of his mother and Bai Diao. The dragon god dives, the other tricks don't matter, but as long as you can master this trick, it means that the dragon attribute talent of the Qingmian bird has been fully activated. On the private jet, Master Shengzong explained to Ting Shu the precautions and the key points of this experiment. In itself, the trick of the dragon god swooping, even if it is the offspring of the Kixi bluebird reborn with the Kuai Long, the chance of inheritance is very small, not to mention that it is inherited from another generation. Can the medicine prepared by Master Shengzong work? He also attaches great importance to it. This Kixi bluebird is the overlord of Yantiv Mountain. According to Master Shengzong, even if compared to the elf trained by the four heavenly kings, the strength of the Kixi bluebird is not inferior. Compared with the Kixi bluebird, his strength is still inferior. Therefore, if he wants to be recognized by the Kixi bluebird, Ting Shu has a long way to go. The reason for not allowing Ting Shu to be assessed immediately, Master Shengzong still needs to teach him some knowledge about training tricks, cultivating young elves, hatching elves, and better stimulating the potential of elves. Fortunately, Ting Shu's learning speed can keep up with Master Shengzong's teaching. For Master Shengzong, this bet is very important to him. In the process of Ting Shu's training of the Qingmian bird, that is, the process of verifying his achievements, how far the blue Mian bird can reach within a month and how much potential it explodes, is also something that Master Shengzong cares about. Now that Ting Shu is an excellent nurturer, it is considered a matter for Master Shengzong. For this gambling contract, if it is not executed by himself, there are many other young trainers who meet the potential of Kixi Jade Bird, but they do not meet his requirements. The appearance of Ting Shu really gave Master Shengzong hope. For the preparation of the night, Ting Shu kept in mind the precautions mentioned by Master Shengzong. The terrain here also remembers the general idea of the garden tree. After entering here, there are many elves who are offensive to people. At the beginning, the garden tree can be said to be difficult to move. Fortunately, the nutrient solution prepared by Master Shengzong can make the elf eggs hatch as quickly as possible. In the long container, there is ample light blue nutrient solution. This liquid is personally configured by Master Shengzong according to the situation of the Kixi Jade Bird and Baidiao, which can stimulate the potential of this new life most efficiently. It is also the main thing to be confirmed in this test. If he successfully completes this assessment, Ting Shu can not only successfully enter the Celestial Crown Academy, the cradle of genius, but also a new life he has experienced for a month, and according to Master Shenzong's words, will be a very talented Qingmian bird. After they are recognized by the Kixi Blue Bird, they will also become the elves of the garden tree. Chapter 22, First Night. When Ting Shu was in Qingguia, apart from learning the knowledge of nurturers, he never relaxed his physical exercises, but because his main energy was on reading, his physical fitness was a little better than the average of his peers. Holding the container, Ting Shu came to a tree and took out a fruit to solve his dry tongue. Although the road is difficult to follow, the human body in this world is very good, and the physique of the garden tree can still bear it. The most suitable incubation temperature for flying elves is 40 degrees. Although the nutrient solution releases heat, the temperature is still not enough. What's more, the dragon bloodline of the Qing Miao bird has been greatly improved. I need to find a suitable place to incubate. Looking down at the thermometer in his hand, Ting Shu knew that if the incubation temperature of the ordinary flying elf eggs exceeded 40 degrees, the embryos might die. However, the blue cotton bird has nutrient solution adjustment, and this optimum temperature can be appropriately increased. A good incubation environment also has a big impact on the innate potential of the elf. The blue patterned fairy egg on the white background floats in the center of the nutrient solution, swaying as if it will break at any time. After observing for a long time, Ting Shu is ready to get up to the upper level of Yantiv Mountain. It is close to the crater, and the outermost temperature may be suitable for the birth of the blue bird. Early this morning, the Kixi blue bird came with an elf egg. According to Master Shengzong, if this bird is cultivated well, it will not be inferior to the main force of the four heavenly kings in various regions. This has a great inspiration for the garden tree. Although the potential of the elf does not mean much, it is a good start, and Ting Shu has the confidence to nurture the blue cotton bird. Although talent is important, it still depends on hard work. Above thousands of miles in the sky, a dark figure is watching Ting Shu's every move. It is the Kixie jade bird. Although Ting Shu is the examiner this time, it can't worry about his children at all. So if the fairy egg is threatened, it will appear the first time. In the shadow of the woods, a figure also paid attention to the garden tree. This was Master Shenzong's elf, and was now executing Shenzong's order to protect the garden tree in secret. Hunting the swallowtail butterfly is not in his hands, and Ting Shu is still too dangerous to go through the forest alone. No one can guarantee that no accident will happen. But Ting Shu at this time did not know. Ting Shu, who had already started to set off, suddenly saw a black figure jumping up, and quickly hugged the elf egg, making a defensive and escape posture. But it wasn't until Ting Shu saw the true face of this guy that she breathed a sigh of relief. This is a very small brown creature that looks a lot like an acorn. Acorns. Shaking his head, Ting Shu avoided this little guy. Because this kind of elves looked too much like ordinary acorns, they often frightened the elves who were looking for food in the forest, making them a scary one. His weird temperament, especially Bobo who is foraging, is often frightened by acorns. Acorns generally don't take the initiative to attack, so after successfully scaring the tree, they jump directly into the grass. It was a false alarm, but fortunately it was not an aggressive elf. Yantu Mountain is not close to here. The Ting Shu walked very carefully along the way, carefully observing the surrounding environment, but until the afternoon, he had not walked to Yantu Mountain. There is a lake. The forest lake can be said to be a small ecology, where there are often many elves, because many elves come here to drink at a certain time. This place is already close to Yantu Mountain, and Ting Shu did not expect to see the lake. At this time, there were not a few elves around the lake. As they approached, the garden tree could clearly see the mud loach swimming in the lake. However, these mud loaches immediately dived into the mud of the lake after seeing the garden tree approaching. Wow! Wow! Two noises appeared at the same time, and the lake water was directly splashed with a lot of splashes. Standing behind the garden tree, you could see two Malillos jumping into the water to play. There should be a lot of little elves around, but they didn't let Ting Shu notice, and Ting Shu didn't want to stay for a long time. Without rest, he continued to walk in the direction of Yantu Mountain. Seeing these water elves, Ting Shu felt a little fond and sad. Swallowtail hunting is actually not the first elf in King Gu House. At the beginning of Ting Shu's arrival in King Gu House, Grandma Oran still had an elf by her side, but the Water Ibrahimovic was too old. He died soon after. As a result, Grandma Oran was still seriously ill. The death of the old man who has been with him for decades will make anyone feel sad. Hey, with a long sigh, Ting Shu somewhat hated the feeling of parting. Looking at the little life that was about to be born in his hands, Ting Shu didn't know what the scenery would be like in decades. However, now is not the time to think so far. The Qingmian bird has not been born yet, and a great future is waiting for them to explore. Holding the fairy egg, Ting Shu looks forward to the birth of a small life. Across these thorns, you should be able to climb Yantu Mountain, right? Ting Shu continued to move forward. He recalled Master Shenzong's words that some directions might be blocked by thorns, but in the wild, he would rather cross the thorny road that is not easy to walk than walk on the rocky road. Crack, crack. Ting Shu had already prepared a small knife. There were obviously traces of people here, and the road was still good. After putting the elf egg in the backpack, Ting Shu hadn't walked through the thorns all the way. But until the night, Ting Shu hadn't walked out of this place. Piece of thorns. After stopping, Ting Shu planned to rest here for one night. In this environment, obviously no elves lived in such a place, so it was relatively safe. On the first night spent here, Ting Shu felt very lonely. Unlike the past, this time the swallowtail butterfly hunting was not by his side. The cold and dark night sky stimulated Ting Shu's perception all the time. For the first time, he lived alone in the wild. To be honest, Ting Shu didn't like this feeling very much. Humans. It is a gregarious creature. The more people there are, the more at ease he will feel. Maybe it's because Ting Shu has just set off for a trip. Faced with this situation, he is still a little uncomfortable. At night, although it was under the volcano, it was far different from the heat during the day. A trace of coolness still rushed to the heart of the garden tree. In order to protect the blue wool bird's egg, he had to hug it to sleep. Use your body temperature to give the elf egg a comfortable environment. This assessment can also be said to be Ting Shu's own experience. It will last for a month in total. This time is not long for any trainer, but Ting Shu can't help but feel this unspeakable strangeness. Slap your tongue, this kind of feeling is different from traveling and completely out of the crowd. It really doesn't feel good. Chapter 23, Incubation. When Ting Shu climbed to Yanta Mountain, it was already noon of a new day. Looking for a smooth road, he took the thermometer everywhere to investigate the local situation. It wasn't until after a long time that the temperature gauge reached a standard that Ting Shu liked, and in surprise, he came to a red giant rock here. Although it is a volcanic zone, it is only the periphery. It is not hot, but warm. Originally, with the excellent adaptability of the elf, even without such troubles, it can be successfully incubated, but Ting Shu still hopes to create a good environment. Once he found the place he wanted, it was time for him to prepare. Now that the Qingmian bird has reached the brink of incubation, there is only a slight chance. In addition, the environment here is very suitable. I am afraid that it will not be long before the Qingmian bird can successfully break out of its shell. During this period, Ting Shu needed to sprinkle some homemade powder to prevent other elves from entering. The smell of this powder was not liked by the elves in this area. It was a must-have item for him to enter and leave the autumn leaf forest alone. In addition, there are other gadgets. He had even prepared the initial food for the Qingmian bird. After finishing a series of things, a tired feeling came to Ting Shu's heart, making him a little sleepy. Although he also had a rest, his constant progress and concentrated attention were consuming his mind all the time. Want to sleep again? This is a summary of Ting Shu's mood at the moment, but the elf egg is now on the verge of incubation. Even if it's sleepy, Ting Shu doesn't want to give up. He wants to witness the birth of the Qingmian bird with his own eyes. This is something for a trainer or a cultivator. An inescapable responsibility. If he missed the incubation of the elf egg, it would be difficult to sum up his feelings with regret. But drowsiness was unstoppable. Ting Shu had to take a sip from the water bottle in the backpack, trying to make his brain more awake. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. 2 hours. The wizard egg floats in the nutrient solution, and the frequency of its shaking has been attracting Ting Shu's eye. 3 hours. Until, after a long time passed, Ting Shu had already taken a sip of water for the 4th time, and suddenly choked herself. Ahem. After removing the water bottle, the choked Ting Shu patted his chest a few times, but fortunately, after such a toss, his sleepiness was relieved a bit. He wiped the water stains on his mouth, but before he was relieved, a dazzling white light instantly flooded his eyes. This is... Ting Shu wanted to open his eyes, his brown pupils staring at the elf egg in the container. His calm expression finally changed. Crack! As if it had been stimulated, the culture medium split instantly under the light, and the light blue nutrient solution was sprinkled on the ground, but Ting Shu didn't care about so much at this moment, and reached out and picked up the fixed bottom of the container. The dazzling light of the elf egg dimmed in the process, and finally, only heard a click. The elf egg shell with blue pattern on the white background showed cobweb-like fragments. Ting Shu held his breath in spite of his fast-beating heart. At this moment, he seemed to have no sleep. Come on! Secretly puffed up at this little life, Ting Shu watched this small guy out of his shell with a little nervousness. With an elegant sky blue body and cotton-like fluffy wings, he saw the little guy in front of him hatch smoothly. Ting Shu, it was a sigh of relief. For the smooth birth of the Qingmian bird, he waited a full 7 hours. Unexpectedly, this little guy could stand it. Even when he was on the verge of incubation, he dawdled for 7 hours. It was evening again, and the surrounding area was quiet and peaceful. The green bird flapped its wings gently in the palm of the garden tree, staring blankly at everything outside. Finally, after seeing the garden tree, its body could not help but slowly relax. At the same time, a sense of intimacy rose slowly in my heart. It screamed for joy, as if it wanted to make love to Ting Shu, and Ting Shu himself had an illusion that the Qingmian bird wanted to climb on his head, as if he could stay comfortably like that. After thinking about it for a while, Ting Shu gently sent the Qingmian bird to his head and sat down slowly. For some reason, I really like to sneak on people's heads and disguise them as hats. With wings like cotton, it looks like a cotton ball when it rests gently on a human head. The blue cotton bird has wings that are light and fluffy like cotton. Such elves are not afraid of people. When it falls on a person's head, it looks like a cotton wool hat. The knowledge about the Qingmian bird in his impression appeared in Ting Shu's mind. He knew that this behavior was a natural habit of the Qingmian bird. Feeling the blue cotton bird moving on his head, even though he felt a little awkward, Ting Shu subconsciously didn't bother the little guy. In fact, within a few minutes of effort, this newly born little life was tired of playing and fell asleep quietly on the head of Ting Shu. As for the food prepared by the garden tree, at this time, it is not in a hurry to feed the blue wool bird. After tossing in the nutrient solution for so long, the blue wool bird has absorbed enough nutrients. He stretched out his finger and touched the liquid in the broken container. Ting Shu speculated that at least 70% of the nutrients in the container were absorbed, which is already a very good number. In addition, the environment here is also expected to provide this number. A lot of credit. You know how the ingredients contained in the nutrient solution carefully prepared by Master Shengzong are ordinary? With such a good background, the Qingmian bird is expected to rapidly increase its strength with an extreme explosive posture in its new life. I am afraid that it can grow up in just 1 month. This is why Master Shengzong is confident to proceed. The reason for the bet. Generally speaking, the beginner elves distributed to newcomer trainers in each region are also in the new stage. There are only a few elves who have been delayed. For some reason, they have grown up earlier. This kind of elves are difficult to master for ordinary new trainers, but their strength is often slightly higher. The elves distributed by the alliance belonged to a stage of almost zero foundation at the beginning. At this time, the growth of the elves has just begun. It can best test the training and cultivation level of the trainer. The improvement of the strength of the elves is often guided by the trainer. They are closely related and cannot be separated. Ting Shu is looking forward to the growth of Qingmian bird. But now he is tired. The usual work and rest are quite rigorous. Since leaving Kaihui town, a series of things have gone far beyond Ting Shu's original preparations. Right now, the Qingmian bird fell asleep slowly, and Ting Shu also held up the little guy, and got into the tent. Fortunately, the surrounding environment was not too cold, so they could sleep peacefully. After the night passed, they ushered in a new journey. Chapter 24, The First Battle of the Blue Bird. Early morning. Smoke bursts down the mountain. The Qingmian bird lay on the head of the garden tree dressed in casual clothes, looking at everything curiously. For the newly born little creatures, everything outside is so novel. As the garden tree that accompanied the Qingmian bird at the beginning, even if it is not bound by the pokeball at the moment, the garden tree is also regarded as the only relative of the Qingmian bird. The moment the tree in the court gently placed the newly hatched Qingmian bird on its head, he and the Qingmian bird were destined to be connected. If the trainer accepts a new elf, the elf's first expression is mostly blank and docile. The eyes of the green bird looking at the garden tree are intimacy and dependence. Looking at the little elf green bird that was theoretically his first capture, Ting Shu's smile kept hanging on his face. This little guy with extraordinary potential will be closely connected with Ting Shu's future. Tweet. To welcome the newly rising sun, the garden tree gently stroked the green cotton bird. The Qingmian bird also seemed to enjoy this kind of petting, lying comfortably on the Ting Shu's hair, showing a somewhat lazy appearance. That's not good, Ting Shu said with a faint smile. The 1-month assessment period is still in sight. What awaits him and the Qingmian bird is not leisure and vacation. This month, he and the Qingmian bird will be spent in constant fighting, training, and tempering. Only in this way can we maximize the potential of Qingmian bird. Background. After leaving Kaiyuya town for more than 10 days, Ting Shu got acquainted with Master Sheng Zong, and he has become a junior nurturer himself, and initially received a very satisfied and even surprised second elf, which made Ting Shu full of hope for the future. In order to live up to Master Shenzong's expectations, and to become a trainer of the Qing Miao, this is only 1 month left. He must make full use of what he said, even in the suffering, in order to get the Qing Miao and enter Tianguan Academy. This month's hard work should be worthwhile, not to mention, if he can't bear this bit of suffering, how can he be famous and bring a better life to everyone in the ancient house? When he came, Ting Shu had already marked the place that was determined to be safe, so the place he and Qingmian bird had walked was not too dangerous. Wow wow! When the Ting Shu and Qingmian bird moved forward, the sound of the grass swinging into their ears. Glancing quickly, Ting Shu felt happy, found it. I saw a small insect with a red and white body, a red back with a thorny thorn slowly crawling out, and looking straight at them. Ting Shu naturally cannot wander without purpose. If you want to understand the situation of the Qingmian bird for the first time, you naturally need to find an opponent, but this opponent cannot be too strong. The Qingmian bird is just born, even if the potential is great, the current strength also very weak. In this kind of place, the elves, which are at the bottom of the food chain, naturally become the best choice. However, there are indeed not many spiny tailworms around Yantu Mountain. It took a lot of time for Ting Shu and the others to see one, the hapless guy in front of them. It doesn't know at this moment that it has become a sparring object in Ting Shu's eyes. I once bred a thorn tailworm and evolved to hunt swallowtail butterflies. Ting Shu naturally knew the characteristics of this very common elf. On the whole, the strength of thorn tailworms is not very strong, but if they fall into a life and death crisis, will also release toxins from the spikes on the tail to fight to the death. So, if you don't irritate them too much, they will be a good bully. After all, thorn-tail insects can only hit, spin silk, and poison needles with just a few unique tricks. If you are careful to deal with it, it shouldn't be a problem to hand it over to the cotton bird. Although it is not a natural enemy, it is a bird. Has a natural restraint against spiny tail worms. And Ting Shu is also fully prepared, he has the most basic share of wound medicine and antidote. Okay, this is our first battle on the road to the strong. Ting Shu said encouragingly to Qingmian Yao. As a trainer, although some elves can sometimes be suppressed by personal strength, the most important thing is he is still ordering his little elves to fight. As the controller of a battle, he is a participant but not himself in the battle. After a night of adaptation and growth, the Qingmian bird can already fly in the air on its own. Although it doesn't look smooth, the Ting Shu is already satisfied with it. After a few more days of running in and the wings are more fully developed, the blue cotton bird should be able to fly more leisurely. Regarding the battle, although the Qingmian bird was just born, it is a bit grudge, but its blood is still full of some militant genes, so when it comes to the novel term fighting, the Qingmian bird is also very curious. It can also experience the energy contained in its own body. Some basic tricks seem to be carved in the memory of the elf. Under the order of Ting Shu, the blue bird flew towards the thorn-tail worm, as if to show its awe, and the thorn-tail worm also figured out at this moment that the person who came was not good, but the little guy ran without turning his head. But let Ting Shu breathe a sigh of relief. Swish! A thread was spit out from the mouth of the thorntail worm, which directly frightened the blue cotton bird. With the command of no garden tree, the blue cotton bird was directly attacked from the beginning. Find a solution. On the side, Tingshu calmly watched. Although the elf relies on the command of the trainer, some of the most basic things, such as avoiding tricks, finding opportunities for attack, and catching opponents' mistakes, also need elf. I have a sense of spirituality. It can also be called combat consciousness. These things need to be understood by the elf from the very beginning. If the elf develops its own style, it will be too late to reverse it. The blue cotton bird that was caught by the white insect silk screamed in pain, but after hearing what Tina Shu said, he immediately took a pose and pecked at the insect silk on his body with a sharp beak. The first trick, peck attack. Ting Shu thought silently in her heart that the pecking attack is the most basic trick of the pecking bird, and it is not unusual to make it out, but at this moment, the tip of the pecking bird's beak is obviously shining with a faint white halo, which indicates that the heat of the pecking attack has increased slightly. When using the peck attack, most of the energy can be contained in the beak, then it can be considered as a perfect use. This is a long way for the Qingmian bird to go. Peck? It seems that this trick requires a practice plan. After systematically learning about cultivating elves, Ting Shu knows that most trainers have embarked on a misunderstanding, that is, ignoring the weak or impractical tricks of elves, but as everyone knows, these tricks are possible. The tactical value embodied in the battle is not great, but it is an important point that stimulates the growth of the elf and affects the overall development of the elf from the subtle point. Chapter 25, Feather Dance? Regarding basic tricks, Ting Shu's point of view is that they can drive the understanding of advanced tricks and at the same time play a vital role in promoting the growth of elf. For example, Ting Shu once saw in a newspaper that a trainer with fire-breathing feelings said, he trains 2 small fire dragons at the same time, one of which has good potential and can improve its strength very fast. Less than a year he successfully evolved into a fire-breathing dragon, and quickly realized the trick of Dragon Claw with his outstanding talent. But the other one has always insisted on the most basic training, from the most basic grab tricks, step-by-step comprehend splitting alloy claws and practiced hard, and this little fire dragon has also evolved into a fire-breathing dragon. Later, under deliberate guidance, he also understood the dragon's claws naturally, and the dragon's claws of this little fire dragon were much better than the former in terms of claw strength, sharpness, and smoothness. After some investigation, Ting Shu understood that the basic trick is not as useless as he imagined. Just say grab. In the process of practicing the small fire dragon, you can exercise the strength of the arms, the sharpness of the claws, and the bone strength of the back. This has a significant effect on the alloy claws, splits, and dragon claws that are later understood. Similarly, the growth of the claws also drives the strength of the arms and wings after the evolution. Therefore, most basic tricks have their corresponding value. If you ignore them because you feel that they have no tactical value, then it is a big mistake. Just as Ting Shu was thinking, the Qingmian bird flew towards the spiny tail again. Knowing the attack method of the thorntail worm, the mosquito bird easily escaped the silking, flapping its wings and gliding above the thorntail worm, with its immature beak gleaming faintly. This time it was a peck trick. However, the body of the Alpinia is not very coordinated during flight. When it dives down, its attack is directly avoided by the hastily evasive spiny tail. Although the Alpinia wants to win the chase, the pecking attack only lasts for a long time. In a short time, the trick effect disappeared. Not only the power, duration, but also the control of energy should be practiced. Ting Shu saw something new and pecked at this trick. If the Qingmian bird can control its duration and energy well, it is Qingmian. It's time for the bird to realize chaos. At that time, the Qingmian bird can rely on a simple pecking attack to perform multiple combos, and the situation where this energy dissipates halfway will not happen. However, it also takes a long time to practice. Observing the 2 little elves again, at this moment, seeing the thorntail worms that the green bird stopped attacking, without even thinking about it, they turned their heads, rolled up their bodies, and rushed over quickly. Seeing this scene, the Qingmian bird appeared extremely flustered, flapping its wings quickly, and wanted to fly, but the spiny tail was not far from the Qingmian bird, and the Qingmian bird was in a hurry and could not escape smoothly, but to Tingshu's surprise, although the flaming green cotton bird did not fly, it shed a lot of white cotton-like fluff from its cotton-like wings, swarmed up and became entangled. Spiny tail worm. Cotton defense? Do not. It should be feather dance. Tingshu almost blurted out. Theoretically speaking, the Qingmian bird would not use or even learn this trick. However, through the analysis of Master Shengzong, the Qingmian bird with the double bloodline of Bai Diao and Tanabata blue bird has a very high probability of inheriting this trick. Right now, Tingshu believed this inference, because he had seen the spiny tail worm entangled in the cotton feathers, under the pecking attack of the miraculous green bird, and lost the fighting consciousness. After solving the thorntail worm, the little guy flew towards the garden tree awkwardly waving his wings, and screamed happily, as if he was asking for credit. Good job! Tingshu laughed. It hasn't been long since the Qingmian bird was born. Although the opponent's strength is also very weak, the first victory is already extremely rare for it. This is only the first step. Ting the tree believes that with their joint efforts, the Qingmian bird will become stronger. As a reward, Tingshu gave the Alpinia some snacks that Pokemon likes very much. It instantly made Alpinia more happy, and he couldn't wait to start the next battle. Said with a smile and was not in a hurry. Tingshu took out some simple wound medicine and cleaned up the scars for the thorntail worm. Although the injury was not serious, Tingshu was not stingy because of the battle between the thorntail worm and the cotton bird. The recovered spiny tail nodded and hurried into the grass. At the same time, Tingshu was also preparing to find a safer temporary residence to spend the next month. To live in the wild for a month, water is indispensable, but there is also a gathering place for elves, and the garden trees are not easy to disturb, so he can only find a place that is closer to the water source and is relatively hidden as himself and the green cotton bird. Residence. Tingshu brought a tent and some common travel equipment, so as long as you are careful, there are no other major problems. Finally, after inspecting many places, Tingshu found a total of 3 water sources. This world is different from the Earth. There are no terrible little creatures in the original world in the wild. Generally speaking, the environment is still very good, and the water sources are relatively clean. The tree is ready to use them as drinking water. He has brought some daily drinking water, looking for water sources, just for the more common things like washing. And, to solve the thirst of the blue cotton bird, these water sources are basically occupied by the elves. With the body of the elves, even if these natural water sources are used, they will not cause illness. As for humans, the most serious estimate is the stomach trouble. Kind of, but if it is boiled, then there is basically no problem. After careful selection, Tingshu chose a location on the edge of the mountain, where the environment and terrain are relatively flat, and he also found a very hidden corner, which is not suitable as a temporary residence. The housing problem is solved, and then the food problem. Although the garden tree brings some essential items, there are not many things that can be used to satisfy your hunger. It can't even last for 3 or 4 days, and most of them are Master Shengzong prepared nutrition products for Qingmian bird, so when it comes to his own food, he needs to go to the forest to find some tree fruits, even wild vegetables, mushrooms and the like. At Tingshu's request, Shengzong also prepared some cooking tools and flint and steel for him, so Tingshu needs to cook his own rice in the next days. Fortunately, Tingshu did not do this kind of thing less before, but now he is familiar with the road. Accompanied by the Qingmian bird, he quickly collected several good places to supplement his food, and after selecting the inedible things, they quietly retreated back to where they started. The external problems have been resolved, and the temporary accommodation has been arranged. Then the garden tree should consider serious matters, that is, the training of the blue cotton bird. Although Master Shengzong has repeatedly emphasized that the potential of the Qingmian bird is not bad, although Ting Shu recognizes this kind of thing, he does not catch a cold. Potential, an inexplicable thing, may be reflected in growth, but Ting Shu still believes in acquired hard work. Talent and hard work is the most perfect match. Chapter 26, Get Along. Outside the place that Ting Shu chose to live in, there was a thick wooden stake at this moment, which he happily brought back after encountering it in the forest. At this moment, the green moss bird is lying in the palm of the garden tree, quietly allowing the garden tree to observe. To train the elf, you must first understand it. Whether the trainer or the nurturer, you must be aware of your elf's future, have a clear understanding of positioning and growth. After the blue cotton bird really grows up, it is impossible to peck all over the world with a single move. The pecking trick is at best a catalyst to promote the development of the blue cotton bird and a transition in the current process of improving its strength. The trick is nothing more. For the future Qingmian bird, it is destined to be eliminated. Before this, Ting Shu checked a lot of information about the blue cotton bird. At present, there are only a few tricks known to be used successfully by the newly born blue cotton bird. Pecking, crying, and feather dancing are similar to most newborn elves, with few tricks. So now, Ting Shu can only start training through pecking tricks. Before that, Ting Shu helped the Alpinia to do training on flying. As a flying elf, he must be proficient in flying as soon as possible. Although with growth, Alpinia would easily transform it into instinct. But now that time is tight, Ting Shu can only include this as one of the tasks. At the same time, physical training is also indispensable. This training has a very important effect on most elves and cannot be abandoned. Right now, the blue bird has just been born, and the best physical training is to keep waving its wings and flying around, which is very helpful to its growth. In addition to this, the big wooden stakes that Ting Shu took back played an important role in the training of pecking tricks. In the beginning, the immature beak of the Qingmian bird could only leave a small white mark on the big wooden stake, without any lethality at all. But with continuous use, the light permeating the beak began to increase significantly, giving Ting Shu hope. Qingmian bird did not live up to Master Shenzong's evaluation of its great potential. After a dozen times of use of it, he can already see obvious progress. Although it is still far from perfect display, it can also indirectly show that Qingmian bird's ascent speed is quite good. Every time you train for a period of time, the Alpinia must add nutrition to keep up with this fast-paced improvement. Don't worry, relax, and feel the energy changes carefully. Seeing the Qingmian bird accidentally hit the wooden post without success when using the peck trick, Ting Shu comforted its aggrieved gaze and said, "Because the blue bird was born not long ago, it was unable to insist on too much training, so after a certain level of tasks, Ting Shu asked the blue bird to stop training. It's still the first day that the Qingmian bird started training. Although time is tight, it can't exceed the load." In addition to training, Ting Shu also talks and chats with Qingmian bird. Lying on the ground, looking at the blue sky, the green cotton bird also hovered on the garden tree. They just lay down comfortably, enjoying a short leisure time. While chatting, Ting Shu told Qing Mianyao about his experience. "Just like that, I was picked up by Grandma Oran in the green old house. And a year ago, I met the hunting swallowtail butterfly. It was a spiny tailworm at first, almost like the little guy you just started to fight against. What are you guys doing now? It's been a while since I left the green ancient house. But right now, it's not the time to go back. If there is a chance, I will definitely introduce you to everyone in Qingguia." Bit by bit, he talked about his experiences with the Qingmian bird, and the Qingmian bird was also listening carefully. Sometimes the Ting Shu and the Qingmian bird looked forward to the future. No matter how difficult things were, the Qingmian bird would respond in one go. "I am full of confidence, and I don't know if it understands it or not. Oh, it's getting late, it's time to get some food. After talking for a long time, the two guys were still thinking about it, but Ting Shu's grumbling belly screamed now, and he had to prepare food. Ting Shu felt that the food he cooked was pretty good, but he didn't know whether it was made by cooking and honed by himself in the previous life, or the experience of taking care of the children in Qingguia, or whether the ingredients in this world are very high quality. After everything was handled, it was about to enter the night again. This was the third night since Ting Shu entered Yantu Mountain, and it was also a sign of the end of the first day when Ting Shu and Qingmian Bird got along. After a day of running in, Ting Shu has a general understanding of the condition of the Qingmian Bird. For tomorrow's special training, Ting Shu is also more fully and rigorously prepared, which is much more important than today's task. At the beginning of the training, Ting Shu planned to let the Qingmian Bird focus on practice. As for the actual combat, Ting Shu decided to postpone it later. And for himself, Ting Shu is not ready to relax. He has some books prepared by Master Sheng Zong, which can enrich his leisure time. From now on, Ting Shu has been preparing for the assessment of intermediate educators. The assessment of intermediate educators is also once a year. Compared with the primary assessment, the intermediate assessment will not add any new content, but only in the existing. It's something that gives examiners a restriction or extends the content vertically. It can be said that now letting a person who has just passed the primary educator's examination to participate in the intermediate assessment will not end in a miserable end. Just the intermediate assessment, the core is to choose the best. If the level of this session is not very good, the quota will not be relaxed. Intermediate breeders already have the qualifications to apply to the Alliance for a breeding house, and the most important requirement for handling a breeding house is that the handler must have the knowledge level above the intermediate breeder. Of course, there are also some illegal feeding houses in the private sector. Most of them are privately managed. Although it does not affect the establishment, in terms of credibility, specifications, and entrustment options, feeding houses that have not passed the legal certificate of the Alliance should be trusted. Moreover, with the increase of trainers, there are often some breeding houses built to defraud the elves, which seriously damages the reputation of similar industries. Therefore, the Alliance is also considering whether to raise the threshold for handling the breeding houses and make them nurturing exclusive work for home. If the elementary cultivator is a starting point, then the intermediate cultivator has the capital to benefit his knowledge. Let's rest. After closing the notebook, Ting Shu smiled at the Qingmian Bird who was still with him. He could see that the Qingmian Bird had been very tired after a day of training. It was just because of himself. Xiao, the guy can't just fall asleep. So Ting Shu put down his notebook and lay down himself. Chapter 27, The Second Genetic Trick. Yantu Mountain. In a blink of an eye, 3 days have passed since Qingmian Bird began to carry out targeted training. This is already the 6th day and night that Ting Shu came to Yantu Mountain. In the past few days, Ting Shu really felt what it was like to be a savage. The atmosphere of being isolated for a long time, even though he was accompanied by the blue bird, it still made him feel a little uncomfortable. In 2 days, the main task is to train the mosquito bird. You can already use the peck tricks familiarly. At the same time, the training for flying has also achieved very good results. Now it is definitely not the case when it was just born. An unstable state. Although the power is enough, it is not flexible enough. Looking at the blue wool bird who was still pecking the steak, Ting Shu thought secretly. From the very beginning, it only pecked a pale white marked cotton bird on a wooden post, but now it can peck a cavity. This is undoubtedly a big improvement for itself. The garden tree is also very satisfied with the cotton bird. The results of progress. In addition, the control of the Qingmian bird's energy has also improved a lot. A pecking trick, it can already disperse the energy 2 or 3 times, although the power will be relatively weak, but Ting Shu can see from it. The prototype of the chaotic sudden trick. I believe that after a little tempering, Qingmian bird will master it better. In addition, these are not the most important results of these 2 days. What surprised Ting Shu was that the Qingmian bird took the initiative to comprehend, and it can also be said that it has awakened its second genetic trick, high-speed movement. Not surprisingly, this trick should also be the comparison of Qingmian bird inherited from Master Sheng Zong. One day ago, they went to collect food with Ting Shu. After they met a real fruit lying in ambush and waiting to scare the people, Ting Shu was fine, but the little guy, Qing Miao, was terrible. The little guy who had not yet matured in his heart was directly frightened by the real fruit, and flew in a hurry. This fright did not matter. What did not make Ting Shu think that it was at this time, Qing the Mian bird actually learned to move at high speed, and the speed showed a significant increase. In the end, because of the failure to control the speed, the Mian bird lost its balance, but fortunately, it was caught by the garden tree and did not suffer much damage. Qingmian bird has just mastered ordinary flight, and now it is very difficult to control high-speed movement, so Ting Shu did not force it, but temporarily added high-speed movement to one of his daily training tasks. It is also worth mentioning that under the catalysis of the fruit configuration of King Ying Luo prepared by Ting Shu in advance, the proud voice of the Qingmian bird clan can be regarded as preliminary growth. Originally, it would take about a week for the throat of a newly born green bird to mature, but with the wisdom of a nurturing family, this time was greatly shortened here in the garden tree. The throat is mature, which means that the Qingmian bird can initially use its voice to show its own racial characteristics. On the basis of calling, through the guidance of Ting Shu, Qingmian bird has learned to sharpen the voice and use the weakened version of the scare trick, but Ting Shu estimates that the Qing Miao bird's scare trick is now, maybe it's just as lethal as the scary acorn. As for wanting to scare the more mature elves, even if they are timid by nature, the chances should be small. In addition to scare tricks, Ting Shu is still teaching the Qingmian bird sing tricks. Singing, sing a soft song to make the other party sleep. In essence, the trick of singing is not fixed, nor can it be directly understood. It requires some talent of the elf or guidance of foreign objects. At present, the elf known to be the most flexible and proficient in singing tricks is Fat Ding. The peculiarity of Fat Ding is that they have vocal cords that can freely change the wavelength of their sound, and can sing the wavelength of the most hypnotizing opponent. Obviously, Qingmian bird does not possess this. After the Qingmian bird evolves into the Tanabata blue bird, the sound characteristics will gradually show its own characteristics, high pitch, lasting and moving. Therefore, if you want to master the singing skills skillfully, it will inevitably work hard, but if you control the practice time to the right point, it will also have a certain effect on tempering the voice of the singing bird. It is a pity that Ting Shu does not have a Fat Ding wavelength spectrum, and cannot give much guidance on the singing skills of the Qingmian bird, and can only give suggestions to the Qingmian bird based on some common sense and misunderstandings seen in his memory. In this practice, Ting Shu also made plans after getting to Yanta Mountain. This is basically all the achievements of Qingmian bird in the past 2 days. Although it is still very weak, it is not a small improvement compared to 2 days ago. After 2 days of basic training, Ting Shu hesitated, wondering if he should look for some little elves to let Qingmian bird carry out a bit of actual combat. But think about it carefully, the current attacking tricks of the Mian bird are really pitiful. The pecking attack with a slightly increased power can be used continuously, but the power will be reduced a lot. The slight scare can only be regarded as one. In addition, when moving at high speed, he can barely use his whole body strength, and the impact caused by high speed will cause serious bumping tricks, which really makes Ting Shu suspect the actual combat possibility. It can even be said that the current actual combat ability of Qingmian bird is the level of the beginner elf that each region has issued for newcomer trainers. After all, every beginner elf has been nurtured and trained by the Union's assembly line. From birth, a 1-month adaptation period for newcomer trainers has begun to ensure that the initial elf can be the fastest the trainer takes control and goes into battle. This is something that the newly born elves do not possess. Sand, sand, sand. Wading through the grass, the Ting Shu took the green cotton bird and plunged into the forest. At present, Qingmian bird does not have the unique skill to achieve an absolute effect in actual combat. This is a weakness of the current Qingmian bird. The skill is too single and basic. But this is also normal. After all, this little guy is only a few days old, and everything needs a process of adaptation. Moreover, the blue cotton bird has not yet entered the high-speed period of growth and development. Some things are really hard to come by. After leaving the juvenile stage, the blue cotton bird can more easily understand some things. In this regard, Ting Shu can only find a way by himself. After pondering for a long time, Ting Shu really thought of an idea, but unfortunately he didn't have the corresponding preparation in his hands now, so he had to bring the Qing Miao bird to the forest again. Chapter 28, Blessings of Nature. There are many wild plants and fruits in the forest. Some are edible and some are inedible. However, compared to the earth, the safety of crops in this world is much higher. Ting Shu was walking in a forest in Yantu Mountain at this time. Just a moment ago, he and Qing Mian Yao unfortunately encountered a proboscis, which likes pranks more than acorns. Fortunately, the other party's temperament was not too bad, and after Ting Shu gave a little food, he sent this guy away. That's it. Catching a red fruit pecked off by the Qingmian bird, the garden tree's eyes lit up. Picking up the red fruit, the garden tree got close and smelled it, and after repeated confirmation, it showed a delighted look. Let's go on. At the Qingmian bird commanded, the Ting Shu and the Qingmian bird became busy again. They didn't pick too many red fruit trees, just 3 or 4, and they walked toward other places again. Ting Shu's goal is not only cocoa fruit, he needs more available fruit, the more the better. Ting Shu has not paid too much attention to the types of fruit in this area before, so he has to reconfirm it. This is a bitter grape? It's a pity it's useless. Ting Shu shook his head again when he encountered another kind of fruit. To be honest, in such an undeveloped field, although there are many types of fruit in the forest, the distribution is chaotic, and there are very few suitable garden trees. After a lot of effort, Ting Shu picked 4 cocoa fruits, 3 passion fruits, 3 green mucos, and 2 guava fruits. Put the 12 tree fruits in the backpack as if they were treasures, and then the garden tree was satisfied and returned with a happy mood. Maybe there are more garden trees in the forest around Yantu Mountain, but now he only finds these in this area, and he hasn't finished picking the fruits, and there are some remaining, all of which are recorded by him. When needed, he will naturally come again. Cocoa fruit, the most important thing is the core, but the flesh is second. The core contains rich fire elements. If you want to understand the fire attribute trick, it is also a good choice, but what we have to do is not let you learn the fire trick, but let you use this core to explode all the energy of this stone fruit in a one-time way. Grinding the core of the cocoa fruit, the garden tree said to the green bird. Ting Shu moves very fast. He has seen this knowledge in the book and has conducted more in-depth research. The only difference is practice. With knowledge as the backing, although it was not smooth at the beginning, slowly, Ting Shu's movements changed from unfamiliar to skilled. If you want to grind the fruit core without destroying the structure, you need a lot of assistance and techniques, and Ting Shu also does it very carefully to avoid accidents. Natural favor, this trick is a very opportunistic trick. Ting Shu said. Qing Mian Yao stared at him, not knowing why. Ting Shu patiently explained the principles of natural blessings, and the blue cotton birds were listening carefully. Compared with the new comprehension, natural blessings are undoubtedly a better choice for the current blue cotton birds. The advantage of this trick is that it can be used easily by figuring out the principle, and there is no problem of proficiency. The core of the trick depends entirely on the fruit itself. As for power, although it is also closely related to the strength of the elf, the growth of natural grace is still relatively low compared to other tricks. However, relatively speaking, the basis of this trick is also considered to be the higher one among most tricks. The elf attacks with the power obtained from the tree fruit, and the tree fruit it carries is different, and the unique skills and power are also different. The attribute is easy to say. It represents the nature of the tree fruit. The power partly depends on the age of the tree fruit, and partly depends on the degree of processing by the trainer, which is the so-called energy utilization rate, and the carrier carried by a certain trick of the elf. Aspect. The cocoa fruit contains the energy core with fire attributes. After being processed by the garden tree, the Qingmian bird can store the energy in it at one time. When necessary, it will burst out at once to form a new trick, which is the so-called blessings of nature. Cocoa fruit can give a carrier the unique fire attribute, and the other tree fruits picked by the garden tree, passion fruit, green mucosa, and guava. Each can bring the effects of water attribute, flight attribute, and dragon attribute. To find these, Ting Shu was very satisfied. It took about half an hour for Ting Shu to process a core of cocoa fruit. At this moment, the core can already directly use the energy in it. After processing a tree fruit, Ting Shu did not immediately take the Qingmian bird to practice, but continued to process other tree fruits. The key to the cocoa fruit lies in the core. Some of the other fruits are the same and some are different. According to the principles, the garden tree prepares one by one. With the first experience, his subsequent processing can be considered smooth. During this period, Ting Shu had already opened up the blue cotton bird, let it do basic training again. Time passed quickly, and the tree in the court recovered from the production. The blue bird was flying, attacking the feather dance it had created with its peck trick. Cotton-like feathers were scattered in the air. At this moment, the blue cotton bird seemed to shuttle in the sea of clouds. In the end, the feathers fell, bit by bit, and the feather dance that had been pecked to pieces, fell like cotton rain, and it was beautiful. Take a rest first. Ting Shu smiled. At this moment, the training performed by Qingmian bird is the coordinated direction of the trick, and it can also be regarded as the basis of the gorgeous competition. From the beginning, Ting Shu has prepared to let the Qingmian bird also pay attention to these things. Ting Shu believes that even in the gorgeous competition, there must be the reason for its existence. The coordination and connection between the elves' tricks can also play a vital role in the battle. This is why, in most places, the last game in the rules of the gorgeous competition will be played in the form of a battle. It is to examine whether the elves can make good use of the gorgeous tricks in performances in actual combat, and make them effective, not just an empty shelf for viewing. Therefore, this is why the coordinator is also called the coordination trainer. But not everyone agrees with this point of view. Most coordinators value the performance of the elf's tricks, but ignore the battle, but due to the rules of the convention, they can't complain. In fact, not everyone is keen on elves fighting. The rule of the last stage in the gorgeous contest restricts many outstanding players who love the gorgeous performance of elf tricks but do not like fighting. But these have nothing to do with Ting Shu. Although he respects those trainers who are keen on acting, such as Rina, who does not like fighting between elves, it does not mean that he will also reject it. Said, whatever is good, subjective emotions can rarely affect him. Ting Shu will naturally not possess this kind of psychology of repelling fighting. After all, elf fighting and the most traditional trainer are the mainstream of this world. Perhaps after a long period of development, there will be a fairly large-scale competition focusing on pure performance between elf and trainer in the future, but these are not what Ting Shu is concerned about. Chapter 29, vs Lotus Leaf Kid. Another 2 days, the smoke bursts down the mountain. This is the 8th day and night Ting Shu has been here. A day ago, Qingmian bird had completely finished the basic training and learned the principle of natural blessing. At present, the pecking trick of the Qingmian bird can already peck out the cracks on the stake. If it is changed to the chaotic mode, you can use the pecking trick for 3 to 5 times. The average power of each time is about the pecking trick. 40% 60%. As for the high-speed movement, the mosquito is still not well controlled, not to mention the collision in the high-speed mode, but Ting Shu originally did not expect the moss to rely on this trick with its small body. Feather dance, this genetic trick is quite satisfactory. And the blessings of nature, even though the Qingmian bird has learned it, in the first 2 times, it was unavoidable to waste 2 energy trees produced by the garden tree. Little guy, are you sure to let it be your opponent? At the moment in front of Tingshu and the others, was a lotus leaf boy looking for a clean water source. Tingshu has never seen this elf nearby, and probably broke into this area accidentally. The lotus leaf boy rarely walks on the ground, and usually lives on the surface of ponds and lakes, but if the water source is lost, if their leaves wilt, they will weaken, and they will immediately move on land occasionally to find a new source of clean water. If Tingshu guessed correctly, this lotus leaf boy should be lost. Tweet Qingmian bird hesitated and called for confirmation. Okay, let me communicate. Taking out some clean water source from the lake from the backpack, the garden tree pushed aside the grass and walked in front of Lian Yi boy. Tingshu's method is very simple. He promised clean water and brought the lotus leaf boy to search for the lake in exchange for a battle between it and the Mombi bird. The process was simple and smooth. Although he was a little vigilant at first, he was in the court. After the tree took out the water source, Lian Xiaotong still happily agreed. Are you ready? Tingshu raised his head, looked at the blue cotton bird that had already flown from his head, and asked. At the same time, little Lian Ye regained his vitality in a bottle of clear water in the garden tree, full of energy. Glancing at each other, Tingshu could find that the 2 elves were already eager to try. It seems to be ready, let's start fighting. Tingshu showed an unexpected look. He didn't expect that little Lian Ye was also a militant. It seemed that Qingmian bird could have a good time fighting this time. After arriving in a clearing and making rough preparations, Tingshu asked 2 elves to be distributed on both sides of the field. After this stone falls to the ground, even if the battle begins, pay attention. Explained to little Lian Ye, Tingshu pointed to the stone in his hand and made a throwing motion. When little Lian Ye understood, he nodded. Later, Tingshu stepped aside and threw the stone into the air forcefully. The stone slowly rises until it reaches a critical point and then falls quickly. With the sound of boom, the stone hit the ground. After hearing the sound, little Lian Yi directly launched an offensive. His body was filled with blue light, and a bunch of bubbles were spit out. The chaotic bubbles floated, and the Qingmian bird was not in a hurry. At this moment, it was no longer comparable to the little guy who fought with the spiny tail a few days ago. Looking at bubbles calmly, this is the first thing Tingshu taught Qingmian bird: learn to be in danger, trust the trainer, and wait for the trainer's command. The Qingmian bird performed well. When bubbles came in front of him, it did not take the initiative to evade or attack. The Qingmian bird knew that this battle would be played as a fairy in the garden, instead of fighting alone, so it waiting for Tingshu's order. The 3 factors that determine the outcome of the elf battle are the command of the trainer, the strength of the elf, and the 3 external factors. The external factors are ignored for the time being. The command is his own business, and the strength of the elf does not only include on the surface. The meaning of strength also contains many aspects such as combat awareness, judgment, and reaction. In the battle, facing some special circumstances, the trainer may be affected, causing errors such as late command orders. At this time, the elf's own prejudgment of the battle situation appeared. An elf who only waited for the trainer's command, and an elf with his own subjective combat awareness, but obeyed the trainer's command, from both inside and outside. Fighting from different angles, you can realize the meaning of the trainer at or before the trainer's order, and execute it perfectly, so as to be in line with the trainer's mind, which is strong and weak, and the judgment is immediately superior. Tingshu hopes to nurture the Qingmian bird into an elf who believes in the command of the trainer, but also has a rich combat awareness. This practice requires a deep bond and trust understanding between the trainer and the elf. The road is still long. Tingshu is not in a hurry for success. Everything must start from scratch. Chaos. When the order was issued quickly and neatly, the Qingmian bird immediately understood the meaning of the garden tree, and the white light on the beak flickered, facing the coming bubbles. Without flinching, it began to attack in the direction with the least bubbles and the loosest. Flap! Pop! Pop! 3 consecutive bubbles were pecked, and the Qingmian bird flew towards the lotus leaf boy with a forward momentum. The light on the beak did not dissipate. At this moment, the green bird attacked from the air and wanted to solve the lotus leaf boy directly with a peck trick, but the lotus leaf boy did not sit still and threw a green light similar to a vine, trying to entangle the fly. Coming green cotton bird. Absorb. The energy vines filled with green light are filled with countless small holes. If they are bound, the physical strength of the Qingmian bird will be continuously absorbed away. Therefore, Ting Shu gave the command to retreat. Fly back into the air. After hearing this, Qingmian Yao cancelled the attack hastily, and quickly flew back into the air, just avoiding absorption. However, the actions of the Lianyi boy did not stop. From the connection of the Lianyi boy's tricks, Ting Shu knew that the Lianyi boy was not like a blue bird, at least had his own fighting experience. Pump! More and more powerful bubbles were blown out, and instantly flew towards the blue bird in the air at a very neat angle. The bubble light, which can also be said to be the promotion trick after the bubble trick was very proficient, was by Lian Yetongzi. I used it cleverly at this time. No way, move at high speed to avoid it. Shaking his head, with Qingmian bird's current methods, there are limited ways to avoid this trick. The immature high-speed movement has become the most practical one. Compared with the modest dodge, the movement of the Matsumoto is very dexterous when moving at high speed. It swishes and jumps over the burst range of the foam. The Matsumoto is lucky. Although it was not able to control the high speed this time, at least he didn't hit an obstacle, but stopped with lingering fears. Chapter 30, Rice Spoon Snake. Fight back! Frightened. The Qingmian bird flew away with a towering and sharp cry, directly causing the lotus leaf boy to stand up, and back slightly, showing an uncomfortable expression. However, it can be seen that the effect of the scare trick is not obvious. At this moment, Lian Yitongzi clearly has a strong consciousness to overcome, and the fear effect is only instantaneous, and the Matsumoto himself will take the lead in cancelling the trick because his throat cannot bear it. Take advantage of this, natural grace. With a buzz, the silver ripples came out from the screaming wave, directly turning into a silver sharp blade, and flew towards the lotus leaf boy. This is the natural blessing of flight attributes, brought by the processed green fruit of the garden tree with the special effect of, Qingmian bird is now using its cry as a carrier to release this trick in the form of sound waves. The silver light wave was fast, and the trick that suddenly spit out from the green cotton beak really frightened Lian Yi boy. Faced with the threat in front of him, Lian Yi boy was also unambiguous, directly mobilizing the power of the surrounding nature, ying-ying the green light condensed instantly, forming a small green ball of light. The force of nature, a unique trick that is similar to the grace of nature, is even simpler, faster, and time-saving and labor-saving than the grace of nature. It is a pity that Qingmian Yao can't learn this trick. At the moment where the Tingshu and the others are fighting, there is a grassy area surrounded by lush trees, and some areas are overgrown with grass. In such an environment, the lotus leaf child can easily mobilize the energy of the drafting wood. Although it is very weak, it can indeed cause damage. The small green ball of light collided with the silver blade, directly causing a faint crackling sound, and the reaction force directly swept the two little guys. The Qingmian bird didn't have a stable body shape in front of the attacking airflow, and was directly blown into the air, looking very embarrassed. The lotus leaf boy is not so lucky. It is too late to use the trick. The energy that erupts from the final collision of the trick is mostly emitted near the lotus leaf boy. The reaction force directly pushes the small lotus leaf boy. Got out. Seeing this scene, Ting Shu prepared the wound medicine, and the battle should be over at this point. The next step is his job, to help the elf solve the hidden dangers after the battle. Blue Mian bird, Lian Ye boy, are you okay? hurried forward. Ting Shu looked at the two elves, but fortunately they didn't suffer much damage, especially the green Mian bird, who was just born just now. The body is still immature, but cannot be easily injured. Fortunately, the battle ended in a timely manner. The strength of the two elves is not too strong. The aftermath of the battle did not cause much damage, except for excessive physical consumption. Minor scratches are also harmless. In the garden tree, after helping them solve the problem, the two little guys started to live again. How do you feel about the match this time? The Qingmian bird landed on Ting Shu's head. Listening to Ting Shu's question, the one who jumped didn't know how to answer, as if he was very dissatisfied with his performance. Haha, just keep working hard, let's thank the boy with the lotus leaf first. Ting Shu smiled, and gently stroked the green bird, and together with it thanked the boy with the lotus leaf, and started fulfill your promise and take the lotus leaf boy to find a source of water. There are 3 lakes that Ting Shu knows about here. They are all suitable for the lotus leaf boy to stay temporarily. Ting Shu and the others chose the nearest place. The lake is not far away. After a long time, they came to the lake and crossed over. You can see the lake behind this piece of grass. But at this moment, the corner of Ting Shu's eyes suddenly swept a burst of red light, which made his heart burst into fright and screamed badly. He quickly stopped the Lian Yi boy. The Ting Shu's feet were stagnant, but the Ting Shu who had just stopped, saw a figure crawling out of the grass opposite, staring at them badly. Rice spoon snake! With an exclamation, Ting Shu secretly had bad luck, and the rice spoon snake is not a good kind, and often has a strong sense of attack. This is not a good experience. Let's run! Ting Shu shouted directly, looking at the still dazed Qingmian bird and lotus leaf boy. At this moment, the 2 little elves also reacted, looking at the spoon snake that had a sharp tail and opened its mouth in an unkind manner, and turned to run towards them. At the same time, the lotus leaf boy did not forget to block the rice spoon snake, and directly threw out a bubble of light. After seeing the behavior of Lian Yetong Zi, Qingmian bird also wanted to help a little bit, and wanted to scare away the rice spoon snake with a sharp cry. However, the 2 elves struggled to resist, but they did not arouse any waves in the heart of the rice spoon snake. It was just a wave of the poisonous tail, and the bubble light trick was dissipated without any effect. As for scare, for the rice spoon snake, it did not arouse the other party's attention. Boom! Just when the rice spoon snake stared at the 2 elves like a mockery, a stone hit its head directly, making the rice spoon snake sluggish. Run, don't irritate it! Ting Shu slapped the dust on his hands, and Ting Shu shouted directly, without any awareness of what he had done. The level is estimated to be much worse. The 2 elves and Ting Shu ran away in a hurry. While the Ting Shu was sprinkled with snake powder, they did not forget to smile. The rice spoon snake is soaked with venomous sharp tail, directly letting the tree dispel the idea of fighting with the 2 elves and combining his human wisdom with the rice spoon snake. Ting Shu didn't want to be touched by the venom of the spoon snake in the wilderness, even a little bit, so escape is the best choice at present. Perhaps we should prepare some traps for this situation. Takaki thought while running. Although the strength of the rice spoon snake is definitely much higher than that of the blue cotton bird, if you dig a big hole and let it fall into it, then use a stone to bomb it with the natural blessing of the blue cotton bird, should it be solved? While thinking about how to deal with the rice spoon snake, Niwa suddenly recalled the plot of the animation in his previous life. To be honest, for Ting Shu, the anime Pokemon, for him, was just a streamlined one when he was a child. It belongs to childhood memories and has not been studied in depth. It is like a character. I wrote down a few more important roles, other people, forget about it, or else just ignore it, and the plot, in the impression, is only the few more classic clips and some more special scenes. In the animation, loopholes exist. After experiencing this real world and integrating himself into this world, Ting Shu finally chose to no longer believe in the unreasonable things in the animation for the sake of creating drama, but to treat this world as a stranger. Looking at the place, learning bit by myself, this is also true. After experiencing his own exploration, Ting Shu found many things that could not be explained in anime. Only after getting a deeper understanding, did Ting Shu realize that this world is not just a short story surrounding the original work. Everyone has their own lifestyle, their own dreams, and the stories told in anime are still too monotonous for a real world. Is it not catching up? Panting and looking behind him, Ting Shu and the two elves stopped. Sure enough, the specially prepared snake repellent powder worked. Under the unpleasant smell, the rice spoon snake returned directly. Tweet unwillingly screamed. Qing Mian Yao was a little depressed. No need to do this, you will become stronger, and within a month, you will definitely be able to defeat it. Ting Shu comforted the sentimental little guy, and smiled helplessly. The lotus leaf boy also screamed at this time, and together he comforted the blue cotton bird. In his view, avoiding is not afraid, but not fighting meaningless. The blue cotton bird is just born, but it is not like the lotus living in the wild. Yetongzi also has the experience of survival in nature. In order to avoid encountering the rice spoon snake again, Ting Shu applied snake repellent powder to his clothes a little, and then took the lotus leaf boy to a new direction to find another lake. In this way, the forest was rustling through the grass. The voice sounded again. Chapter 31, Future. Qingyu, the orphanage in this small autumn leaf town, has been a bit lonely since Ting Shu left. The children seem to have grown up suddenly. Ting Shu's behavior more or less made them understand Qingyu. Regarding the current situation, Grandma Oran only sighed silently. It's been so long, where is Ting Shu brother now? Sitting on the eaves, Rena looked up at the sky, her feelings of worrying about Ting Shu still not dissipated. Hey, Rena, come down quickly, the house is too dangerous. Under the house, a brown-haired Yang shouted anxiously. After making Rena grimacing for a while, he slowed down unwillingly. What a shout! Rena pouted and said with an unhappy face. You. Shaking his head helplessly, Yang didn't know how to make Rena obedient. I am afraid that only Ting Shu can do this. Brother Yang, you are about to be 10 years old soon. You are not going to leave like brother Ting Shu. Seeing Yang's angry expression, Lina reminded of Ting Shu at the beginning. Suddenly something said sadly. This. Rena's question was regarded as asking Yang, leaving him in a daze, not knowing how to answer. In addition to Ting Shu, the child here in Qingyu is his older, and he can more or less understand Ting Shu's actions, but, for traveling, Yang lacks the most basic confidence. Is it really that easy? Even now, there is not even a little elf. Compared with Ting Shu Ji, I do not have his knowledge, nor do I have to hunt swallowtail butterflies, and I have no formal training. The guarantee of home. There was a silence, but the most basic self-esteem in my heart still made Yang show an ugly smile. Maybe. It may be a year, it may be 2 years, it may be 10 years old, which is the legal age for children to stand on their own feet, or a few more years. Every child has to face a choice of his own, and no one can escape. Yang who admires the garden tree, Hutai who heartlessly wants to taste delicious food from all over the world, yearning for the small loss of a coordinator, wants to inherit the greenhouse of Akiya, wants to become a big star Mumu, and Rena dream become a search officer who catches the bad guys who hurt the elf. Everyone has their own pursuits, but factors such as the old house, birthplace, and other factors restrict them, leaving them to face reality helplessly. I really envy Ting Shu brother. With a sigh in his heart, Yang looked outside the Qinggu house. The other direction, Kana City. Inside a luxurious building. Master Shengzong stroked his beard and turned on the communication device. A message from Joey Chun came from it. Have you made a decision, little girl? Master Shengzong smiled. He knew that he, a student, would not follow the path of most people in the family. With such a talent, How could a middle-level nurturer know her is her limit? Click click click. A burst of electricity passed through the communication device, and the screen turned black and slowly white, and Zhou Yushun's head appeared on it. Xiao Chun, who had been recognized by the family, once again communicated with the teacher about his future direction. After talking for a long time, the two people's topic slowly came to Ting Shu, and Master Shengzong smiled comfortedly when he mentioned the boy. The current situation is pretty good, maybe in the future, you can still meet. Half of the training time has passed, and it seems that everything is going well now. After all, Master Shengzong has not received any news here, which means that Ting Shu's performance is fairly good. Master Shengzong looks forward to it. Within a month, how far can Ting Shu, a newcomer from a low birth level, take the Qingmian bird with him? Qingmian bird, has he awakened his dragon talent? Liulai City, Liulai Museum. Mikri looked at Manus, who had lost the ability to fight helplessly, with a wry smile. I lost to you again, Dao. Opposite him, a young man with silver and blue hair smiled and said to Mikali, you have to come on. My strength has improved again, Dao. Mikali's master, Adam, who served as the referee for this friendly match, was also amazed by Dao's strength. I originally thought that his apprentice's talent was scary enough. There are days outside the world, and there are people outside the world. Just say that Mikali, the son of the president of Duan Manufacturing Co., Limited, was born with a superior background, and his strength is more than that of Mikali. You are already preparing to challenge that position, right? Dao. Looking at the young people with a bit of exclamation, Adam said, it seems that the top throne in Feng Yuan will be yours in the future. Whether it is Dao or Mikali, in terms of strength and talent, they are all first-class powerful, and even Adam, a veteran trainer, has to be convinced. There are two outstanding new generation trainers like them in Feng Yuan, which made Adam sigh with emotion. Yes, the old man at home urged too tightly, but I am not interested in these positions. If possible, I would rather travel around and collect some of my favorite stones. Dao smiled awkwardly. But, the master's throne is not so easy to sit firmly. Now there are a lot of talented trainers. At this moment, Mikali suddenly thought of something and said with a smile. Oh? You mean, the two little guys you talked about last time? Adam was curious. Dao, it was the first time he heard it, and couldn't help but poke his ears. Yes. I succeeded in passing the assessment of a junior nurturer at the age of 10. One of them, after my investigation, was born an orphan. You also know the difficulty of the junior nurturer assessment, for an age just enough to become a newcomer for the trainer, how difficult it is. Mikri smiled. In order to cope with the junior trainer's assessment, he has made a lot of preparations. Although it was a temporary motive under Dao's suggestion, this among them, the biggest credit is his years of experience and good education. Dao was startled when he heard the words, 10 years old, that's really amazing. Even if my family invited a master to teach me, I only passed the assessment when I was 12 years old. 10 years old, the lowest passing age in the history of nurturing family, naturally has its extraordinary features. Interesting newcomers, looking forward to their growth. With the continuous expansion of the Pokémon League to various regions, branches have been established in new unknown regions, the welfare of trainers has been increased, the Alliance Conference has been greatly popularized, and the burden of becoming a trainer has been reduced. Whether it is Adam, Dao, or Mikri seems to have seen the scene of talented trainers constantly emerging in the next few years. With the continuous development of technology, the standard of living will also improve. Elves are known as human friends, partners, and helpers. Sooner or later, they will walk into every family. Regardless of their origin, becoming a trainer may no longer be out of reach. Things, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. Guandu, Feng Yuan, Shanao, and even Hezhong places will print the footprints of many trainers, and 100 flowers will contend. Chapter 32, End of the Experience. On the other hand, after gradually adapting to life in the wild, Ting Shu started a new round of training with the green cotton bird. Basics, tricks, actual combat, theory, tactics, emotion. In order to meet the next final assessment, Ting Shu has tried his best to work with Qing Mianyao through various methods. In this way, it has been nearly a month since Ting Shu entered Yantu Mountain. The more than 20 days of getting along with each other has also caused a surge in the relationship between the green cotton bird and the garden tree. In this forest, too many sweat and laughter have been experienced by the garden tree and the garden tree together. Wow! Malilo jumped out of the surface of the lake and set off a white wave. Above the sky, the Qingmian bird exhaled a blue breath and directly hit Molly Lolai back into the water, ending the battle easily. Well done! Ting Shu gave a satisfied smile after catching the pounced green cotton bird. The 1-month trial period is about to end. He sees the progress of the Qingmian bird, and he feels a sense of accomplishment, but he is also more and more happy for the Qingmian bird. After another 20 days of training, the strength of the Qingmian bird has undergone earth-shaking changes. The current Qingmianyao is no longer the cowardly little guy who was just born, and even better than the many beginner elves distributed to newcomers. Since the birth of Qingmian bird, it has now entered the fastest growing stage, and has realized 2 genetic tricks one after another, and therefore learned the trick of use yet. Driven by the feather dance, Qingmian bird successfully comprehended cotton defense. The high-speed movement can now also be used initially by the Qingmian bird, and there will no longer be a situation where the movement cannot be controlled. It's just a pity that Ting Shu feels that Qing Mianyao has not understood the great trick of dragon god diving so far. According to Master Sheng Zong, even he is not sure of the inheritance of the next generation. It is just that the first line of probability is really true. It is worth fighting for. In other respects, as the body enters the stage of growth, it becomes more comfortable with the sound tricks. As for the pecking trick, the moss bird can easily penetrate and break a large wooden stake, achieving a high level of proficiency. Natural blessings, Ting Shu has already given up this one-time trick some time ago. The trouble is on the one hand, and the other reason is that after the blue bird grows up, the situation of relying on natural blessings will gradually decrease. But these are not the most important things. In these days, Ting Shu and the others helped a injured proboscis. What Ting Shu did not expect was that the chief of the proboscis group found him in order to thank him. Gave him a lot of help. One of them is to teach Qingmian bird a trick. The power of awakening. However, it was still very difficult for Qingmian bird to learn a new trick. In theory, this trick could be learned except for individual elves, and the effect it could exert was different according to itself. But the cunning Tengu's teaching is very patient, and the Qingmian bird is also spiritual enough. After a whole day of exercise, the Qingmian bird can finally use this trick freely. Similar to what Ting Shu guessed, the attribute effect of the awakening of the Qingmian bird is dragon, which may be related to the strong dragon bloodline in its body. However, the Qingmian bird who had just learned this trick could not control it well, just like the high-speed movement and pecking attack at the beginning, but when he had a clue, Ting Shu had been thinking of a way. In the end, Ting Shu chose to try to combine the natural blessings with the power of awakening, and with the help of the dragon power in the guava, to help the blue bird adapt to the awakening power of the dragon attribute. Although I don't know that it didn't work, but now, the awakening power of Qingmian bird is very handy. At this moment, the power of awakening has also become the biggest trump card of Qingmian bird. Do you want to continue fighting? Ting Shu opened his mouth slightly. Recently, the blue Mian bird seems to like to fight very much. In this area, except for the few elves who are too strong, the others have more or less fought with the blue Mian bird. Moreover, with the nurturing family of Ting Shu, he did not cause much conflict, but made many friends. Tweet a confirmed cry, the Qingmian bird showed a strong fighting spirit. Tweet tweet. Okay? Ting Shu was surprised. Want to challenge the rice spoon snake? Ting Shu was startled slightly, recalling the promise he had given to the rice spoon snake at the beginning, saying that when it grows up, it will not be weaker than the rice spoon snake. Remember. Give it a try. Ting Shu smiled, although the level of the rice spoon snake may be higher than the Qingmian bird, but if there is a trainer command, then you should try it. The Qingmian bird has improved a lot. Choo choo. The sun above the head is very strong, but the garden trees and the green cotton birds are tirelessly walking through the forest. The time with Lian Yiboy, it was not the last time that Tingsha faced the spoon snake. In this forest, it is inevitable that they would encounter all kinds of elves, but most of them encountered such elves as the spoon snake. It was Tingsha who chose to avoid it. On several other occasions, they witnessed the battle between the old rivals of the rice spoon snake and the mongoose in different places. But if Ting Shu and the others are the most helpless thing, it has to be the fight between the Qingmian bird and a small boxing stone on Yantu Mountain. At that time, the mosquito bird was still unable to awaken its power, and there was only one cocoa fruit left in the gift of nature. No matter what tricks it did little damage to the small boxing stone. In the end, Mosquito and Tingshu had no choice but to dispel their plans to fight, and ran away Dingy directly. As the assessment is drawing to a close, Qingmian Yao is looking forward to a battle with the rice spoon snake, and Tingshu does not want to leave regrets. Therefore, after returning to the place where he lived to make some preparations, Tingshu took some potions that he made, and made a full fight against the rice spoon snake. Let's go! Armed, Tingshu and Qingmian Niao embarked on a journey to find the rice spoon snake. The whereabouts of the rice spoon snake are uncertain, but Tingshu and the others often act in this area and have had each other several times. Encounter, more or less figured out the other side's foothold. There is still a long time before sunset, and there is enough time to find the spoon snake, and now I am walking in the forest, although I need to be careful. However, they already have some confidence in the initial danger. 2 hours later. Sand sand. Sand sand. The sound of the rustling of the grass spread into Tingshu and their ears, and a long figure immediately attracted their attention. I found you, rice spoon snake. 2 hours, not too short. Tingshu and the others were a bit tired after looking for it, but now they immediately cheered up after seeing the rice spoon snake. Just, with wide fierce eyes, the rice spoon snake did not understand why Tingshu and the others did not escape this time. Fighting the spoon snake doesn't have to be as troublesome as fighting other elves. Before the tree even asked for a battle, the spoon snake took an attacking posture. Tingshu retired, leaving the stage to Qingmian bird. Chapter 33, Awakening, Dragon God Dives. Come on, Qingmian Yao, let me see your progress. The rice spoon snake, the tooth snake Pokemon, has a very violent personality. At this time, the rice spoon snake saw the little green bird who wanted to fight with him, and immediately opened his big mouth violently and bit it. The sharp fangs gleamed with red light, and the sharp tail blade sharpened on the rock was also filled with a fierce smell. From the outside, it was definitely not good. Dodge. Also be careful of its tail. The venomous tail blade is the best weapon for the rice spoon snake, and its agile and sharp tail is also the best way to fight the mongoose. Just The rice spoon snake became even more annoyed without hitting the green bird. The harsh noise came out of its mouth, and the tree covered its ears directly, but playing with the green bird was considered a sound the rice spoon snake used the wrong method. Under the command of Tingshu, the blue bird made a louder sound that was not inferior to this noise to fight, and immediately covered the noise. Move at high speed, peck attack. The white light flickered on the body of the green bird. Facing the venomous tail of the rice spoon snake, it dodges cautiously and quickly. At the same time, it pecked the rice spoon snake's head hard, causing the rice spoon snake to cry in pain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tingshu continued to shout, "Chaos!" The small and flexible body has become the biggest support for the blue bird and the rice spoon snake. However, the rice spoon snake who suffered a pecking attack was furious. Facing the blue cotton bird that flew again, it directly spit out a black mist, which obscured the sight of the garden tree and the green cotton bird. Black mist. Ting Shu, who wanted to see the current situation reluctantly, gave an order: fly to high altitude. Who? The light blue body emerged from the black fog and flew into the sky, which was considered a small advantage, but not long after the blue bird flew out, a venom tightened from the black fog. Following along, if Ting Shu hadn't been observing the situation in the black mist all the time, I am afraid that this venom had already hit the blue cotton bird that turned and flew. Blue bird, just be in the air like this, use the power of awakening. Attack with all your strength into the black mist. Ting Shu issued an order. Upon hearing the words, the Qingmian bird immediately spit out a blue breath, directly hitting the black mist, causing a burst of aftermath, and directly dispelling the black mist. However, the rice spoon snake was in the black mist at this moment, as if not affected. Without more time to think, Ting Shu immediately issued the double obstacle of cotton defense and feather dance to interfere with the spoon snake. Faced with the white cotton feathers swarming, the spoon snake became impatient. After the rice spoon snake seemed to be stuck with feathers, Ting Shu's eyes lit up, and he continued to order, use the power of awakening again. The timing of the blue cotton bird is very accurate. When the rice spoon snake entangled by the feather dance breaks away, it does not pay attention to the blue cotton bird. The blue and purple awakening power directly hits the rice spoon snake's head. The effect is excellent. Seeing the dizzy expression of the rice spoon snake, Qing Mianyao immediately let out a cry of joy, as if cheering for his victory, but at this moment, shook his head, and the rice spoon snake made a more furious cry. The big red eyes were directly mixed with angry roars and stared at the Qing Miao bird, caught off guard against the green Miao bird who was immersed in joy. He was immediately startled, his nerves were paralyzed, his body became weak, and he lost his balance from the air. Drop! It's the big snake staring. Seeing this scene, Ting Shu felt a sudden burst in her heart and whispered to the effect that the battle was not over yet, but Qing Mianya relaxed first, and was accidentally hit by the opponent's trick. This rice spoon snake, the big snake stares. It's okay, Qing Mian bird, ran over in a hurry. Ting Shu picked up the green Mian bird, and at the same time turned over the medicine for relieving numbness in his hand. Tweet Chu gave a soft cry, and Ting Shu could see that the condition of the blue wool bird was not very good at the moment. The nerve palsy caused by the big snake's staring eyes had a great impact on the young blue wool bird. Found it! With joy, he pulled out a bottle of potion, and the garden tree immediately used the Qing Mian bird. After seeing the Qing Mian bird's expression eased, he breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a black figure climbed behind Ting Shu, making a roar. Ting Shu looked back, and saw the rice spoon snake staring at him with its big mouth open. The stout tail swept over, and Ting Shu was beaten out directly. The huge pain made Ting Shu groan, but in order not to affect the Qing Mian bird, Ting Shu hurriedly protected the Qing Mian bird in his arms, and then turned over and slid a long distance against the ground behind his back. It's okay. Qing Mian bird. The pain caused Ting Shu's face to change significantly. Looking at the rice spoon snake that was about to climb over again, Ting Shu's teeth were tight. Qing Mian bird, try to fly. The Qing Mian bird has not completely relieved from the nerve palsy, and now is not a good time to deal with the rice spoon snake. On the other side, the rice spoon snake did not stop, still staring at them fiercely, wanting to continue the offensive. A venom flew again, and Ting Shu hurriedly took the Qing Mian bird a few times, just to escape. Tweet! Now! The numbness slowly eased, and Qing Mian bird's consciousness gradually became clear. It also realized the crisis of life, and directly broke free from the arms of the garden tree and flew. Tweet! At this moment, the eyes of the garden tree and the rice spoon snake stayed on the Qing Mian bird. Seeing the flying green bird, Ting Shu did not think that the green bird was planning to escape. If I remember correctly. Whether it is the Qingmian bird and the Tanabata blue bird, they are all proud elves. Once there is a trainer who communicates with him. Blocking up your pride and working hard for them is the dignity of Qingmian bird. Tweet. Tweet. Hovering in the air, looking at the torn clothes behind Ting Shu, Qingmian bird directly cried out in grief. A terrible cry sounded, and only extreme anger and self-blame were mixed. Tweet. Tweet. Regarding the newly born green cotton bird, the garden tree is like its parents, always caring for it meticulously, and now, in order to protect it, Ting Shu ran away embarrassedly and was attacked. It was obviously not related to the battle of the trainer, but because of his own negligence, Ting Shu was involved. Tweet. The numbness left by the nerves, on the contrary, makes the anger in the heart of Qingmian bird burn more vigorously. The moment the rice spoon snake attacked Xiang Ting Shu, it directly touched the taboo in the heart of Qingmian bird. It wants to redeem its sloppiness. Recovered, Qingmian bird. Standing up calmly, Ting Shu, as a trainer, felt the mood of Qingmian bird. At this time, all he needs to do is to work with Qingmian bird to save them. Dignity. However, everything at this moment was beyond Ting Shu's imagination. The state of the Qingmian bird seems a bit strange. At this time, the blue bird's consciousness did not seem to be fully awake, mixed with angry sounds, like a volcano about to erupt. This is. Suddenly, the blue bird's flight speed became faster, blue-violet flames appeared all over the body, and it released a terrifying aura that even a garden tree could feel. With a stabbing sound, it broke through the air, and its flight speed was comparable to high-speed movement. At the same time, the blue-violet flames all over the body surged like a violent collision. This trick that was not taken seriously by the garden tree was just because the size of the blue bird was too small and its role was limited. But at this time, the flames all over the body, the light drove the flight of the Qingmian bird, and the murderous aura mixed with the Qingmian bird's belief. Seeing this scene, Ting Shu was directly startled and shouted in shock. Dragon God, dive down! Chapter 34, Goodbye Tanabata Blue Bird. Dragon God dives. Just as the name of this trick was blurted out, Ting Shu felt dry. Finally, did you realize it? At this time, the tiny blue bird has now turned into a blue-violet flame, exuding a terrifying murderous aura, and the tiny grass around it is rustling because of the airflow, but even so, this scene at the moment is in the eyes of the garden tree inside, it seems to be still. Bang! There was a loud bang, and huge dust rolled up, instantly making Ting Shu wake up. Green bird. Ting Shu hurried forward, looking for the green cotton bird. It wasn't until Ting Shu clearly saw the situation before him, that he took a breath of cold air and showed an expression of disbelief. This is. Qingmian bird made it. The rice spoon snake, under this dragon swooping down, was directly hit into a small pit, his body was covered with scars, and his eyes were scattered. This time, he really lost the ability to stand again. This power. While shocked by the destructive power of the dragon god's dive, Ting Shu certainly did not forget how long the blue bird was born. Maybe this trick is not the most powerful, but for a little guy who was born less than a month ago, it is an unimaginable heavyweight ultimate. Master Shenzong's premonition seems to be a success. Seeing the small pit that the rice spoon snake had fallen into, Ting Shu suddenly remembered that he still had business to do, and this is not the time to be in a daze. Green Mian bird. Attacking the rice spoon snake with great power, what happened to the Qingmian bird? With anxious mood, Ting Shu called out the Qingmian bird again. Wandering next to the pit, Ting Shu jumped over the spoon snake, ignoring the pain on his body and hands, and kept digging the bulging pit with his bare hands. Pulling aside the mound, the green cotton bird plunged into the mound under tremendous inertia. Looking at the same comatose green cotton bird, Ting Shu quickly found a backpack and looked for all the medicine that can be used for first aid. Although the power of the dragon god's dive is great, it is like a violent collision to the current blue bird, and the damage to itself is immeasurable. The juice of the orange fruit pulp was slowly fed into the mouth of the green bird, and the tree then took out some medicines such as wound medicine, refreshing liquid and so on. Although the Qingmian bird awakened the dragon god that Ting Shu dreamed of to dive, but now Ting Shu couldn't be happy. For the trainers living in the wild, the injuries from the affected activities were the most deadly. It's like a green bird in front of you. While using a lot of emergency drugs, there is no sign of improvement. Ting Shu's heart sank suddenly. Trainer, where is it as simple as I thought? In the elf battle, all uncontrollable factors have not been considered completely, and it can only be the responsibility of the trainer. The overdraft is too serious, and it is difficult to recover in a short time with medicine alone. Sand, sand, sand. Sand, sand, sand. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the bushes, which made Ting Shu's heart sink, suddenly nervous again. Turning his head slowly, Ting Shu saw another rice spoon snake, with an aggressive look, crawling towards them unkindly, which made him immediately calm down and concentrated. Is it attracted by the sound? In the grass, the blood-filled tail of the rice spoon snake kept waving, causing Ting Shu's pupils to shrink, and quickly picked up the green cotton bird. Now, the Qingmian bird has lost consciousness, and another rice spoon snake has struck. For the garden tree, there is no doubt that the death talisman has been in the Yantu mountain forest for a month. Not a day is so thrilling today. The current situation of the blue mosquito is very unstable, and if it is hurt again, it will definitely turn to a worse situation. Thinking of this, Ting Shu's mood becomes bitter. Escape is the only way Ting Shu can think of now. As for the rice spoon snake, it chased it, showing a fierce look, like the escape of a garden tree, which further aroused its hunter status. He touched his pocket and rubbed a small bottle with one hand. The little dross left Ting Shu's face darkened and he threw it directly to the ground. It doesn't matter, that direction, there is a trap I dug in advance. That is a trap made by the garden tree that needs to be pulled. The switch is on a trunk a little far away. Judging from the current speed of the garden tree and the rice spoon snake, there is a slight chance of using it, but when it arrives, Ting Shu saw the trap that had been destroyed by other elves, and his heart sank directly to the bottom. The original sufficient preparations became extremely empty under unpredictable accidents in the wild where everything was possible. Confidently, he came to challenge the rice spoon snake, but he was disgraced by the successive changes. Thump! One inadvertently, the garden tree was caught by the vines, and the moment it fell, in order to protect the green bird, the garden tree suffered all the damage, and his feet, twisted. Seeing that the experience time was about to end, Qingmian Yao also understood the ultimate trick. The dragon god swooped down, and his and Qingmian Yao's growth had a perfect start. In this situation, Ting Shu was speechless for a while. I thought I became a nurturingist, and the training of a house can be a breeze for myself. It seems that practice is not enough. A qualified trainer will not be at a loss in this situation. Regretfully nodded the Qingmian bird's forehead. Ting Shu tried to awaken the Qingmian bird, so that the Qingmian bird regained a little consciousness and had the possibility of flying, even if it could only fly away by itself. At least he was a human being. Under the attack of the rice spoon snake, it would not be too miserable. It's a pity, the Qingmian bird still shows no sign of waking up. The big red eyes stared at the garden tree. The rice spoon snake has opened its big mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and has already made an attacking posture. Taking a deep breath, Ting Shu kept touching the ground with her hand, grabbing a nearby stone. Plans to make the final resistance. Hold the stone tightly. Ting Shu narrowed his eyes and looked at the rice spoon snake with a smile. Come on, let me try the battle with the elf too. Maybe there are really talented humans who can suppress some elves with their physique and special abilities alone, but they will definitely not be the garden tree that drags the juvenile body today. But now, he has nothing to do. The trainer personally fights the elf. It sounds ridiculous, but there are a few trainers who have not experienced it. This is from a newcomer, and it is gradually transformed. The missing step. Only by experiencing this personally can a trainer realize the uncertainty in nature. Humans and elves are in the wild, and all unknowns can happen. Even now there are a few rice spoon snakes again, and the garden tree cannot what to complain about. He is not a god, and all development cannot be as smooth as he thought. This is an inherent rule of nature. A trainer is still very insignificant to nature. If you don't understand this, you can never become a top trainer without being in awe of nature. He waved the sharp stone, garden tree. He propped up his body and stared at the crawling rice spoon snake. No matter which trainer you are, there should have been times when you were in the wild. Ting Shu is already ready to do his best, even if he pays a great price. He must get rid of the rice spoon snake, but at this moment loud, sweet, cleansing, quiet and beautiful voice, almost make Ting Shu think I have stepped into heaven. The familiar voices that seemed to be familiar to Ting Shu kept flashing in countless fragments in her mind. Finally, a light of hope suddenly appeared in her eyes, and a name flooded Ting Shu's heart. Tanabata Bluebird, coming. Chapter 35, End of Assessment. Tanabata Bluebird. The mother of Qingmian bird has been watching them all the time. Looking at the Qingmian bird who was still in a coma, Ting Shu's thoughts surged, confirming a lot of things. It should have been known a long time ago. How could your mother have not been guarding you at all times? Even Master Shengzong must have kept it for me. I played back, in order to keep me safe. The feeling of being voyeurized once felt is not groundless. Every movement of himself and Qing Mianyao seemed to be being watched right now. Yes, I can understand. There was a slight pine in his heart. When Ting Shu recovered his senses, the rice spoon snake had been frozen by an extreme ice, turning into an ice sculpture, and it stood still in front of Ting Shu and their eyes. Is it freezing the light? Looking up, looking at the Kixie blue bird gracefully hovering in the air, the veritable king of Yantu Mountain, Ting Shu didn't know how to speak for a while. Looking at the unconscious Qingmian bird, Ting Shu has nothing to say now. In his opinion, all this is his own fault as a trainer. As the light voice sounded, Ting Shu and the others seemed to be bathed in freshness at this moment, washing away all exhaustion. The efficacy of the drug has gradually come into play. 5 minutes later, Qing Mianyao slowly opened his eyes and looked at everything around him blankly. Is it okay, Qingmian bird? The green mian bird wakes up, and the Ting Shu immediately asks, and seeing that the Ting tree is okay, the Qingmian bird seems to have gradually calmed down. With a faint cry, Qingmian bird motioned Ting Shu not to worry. However, after a short while, the Qingmian bird saw the elegant figure entrenched in the air, and the throbbing feeling in the bloodline made the Qingmian bird's gaze freeze and a little sluggish. The connection and resonance of blood, and the feeling among the elves are clearer and more obvious than human beings. Looking at the figure in the sky with some confusion, Qingmian bird was at a loss. It's your mother. With his head down slightly, the Ting Shu looked at the Qingmian bird. It saved you and saved us. Ting Shu's words, Qingmian bird can naturally understand, but these things make it difficult to accept. After all, it has been living with the garden tree since its birth. After an hour, following the Kixie blue bird, the garden tree came to Yantu Mountain. Ting Shu was a little worried at the moment, worried about his dereliction of duty, worried that he would put the Qingmian bird in danger and not be recognized by the Kixie blue bird. Tweet. Tweet. Seeing Ting Shu's worry, Qingmian bird spoke slightly, but comforted Ting Shu. Let's go. With a wry smile, Ting Shu followed the Kixie blue bird and climbed step by step on Yantu Mountain. Despair. Despair. A stone fell. Watching this scene in a thrilling manner, Ting Shu did not dare to be careless and climbed carefully. Another hour later, Ting Shu came to a mountain top. This is. The top of this hill is surrounded by clouds and mist, and it is difficult to see that this is a volcanic land. It is in a remote location, like acquired plants, grassland, and huge nests. It makes the garden trees produce several illusions. Is this still Yantiv Mountain? Tanabata Blue Bird. The owner here has arrived here early, and it has stayed for a long time in order to wait for the garden tree. Watching the Kixie Blue Bird nervously, Ting Shu's heart thumped and jumped. This situation was completely unexpected by Ting Shu. He didn't have any precautions. Even if he didn't know how to speak, Ting Shu could only stare firmly at the Tanabata Blue Bird. After a long silence, Ting Shu was about to speak. Suddenly, there was a roar from the sky. Not only Ting Shu but also Kixie Blue Bird also turned their heads and looked over. With a high-pitched call, the huge flying tool flew out of the sky, with yellow and white feathers, gorgeous wings, and the sharp contrast of black and white on the edge of the beak, all of which made Ting Shu startled. Master Shenzong's comparison? That. The helicopter landed slowly and arrived at the top of this hill. Master Shenzong walked out slowly with a smile. At the same time, ripples suddenly appeared in the surrounding space, with a spoon in each hand, and the whole body was brown and yellow. A fox-like elf appeared before Ting Shu and the others out of thin air. It's been a long time, Ting Shu. There is also the Kixie Blue Bird. Your appearance signifies that the assessment has completely ended? Hu De has already notified me of specific things through telepathy. What about your thoughts? Ting Shu has been with Qing. Can you recognize the efforts that my Anyao has gone through together? Master Shenzong rarely regained his majesty, looked directly at the Kixie Blue Bird, waiting for its answer. Secretly peeking, not only the Kixie Blue Bird, it seems that Master Shenzong's Hudi has always been by my side. The result of the assessment, there is not much time left before the 1-month deadline, but now because of an accident, the Tanabata Blue Bird has come early. Will this affect the recognition of the Tanabata Blue Bird? Ting Shu also cast a longing look at Kixie Blue Bird. He is very nervous at the moment. For Ting Shu, the Qingmian bird has been baptized by wind and rain for a month, which has cultivated deep emotions between the two parties. This is something that a little elf on the side of the road does not possess, and the day after tomorrow. It takes a lot of time to cultivate trust, and they also have innate advantages between them. For some reason, I really like to sneak on people's heads and disguise them as hats. With wings like cotton, it looks like a cotton ball when it rests gently on a human head. The blue cotton bird has wings that are light and fluffy like cotton. Such elves are not afraid of people. When it falls on a person's head, it looks like a cotton wool hat. From the scene at birth to now, even the Qingmian bird seemed to understand a little bit, and looked at the Kixie Blue Bird eagerly. For a long time. With a long cry, the Tanabata Blue Bird flapped its wings and looked at the Qingmian bird and the garden tree. Leave the blue bird, let's go. Master Shenzong spoke first after pulling the garden tree. Yes, Ting Shu opened his mouth slightly, unable to understand. The next time, I'll leave it to Qingmian bird and Kixie Blue Bird. As for whether they can be recognized, it depends on what they mean. They also need to get along between mother and child. Shaking his head, Shenzong the master said to the garden tree. I know. Ting Shu nodded, slowly put down the blue bird, and said towards the Kixie Blue Bird, I will come again in 1 day. Wait for me, a day later. Ting Shu gently stroked the awkward Qingmian bird. Ting Shu slowly comforted, for the Qingmian bird who has been following by his side, the two cultivated a strong affection, but Kixie Festival the blue bird, after all, is also the mother of the blue bird, and the relationship between them cannot be ignored by the garden tree. Reluctantly letting go of the green bird, Ting Shu and Master Shenzong finally set foot on the helicopter together. Finally, with the soft cry of the Kixie Blue Bird, the helicopter slowly lifted into the sky and gradually disappeared into the cloud. Chapter 36, Hunting Swallowtail Butterfly. Kana City, it only takes less than 2 hours to get here from Yantiv Mountain by private helicopter. Sitting silently on the seat, Ting Shu closed his eyes and rested, thinking about the experience of the past month. For Ting Shu, this experience is a rare and precious experience, especially the process of growing up with Qingmian bird. Let the garden tree, who has just set off for a trip, has experienced the baptism of the Buddha, and the whole person exudes an indescribable temperament. This is an indispensable training for every experienced elite trainer. In other words, this month's time gave Ting Shu the opportunity to put many theories into practice and personally observe the gradual growth of a newborn spirit. While Ting Shu deeply tasted the harvest this month, Master Shengzong also came to ask Ting Shu curiously. In addition, Master Shengzong also handed a commemorative ball for hunting phoenixes. For a month, Master Shengzong has been taking care of the phoenix hunting. For this, Ting Shu has explained to the phoenix hunting for this month. Butterfly's life is very at ease. After being silent, facing Master Shenzong's question, Ting Shu said, "The harvest is great, the theory and reality in the book are deviated, the real ecological environment of the elf, how should a newborn elf be nurtured? Also, I have witnessed the successive awakenings of hereditary tricks, especially, the dragon swooping down gave me the greatest shock." Ting Shu spoke slowly, until, after he said the trick of the dragon god dive, Master Shengzong also flashed a light in his eyes and laughed. "It seems to be a success." Master Shengzong smiled happily. For him, nothing excites him more than the success of the experiment. In this way, you are very satisfied with your experience this month. Grandmaster Shengzong said. Ting Shu nodded when he heard the words, and then sighed, "I hate fighting." A nurturer, as long as he has enough knowledge, fighting is not the only way for a person or an elf to grow up. Looking at Ting Shu with satisfaction, Master Shengzong recalled the information he had investigated about Ting Shu. The 6 years from birth were mediocre and there were no bright spots. However, after their parents died unexpectedly and were adopted to the Qinggu house, they seemed to be a different person. They were immersed in their studies, mature and sensible. Everyone spoke highly of Ting Shu. For a child, this is not easy. Sighing for Ting Shu's life experience, Master Shengzong also faintly felt that only children who have experienced such ups and downs can be as dazzling and outstanding as they are now, right? Although the guessed result was quite different from the real situation, as time went on, Master Shengzong became more and more optimistic about Ting Shu. Especially now, with a deep understanding of Ting Shu's character, Master Shenzong's eyes when looking at Ting Shu are full of appreciation and satisfaction. "I've been tired for a month. Let's take a break today and take you to a big meal in the evening," said Chao Ting Shu with a smile, and Master Shengzong stroked his beard. Kana City. The sky is getting darker. Ting Shu returned to the city. Under Master Shenzong's arrangement, he no longer had that dusty atmosphere. He took a bath, changed into new clothes, and had a normal meal after a long absence. Ting Shu felt very good. A hotel, in a certain room. Ting Shu looked at the commemorative ball in his hand, could not help but miss and be a little bit happy. "Come out, hunt the swallowtail butterfly." The white light flashed slightly, and the gorgeous posture of the hunting bird butterfly appeared in front of Ting Shu. After seeing the garden tree, the hunting bird butterfly could not wait to fly over and plunge into Ting Shu's arms. "Hunting swallowtails, have you been here this month okay?" He smiled and said hello to swallowing swallows. For a month, both sides missed each other a little. Coo. Ting Shu felt happy about hunting swallowtail butterflies. Looking at the hunting swallowtails clinging to her, even though it has only been a month, Ting Shu can also see how much the swallowtail hunting has changed. Master Shengzong, a top breeder who takes care of it, wants to come hunting swallows this month. Your life must be more moisturizing than yourself, right? Today's swallowtail hunters seem to be more energetic than before, and they have a temperament that they didn't have in the past. Sure enough, the environment also determines the temperament of an elf. Within a month, the hunting of swallowtail butterflies and garden trees have undergone tremendous changes. A living in the care of a top breeder enjoys the most top-notch food, nutrition, and environment for play and rest. One is sleeping in the wild, eating wild fruits and dry food, and shuttles through the forest every day. Comparing the living environment of the two in this month, it is really one heaven and one underground. However, for garden trees and swallowtail hunting, these experiences are all nutrients that are beneficial to their growth. Next, let me see what progress you have made this month. Ting Shu smiled. He could feel that the hunting of swallowtail butterflies has improved a lot in all aspects compared to a month ago. Ting Shu also wanted to know, under the care of Master Sheng Zong, what kind of improvement has been made in hunting swallowtails, and where is the gap between himself and the top breeder. After that, I will tell you the story of me and Qing Mianyao this month. Tomorrow, I will take you to meet your new partner. Gently taking care of the wings of the hunting bird, Ting Shu muttered to herself. Obviously, Ting Shu still cares a little about the Qing Mian bird thing now, and can even say that he can't wait. New partner? Feeling this strange vocabulary, hunting swallowtail butterflies looked at the night sky outside the window with confusion and curiosity. The first ray of sunlight pierced the sky. The Tingshu put on his coat and washed a little. The hunting swallowtail butterfly hovered around the Tingshu, flying around the tree. Walking towards the restaurant, Master Shengzong was already waiting for Tingshu early, and had a good breakfast. As agreed, Ting Shubian and Master Shengzong, as well as hunting birds, once again boarded Master Shenzong's private helicopter. Go to the Yantu mountain. On the helicopter, Ting Shu looked out the window, worried about the condition of the blue bird. Don't think too much about your efforts, the Tanabata blue bird will definitely see it, and the bond between the blue cotton bird and you, the Tanabata blue bird will definitely understand it. Feeling Ting Shu's concern, Master Shengzong turned his head and said. Master Shengzong had full confidence in the garden tree. Moreover, Master Shengzong also has great interest in the awakened dragon god diving Qingmian bird. This is also related to an extremely important experiment that Master Shengzong, as a top cultivator, focuses on. Believe the Qingmian bird, it will definitely try to convince its mother, the future of you and the Qingmian bird, you cannot be trapped in this small Yantu mountain. After listening to Master Shenzong's words, Ting Shu's mood gradually eased. Indeed, he must believe in Qingmian bird. No one can deny the hard work he and Qingmian bird have made this month. Chapter 37, Qingmian birds join the team. After being separated for a month, Ting Shu was surprised by the changes in hunting swallowtail butterflies. It was only when he was on the helicopter that Ting Shu remembered its outstanding performance in hunting swallowtail butterflies last night. It seems that it was with Master Shengzong this month. It doesn't seem to be all happiness anymore. In this regard, Master Shengzong just smiled and explained, I didn't take care of this little guy much, but it has a good foundation. It didn't fully stimulate the potential in the past, and now it has successfully released it. Ting Shu thinks so deeply. In the past month, hunting swallowtail butterflies has not followed him and enjoyed luxurious treatment. It seems to be a successful explosion of the accumulation of the past year. Ting Shu thinks carefully. In the past year, when cultivating bird hunting, it seems that he really didn't put the improvement of strength first, but focused on improving the application of bird hunting tricks, all with the ultimate goal of gorgeous competition. Therefore, the strength of hunting swallowtails is not outstanding in theory. It is outstanding in its meticulous control of tricks. Hunting swallowtails have very few attacking tricks. Actually, when you are with the garden tree, the main tricks used by hunting swallows only absorb, silver whirlwind and grid, and others, there are airflow manipulations using wind and downwind, nothing more. In terms of high-intensity battles, hunting swallows is far from competent. Of course, after a year of growth, even if they are not good at fighting, hunting swallows is not comparable to a 1-month-old swallow bird, even a swallow bird. No matter how talented it is, even possessing Dragon God Dive is far from enough. It's really not bad. Complementing the hunting of swallowtails, the garden tree was also a little surprised. He did not expect that the hunting swallows had increased its wind control by another level during this month, and realized the air knife. This little guy's spirituality is not low. Master Shengzong gave a good evaluation of hunting swallowtail butterflies. Today's wind is very strong, and the strong wind has formed a strong obstacle to the helicopter, and the ascent speed of the helicopter has dropped a lot during flight. Master Shenzong's personal pilot followed yesterday's road and drove a helicopter to Yanta Mountain. It didn't take long before Ting Shu felt the familiar surroundings. It's coming. Looking through the window to the clouds and mist outside, the garden tree and the hunting bird butterfly are looking forward to it. Tweet. Suddenly, a penetrating cry sounded above Ting Shu's head, and it spread far into the helicopter. Upon hearing this sound, Ting Shu's complexion was happy. It was the call of the blue bird, and the blue bird came to welcome them. Up! Gu! The hunting swallowtail circled in doubt, looking for a cry, wanting to see the appearance of a fresh partner. Master Shengzong sat in his seat and smiled knowingly when he heard the voice. The green bird is here to welcome you. It seems that it has convinced the Kixie blue bird. Congratulations, Ting Shu. Master Shengzong said. Ting Shu nodded, a little excited. Thank you, Master Shengzong, thank you for your care. Ting Shu can see that Master Shengzong intends to cultivate himself. Whether it is the quota of Tianguan Academy, this trial, and the secret protection of Hu Di, they all contain Master Shenzong's optimism and expectations for him. At the age of 10, he was qualified as a junior nurturer, and everything that Master Shengzong did was far beyond ordinary appreciation. The age of 10, the outstanding knowledge, and the things he did in the Qingguia, coupled with the most important thing, met Master Shengzong and Xiao Chun on the way to assess the nurturers, which are the turning points in Ting Shu's life. If encountering Master Shengzong is accidental, but with Ting Shu's own efforts and extraordinary talents, these have become inevitable. Isn't it right for a capable person to be appreciated? It is not unreasonable that Master Shengzong is optimistic about the tree. In his position, ordinary reputation and money are no longer so important. In the eyes of Master Shengzong, now there is only research and the inheritance of his knowledge. In his eyes, Ting Shu has become a very good inheritor. The helicopter stopped slowly, and Ting Shu stepped out of the door. Outside, the green bird flew towards Ting Shu's head and fell steadily. I'm here to pick you up, Qing Mian bird. Ting Shu said. Tweet Qing Mianya responded happily. Flutter. The hunting swallowtail butterfly flew out, the whole body exuded a faint morning light, blowing out some white light dots of stars, which looked very beautiful and gave people a warm feeling. Ting Shu smiled. Hunting the bird butterfly is to greet his new partner with the trick of morning light. Hunting swallowtails, blue cotton birds, you have to get along well. Ting Shu said to the two little guys. During this month, he and the blue cotton birds naturally unavoidably talked about the first one. My partner, hunting swallowtails, so for the existence of swallowing swallows, the blue bird still knows a little bit. The Qing Mian bird raised its head to look at the white light spot, and made a soft cry. Then, it flew up, waved its wings, and rolled out a bunch of cotton feathers, which accurately merged with the light spot, exuding a breathtaking sound. The comfortable light and shadow, like fireflies, slowly drifted around. To the friendly greetings from the hunting swallowtail butterfly, Qing Mian bird also responded. Looking at the two special little guys, whether it was Ting Shu or Master Shengzong who had just stepped out of the helicopter, they all smiled knowingly. Tweet. Green Mian bird. Ting Shu felt the shaking of his head. Back on the head of the Ting Shu, the Qing Mian bird whispered a few times, and what message it conveyed, which made Ting Shu's heart startled. I understand. Kixie King Niao, want to see them. Ting Shu calmed down, and the Qingmian bird was leaving with him. It seemed that Kixi Qing bird, the mother, still couldn't let go. This made Ting Shu feel a bit confused. Sometimes it is really the right choice for humans to subdue the elves. Hey! Tweet! The Qingmian bird patted its wings, and awakened Ting Shu from silence. Forget it, don't think too much about this kind of worry, as long as I often bring Qingmian bird back to see it. All right. Hunting swallowtails, you wait for me here first. Master Shengzong, please take care of the swallowing swallows first. I will leave and come back with King Mian Yao. It won't take too long. Ting Shu turned his head and rushed. Master Shengzong said something, and after receiving a response from Master Shengzong, he walked towards the depths of the mountain with Qing Mian Yao. Master Shengzong looked at the distant garden tree thoughtfully, then shook his head, not thinking about it. 15 minutes later, Ting Shu came back here again. In his hand, he also held a deluxe version of the elf ball, which was handed to him by Master Shengzong in the morning. The intimacy between Mian Yao and him. Right now, after a brief meeting with the Kixi blue bird, the Qingmian bird has officially become the elf of the garden tree. From the very beginning, he entered Yantu Mountain to run around with the fairy eggs, and witnessed the incubation, growth and escape of the Qingmian bird. And now, the Qingmian bird and the garden tree have finally completed all the training. After confessing a few words with Master Shengzong and the hunting bird butterfly, Ting Shu took a deep breath, and they were about to leave here. Looking down on the entire Yantu Mountain from the helicopter, holding the Pokemon ball for hunting swallowtail butterflies and green mosquitoes, Ting Shu's heart arose inexplicably, and he couldn't help but poke his head out of the window and waved the Pokemon ball with mosquito. I got up and shouted loudly at the same time, Kingsley Blue Bird, don't worry, I will definitely take care of the Qingmian bird. Next time I bring it to see you, it will make you stunned. Wait and see. In addition, thank you for your gift. After shouting, Ting Shu saw Master Shenzong's weird smile, and his face suddenly blushed. Why did he suddenly commit a second grade at a young age? Chapter 38, Fresh Start. Kishui City. Flipping through the book Analysis of Sound Skills, Ting Shu stretched his waist. After the Alpinia joined the team, Master Shengzong took him to Kishui City and temporarily arranged a hotel for him. Then he said he wanted to do something and left in a hurry. As for Ting Shu's admission to Tianguan Academy, he was asked to wait for news. Ting Shu is not in a hurry. As the headquarters of the nurturing family, Kishui City has the largest library in Fangyuan. There are countless kinds of knowledge about elf. As a junior nurturing, Ting Shu is qualified to borrow some materials. Now that the cultivator's assessment has been settled, and I also own the 2 little elves hunting swallowtail butterflies and sambibirds, my future journey is initially set in the Tianguan Academy, and Ting Shu has begun to take care of his future. Prepare for development. Cultivating well for hunting swallowtail butterflies and green cotton birds is the most important thing for the garden tree now, and it also lays the foundation for the magnificent competition. Hunting swallowtail butterflies. Main tricks: silver whirlwind, drain, power grid, air blade. Auxiliary tricks: wind, tailwind, spinning, morning light, paralysis powder. Has given up on tricks: bumps, insect bites, poisonous needles. Impact, poisonous needles and insect bites are the main tricks of hunting swallowtail butterflies before evolution. Aside from impact, poisonous needles use a certain medium to release toxins in the body and cause harm to the opponent. The toxins of hunting swallowtail butterflies are not deadly. Is a weak toxin, and the form of the trick is difficult to perform successfully, so after a certain fire, Ting Shu asked the hunting bird to give up and practice this trick again, and was not prepared to use it as a regular trick. When the insect bite is a thorntail insect, it is the main way of feeding for hunting swallowtails. Whether it is tree fruits or vegetation, through insect bites, hunting swallowtails can absorb the nutrients well, and as an attacking trick the form of insect bite is also difficult to play a big role, too limited, so Ting Shu also chose to rule out this trick. When the wind blows, use the wings to attack the opponent with the gust of wind. Because of the innate race problem of hunting swallows, this trick cannot be too powerful. Ting Shu uses the wind as an auxiliary trick, and cooperates with the downwind airflow. Enhance the flying flexibility and speed of hunting swallowtail butterflies. The silver whirlwind is an enhanced version of the wind. In terms of power, it is mixed with scale powder. It can be regarded as a disguised form of giving wind cutting properties, making the wind sharper, but the garden tree prefers to let the hunting swallowtails mix the paralysis powder mixed in the silver whirlwind, so that there are more choices in tactical use. Spinning, the unique trick that swallowtail hunting has from the very beginning, is also the only basic trick that Ting Shu has not given up. Many swallowtail hunting moves are based on spinning. The role of silking cannot be ignored, no matter if it is wrap the other party with insect silk to absorb physical strength, or use the change in the nature of paralysis powder to create a power grid that needs to be spun as a carrier. The air knife is the further control of the wind by the hunting swallowtail butterfly. It is not in the pursuit of the scope, and can be more cohesive to gather the power of the wind together and attack in the form of a sharp knife. In actual combat, it should be the power of hunting swallowtail butterfly at present. The biggest move. At present, the training mission arranged by the tree for hunting swallowtail butterflies is due to the unique trick of the morning light, which is also extremely difficult to understand for hunting swallowtail butterflies. It cannot be talked about day and night, but it also requires the little elves to have the best against the sun. A minimum degree of affinity can be successfully used. Generally, there are few trainers who spend several months leading the elf to perceive the energy of the sun, but now swallowtail hunters have mastered it skillfully, even in cloudy days. Preliminary perception of solar energy and recovery of physical strength. Ting Shu has an idea. It is hoped that hunting swallowtails can not only absorb the energy or nutrition of other elves and food, but use their own tricks to plunder the sunshine for nutrients, but it's easy to say, let's use it. But it is extremely difficult. This is an application of combined tricks. If it is not for years of training, it is difficult to do. It is not as simple as mixing paralysis powder and scale powder in the wind. The sucking, super sucking, or ultimate sucking of the hunting swallowtail family is done through insect silk or insect bites. If you want to absorb solar energy out of thin air and use the morning light for high-intensity physical recovery, it can be regarded as an alternative photosynthesis. The grass-based elf's exclusive way to restore physical strength. As an elf of the insect and flying elements, hunting swallowtail butterflies has no way to learn photosynthesis. What's more, even in the same weather, different grass elves' perception of solar energy will affect the amount of physical recovery. Grass elves have a natural advantage in the use of sunlight. Even if the morning light trick is theoretically photosynthetic, the effect is the same, but in the hands of the swallowtail hunter, there is no grass-type elf's photosynthesis that restores physical strength faster and more. Therefore, the main task of hunting swallowtails is to continue to strengthen one's own sensitivity to the airflow, strive to adapt to the airflow under any circumstances, and use the airflow to form a favorable combat situation for oneself. Secondly, the training absorbs the cooperation with the morning light. Although hunting swallowtail butterflies cannot learn photosynthesis, they can learn the sun and flames. If you don't choose to fire it as a trick when accumulating solar energy, it is transformed into physical strength, which seems to be related to photosynthesis. The same tricks are the same, and we have to strive for the proficiency to maximize the absorption of tricks, so that the trick that the garden tree did not pay attention to is further upgraded to super absorption, and strive to become the ultimate absorption. The key point of this concept is that the morning light for hunting swallowtail butterflies does not have a high affinity, utilization, and attraction to solar energy like photosynthesis. Therefore, it is to integrate the absorption tricks to grab the sun's nutrients in the shortest time. The most important step. For other tricks, everything is done as usual and placed in the third echelon training. As long as you continue to train in accordance with this set of plans, if you succeed, after hard work, you will be able to form your own fighting style and show your outstanding strength with a not outstanding race. Compared with hunting swallowtail butterflies, the training task of the Qingmian bird is much simpler. Because it has just entered the growth period, there are not many skills needed for training. Ting Shu mainly plans it into 3 aspects. Refining voice, calling, frightening, and singing are the cores. In the future, voice can be used as a carrier of sonic attacks to temper the sound. This requires a lot of training experience and props, and even related nutritious foods. Getting up and carrying it out is a long-term job, and the garden tree will disperse it in the growth process of Qingmian Niao. Moving at a high speed, the tincture requires perfect control of the blue wool bird. This only requires step-by-step training, which is relatively easy. Feather dance and cotton defense, these 2 tricks will automatically increase the fire temperature as the blue cotton bird grows. The garden tree only needs to grasp it so that the blue bird does not waste the practice. The most important thing is to make the garden tree a headache. The problem of correspondingly nutritious food. For tricks such as pecking and chaos, after reaching a certain temperature, Ting Shu will take the initiative to let the Qingmian bird abandon it, not doing the main training. Dragon Ju and Dragon God Dive, these 2 unique tricks, the former is the strongest attack method currently used by Qingmian bird, and the latter cannot be used as a regular trick because it is too difficult to use. This makes Ting Shu very difficult, except for normal growth. Ting Shu couldn't think of how to let the Qingmian bird quickly grasp the Dragon God's dive. After thinking about it, Ting Shu decided to go to the library to check some materials. After making up his mind, Ting Shu put on his clothes, got his credentials, and was about to leave. He hung the puppet ball and the bird hunting puppet ball around his waist. Ting Shu left the hotel. Which library to go to? How should I say it? You deserve to have the Nurturing Family Association. There are several libraries established in Qishui City alone, and most of the first floor only needs to have a registered residence in Qishui City. It's free to read. Ting Shu sighed. Qishui City's registered permanent residence is not so easy to obtain. Generally, families living in Qishui City are basically very wealthy. At least one trainer should have the capital. Like Kaiyu Town, there will be no outstanding trainer in a few years. Let's go to the Nurturing House Library. After thinking about it, Ting Shu aims at one direction. The House of Cultivation can be regarded as the largest library in Qishui City. It belongs to the name of the Cultivator Association. It has extremely high authority and accuracy, and contains the most abundant types. Considering the limited use of his Nurturer Qualification Certificate, Ting Shu chose this place in the end. The growth plan of hunting swallowtail butterflies and green cotton birds was constantly flashing in his mind, and the garden tree walked on the road without paying attention to a black shadow in front of him. Quickly avoid. With a rapid sound coming, Ting Shu felt that he had been hit by something and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 39, Xiao Gang. Sorry, I'm very sorry. The figure stopped, and when he realized that he had hit someone, he quickly bent down and bowed to express his apologies. It's okay. Ting Shu said casually, walk carefully next time. I'm really sorry, I disturbed you. Hearing Ting Shu didn't mean to blame himself, the other party smiled awkwardly and said embarrassingly. Ting Shu also raised his head at this time and looked at this teenager who was about his age. With his yellowish-brown skin and squinted small eyes, Ting Shu felt a sense of kindness in his heart. This person gave him an inexplicable familiar feeling. Where did we have seen it? Ting Shu asked, and when the words fell, he shook his head to obliterate this possibility. Have you seen? The other party was taken aback. No, I'm from Nibi City in Guandu. This is the first time I came to Fangyuan today. Well, you are from Guandu. Ting Shu said something wrong. Wait. Where are you from? Nibi City in Guandu, excuse me, is there any problem? Ting Shu carefully rubbed his eyes and stared at him. The other person's appearance seemed to be a bit similar to the person in his impression, but his memory was a bit vague, and his age was not right. I didn't dare to confirm it for a while. No, by the way, I haven't asked how to call it. Xiao Gang, my name is Xiao Gang. The other party said dumbly. Ting Shu was stunned. Really? Unexpectedly, here he could meet famous names, one of the few original characters remembered in his memory. That Xiao Gang who accompanied Zai and experienced the 4 league conferences together? Ting Shu squinted his eyes. Xiao Gang in front of him was still very immature, he was only 10 years old, and he was not as mature and trustworthy as in the original book. In my impression, Xiao Gang seems to be a nurturingist too. Ting Shu is not sure. The description of the profession of nurturing in the animation is very vague. After he has learned a lot of the world, he deeply understands the status of nurturing. Is not inferior to the trainer, even in some respects, it is even more rare and noble. Maybe I confessed wrongly. My name is Ting Shu, and I come from Kaiyuan town in Fangyuan, but my hometown is Hualan City in Guangdu, Ting Shu said. Xiao Gang was very enthusiastic, and facing Ting Shu, a child who looked about his age, instantly aroused the curiosity in Xiao Gang's heart. Ting Shu, you said you are from Hualan City? Hualan City, I have been to Hualan City several times with my dad, maybe we met at that time. Perhaps. Ting Shu said with a smile, it's really possible. I remember that Kaiyuan town is far away. Ting Shu, what are you doing in Kishui City? Xiao Gang said eloquently, I want to read some books about nurturing homes. Nurturing home? Ting Shu was a little surprised. I plan to go to the nurturing home library. Really? Xiaogong's eyes lit up. That's great, that place seems to be the largest library in this city. Is Ting Shu also interested in nurturingists? Yes, for me, I might want to check some books on elf training. Ting Shu said, Xiao Gang, are you planning to become a nurturingist? Nurturing home? Xiao Gang was taken aback. Of course. My grandma is a cultivator. Grandma taught me many things when she was alive, so I am very interested in cultivators and caring for elves. Because my father is a gym trainer, I often come into contact with elves, and most of the elves in the gym are also taken care of by me, and I hope that the elves can be under my care. Healthy and happy growth is what I look forward to most. Xiao Gang said with a smile. That's really amazing. Ting Shu smiled. Compared with Xiao Gang, his original intention was much more vulgar. Xiao Gang, at least he is still a child of a gym trainer. Under the tide of this era, he is luckier than most people. Xiao Gang sighed, unfortunately, I still need to be reviewed if I want to become a formal incubator. I don't know how long I will study to pass. After a moment, Xiao Gang continued, moreover, the assessment includes Guangdu, Chengdu, the basic knowledge of the 4 regions of Fangyuan and Shenao, except for the little elves outside Guangdu, I am not familiar with them at all. No way, the cultivator assessment is a comprehensive test after all. Ting Shu said. He also has a deep understanding of this point, and Fangyuan, as the headquarters of the nurturing family, produces the largest proportion of questions. Fortunately, the Hezhong area far away from us, and even the recent alliance, are issuing publicity suggesting immigration and intends to establish a new alliance within a year. The elves in the Carlos area are not included. Even more remote, although the knowledge of the 4 regions is cumbersome, it is not difficult to understand. Ting Shu comforted Xiao Gang. Hezhong, Carlos. Xiao Gang looked blank. Ting Shu smiled. For a 10-year-old, no one would pay much attention to even ordinary geographical knowledge. If he hadn't had the memory of his previous life, he would not delve into it after he deliberately paid attention to it. Ting Shu didn't explain, but Xiao Gang continued to walk towards the cultivation home library. With a few simple words, Ting Shu's image in Xiao Gang's mind instantly rose. Look, Here it is. The most authoritative, largest, and richest collection of libraries in Qishui City and even Fangyuan District, the Nurturing Home Library, known as the Sea of Books, has unimaginable specifications. It is divided into floors alone. It has 6 floors and occupies an area that is at least nearly 10 times larger than the Qinggyuwu. It is estimated that it can accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. However, despite its large scale, not everyone can watch the books at will. The first 3 floors can be watched for a fee, while the 4th floor and above require some achievements or reputations, competitions, gymnasium trainers, nurturing certifications, various medals, all are involved. Moreover, in order to prevent some precious books from being stolen and the library known as the Crystallization of Wisdom from being attacked, the defense here is also very tight. Not only Miss Juncha who is patrolling outside, the trainer hired by the police also pay attention at all times. All the movement around. In the library, there are also special superpowers, ghost elf secretly guarding everything. For Xiao Gang, entering the first floor can already excite him for a long time. Don't underestimate the books on the first level because of the low number of levels. Although most of them are just basic analysis, even attribute restraint and common trick effects, these things alone are most trainers and ordinary people. For the knowledge that one does not possess, if one can remember the tens of thousands of basic books on the first floor of the nurturing house, it is simply easy to pass the assessment of the primary nurturing house. Put the basic knowledge about elves and trainers on the first level for free viewing by people who have a permanent residence in Qishui City. The headquarters of the nurturing family is also a good intention, but most people still prefer the second level, biographical books that are almost fictional, compared to boring knowledge. This kind of travel experienced words can be more enjoyable for them. As for whether they can learn anything from it, it is unknown. Let's go in. Looking at the splendid, huge building, Ting Shu's heart suddenly raised an absurd thought. If a trainer can possess all the knowledge in this library, how powerful should he be? However, this idea only surfaced in an instant, and Ting Shu himself laughed. How could it be possible, not to mention such a huge amount of books, just a human brain to understand? I am afraid that it contains thousands of aspects of knowledge in a lifetime. Chapter 40, Nurturing Home. Hello, please register first. The registration staff looked at the 2 teenagers, Xiao Gang and Ting Shu, who came in, and guided them with a smile. How to do it? Is it to pay? Xiao Gang asked, poking his head. That's it. If you don't have other channels and are ready to pay, there are 2 modes here. One is the time of purchase, you can read it in the library, and you can copy it. The other is to borrow with the label at the bottom of the book. You can take the books out of the library to watch. Is that right? I'll buy time first. Xiao Gang thought for a while. He won't stay in Fangyuan area for long. Right now, he's just coming to gain insight. If you borrow it, I'm afraid it won't last long. After the registrant expressed his understanding, he pointed to the opposite wall. On the wall was a huge screen, which marked the number of layers and the fees to be paid at the corresponding time. After Xiao Gang saw it, he immediately ran to the opposite side. That. Then, the registrant looked at Ting Shu, but before she could even speak, Ting Shu had already passed a sky blue pamphlet over. This is. Taking the booklet, looking at the familiar pattern on it, the registrant was slightly surprised, and after she opened it, the content written in it made him even more unbelievable. Above, under the head of Ting Shu, with his name attached, the formal review of the Big Junior Nurturing Master, as well as the date and age of the review, all impacted the mind of the registrar. It's not that she has never seen a nurturing family, but the 10-year-old nurturing family is a bit too amazing. Please put it away, you can read it in the first 3 floors. Nodding with a smile, the other party handed over the certificate. At this time, Xiao Gang also returned. On the first floor, 2 hours, that's it, right? Xiao Gang looked at the staff after passing the money that had been prepared. Yes. After receiving the money from Xiao Gang, the staff quickly gave Xiao Gang a square note like a qualification certificate. Hey? Why are you still here? Ting Shu. Xiao Gang was stunned when he saw Ting Shu still standing. Yes, you must know the price. How about it? Is it finished? It's over, let's go in. Ting Shu smiled, and without explaining anything to Xiao Gang, the two entered the library directly. Xiao Gang hopes to read some books about raising elves, and Ting Shu is for the blue bird. The books he needs to look for are biased towards training, tricks, and even detailed introductions to elves. After entering the library, Ting Shu and Xiao Gang separated. In fact, the library is very large, even the first story collection of books makes Ting Shu amazed. If it were not for the detailed divisions, the time he needed to find the books he wanted to read would be astronomical. If the first level is a kind of elementary school enlightenment textbooks similar to the elf subject, then the second level is almost like historical books and novels. As for the further up, it is more in-depth knowledge, and even contains some technologies similar to the manufacturing of Pokemon balls. But in general, if people who have not studied specifically and read these books rashly, they may not be able to understand what the above is about. Can't let you take a look at the material and production process of the Pokeball. You can make the Pokeball, right? Otherwise, the Pokeball will not be monopolized by the Alliance or a few large consortia, and the technology, details, technology, and resources in it are beyond the reach of individual power. Ting Shu walked around on the first and third floors for a while, and quickly found the books he needed. Major books such as History of the Blue Mian Bird Race, Analysis of Dragon Skills, and some incidental books on green bird hunting and other unique tricks, cultivation, and diet, were collected by Ting Shu. Generally speaking, even a book that introduces dragon tricks has no fewer than 4 or 5 editions, but as a nurturingist, Ting Shu naturally has his own judgment and understanding, and picking out the most suitable for him is completely unsuccessful. Problem. Finding books is easy, and Ting Shu didn't plan to watch it here. As a junior nurturer, he can borrow it for a long time. Even if it is lost, the compensation paid is extremely favorable. This is the benefit of nurturers. After getting the books he needed, Ting Shu was not idle. It is rare to come to such a large library once. The books he usually reads are completely close to basic knowledge, common sense theory and other major biases, and like the establishment of alliances. The process, the history between the ancient Warcraft and the animal trainer, ancient celebrities, modern development history and other knowledge about the world itself, except for the most simple things that are basically known to an adult, Ting Shu in fact, not much is known. So, after walking around for a while, Ting Shu came to the second floor. Ting Shu is very interested in these biographical readings that are responsible for the memory of past lives. After that, Ting Shu was alone in a corner of the second floor, browsing some books quickly with relish. These almost narrative books do not require him to be too distracted. Many of these books have aroused Ting Shu's interest. For example, before the Pokeball appeared, humans used another special tool to control the elf. At that time, the elf was also called Warcraft. Even in ancient times without technology, humans would not be at the bottom of the food chain. Hundreds of years ago, this world was also a national system, and various forces continued to fight and pursue resources and territory. At that time, the elves were the most important tool of war. The so-called concept that humans and elves were partners was a very strange statement at that time. In addition, Ting Shu also found books introducing Tianguan Academy here, but if he hadn't deliberately searched for such unpopular books, I am afraid that not many people would be interested in watching them. After reading a lot, Ting Shu took a long sigh. The feeling of being immersed in the sea of books, after gaining new knowledge, the pleasure of sublimation and transformation of the whole person, is really intoxicating. Every time I know more things, the garden tree will produce a kind of inner fulfillment. Human desire for knowledge seems to have been increased and expanded here in Tingshu. Looking at the time, Tingshu stretched out, planning to go back after reading the last book in his hand. There will be time to read in the future, so naturally there is no need to rush at this moment. Title: Generation. Generation. Looking at the name of this book, Tingshugan coughed. It is hard to imagine that this is a person's name, a book of biography. Chapter 41, The Origin of Nurturing Home. Generations, a very legendary character, was born before the establishment of the Pokemon League and was a child of a farming family. And the beginning of all stories originated from a pet in Mr. Shaday's house, Ibrahimovic. It is this Ibrahimovic who has made generations and made him the first orthodox cultivator in history, the originator of the cultivator, and the most powerful promoter of the establishment of the Cultivator Association. When he was young, Mr. Generation, who lived in the end of the Warring States period, abandoning war, is one of the few people who think that Elf is a partner. He and Ibrahimovic have a very good relationship and have lived together for a long time, allowing both parties to build a strong emotional foundation. In an accident, Mr. Shaday got a magical stone. When this stone came into contact with Ibrahimovic, a surprising scene happened. Ibrahimovic's whole body actually emitted a white light. As time went on, slowly becomes a brand new species. Ibrahimovic, who was considered to be only a pet at the time, has evolved into a new creature with a blue body. Generations are surprised and shocked to discover that after Ibrahimovic has evolved, the composition of the body and water is very similar, so it can be dissolved in water, and it also has the ability to predict rain, and has mastered many powerful moves that were difficult to comprehend before. The displayed strength is definitely not comparable to the previous pet Ibrahimovic. The unexpected change of Ibrahimovic aroused the strong curiosity of Mr. Generation, who was only in his teens at the time. He suddenly wanted to understand the principle of Ibrahimovic's change. It was obviously a delicate pet. Why did it become a brand new species because of a stone? Not only that, but also gained extraordinary abilities. These things are beyond the imagination of the generations who once came from ordinary. But under this accident, Shaday suddenly changed into a different person. An accident awakened Mr. Shaday's soul, who wanted to explore the unknown. Regardless of the obstacles of his family, generations began their own journey, embarking on a journey of seeking knowledge alone. During this period, generations bought 2 Ibrahimovic from other places. At the same time, after 2 years, he was in different places. Found 2 other magical stones, one orange-red like fire, and one shining like thunder, completely different from the crystal-like stone he had picked up before. Catalyzed by these 2 stones, his other 2 elves, Ibrahimovic, evolved as he expected, and evolved into a completely different species from the first. After generations have been shocked, let's call them Water Ibrahimovic, Ribe and Fire Ibrahim. After 2 years of travel, the changes of his own 3 Ibrahimovic have confirmed a lot of things by Mr. Shaday. At least he believes that under the change of some foreign objects, the elves can have their own mutations. This kind of mutation seems to have the same effect as evolution. Next, the generations gave birth to the following doubts. Since this magical stone can help Ibrahimovic mutate into a more powerful species, can other things essentially enhance the strength of the elf? The elves themselves are magical creatures and the darlings of nature, so are there any unknown treasures in the world that are beneficial to the elves? Just like a human samurai holding a famous sword, the combat power becomes stronger. What awaits generations is more long-term research and exploration. This time, generations spent 7 years living with the wild elves, collecting all kinds of magical objects, and even the vegetation in the wild, and seducing the little ones. The wizard cooperated with his research. In 7 years, letting the Buddha let the generations see the new world. He didn't know where he scraped off a pile of silver powder. These silver powder attracted a lot of worm-type elves. Among them, the large needle bee that obtained the silver powder became more fierce and powerful. He found a very condensed drop of water from a mysterious lake. When wearing this drop of water, his water Ibrahimovic's control of the water flow rose by more than one level. In addition, generations have also discovered the magical effects of many tree fruits. It turns out that these tree fruits can not only satisfy their hunger simply. In order to learn from each failure, Mr. Shidai has almost died in the wild several times in these years. Fortunately, the three Ibrahimovic have been by his side. 20 years have passed. At this time, the generation is already over 40 years old. In this chaotic warring states period, he seems to be isolated from the outside world, alone, running around in the wild, pursuing what he calls the truth of knowledge. At this time, the warring states period ended, and the aristocratic system collapsed. With the joint efforts of a group of like-minded people, together with their warcraft or elves, after several years of hard work, they continued to calm down the dilapidated continent and promote it. With the idea that elves are human companions, and the idea of everyone is equal, it strongly appeared in everyone's sights, and the giant Pokemon Alliance was established. Until now. Some people say that they are the highest beings among the little elves, or the people chosen by the creator of this world, to rescue people who are currently sinking into dire straits, and some people say that they are the first batch of enlightened minds, great revolutionist. But it cannot be denied that this group of people ended the warring states period with the support of many elves. The Pokemon Alliance quickly took power and appeared in front of everyone in a prosperous, equal, and harmonious development posture. With such a leader, no matter who it is, there is no complaint. As for the small number of nobles who could not accept and resisted constantly, they were also sanctioned one by one. When these things appeared, equality and law marked another step forward in the civilization of this world. At this time, there was no war, elves, and trainers. These new terms appeared in the sight of many people. After learning of all this, Mr. Shidai was ecstatic. The establishment of human rights and elf status, letting the Buddha let him see the fire of hope, he couldn't wait to report his research results to the Alliance. Fortunately, Shidai has received extremely high attention. This knowledge about elves has given many people a very broad idea, allowing many people to see a new direction. At this time, the ancestors of the Joey family found business opportunities and monopolized the treatment of elves. With his knowledge and excellent mind, he has established a huge business network at a very fast speed. After hundreds of years, the Joey family has now become one of the most influential forces all over the world. Up to now, almost no trainer has not received Joey's help. Behind the Joey family is a huge group of trainers. To continue in this way, it is idiotic to shake their status. As for Mr. Shidai, after gaining a very high reputation and status, he never gave up his research, and he also established an organization with many like-minded people and began to study the magical creatures like elves. Unlike the trainers, they did not deliberately train the elf's strength. If the trainers are pursuing the outside and let the elf's strength continue to improve and hone through battle, then they are like in exploring the elf everything about this kind of creatures, form, evolve, grow, and reproduce. With the continuous improvement of this system, they gave themselves a special name, which is Elf Breeder. Chapter 42, Know-how? Know-how. The cultivator is a very large concept, which is different from the cultivation of the trainer that continuously improves the strength through training and battle. The cultivator is constantly exploring the essence and truth, and pursuing the unknown existence through theory and practice. The establishment of the Nurturing Family Association also gave this group of people their own formal professions and jobs. Even in some respects, their influence is even greater than that of the Pokemon League. However, although the Nurturing Association has also developed rapidly, it requires too much knowledge, logic, and theoretical abilities to become a truly qualified nurturing, which limits many people, and there are all kinds of elves with different personalities. The most important thing to slow down the growth of nurturers is the way of exchanging information at that time, and it is an insurmountable gap that hinders the formation of the career of nurturers. In contrast, under the promotion of the Pokémon Alliance, the protection of ordinary people has been continuously improved. In addition, as technology, which is the second largest human helper besides elves, has been researched, the Pokémon Alliance has begun to move towards the Nurturing Association has a completely different direction. One is studying technology, the other is studying elf knowledge. But in the end, as the Pokémon Alliance combine technology and nurturing knowledge to create the Pokeball, the brand new profession of trainer glowed with renewed brilliance, and spread at an extremely fast speed in the form of a prairie fire. All over the world. With the birth of the Pokémon Ball, the Pokémon League is ready to strengthen its own power and quickly spawn a group of trainers. Even with zero basics, they can rely on a few elf to gain rich experience through continuous travel, and then conquer more Pokémon, become the most advantageous helper of the Alliance in exploring various places. With this method, the Pokémon League is finally more well known and is also known as the official organization of the trainer. But even so, the cultivator is still a behemoth that cannot be ignored. Like the Joey family, they are one of the top decision-makers of the Nurturing Family Association, and their influence among trainers is not small. Today, more than 200 years have passed, both trainers and nurturers have been on the right track, and the trend has almost become finalized. The name of the originator of the cultivator for generations has gradually become a legend. Hey! After reading the experience of Mr. Shide in one breath, Ting Shu exclaimed, "How much perseverance this is to make a person persist in the wild for decades, just to explore the knowledge of the elf. Amazing!" Even Ting Shu, a traverser, can't help but admire him. This person has achieved the rapid development of the career of nurturing, and the birth of nurturing has made a great contribution to the progress of this society. Is there any more words behind? Turning to the last page, Ting Shu saw that there were some quotations at the end. Mr. Shide said most often in his later years, whether it is a trainer or a nurturer, it should be through the knowledge that you have mastered to achieve the purpose of the concept, rather than relying on fantasy. When he saw the sentence, Ting Shu's mind suddenly appeared in the past. Whether on the earth or this world, the ordinary man changed his destiny through tedious and boring knowledge. What he learned in this world gave him the greatest opportunity. Whether it was the attention of Master Sheng Zong, the real benefits in exchange for real benefits, or the mainstream of this world, they are all closely related to this. Putting down this generation, Ting Shu couldn't help being filled with unspeakable emotions in his body and mind. He thought he knew enough about the career of nurturing a family, but at this time he also discovered that practice was far from enough. Nurturer. With a faint smile, Ting Shu shook his head. Next, he will go to Tianguan Academy, and he doesn't know when he will come back for the audit of the intermediate fosterer. Time to go. Having got what he wanted, Ting Shu didn't plan to stay at the nurturing house anymore. When he went downstairs, he found that Xiao Gang was still reading enthusiastically. Without disturbing Xiao Gang, Ting Shu left here alone. The meeting with Xiao Gang is just an episode. As long as Ting Shu continues to plan on the career of nurturing home, it is only a matter of time before the protagonists or bigwigs in the original work meet them. On the way back to the hotel, Ting Shu has been thinking about the difference between the strength of the trainer and the strength of the trainer. It seems that the strength of the elf in their hands depends on the strength of the trainer, but it does not seem to be complete. In addition to the strength of the elf, many factors in a battle depend on the trainer himself. Even the strength of the elf is inseparable from the training and nurturing of the trainer, and if you want to be a strong trainer, putting aside the emptiness and luck, Ting Shu thought of a word. Accumulation. The growth of the trainer is a process of accumulation, and the strength of the elf and the experience of the trainer are inseparable from long-term training. But if you want to find a shortcut, Ting Shu has his own ideas. Know-how. Sufficient knowledge can allow him to grow rapidly on a perfect path across the trenches and thorns that others cannot touch or even understand. The knowledge that Ting Shu defines is not a pure theory or a mere talk of paper, but a very complicated system, and he can't say exactly what it looks like. To use his own metaphor, it is to use foreign objects. This is also inspired by Mr. Shade. Compare knowledge to a foreign object, but this foreign object can directly affect the elf itself and the trainer himself. In the Broken Memories of Ting Shu, Zai in the original book met a trainer named Xiao Ming. The training device he made can help his elves adapt to various fighting environments. Putting aside some subjective factors, this one is called Xiao Ming. The guy is using foreign objects to enhance the strength of the elf. The process is very simple. To put it bluntly, it is resources. The move CDs, nutritional products, training devices, etc., are all foreign objects. This is what Tingshu wants to study, but it is more than that. Those things are the crystallization of the wisdom of predecessors, and he has an advantage that no other person in this world can match. That is thought, which comes from another. Thoughts of the world. Without being bound by common sense here, he has all kinds of strange ideas, that is, brain holes. If you can make full use of those things to strengthen the elf, Ting Shu has reason to believe that he can also take a shortcut with this knowledge. The Zhou family has reached the pinnacle from the medical aspect. Master N has devoted himself to studying the talents of the elves for many years. It makes it easier for different elves to learn more tricks, thereby enhancing the background and tactical value of the elves. Master Shengzong explores the root cause, from the perspective of genetics, unearths the inner potential of the elf. If one day allows the elf to use the genes hidden in the body hundreds of years or more, it will undoubtedly cause a very big shock. Ting Shu had a vague impression, but he was not sure. He vaguely remembered an unfamiliar vocabulary in the memory deep in his mind. Mega evolution. This is a fragment of the Earth's memory, almost forgotten now. Then what about me? Foreign objects, it sounds good, but the amount of knowledge involved is much more extensive than the single aspect of these older generations. If there is not enough rigorous direction. A long way to go. Chapter 43, Car Green Tunnel. Master Shengzong came back. Due to a small accident, Ting Shu's time to travel to the Shanao area was delayed again for a few days. I boarded Master Shenzong's private helicopter again, and the destination of the cruise was the green town west of Fangyuan. Unlike Kaiyuan Town, Liuyan Town is famous for its refreshed atmosphere. Although it is close to Yanta Mountain, the volcanic ash will not blow here because of the wind direction. From the perspective of economic level alone, the fragrant grassy plateau of Liuyan Town is much more prosperous than Kaiyuan Town because it attracts many weak patients to cultivate here. Is it serious? Several workers were injured, and the construction of the Kalu tunnel has stopped. Although the nearby trainers were called to find the cause, the problem was still not resolved. Ting Shu talked with Master Shengzong, and this trip to Green Town was to solve an engineering accident caused by an elf. In order to provide a convenient way for trainers to go out, Fang Yuan Alliance decided to open up the mountain road from Kanas City to Liuyan Town. This mountain road was initially named Calve Tunnel. However, when the project was halfway through, a group of Gunayuniu came out to stop. This group of Gunayuniu is very cunning and disciplined. Whenever the trainers come here to guard, they will hide secretly. As long as the trainer leaves, the workers continue to work, or when there is a shortage of manpower at night, Gunayuniu will come out collectively to destroy. Gunayuniu's actions caused a terrible headache for the person in charge of this project. The person in charge reported the news to the top, but the Fang Yuan Alliance did not have the right manpower to deal with such small things at this time, for a card green tunnel. The project interrupted the tasks of the king and the special operations personnel, and it was a big fuss. And the recent Keiho conference will require too many people. From the perspective of high-level officials, such minor problems are only due to the lack of ability of the person in charge, which can be completely resolved with the help of outside trainers. However, it was not until the end that several workers were injured in an accident, causing an uproar in the local area. The alliance became nervous and terminated the construction of the Kalu tunnel. Due to public opinion, the alliance immediately invited Master Shengzong, who was active nearby, to participate in the investigation and mobilize Orange Hua. Forest rangers and local police assisted in this mission. The workers' family members are all rioting, and the alliance has no way. Other capable people are too far away from Liuyan town, so they have to ask for help from the nurturing association. If more ordinary people are injured, the reputation that the alliance has just established will be affected. Although I have found a trainer to drive away Gunayuniu, the Gunayuniu don't know how to stop. This kind of incident caused by the elf, if the trainer is only allowed to solve it with brute force, without finding the cause, it will basically treat the symptoms rather than the root cause, and it will not work. Master Shengzong shook his head and explained to Tingshu. Gunayuniu? Could it be that the construction of the tunnel disturbed Gunayuniu? No, Gunayuniu will not be affected by sound tricks at all. Doesn't this kind of elf have a talent for sound insulation? It is also called characteristic. The term characteristic has not yet been officially popularized. Some of the extraordinary places of the elves are often called special talents by the cultivator at this time. If the noise generated by the construction of the tunnel disturbs Gunayuniu, it seems unreasonable. The alliance should try to choose areas where there are no elves in the construction of the tunnel. Then Gunayuniu's intention to destroy it is worth investigating. Master Shengzong was stunned, and then looked at Tingshu with satisfaction. Yes, Gunayuniu does have a talent for sound insulation. If the person in charge of this project can understand this, he should be able to know that the breakthrough is not get rid of Gunayuniu. It's somewhere. When Master Shenzong's helicopter came, there were police and staff waiting below, so Tingshu had to sigh again about the status of the top nurturing home. It's boring to say. After arriving at the place, Master Shengzong had no time to take care of Tingshu, who was a little kid, and Tingshu was also happy, ready to take the hunting swallowtail butterfly and the blue cotton bird for some actual combat. Many young trainers gathered in the mountains near the Kalu tunnel. They were all invited to solve the Gunayuniu incident. Now the incident has escalated. They did not see the result, and they were not willing to leave directly. The police have sealed off most of the area, and the trainers are quite helpless. However, the trainers were also in a daze. In some open areas around, there are often 2s and 3s of trainers getting together to fight. Tingshu was attracted by the sound. Water system versus grass system, I'm afraid he will be in danger. Tetsuya has won 3 consecutive victories, right? Can the opponent hold on to it, or with a weak attribute? The battle was going fiercely, and the trainers on the sideline stared at the 2 elves on the field intently, and Tingshu was no exception. Forest lizard, Malilulai. The developed thigh muscles of the forest lizard can produce amazing explosive power. The leaves on the hand will also show blade-like abilities when fighting. Under the high-frequency suppression of the leaf blade of the forest lizard, Maliluli quickly defeated. The outcome is known. The onlookers immediately exclaimed, "We have won 4 in a row! We have won 4 in a row! 4 consecutive victories?" The garden tree squeezed to the front, wanting to see how sacred it was. The victorious was a teenager, 11 or 12 years old, with a white face and brown hair that seemed to be fixed with hairspray to a strange hairstyle. Tingshu walked to the front, the boy immediately grabbed him, and said, "Friend, have you seen my strength this time?" After that, he shouted to the onlookers, "Is there anyone who wants to challenge any more? If not, does anyone want to join me now? Since we are all here, how can we come here in vain? As long as there are 5 people, if we make up enough 5 people, we will set off into the mountains and the police will investigate. We have to investigate ourselves to find the mystery of the Gunayuniu incident." Zhe is also very enthusiastic, but this seems to be the characteristic of every young trainer. After seeing Zhe's strength, several people are obviously very excited about his proposal. Most trainers are restless masters, like this kind of thing. It is stimulating the fiery hearts of young trainers all the time. I come. I join. Count me in. In just 2 breaths, 3 trainers, 2 men and 1 woman, stood up together. The police clearly stipulated that the trainers are not allowed to continue their investigations. Some workers have been injured. If another trainer is injured in the Kagreen Tunnel incident, the situation will expand. There are 4, is there anyone else? Zhe also looked around, hoping to find another teammate, but the others all had the upper hand with reason and decided not to join in the fun. Chapter 44, Noise Elf. Are you interested? Tetsuya was startled, no one should be with him. Embarrassed, he pulled the nearest garden tree to him again, and asked kindly. But as soon as he spoke, he hesitated. Ting Shu seemed to be about 10 years old, so he should be a newcomer trainer. If you go deep into the mountains, it will be bad if there is an accident. A new trainer may not even take care of himself. Zhaya suddenly widened his eyes, for fear that Ting Shu would agree. He didn't want to bring an oil bottle. He just heard that the incident was very serious. He thought it would be safer to find more staff, but this was not. Does not include newcomers who just debuted. Ting Shu raised his brows and hesitated. To tell the truth, he was moved. This incident did arouse his curiosity, but considering that he came with Master Shengzong, this would definitely cause trouble. Got this idea? As if seeing a curious light in Ting Shu's eyes, Tetsuya looked bitter, and he was going to suffer. Ting Shu was about to say no, but he was immediately interrupted by another person. Zhe, right? Don't talk too much to the little kid. The 4 of us are enough. A rookie can't help much if we go. Among the first 3 people who walked out, one of them was 15 years old. Said the 6-year-old trainer. Zhe didn't say a word, just smiled awkwardly, which was regarded as acquiescence. Ting Shu was stunned. Hey, how can you judge people by appearance? Among the 3, the girl trainer who walked out was dissatisfied. It was such annoying tone that she was often laughed at when she just debuted. Is there a problem? At his age, he should still be playing with elves, ha ha ha. Ting Shu stood aside, with a black line, his mouth twitched, suspecting that he was on the wrong set. I am not a rookie trainer. He felt that he had to explain. He is a cultivator, trainer status, or something. Ting Shu didn't care. No? How many elves have you taken over? The trainer, wearing a dark blue jacket, seemed to like to play against newcomers like Ting Shu. 2. After Ting Shu spoke, he suddenly felt unconvincing. Sure enough, the blue-clothed trainer immediately laughed. Come on, stop bragging. If you are not a newcomer trainer at your age, I will be the 4 heavenly kings. Ting Shu was also helpless. Okay, ignore him. Anyone who didn't come from a newcomer trainer, come on. Sooner or later you can become an elite trainer on your own. The girl trainer interrupted them, in her opinion, in order to prevent the blue clothes from training. It's better not to let the conversation go on to fight against the confidence of the face-saving Ting Shu. The attitudes of several people clearly identified Ting Shu as a newcomer trainer. Ting Shu didn't bother to explain, nothing else. The newcomer trainer should be the newcomer trainer. If he is registered as a trainer in the Pokemon League, he is indeed a newcomer age. But the cultivator and the trainer are indeed completely different systems. Okay, don't make any noise. Zhaya was also a little uncomfortable. He was also not very old. Although he had just debuted for a year, he believed that he was good. When he saw Ting Shu being targeted, he took the pot directly to himself. In this case, we have gathered 5 people. There are so many people and strength. Don't start infighting. Tetsuya sighed secretly. People were invited by themselves. If you refuse him again, wouldn't it hurt Ting Shu's self-esteem? The decision is to agree to Ting Shu's joining, the big deal is to take care of each other. But here, Ting Shu looked dazed. When did he agree? Tetsuya also forgot that Ting Shu hadn't finished speaking at all. He just saw curiosity and movement in Ting Shu's eyes, and then he subconsciously judged that the other party wanted to accept his invitation. "It's okay, just follow me, my poison rose will protect you." The girl trainer patted her chest and put on all the expressions that I was there. Ting Shu refused again. But he was shocked on the spot. To have confidence in our own strength, we have 5 people, so there should be no danger. Tetsuya. The newcomer is just a newcomer. I can't stand it after talking. Please take a little bit of strength, don't make me look down on you. The blue-clothed trainer. This is a good opportunity to exercise, don't worry, my elf can lend it to you at the critical moment. The girl trainer. Just be careful. The last humane said. In this way, Ting Shu's refusal was regarded as timid, and a group of people couldn't stand it, and decided to pull this newcomer trainer. The leader, the teenager who faced the challenge of a roadside trainer for 4 consecutive victories, was called Tetsuya. The blue-clothed trainer is named Zongzhou, who has challenged 3 regional conferences. The girl's trainer is named Zioki, who is doing practice to become an excellent coordinator. The last person, Au, is an apprentice from Kana's gymnasium. Coupled with the innocent Ting Shu who was dragged into the team, the 5 people began planning to enter the mountains, looking for the mystery of Gunayuniu. The Kalu Tunnel project was interrupted. Whenever their trainers appeared, the Gunayuniu would fled to the mountains, and then quietly waited for the opportunity to make a comeback. After listening to Master Shenzong's narration, Ting Shu knew no less than these people. He was also very curious about the reason behind it, and he wanted to verify the several guesses in his heart. Several people planned to enter the mountain in the middle of the night. At that time, the police's anti-lock was the weakest. He heard the garden tree next to him roll his eyes, and even if he was curious, he didn't want to take risks with these children. The night is a rest time. After nearly a month of experience in Yantu Mountain, the garden tree with precise work and rest is exhausted and will never find any more sins. The 4 people talked happily. In the end, they agreed on a time and meeting place. In this way, everyone separated and started to prepare for themselves, but after Ting Shu left, he didn't plan to see them again. He found a place to take a good rest. The blue cotton bird and the bird hunting also had their own training missions. For a little time can't delay either. Master Shenzong didn't explain anything, and Ting Shu was helpless. He wondered if Master Shenzong had forgotten that he could not stay in the Pokémon Center without a trainer certificate. There are also people like Ting Shu. They all use their own tents to find suitable places and set up temporary shelters. Ting Shu was not unfamiliar with this way of making a living, and even very skilled. He sighed, and he seemed to have returned to the situation when he first came out of Kyoya town. The next morning, Ting Shu was awakened by a shock. There was a lot of movement, and Ting Shu walked outside blankly, wanting to know what was going on. Turning around in a circle, nothing was gained, but at this time, 2 figures attracted Ting Shu's attention. Miss Junsha, A&D. Master Shenzong. Ting Shu hurried over, wanting to find out how the incident was and how far it has developed. Ting Tree. As soon as he approached, Master Shenzong obviously noticed him. I was attracted by the sound, Ting Shu said. You heard it too. Grandmaster Shenzong frowned, and said, the matter is a bit eye-catching, but it will take time to resolve. The sound is from the noise elf, the popping monster, it seems to be the leader of the Gunayuniu. The Gunayuniu, there are also some roar explosions, which seem to be in a violent state, very unfriendly. Is it serious? Ting Shu was startled. They have a strong sense of attack now, but they have retreated into the mountains. That's not good. Ting Shu rubbed his head with a headache. It seems that a few training furniture went into the mountain privately yesterday, I don't know if they were stopped. When the words fell, Jun Shan next to him was taken aback. I haven't received any news. If they act, they should be in the mountains now. Ting Shu looked at Master Shenzong. If the trainers are attacked by irritable sound crackers at this time, it is inevitable that there will be no accidents. I see. The matter was really serious. Master Shengzong hesitated and threw a fairy ball to Tingshu. Do you know those trainers? This is Bai Diao's elf ball. See if you can find them first and persuade them to wait for rescue. Don't act rashly. Now Miss Junsha and I are going to investigate the situation of the blaster. Leave it to him, okay. Miss Jun Shan next to her was taken aback and looked at the Tingshu, who was less than 10 years old. Don't worry. Master Shengzong said, he is a cultivator. If there is an emergency, it is easier to deal with than the average trainer, and there is no accident than a carol. Chapter 45, Overlord. The mountains next to the town of Liuyan block the road between the two populated places, Liuyan and Kanas. The indigo-colored mountain beam is like a huge animal spine, hidden in the blue and transparent morning light. Above the mountains, with a whistling sound, a huge statue circling continuously. The garden tree hugged the eagle tightly, resisting the discomfort caused by the airflow, looking down the entire mountain. It's so fun. It was the first time that he flew high in the sky, and the comfort of his mind can be imagined. Before he could enjoy it, Tingshu didn't dare to forget his mission. When Bai Diao's speed slowed down, he said, the other party should have 4 people. Look for it. Bai Diao's eyes are very good. Obviously, Tingshu needs to be qualified for the job of finding people. Be careful and keep this height. In the wild, when trainers ride flying elves, the most taboo is flying at low altitude. If they stray into the territory of other elves, they will be directly attacked, which is very dangerous. Although Tingshu is a fledgling rookie, but the necessary survival knowledge is much better than the ordinary rookie trainer. As time passed bit by bit, Bai Diao and Tingshu carefully explored the mountain range from beginning to end. Suddenly, a group of purple figures dazzled in front of them, causing them to stop their movements. That is Gunai Uniu, roar explosive bombs. Tingshu's eyes flashed, as if he had encountered the righteous master. Did you come to such a deep place? Regardless of them, find someone first. The next moment, Tingshu ordered Bai Diao to bypass the group of guys. The main purpose of his trip was the safety of Tetsuya and the others. As for the truth of the Kagreen Tunnel incident, let's teach professionals to find it. Roar! Roar! Damn it! Tingshu didn't want to provoke right and wrong, but the reality did not follow his wishes. There was a huge roar. If Bai Diao didn't slow down and stabilize his body in time, I'm afraid they would fall. The tree in the sky, looking from high to the bottom, a behemoth appeared in the Gunai Uniu community, and the appearance of this little elf instantly made the tree's pupils shrink. That's what Master Shengzong said, the leader of the Gunai Uniu community. Is the pop sound strange? That size, I guess it's at least 2 meters. The boom monster is like a huge sound source, roaring constantly on the ground. Even if the tree covers his ears, he can feel the rough shock. It's a noisy elf whose roar can reach 10 kilometers away. Then the eagle, let's evacuate first. Tingshu frowned. I don't know why the sonic boomerang has such a strong attack consciousness. This is not good. The roar alone can affect Master Shenzong's flight. In addition to the size of this sonic boomerang, I'm afraid it's unusual. The trainer can deal with it. If Tetsuya and his party encounter unfortunately, plus a lot of blast bombs and Gunai Uniu, things will go bad. This sound-cracking monster gave the tree a special feeling, like seeing the overlord of the Yantu Mountain, the mother of the Qingmian bird, in Yantu Mountain. Very strong, not comparable to ordinary elf. This kind of elves must be from a community or a certain area. After a lot of competition, in the nature of survival of the fittest, the one who laughed last, regardless of strength and various aspects, are very good elves. Since the establishment of the Pokemon Alliance, the biggest headache is this kind of elves. Ordinary trainers are not their opponents at all. Whenever the Alliance wants to urbanize and populate some places, after a series of developments, if you encounter this, if the elves obstruct, things will be very troublesome. It often requires a lot of elite trainers or the use of technological means to achieve the goal. However, so far, the cities and towns where humans are mainly concentrated have been saturated, and the development of the wild has not been paid attention to in the past. Many overlord Pokémon have also been defeated by the Alliance's trainers, conquered, or left their hometown. Powerful little elves are very rare. With the modernization of various regions, the strength of the wild elves may still have a downward trend. Bai Diao and Ting Shu left in a hurry. The sound of the sonic boomerang would definitely spread far away, and it is estimated that Master Shengzong could also hear them, and the next step is their work. At the same time, did you feel it? Tetsuya felt the vibration around a certain cave and said quickly. The expressions of Zhongzhou, Xiaoqi, and Au also became serious and nodded. It seems that there are clues. Tetsuya smiled slightly, a little excited. They were not sure about the shock that had been posted earlier, and they couldn't say anything this time to let them run away. Let's go quickly. Several people started to act again. As long as they can find out the cause of the incident, or solve the Ka Green Tunnel incident, they will be able to build their reputation and be known by the nearby trainers. This is a very tempting temptation for any trainer who has just debuted. Even if the reputation is big enough, you may get some titles of your own. A trainer with a title, whether in the civil or official state, has unimaginable benefits. Therefore, several people seemed extremely caring, serious and careful. After about 5 minutes, Diu! Diu! A shrill cry came from one side of the mountain road, as sharp as a jet, with countless sounds superimposed on each other. It is conceivable that a group of creatures shouted together. It's Gunai Yuniu's voice. Captain Zhe also said seriously, his tone was a little nervous at this moment. After all, it's just a few curious trainers who come together to explore the unknown, and no one can be sure what will happen or what will happen. Come out, Forest Lizard, ready to fight. Boss Cat, come out too. Poison Rose. Doi Ninja. In the small narrow place, each of the four called out an elf, staring at the few Gunai Yuniu who popped out from the opposite side. Fortunately, just a few Gunai Yuniu, I will solve them. Zhongzhou said. A trace of contempt flashed in Zhongzhou's eyes, a weak Gunai Yuniu, who would definitely not be his cat boss opponent. The other few people also had contempt in their eyes. Little elves like Gunai Yuniu didn't seem to be threatening at all. Just be careful of their sharp screams and not be disturbed. Okay, end the battle as soon as possible. Zhe Ye nodded and said to several people. At this moment, several people were affected and raised their heads subconsciously, because the sudden darkness instantly enveloped them, and a black shadow flashed across the sky, causing a strong wind howl. Following that, there was an immature voice. It's really troublesome, hunting swallows. Use sleeping powder. Chapter 46, Reason. Tetsuya raised their heads, and saw a hunting swallowtail butterfly waving its wings, and then the green dust fell down. Then, a few Gunai Yuniu had no resistance and fell asleep directly on the ground. Above his head, the nearly 2-meter Bai Diao flapped his wings and felt the wind coming from above, and several people shivered. That's Bai Diao. And hunting swallowtail butterflies? Who is there? The battle with Gunai Yuniu was interrupted, and the four of them looked up suspiciously, except that they found nothing except for a bird flying in the air and another hunting swallowtail butterfly circling constantly. It wasn't until Bai Diao slowly landed and jumped off his back from a young man wearing a white blouse with a golden brown hair, that they were relieved. The boy looked gentle, but his brown eyes revealed seriousness. He set his gaze on the four of them and pondered for a moment. Before he could speak, the others screamed. Are you, the guy from yesterday? Zhongzhou looked at him in surprise with a bad tone. Hey, why did you break your promise? We have been waiting for you for a long time. The girl trainer named Zioki also recognized Ting Shu and said dissatisfied. The remaining Au and Tetsuya also looked at him together. Ting Shu. I didn't promise you from the beginning. Ting Shu was a little bit distressed, originally didn't plan to see them again. I also said afterwards, I didn't have this intention. It's just that you have never given me a chance to explain. The four of them were obviously dissatisfied with this answer, and at the same time, they looked at the hunting swallowtail butterfly and the eagle. Not to mention the hunting of swallowtail butterflies, just the 2-meter-long figure, the gorgeous appearance, and the majestic eyes that stunned these young girls in an instant. This is not the time to explain. In short, if you don't want to get hurt, I suggest you better follow me. Ting Shu said. What do you mean? Zhe also asked. This place is very dangerous. You must leave here now and wait for the police to help. I don't think you have the ability to protect yourself. Ting Shu said, I didn't think of the seriousness of the incident before you were prevented. There is one in the Gunny Uniu ethnic group, a very powerful leader, with the ability to command, against more than 100 elves. I think you should not be so arrogant, right? There's no time, believe me, just follow. They have a very strong sense of attack right now, and they are nearby, and there will be no good results if they are noticed. Ting Shu stroked Bai Diao's neck, gave orders, and walked away from the sonic monsters. This kid Zhongzhou gritted his teeth, dissatisfied with Ting Shu's arrogant attitude. Consider what he said. Au from Kana's gymnasium helped his glasses, he should have no reason to lie to us. Indeed, the previous movement seems a bit abnormal, let's follow it first. Tetsuya looked solemn and sighed, if he is telling the truth. That's okay. Seeing everyone's attitude, Zhongzhou couldn't say anything. A few minutes later, the four followed behind the garden tree, crossed several mountain roads, and came to a hidden cave. Okay, I've seen it from the air before. It should be safe here. Gunayunia shouldn't come to such a small place collectively. Ting Shu clapped his hands, just to hurry, his hands inevitably got some dust. You haven't told us why. Following the garden tree all the way, the more and more they thought about it, the more they wondered why this young man who was younger than them would appear here to warn them. Especially, the opponent's rival looks very good, how can it be mastered by a rookie trainer? Roar! Roar! Ting Shu looked at them calmly, and suddenly, the roar came again, making him look startled. I won't talk to you in detail, remember, stay here, I will be back soon. Bai Diao! Loudly shouted the Bai Diao flying in the air. Ting Shu climbed on its back again, and flew in the direction it came. It seems that Master Shengzong has arrived. Is this a fight? After analyzing the incident of getting off the green tunnel, Ting Shu faintly felt that the root was not in Gunayuniu's body. He wanted to see how the incident would end. Under Bai Diao's extremely fast flight, in the blink of an eye, he returned to where he started. It was different from the imaginary melee. At this time, the sonic boomerangs, as well as the Gunayuniu, and the roaring bombs seemed extremely quiet. In addition, a Miss Juncha riding a majestic wind-speed dog, and two male police-uniformed officers, looking ahead together. Master Shengzong and a fox-like elf, standing peacefully in front of the sonic monster, seemed to be talking about something. The work of communication is carried out in a wild way, and the way is to communicate with the soul. Immediately afterwards, the sound-popping monster's expression gradually eased from being cautious at the beginning to normal at the end. Everything happened very quickly. Oh! As the sonic boomer recovered, Master Shengzong smiled. The cry, recovered. Ting Shu was stunned, and what did he communicate in a short time, so that the sonic boomer with a strong attacking consciousness recovered from his irritability. Then, under Ting Shu's stunned gaze, after Master Shengzong bowed towards the sound-popping monster, Gunayuniu and the roaring bombs all retreated, and the sound-popping monster also left here. Where are the trainers? The garden tree that landed from the sky was noticed by Master Shengzong. In a cave 1,000 meters away to the northwest. Ting Shu said, there are still a few Gunayunyu, and a few people almost fought. Finally, I asked the hunting swallowtail butterfly to use sleeping powder to make them fall asleep. Go and wake up those Gunayunyu, things are temporarily over. Grandmaster Shengzong said. Green Town, the elf center. It took a long time for the sound of the popping to calm down. The 4 Tetsuya who entered the mountain were also found out by Miss Junsha and severely criticized, but at this time they all clamored to see Tingshu. As for Tingshu, it is naturally impossible to appear in front of them again. At this moment, he is walking in the mountains with Master Shengzong. So that's the case. It's wrong to say that, Gunayunyu. The Kalu Tunnel incident has become clear, and the cause originated from the largest farm in Fuyan town. In order to pursue more benefits, the farmer decided to use the geographical advantage to turn the nearby farmland into a large hot spring area, and a group of gophers raised by the farmer was ruthlessly abandoned. Gophers lose the land they inhabit, and their feces will also make the soil fertile, so many farmers will carefully cultivate them. As the largest farmer in Fuyan town, there are nearly 100 gophers in captivity. After the farm was abandoned, the group of gophers was naturally homeless. The gophers went all the way south, in search of a new cave suitable for life. They wandered to the vicinity of the Green Town. Although gophers are not aggressive, the soil they pass by will become looser. If they migrate during the Kalu Tunnel project, the nearby mountains will be at risk of collapse. Ting Shudeo said. At the same time, the migration of the gophers strayed into the Gunayunyu's territory, causing great distress to the place where they lived. Although the gophers were temporarily repelled, the Gunayunyu obviously did not treat them when they were burrowing underground. Good countermeasure. So they wanted to pass humans, which can also be said to warn of the dangers of human gophers, and then interrupt the Kagreen Tunnel project, and want humans to help them expel foreign gophers. The result is obvious. The two sides could not have normal communication. Coupled with the decision-maker's wrong judgment, a trainer was hired to expel Gunayunyu, which caused a further escalation of the conflict between the two sides. Tingshu was speechless. The occurrence of this kind of oolong incident reminded him of a kind of elf, Absolute. When Absolute perceives the harbinger of disaster, he will appear in front of mankind and want to alert mankind. But in ancient times, they were regarded as symbols of disaster. All this is due to the understanding of elves. And the lack of communication with the elf. Maybe Gunayunyu didn't want to make trouble at first, but when the trainer directly wanted to use force to solve the problem, contradictions arose. Obviously with good intentions, but the attitude of the trainer annoyed the sonic boomerang. During the period, Master Shengzong inspected the conditions around the mountains and found traces of the migration of the gophers. Only then did he make a series of judgments and be able to communicate reasonably with the boom monster. After a series of concessions, the two sides resolved their grievances, and what humanity needs to do next is to resolve the impact of a large number of gophers on the local ecology. Not surprisingly, the farmer will be punished for improper handling of the gophers, and the person in charge of the Kalu Tunnel will also be punished. Chapter 47, Challenge. Streaks of sunlight came in through the cracks in the stone, shining on the cave which was still covered with green moss. Master Shengzong and Tingshu looked for the trace of the sonic boomerangs, and plunged into the cave. This is Tsubaki's proposal. He wants to play a battle with the sonic boomerang. Even if he knows that the sonic boomerang is very strong, he has almost no chance to win, but some guesses in his head want him to confirm it. In the cave, 2s and 3s of Gunayunyu looked at Tingshu and them curiously, and for a moment, the sonic monster walked out of the depths. It is a circle larger than the average size of the sonic boomerang. Its appearance is similar to that of a roaring bomb. It has a very large mouth. The whole body is basically purple, and there are many cavities on the body, which can make a whistle the sound of. Meeting again, sonic boom. Fight against me, right? Looking at the boom monster with a smile, the tree could feel the momentum on its body, which was not possessed by ordinary elves, or most elves that were raised. In exchange, we will fully resolve the Gopher's matter, and you can live here with peace of mind. Master Shengzong said. Oh! The sound-popping red eyes stared at Ting Shu, opened the mouth that occupies more than half of his body, only slightly opened his mouth, and a sound wave was swept away, disturbing the surrounding airflow. Are you agreeing? Ting Shu asked. The boom monster nodded and continued to roar. The surrounding Gunayuniu all retreated to the back, and then it reached out and pointed out. I see. Following the sonic boomerang, Ting Shu and the others began to walk outside the cave, and came to a relatively flat ground with no dangerous rocks or mountains around, so it was very suitable for fighting. The rule is 1-to-1. The one I sent here is to hunt swallowtail butterflies. Throwing the elven ball forward, the hunting swallowtail butterfly with grey and black bodies followed a white light, waving brightly colored wings full of patterns, and looking at the sound-cracking monster full of warfare. Hunting swallowtails looks very docile, it is only for familiar people. Hunting swallowtail butterflies are aggressive and full of aggressiveness, and will attack fiercely if they are irritated. If there is no training from the trainer, this kind of personality will be more obvious in the wild. Master Shengzong stood aside, acting as an audience, and he was also curious about why Ting Shu wanted to fight the sound cracker. The sonic boomerang is very strong, and it is almost an invincible opponent for the garden tree and the hunting bird butterfly. Ahead, a sound standing steadily on the ground. On the opposite side, the hunting swallowtail butterfly hovering in the air, and the garden tree with anticipation in his eyes and clenched fists. It's getting started. Hunting the phoenix butterfly, let's attack first, give the other party a meeting gift, the silver whirlwind. The wind is blowing, and the wind waved by the hunting swallowtail butterfly is more like a sandstorm. The wind is full of scattered white spots and looks muddy. When scales are mixed in the wind to attack the opponent, and the silver whirlwind is displayed, the swallowtail hunting action becomes more flexible. However, the sonic boom did not even think about dodge, and with a long howl, it made a huge sound, buzzing, from the front of the sonic monster's mouth. It seemed to cause ripples to vibrate, forming ripples, and the silver that swept in front the whirlwind, under this loud sound, was directly blown away completely. Well, this is the use of voice. Ting Shu's eyes lit up. Worthy of being an elf who can cause earthquakes just by shouting, this sonic boomerang perfectly demonstrated the power of sound to Ting Shu. Not enough, hunt the swallows, fly back into the air, and use the air knife. Coo. The swallowtail butterfly hunts very quickly. In the complex air currents around it, it seems to be unaffected by the surrounding environment. It makes perfect use of the surrounding environment without wasting a trace of physical strength or time to make the most coordinated action. 1, 2, 3, a total of 9 air blades were released from the high sky by the hunting phoenix butterfly, like a sword light falling from the sky, heading straight towards the key of the sonic boomerang. What should I do? Continue to rely on sound. Ting Shu carefully stared at the actions of the sonic boomerang until the sonic boomerang's feet stepped on the ground forcefully, his tail and palms faced the attacking air blade, and directly slapped it with inertia. Bang! 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 There was a crackling sound, and the squeaking monster that used the slap trick to resist the air blade was covered by patches of dust aroused by the collision of the trick, making Ting Shu slightly startled. Hunting the swallowtail butterfly, take advantage of the power grid. Noisy! Noisy! The hunting swallowtail butterfly shook its body, and the spit-out insect silk formed a sea of silk, and the golden light on it was constantly flashing. With the crackling movement, the sea of silk was finally connected to one body and turned into a large golden net, facing the undispersed dust rushed in. Did it hit? Looking nervously at the constantly clear venue, the huge purple body of the sonic boom once again appeared in the eyes of the tree. At this time, the sound-cracking monster was covered with a large golden net, and the electric current was permeated on it, constantly tingling the nerves of the sound-cracking monster. Okay, How are you going to solve it? The thread of the swallowtail butterfly hunting is not so easy to break. The silk of the swallowtail butterfly hunting is very tough. Thanks to the training and tempering of food, if you don't use sharp weapons, it will be difficult to break away from the strength alone and gather together to form an overall grid. Ting Shu has experimented. With just a few filaments, you can make a strong coyote with a gray face. Even after using the teeth, it will take a long time to regain freedom. Oh! Oh! The answer to Ting Shu was a deafening cry, not only the mouth of the sonic monster, but also all the holes in its body and body vibrated. The sound gathered together, like the sound of an explosion, which produced even more amazing damage. Force! Sonic boom! Ting Shu's eyes narrowed, holding his breath, and then he saw the long-awaited picture. The power grid uses tough insect silk and paralytic currents through a series of complex interweavings to form a large network with a complete structure and not easily damaged. Hit by this trick will definitely make most elves a headache. However, in the mouth and in the hole, countless explosion-like sound waves came out. With the foot of the sonic monster as the center of the circle, the surrounding ground began to vigorously vibrate. Even the garden tree had to cover his ears and roared in his mind. For a moment, I almost couldn't bear the impact of this huge sound. The proud power grid of hunting phoenix butterflies, the super trick that took a long time to practice, under the sound waves, directly collapsed. The carrier of electric current, those insect silks, from the inside to the outside, instantly turned into a piece of powder, and the electric wire entangled on the sound cracker body, in a short moment, disappeared completely. Seeing this scene, even Grandmaster Shengzong gave a soft hey. The hunting swallowtail butterfly in the sky is the main object to withstand the sonic boom, and it is directly blown to a higher place, making a scream, and slowly falling down. Ting Shu knew that he had lost the hunting bird butterfly. However, the battle method of this sonic boom makes Ting Shu feel very interesting. Did you see it clearly? Withdrawing the hunting phoenix butterfly, Ting Shu said to the Qingmian bird who was watching the battle with Master Shengzong. The cry, fright, and even the proud high-pitched voice of the Qingmian bird after it evolved into the Kixie blue bird, all sounded a far cry from the explosion. Howling, noisy, loud noises, sonic booms, and there are even sonic tricks that have not been used. The combat style of this sonic boom is almost in line with the secret conceived in Ting Shu's mind. Thank you for your hard work, hunting swallows. There are also popping monsters. Thank you too. After solving the problem of the gophers, Ting Shu should go to the Shinao place. Before that, I can confirm the thoughts in his heart. Ting Shu is very satisfied. On the way back, he also expressed his gratitude to Master Shengzong. Master Shengzong. He didn't ask why Ting Shu challenged the boom monster. Everyone has his own path, and Ting Shu also needs to explore his own way. Chapter 48, Farewell, Fang Yuan, End. There are many little elves who use sound to show their charm, such as Fat Ding, Sonic Boom, and Sonic Dragon. They have their own unique methods of using sound. Fat Ding has a vocal cord that can change the wavelength of his voice at will, so he can sing at the wavelength where his opponent is most likely to fall asleep. The screaming monsters can reach 10 kilometers away, and they can even cause earthquakes. Sonic Dragon, ears can emit powerful ultrasonic waves, and the force can crush rocks. The Tanabata Blue Bird, as a humming elf, can reach a very high frequency, and the moving singing voice played makes people intoxicated. After the blue bird evolves, the garden tree doesn't want it to sing only with beautiful high notes. Fat Ding, the sonic monster, and the sonic dragon can use sound waves as a means to enrich themselves, and the Kixie blue bird with innate advantages will definitely not be bad, but no one has ever dig deep. When first training the Qingmian bird, Ting Shu also wondered what a powerful elf looked like. The Qingmian bird, if the regular growth continues, perhaps the strength will be very good, but whether it can surpass the race and go further. According to the conventional method, it can only use the potential of an elf to 100%. But if you break the routine, you may not be able to reach 101% or more. Tingshu's choice is a proud voice that is only used by the Kixie bluebirds for singing. From the very beginning, Tingshu has not ignored the growth of this area, and has always given encouragement and help. In addition to being influenced by little elves such as Fat Ding and Sonic Boom, in his previous life, he had personally seen humans use their voices to break a glass. There are also many buildings because the vibration frequency of the striking object is the same or the natural frequency. The approach caused resonance, and finally was easily destroyed. It is hard to imagine that those seemingly indestructible bridges would be destroyed by tiny human steps. The theory is the principle of resonance. As long as the corresponding natural frequency is found, the power of sound waves that can be neglected can be extended to several or tens of times. Sonic monsters can use sound waves to smash insect silk, and sonic dragons can use sound waves to smash rocks. They have unique talents. Can the Tanabata bluebird with super high sound frequency also use sound through exercise? Kixie bluebird's voice doesn't have the explosive power of a popping monster. There is no destructive power of Sonic Dragon Sonic either. Its advantage lies in the lofty sound, the ability to shrink freely, and perform different beautiful singing voices. The tree does not expect that the Kixie bluebird can cause the destructive power of the sonic monster to cause an earthquake, nor does it delusion to have the powerful ultrasonic wave like the Sonic Dragon. But if the Tanabata bluebird can quickly know the natural frequency of some common tricks, such as big character explosion, energy ball, sunlight flame, and destructive dead light, use certain calls to find the corresponding resonant frequency, weather can also cause the same effect. At the least cost, most of the common release tricks to annihilate the other party are almost invincible, reaching that point. This simple technique can also be called a trick. Tingshu was not sure. This was also his conjecture. It is hardly a secret book that can be completed in just 1 or 2 years. Quickly catching the frequency of a trick in the battle is undoubtedly idiotic, but a trick of the Qingmian bird parrot learned tongue can imitate a trick of the opponent's moves. But let Tingshu boldly put this strange idea into practice. He faintly felt that parroting is the key point of this technique. The specific training method has not yet been determined. This is only a preliminary idea. It is just as one of the long-term research work as the secret book for hunting swallowtail butterflies. It is also an indispensable forward-looking for an excellent breeder. Wisdom and vision. The goal cannot be achieved in a day or two, nor is it intended to be achieved immediately after taking actions. Everything needs a long time to perfect, improve, and optimize. What's more, even if it fails, there are no serious consequences. Even if the courage to try is lacking, then there is no need to become a nurturingist. As long as you learn this technique, even if the scope of use is limited, it will push the future Qingmian bird to a high seat, a position that even Master Shengzong has not predicted. 1 year, 2 years, Tingshu even did a good job, and took 10 years to use his nurturing family status to fully assist Qingmian Niao to perfect this technique. Greentown Pokemon Center. After the gopher incident was resolved, Master Shengzong finally set his sights on Tingshu this time. I started talking with the senior management of Tianguan Academy. Tingshu, the transfer student, only started to communicate now. The process went smoothly. Without knowing it, Tingshu got a chance to enroll in Tianguan Academy that many people had dreamed of. In Tianguan Academy, there is no need to travel for travel, and countless resources and knowledge can be enjoyed. Tingshu, a young nurturer, will grow up like a fish in water and grow up very quickly. It is not an easy task to challenge the coordinator and the middle-level cultivator now. Tingshu would not do that kind of defiant and unsure thing. Therefore, Tianguan Academy will be a good ladder for the garden tree to grow at the fastest speed. It is a very comfortable place for him to practice some theories. Fangyuan, Kana City, Port. The Shanao area is located to the north of Guandu, Chengdu, and Fangyuan. It consists of the Shanao continent, the Northeast Islands Battle Zone, and several smaller islands on both sides of the area. After boarding the ship heading to the Shanao region, Ting Shu took a deep breath. This was his second long journey, and the first time was when he traveled from Guandu continent to Fangyuan continent. After arriving in Shanao continent, Master Shengzong will not follow Ting Shu. In order to pursue his dream, Master Shengzong, as a teacher, can't say that he doesn't have any. He needs to go to Xiaokun's family and work with her. Communicating with her parents, after all, a 10-year-old girl is still at the age of care and worry by her parents. Choosing a different choice from most members of the family, Zhou Yushun was under great pressure at this time and needed the help and enlightenment of Master Shengzong. Ting Shu saw Xiaokun's mail. This is a different Zhou. I want to be a scholar. During my trip with my teacher, I had this idea. Rather than guarding a place to treat the injuries of the elves, I hope to go to the desert, snow-capped mountains, grasslands, or mountains to help those who are homeless. Going elf. When the ecology of a place collapses, these little elves living in the wild are often the first to be hurt. The reason for their status quo is precisely because of the wild capture of trainers and the formation of cities. My power may be small, but I hope that people can pay attention to it. Whether it is humans or elves, they should be part of the world living in this world. I plan to go to Carlos, which is the most ecologically damaged area. If I go there for inspection, if I can, I hope to engage in ecological protection research. Ting Shu smiled bitterly. This guy was just a real 10-year-old girl, but his consciousness made Ting Shu a little ashamed. Maybe birth is a factor, growth environment is a factor, everyone has their own unique ideas. Ting Shu sighed. He could only bless Xiao Chun from the bottom of his heart. When the breeze blew, and when I looked back at the gradually shrinking Fangyuan continent, the figure of Tianguan Mountain, which runs through the entire Shanao continent and divides the Shanao continent into east and west sides, simultaneously appeared in Ting Shu's mind. Farewell, Fangyuan. Chapter 49, Chifeng City. The Shanao place has many unique landmarks. They include tourist resorts, lakeside resorts, and communication squares, as well as the 4 great lakes of natural wonders and dense and deep emi forests, but there is no doubt that the central landmark of the Shanao place is Tianguan Mountain. Standing in the middle of Shanao, extending from the wild north to the tip of the south side of the mainland, Tianguan Mountain divides the entire Shanao place in two. Chifeng City. Known as the City of Shining Ice and Snow, a city covered in snow all year round, the snow falling from the top of Tianguan Mountain keeps the low temperature here all year round. Outside the Pokémon Center, a teenager exhaled white gas, his head was about to shrink to his neck, and his body kept trembling. It's careless. I even forgot the climate of Tianguan Mountain. The brown-haired boy wore only a shirt on him, which was incompatible with the pedestrians wrapped in thick clothes, which made his face instantly darkened. Master Shengzong didn't even remind me. Ting Shu is desperate. After coming to Shanao, his second stop was Chifeng City. Tianguan Academy is located in the northern part of Tianguan Mountain. This place is sparsely populated. There is only one city in the main area. Because of the snow blowing from the top of Tianguan Mountain, the northern region is not only cold, but the road to the north is also extremely difficult. The location of the academy was still a long way away from Chifeng City. Ting Shu took the map and looked at the location circled on it, and sighed. It's a crime. The two guys, the green bird and the hunting bird, don't want to come out now. They have been hiding in the poke ball. The climate difference between Chifeng City and Fangyuan area is still very obvious. Whether it's a bird or swallowtail hunting, they hate the cold environment. Ting Shu comforted him, and only allowed them to be willful for 2 days. After arriving at Tianguan Academy, no matter how cold they were, they could insist on a certain share of training. Flying birds and hunting swallowtail butterflies must overcome the ice problem. Ting Shu shivered as he walked in the city of Chifeng. He wants to set off immediately and must arrive at Tianguan Academy before dark, otherwise he doubts whether he will be frozen to death on the road. Passing by a clothing store, Ting Shu swallowed through the glass and looked at the hanging clothes of lint. Young and promising junior nurturers are now facing a big crisis. After living in the warmth of Fangyuan continent in the south for many years, after suddenly arriving at Shenao, Ting Shu found that even all the clothes she had prepared could not adapt to the weather. Unacceptable. Excessive. Ting Shu said gently. The sound just now didn't seem to be an echo, but a female voice. Turning his head, Ting Shu found that there was a girl about his age standing behind him, wearing a short skirt and short sleeves. Are you a trainer from outside? Are there any difficulties? The girl looked very kind, staring at the garden tree with pure eyes. That one. The corner of his mouth twitched and looked at the young and energetic girl in the short skirt. Ting Shu's sentence "I'm cold" was suffocated. Nothing. Ting Shu said in silence. But your scarf is so cute. Hey, where did you buy it? Suddenly, the girl put her hands on Ting Shu's shoulders, her eyes staring at the little stars rising from his scarf. Ting Shu was startled, cold sweat shed. This was given to me by my grandma. With an awkward smile, Ting Shu pushed the girl away. Grandma? Did your grandma personally make this? It's so cute. How cute! Sweeping his light yellow collar, this was the only thing Ting Shu could find to keep warm. Although it was warm, but he couldn't find a place to touch cuteness. As if seeing Ting Shu's helplessness, the girl was stunned and grinned. Sorry, are you a trainer? Do you want to fight? Ting Shu asked. Of course, there are very few trainers in Chiefeng City. I haven't played against unfamiliar trainers for a long time. That's pretty poor. Ting Shu said. Oh, did you agree? No, I refuse. I hurried on my way. Goodbye by chance. Ting Shu let out a cold breath and slouched around the girl. Hey, no, I'm Xiao Song from Kifeng Gymnasium, don't you want to challenge Kifeng Gymnasium when you come here? The girl named Xiao Song hurriedly said after seeing Ting Shu's neglect. The garden tree stopped. Are you a gym trainer? He doubted that Xiao Song was 10 years old enough, even if he wouldn't deliberately embarrass the challenger, but is it really good for the gym now to be so casual? Not yet, but I will become a gym trainer sooner or later. Xiao Song hesitated for a moment, then said firmly. Ting Shu started again. Hey, don't be so unrelenting, come to the game, how can you refuse the challenge as a trainer? Where are you going? It's not too late to leave after the game. Ting Shu was convinced of this guy. Compared with Xiao Chun, this one looks more like a 10-year-old girl. Ugh. I'm in a hurry, let's fight again next time. What? South. In your direction, even if you pretend to go somewhere, you must first find the right direction. To the south of Kifeng City is Tianguan Mountain, which has accumulated snow all year round. Even if you want to leave Kifeng City, it will never be from the south. I'm going to school. Ting Shu suddenly felt a lot younger when he said this slightly weirdly. Going to school, at his age, he seems to be a pupil on Earth. However, human beings in this world are generally growing very fast, and even the age of sensible children is much earlier than on Earth. Going to school? In that direction, are you going to Tianguan Academy? Xiao Song was startled, his eyes widened in surprise. But Tianguan Academy has passed the start time, hello. After speaking, she still stared at Ting Shu with a look of doubt. You all know Tianguan Academy. Didn't Master Shengzong say that Tianguan Academy has been in decline for a long time, and few people know it? Of course. Xiao Song said with a smug expression, I see, if you are going to Tianguan Academy, the road is very difficult, but if you win the battle against me, I will tell you a shortcut. In that case, are you fighting? Okay, where? Ting Shu finally followed Xiao Song as a matter of course. In order to easily reach the destination, it is good to have a warm-up game first. As he walked in front, Xiao Song looked happy and said, just ahead, the elf trainer school, there is a battlefield. School. Well, I am responsible for teaching some children in the city about trainers. Ting Shu stared at the distant building, a little surprised. If you do this kind of thing, even in a city, there should not be a few families that support children to become trainers. The establishment of this kind of small school is completely thankless. However, Ting Shu thinks of Kaiyuya Town, compared to other towns or cities. Kaiyuya Town is still too remote and backward, not even a few trainers have walked out, and even the Pokemon Center has not been stationed there. If Kaiyuya Town also has a school like this, perhaps the current situation would be better? Chapter 50, Gorgeous Battle. Xiao Song is also a student of this school for elf trainers. As soon as I entered here and learned that there was a game to watch, many children in the school ran out excitedly and were able to watch a game between trainers. This group of children who have never had a beginner elf is simply too attractive. Xiao Song was full of confidence, and after leading Ting Shu to the battlefield, he hired a middle-aged uncle from the school to act as a referee. The rule is 1v1, Ting Shu said. He only has 2 little elves, hunting swallowtail butterflies and green cotton birds, and he can choose only 1v1 and 2v2. To save time, Ting Shu chose the former. No problem. Saying that everything is acceptable, Xiao Si continued, the elf I sent is a snow hat. Standing on both sides of the field, Xiao Song took the lead to throw his poke ball. With a flash of white light, an elf appeared like a tree stump wearing a bamboo rain cap, but its rain cap was all white, and the elf's arm was also glowing dark green. Standing on the field, watching it looks very calm. Weirdly. Ting Shu looked at each other. Snow hat monsters are grass and ice elves. They usually live on snowy mountains and rarely meet humans, so if they encounter them, they will often come up curiously. Then I sent it to hunt swallowtail butterflies. There are still too few unique tricks for hunting swallowtail butterflies. At this point, the court tree has not specifically guided it. For swallowtail butterflies hunting, its battlefield is the stage of a magnificent competition, and the level of use of the trick is the first choice. Even in ordinary battles, this can be revealed. This elf is. Xiao Song looked over curiously, hunting swallows, are you the trainer of Feng Yuan? Hunting swallowtails belongs to the insect and flying types, but I don't know how to release water. Of course. Ting Shu smiled, speaking of which, this is the first time I have played against a trainer. However, I advise you to do your best. I think our strength is still very strong. Ting Shu didn't expect others to release the water, and if he talked about the experience of the battle, he was not short of it. What, the first time? Xiao Song looked at Ting Shu with some surprise, but after thinking about it carefully, at this age, it really matches the newcomer trainer. The rule of the battle is 1v1, and the battle is over after a little elf loses the ability to fight, so now I declare that the battle begins. It's up to you to attack first, Xiao Si shouted. Then I'm not welcome, hunt the swallows and blow the wind. Following Ting Shu's order, the hunting swallowtail gu waved the beautiful wings. The already very cold weather, under the waving wind, made the people around feel a colder breath. The most intuitive thing is the snow hat monster, which is the main target of the wind-blowing trick. The wind-blowing trick made the Xiao Song short skirt standing on the opposite side blow and dance, but she didn't care, this level of cold wind can't cause harm to the snow hat monster. It used to live on Tianguan Mountain. Oh, this way, Ting Shu smiled. The violent wind blew, the snow hat monster still stood there, and it did not seem to have much effect on it. Then it's for us to attack, snow hat monster, fight back and use frozen wind. Compared with the wind blowing from hunting swallowtail butterflies, the cold air blown by the snow hat monster is mixed with ice crystals, which is really like a storm in a blizzard, looking more gorgeous and powerful. Goo. Being caught in the freezing wind, hunting swallowtail butterflies showed painful expressions, and their movements were a lot slower. The cold environment is still very unsuitable for hunting swallowtail butterflies. Overcome it. Ting Shu said. Do you feel the airflow around you clearly? Glide along the freezing wind. Downwind trick. In the violent wind, it senses the airflow, depends on the wind direction and the force of the wind to increase its own speed. The hunting swallowtail butterfly waved its wings hard, and it created a whirlwind in the storm. In the end, under the incredible eyes of Xiao Xiang, the hunting swallowtail butterfly flew easily in the freezing wind. On the sky full of ice crystals, the hunting swallowtail butterfly controls the magnificent posture, and its dancing movements are like the most moving melody. The glittering and shining frost dotted with it adds a dreamlike appearance to its dancing. The beauty. Interesting, but how long can it last in the cold wind to hunt the bird butterfly? Xiao Song became excited, and she found that this opponent was very special, completely different from the trainers who had previously played against. This kind of physical exertion must be great, then we will take advantage of the victory and chase the snow monster, use boulders to disrupt the hunting of swallowtail butterflies. Hearing that, the snow hat monster produced a large amount of ice in an instant, and quickly threw it at the hunting swallowtail butterfly. The throwing of the ice was very dense and successfully blocked most of the flight path of the hunting swallowtail butterfly. Xiao Zhao showed a triumphant look. In her opinion, hunting swallowtail butterflies is already a turtle in the urn. However, when she looked at Ting Shu, she found that there was no panic on the other side, which made Xiao Si calm down and observe the situation on the field. Then, she saw an extremely shocking scene. Not only was the swallowtail hunting not disturbed by the flying boulders, but it flew more freely and flexibly in the sky. This is the only evaluation of swallowtail hunting that Xiao Song can think of now. Facing the double attack of the freezing wind and the boulder, the hunting swallowtail butterfly made perfect use of the qi. With every key point, all the attacks were easily and smoothly avoided. How is this possible? Xiao Si was startled. She clearly saw the hunting swallowtail butterfly showing an uncomfortable expression in the freezing wind. Under the threat of the boulder, she could still concentrate and control the flight. Hunting swallowtails, grid. Just when Xiao Song hesitated, with a stab, a large net filled with golden electric current was woven and covered with the snow hat monster from the sky. Not good. Swirly monster, quickly break it with a flying blade sharp knife. Facing the oncoming power grid, the snow hat hurriedly threw out a few leaves. The sharp blade flew towards the power grid, and the two unique tricks directly collided. When a few leaves touch the power grid, they are first blocked by the current and then cut to the insect silk. It is just that the leaves of the snow hats are too few. For a complete grid, due to the interference of the current on the blades, only part of the structure was destroyed. Flying leaf knife again. Xiao Si was obviously not reconciled, and the order was given, and Xue Li again made a posture of performing a trick, focusing on destroying the power grid. At the same time that Fi Kuidao was completed, Ting Shu's voice came again. General. Fi slashed through the remaining power grid, but with the voice of the garden tree falling, Swirly monster's feet were entangled with insects, and they fell directly to the ground. What, that angle? Xiao Zhao widened his eyes and looked into the air. The hunting swallowtail butterfly, which was still far away from the snow hat monster, spit out a straight wire like a wire, directly wrapped around the snow hat monster's ankle. On. Chapter 51, Unexpected. How could it be possible that there are only a few insect silks? Xiao Song did not finish his words. It was incredible. In this cold weather, the insect silk could be as straight as a steel wire. This one hunting swallowtail butterflies, mastering insect silk, has reached the point of perfection. Xue Li, use the flying leaf sharp knife again to destroy the insect silk. Anxiously issued the order, the fallen snow lily wanted to adjust his body immediately and used the flying leaf sharp knife, but before it could respond, I just feel that my body is numb, my physical strength is constantly decreasing. Hunt the swallowtail butterfly, absorb it. In the visible sight of everyone, the energy of the swirly monster flows along the insect's silk, continuously toward the hunting swallowtail butterfly. Snow Hat Monster. Xiao Si was shocked and called out several times. Ang! Shueli frowned and responded with difficulty. It seems, the power to absorb the trick is really too weak. It's time for the swallowtail butterfly hunting to learn the super absorption and ultimate absorption. Ting Shu looked at the situation on the field, and the swirly monster was absorbed in the situation. Can still maintain a sober demeanor. If the opponent's willpower is not strong, then it is the speed at which the swallowtail butterfly can absorb physical strength, which is not fatal to the swirly monster. Don't give him a chance to react. Hunt the swallows, the last blow, the air knife. The violent wind around has become the best helper for hunting swallowtail butterflies to use the air knife. The air-conditioned wind knife sharply cuts the snow hat monster, directly causing the snow hat monster to panic and want to break free of the insects. It's just a pity that, under the tough insect silk, Swilly still didn't escape the finale of being hit by the air blade. His eyes turned into whirlpools and fainted on the ground. The Swilly monster loses the ability to fight, so the winner is, yes. The middle-aged man in the school raised the small red flag and looked helplessly at the result of the battle, talking, stunned. By the way, my name is Tingshu, and I come from Kaiyu town in Fangyuan. He took out the elf ball and took back the hunting bird butterfly. Tingshu didn't care about the result of this battle. For him, the most important thing was Xiaosong, right? I won. By implication, you should tell me how to easily go to Tianguan Academy. At this time, Xiao Si was still immersed in the previous battle and did not slow down. Looking at the fainted swilly monster, she couldn't believe that she had lost so easily. And still lost to a kid who was about his age. Oh, wow, it's amazing. Oh, is too strong. I even won, sister Xiao Song. The children around, from the beginning of the battle, kept their eyes wide open, holding their breath to watch this wonderful battle, until the end. Their open mouths gradually closed, and all their admiration was revealed on their faces. Especially in this group of children, a little Lolita with dark red and orange hair, with dazzling little stars in her eyes from beginning to end, her eyes staying on the hunting swallowtail butterfly and never left. Little Siang, the tacit understanding between Ting Shu and the elf is far above you. Did you find out that when Ting Shu gave the order, almost the same time Ting Shu gave the order, the trick of hunting swallows was already on display, indicating that there is a strong bond between them. The middle-aged man walked to Xiao Song and said, "You and Swilly are missing this kind of understanding." Teacher. Xiao Song raised his head, then looked at the recovered monster Swilly, and said, "I know, I will definitely become the best friend with Swilly monster. Then Ting Shu, I won't lose to you in the next match." Okay. Ting Shu smiled. After speaking, he coughed dryly. I know, go to Tianguan Academy, right, then I'll let my father take you for a ride. After sighing, Xiao Si didn't know why the strange guy in front of him could beat him. Are you really fighting for the first time? Also, I didn't expect Ting Shu to be a student of Tianguan Academy. The tuition there is very expensive, right? Tuition fees should be expensive. Ting Shu nodded. You said let your dad take me a ride? Is that good? Xiao Si patted his chest. Of course it's okay. Anyway, he has to go back to the academy. I forgot to tell you that he is a teacher in the academy. Was it unexpected? Ting Shu. Then you want to ask me why I am not a student of Tianguan Academy? Xiao Song stretched out his finger and swayed from side to side. First, the tuition is very expensive. Second, I hate the mountains. Third, I must become a student. The trainer at the Chiafeng Gymnasium does not have time to go to school there. Fourth, I still have friends in this school. Although I don't know what you think, it would be good if you can send me to the college." Ting Shu waved his hand, not wanting to hear other people's stories. He felt that his fingers were about to be numb. Xiaosong's father is not only a teacher in Tianguan Academy, but also the current curator of Qifeng Gymnasium. Even the elf trainer school in Qifeng City was founded by Xiaosong's father with some money. Therefore, Xiaosong went to school in Qifeng City since she was a child. Because she met a group of friends, and wanted to inherit the Qifeng Gymnasium immediately and quickly, she refused to go to Tianguan Academy for training. I recognize this. You can also become an excellent trainer without studying in the academy. Ting Shu agreed. At least he had never heard of the academy before he knew Master Sheng Zong. Xiaosong was stunned and gave up the opportunity to enroll in Tianguan Academy. She was criticized by her father many times. However, Xiaosong has made up his mind to improve her strength as soon as possible and take the position of master of the gym. What nonsense, you trainers who can't even distinguish basic common sense. If there is no alliance to open up the field, you would have died outside. In the past, except for some courageous fools, there are a few trainers who dare to go out and travel on their own. The glory of Tianguan Academy 100 years ago was not something you juniors could think of. I don't respect the hard work of the predecessors at all. Boy, are you really going to study at Tianguan Academy? How do I remember all the 5 freshmen enrolled this year have been reported? At this moment, Xiaosong and Ting Shu, who were in the room talking, were startled by the sudden arrival of people behind them. This is an uncle with glasses. He looks very learned, but he seems to have a bad temper, giving people a cold feeling. Dad. Seeing this uncle, Xiaosong's face went down. My name is Isa, Xiaosong's father. Are you the trainer who won her? The glasses flashed a bright light, and the uncle stared at Ting Shu badly. Chapter 52, Feedback. Mr. Aisha, hello, I am Ting Shu. Ting Shu said. As for enrolling in Tianguan Academy, I have a recommender. Should it be considered a transfer student? Ting Shu thought for a while. Interim student. Aisa looked at this young man suspiciously. There are very few transfer students in Tianguan Academy. The number of students is very precious. Except for families who are willing to spend money, there are only some scholars, researchers, and teachers who have contributed to the academy. Or the decision-making level has this qualification. If you want to transfer after the enrollment date, it is impossible for ordinary people to do so in places like Tianguan Academy. Then I believe you said lightly. Mr. Aisha turned his head and said, Xiaosong, do you know your shortcomings this time? Now you want to inherit the Qifeng Gymnasium is still immature. What? I will definitely win next time, and sooner or later I will defeat you and become a gym trainer. Xiaosong stared back unwillingly. Looking at the father and daughter dully, Ting Shu looked out the window. A few Zhengtai and little Lolita gathered together, frolicking with the little elves in the courtyard, and having fun. Mr. Isa. Why do you want to invest in a school for elf trainers? Ting Shu looked at the children outside, feeling for a while. When he was in Kaiyu town, the children there were not treated like this. Not only can you get along with different elves, but you can also learn a certain amount of trainer knowledge. This kind of enlightenment is actually very necessary for children. Interrupting the anger of the father and daughter, the two were also attracted by Ting Shu's problem. Of course I want everyone to know more about the elves and become friends with them. Xiaosong said casually. Mr. Aisa looked at Ting Shu with some surprise. The intention of this question. For a while, he didn't know what Ting Shu wanted to get from him. When he met Xiao Gang in Qishui City, Ting Shu knew that he was in a much earlier time than the beginning of the plot, and the modern atmosphere in most places was not obvious. Although the conditions for becoming a trainer have fallen again and again. But it has not spread to every family and gets everyone's attention. In other words, most of the trainers at this time are not valuable. Except for a small number of elites, they only persisted with their dreams. Against this background, Mr. Isa has his own pockets to provide a place for children in Chevron City to learn about trainers and elves. It seems that his thinking is not generally high. Xiao Song is right. I just hope that humans and elves can live in peace through the trainers' bond. Isa observed Tingshu's expression, but didn't see anything. That's it. Tingshu nodded. Tingshu, right, I have 1 day left for vacation, how about we leave early tomorrow morning? Tingshu. Fortunately, Tingshu was kept by the other party and did not fall into finding a place for him. As for dinner time, Tingshu was naturally cheeky, upholding the idea of rubbing it, and spending the night safely. Early the next morning, Mr. Aisha drove his private car and set off with Tingshu. Dad, be careful on the way. There is also Tingshu, don't be lazy to train, next time you come to the battle with all your strength. Waved to Xiao Song, the car started with a buzzing sound, and as a white smoke expelled, it swiftly galloped out of the city. There is a man-made path from Qifeng City to Tianguan Academy, which can barely be passed by a car. Perhaps because the car makes a noise, there are few wild elves along the way, and the journey is fairly comfortable. About an hour later, the car was stopped by Mr. Isa by the side of the road. Come down, the next step is to rely on walking. There is no road for cars to pass in this direction. Tingshu is still very satisfied. I thought I could lie down in the car all the way to the destination, but I didn't expect to have to walk in the end. Is it okay to leave the car here? If there is any prank. It doesn't matter, look there. Mr. Aisha pointed to the distance. Tingshu looked along, and saw that on one side of the mountain, one with white hair and a sickle-like horn on the head, the little elf stood there, looking at them from high to low. Disaster elf, Absolu, Tingshu said in surprise. Well, I know Absolu, and I haven't used the illustration book yet. No wonder he can beat Xiao Xiang. This is much better than the rookie trainer. Mr. Isa said, the kid lives nearby. If an avalanche occurs on a snowy day, it will immediately notify passers-by staying nearby. It's okay to look at the car for help. With a gesture to Absolu, Mr. Aisha led the garden tree and continued to walk towards Tianguan Mountain. Without a smooth road, walking becomes more difficult. That Absolu, is it Mr. Aisha's elf? On the way, Tingshu remembered the Absolu just now, and seemed to have an unusual friendship with Mr. Aisha. Hehe, that's not the case. Mr. Aisha shook his head, it's just that I was saved by this Absolu when I was young. It was also at that time that I was inspired to become a trainer. Tingshu didn't say a word, obviously the other party hadn't finished speaking. But at that time, Qifeng City was still very poor, and because of its proximity to Tianguan Mountain, the weather was bad, and few rich people were willing to come here for development. Then how did you become a teacher at Tianguan Academy? Tingshu suddenly had a question. Become a teacher? No, it should be said to be a student. I also graduated from Tianguan Academy. At that time, in order to become a trainer, but because my family had no way out, I heard that there is such an institution in Tianguan Mountain, so I was born. The idea of studying. At that time, I spent a lot of effort to enter Tianguan Academy. If it weren't for my teacher's soft-heartedness, watching me as a child walk all the way there, I am afraid I would not even have the qualifications to enter Tianguan Academy. As he said, he sighed, after graduating from Tianguan Academy, I became an excellent trainer in the eyes of others and changed my life. But there are too few people like me, and most people are still obliterated. In reality. So, this is the real purpose of your investment in the elf trainers' school. Tingshu's eyes flashed with a splendor, and he looked at the uncle unexpectedly. That's right, after graduating from the academy, I applied for the qualification of the gymnasium to the Pokemon League and established the Qifeng Gymnasium. This is how Qifeng City has slowly developed, and the number of trainers has not increased in recent years. Less, even in this remote city, it gradually has the smell of people. Furthermore, Kifeng City is near Tianguan Mountain, and the trainers also like to come here to subdue the powerful elves. Leading Ting Shu, the transfer student of Tianguan Academy, Aisha didn't know how he felt when he could enter the academy immediately. But in order to become a student of Tianguan Academy, he did desperately, plus a little chance, which changed his destiny. Tianguan Academy has an indelible feeling for Mr. Aisha, so even after applying to become the master of the gymnasium after graduation, he still returned to the academy as a teacher and continued to teach the next generation of trainers. Thanks to the remoteness and coldness of Kifeng City, this was the only way for Mr. Aisha to come here under the dual roles of teacher and curator. Chapter 53, Downturn. After going deep into Tianguan Mountain, Ting Shu and Mr. Aisha walked for a while, passing through the gully, and there was a heavy large stone stele erected there with the characters Tianguan Academy on it. "That's it," Mr. Aisha said, and led Ting Shu to move on. Not long after, several teenagers and girls on the opposite side came to face each other, all of them grimace, a low look. These people were wearing sportswear with a poke ball around their waists. They looked like they were trainers. They saw Mr. Isa walking in front of them, and they looked carefully before they began to say hello, "Mr. Isa, come back up." The low tone of these people made Ting Shu look at them weirdly. Since they are called Teacher Isa, they are students of Tianguan Academy. This kind of spirit. Ting Shu started to wonder if he had come to the wrong place, and regretted it a little bit. Shouldn't all the trainers be a group of vigorous and passionate guys? Sweeping Ting Shu's weird expression, Mr. Aisha coughed vigorously, and he and Ting Shu finished boasting about Tianguan Academy. As a result, the group of students walked up with auspicious steps without waking up. It was too shameful. "Teacher Aisha, during your vacation, a major event happened in the academy. Please don't get excited after you go back. We still have a task, so we will leave first." These teenagers were crying and were not in the mood to pay attention to the garden tree next to them. Sighed and walked towards the periphery. "Big matter. Ting Shu has a toothache, and it seems that this is not a place to rest." Taking a deep breath, Mr. Aisha frowned and said, "Let's go. Ting Shu, you have to remember that after you become a student of Tianguan Academy, you must have your own pride and hard work. You can't be like the group of people just now. When you encounter some setbacks, the whole person will sink down. A lot of excellent trainers have come out of Tianguan Academy, and their success is directly linked to their sweat. Tianguan Academy is built in a huge wall and surrounded by mountains. Because it is on the periphery of Tianguan Mountain, there are no fixed roads on all sides, so it is difficult for travelers to find it. If there is no guidance, I want to find it on the huge Tianguan Mountain. This college is very difficult. The college is divided into elementary classes for freshmen, the middle class, the higher class, and the graduation class where the best students can be promoted through the assessment. The average age of the students in the graduating class is over 14 or 5 years old. They are doing assiduous practice for the final graduation review. In Tianguan Academy, the graduation rate is very low. Most of them are just undergraduates, and currently Tianguan the number of students in the college is only about 100. The 5 freshmen enrolled this year is already a good number. As Mr. Isa walked into the academy, the environment inside the wall was completely different from Tianguan Mountain, with trees lined with trees and streams, but they were filled with artificial traces, mostly due to elves and technology. Ting Shu sniffed. The environment here was acceptable to him, and it was always more comfortable than the one from Kifeng City. Since you have a referral, then go directly to arrange the class for you. Before arranging Ting Shu's admission, you also need to verify the authenticity of Ting Shu's admissions qualifications. Although no one can falsify this kind of thing, but the basic process still has to go through again. After all, Mr. Aisha does not have the qualifications for Ting Shu to enroll directly. The path that Ting Shu is walking on now is a blue stone slab, which looks a bit quaint. It's just that Ting Shu slightly cares that, except for the first group of students who went out, he has hardly seen anyone along the way. The walls of Tianguan Academy are huge, and the scope of the academy is at least wider than that of Kaiyu Town. Ting Shu's mouth twitches. Is it possible that there are only 100 teachers and students in such a big place? It's a bit miserable for the decline. More than a month has passed since the start of school, and now Ting Shu has to go through not only the admission procedures, but also the transfer of classes is also a very troublesome matter. Staring wide-eyed at the bloated fat uncle in front of him, he nodded at him kindly. You are the garden tree, right? This fat uncle is the administrator in charge of enrollment. After Mr. Aisha led him here, the fat uncle was not surprised. I have already learned about you from the dean, so leave the question of transfer to me. Mr. Aisha on the side looked at Ting Shu silently. The relationship with the dean? Which consortium son is this again? 2 free special sportswear, student ID and a key to the dormitory are the most basic share of a freshman. Ting Shu, there are 4 elementary classes in total, and the number of students in each class is about 4 to 5. There is a teacher who takes the class. This is the detailed information of the 4 classes. You can see if there is something suitable for you. The booklet passed by the fat uncle contains some basic information about the 4 classes. Among these 4 classes, 2 classes are designed to train combat-oriented trainers for the purpose of fighting, 1 is to train coordinated trainers for the purpose of a gorgeous competition, and the last, is a special class with twitching mouths. Pointing, Ting Shu asked, what's the matter with this 2-person class? After receiving the explanation from Uncle Fatty, Ting Shu was speechless. It seems that anti-human things like top class will be divided everywhere. Are you interested in this class? If you want to enter this class, it may be a little troublesome. The fat master frowned. The teacher in this class is very picky. If it doesn't meet his standards, basically there is no hope. And because of the previous incident, the teacher still had a quarrel with the dean, and the dean's face is probably not for sale. The fat uncle did not say this sentence. What's more? The fat uncle made a face. After he got the news from the dean that there would be a transfer student, he also wanted to arrange Ting Shu to the best teacher, but after he notified the strange teacher, he was directly scolded. Came back. That teacher has never liked a trainer like Ting Shu, who has no strength. It doesn't matter. Ting Shu smiled, just the elementary class, his interest is not here. I remember, there is a class in our college that teaches nurturing knowledge, right? Nurturer. The fat uncle was stunned. He didn't expect Ting Shu to be interested in nurturers. It is true that there is such a class with a relatively large number of people. It seems that there are 8 people, but the college is such a place to train nurturers, and this class is not divided into levels. If you want to graduate, you can only get a certificate from a junior nurturer. The knowledge of cultivators includes theory and practice. Few children are willing to learn. Compared with playing with elves, training and learning, it is much more boring. Therefore, there is only 1 class for cultivators in the entire college. That's it, that's great. Ting Shu laughed. He had known that Tianguan Academy had such a class. Although graduation conditions were not necessarily easier than the trainer's class, for him. You can apply for graduation anytime you want. The average age of the graduating class is 14 years old, and the average age at which the Zhou family passed the primary breeders' review is also 14 years old. The 2 numbers coincide, but Ting Shu is a freak. You have to think carefully. It is very troublesome to change classes in the end. The fat uncle said bitterly. In the past, some people thought that there was no promotion assessment in the training class. All of them signed up here. As a result, they were directly involved in heavy studies. To collapse. I think I should have no problem. Ting Shu smiled kindly. Chapter 54, Someone Outside. The training class can be said to be the most special class in Tianguan Academy. Because a lot of knowledge needs to be memorized and memorized by these prospective cultivators, it is in a state of stalking for most people. Only when some practical courses and complex argumentation and theoretical analysis are conducted, the teacher will call everyone to give a unified explanation. More time is arranged by the students themselves. If you have any questions, you can also ask the teacher individually. This is exactly what Ting Shu wants. The loose time and comfortable environment can allow him to fully enrich himself and the elves. Are you interested in breeders? If you enter the training class, you must have strong self-control. Only by continuous accumulation can you become an excellent incubator. If you want to pass the audit of the junior incubator, you can't just learn. Mr. Aisha sighed, it's a pity that you have a talent for fighting. How can someone who can defeat Xiaosong like a nurturing family? Ting Shu rolls his eyes, don't bother you, he is already an excellent nurturer. Finding his own dormitory, as well as teachers and classes, is Ting Shu's business. Mr. Aisha does not need to take care of all Ting Shu's matters. After sending away the tree, the fat uncle and Mr. Aisha looked at each other. Regarding the low-pitched students that he met just now, Mr. Aisha did not forget that the very good trainers on weekdays want them to be so low-pitched, but nothing small can affect them. Did you bring that little guy here? After Ting Shu left, the fat uncle was different from just now, and his amiable appearance turned into a stable. The dean seems to value him very much. Is there anything special? Oh? There is also information that the famous Godo does not know. Aisa helped his glasses and smiled at the fat uncle named Godo. If Ting Shu was here, he would be very surprised, because he had never seen a smile on the face of this uncle with glasses since he saw Mr. Aisha. I don't know, I didn't expect such a thing as an interim student. After yawning, Godo said, old classmate, I don't think you can convince your daughter to come here this time. What's wrong? What happened in the academy? Looking at Godo dignifiedly, Mr. Isa also took it seriously, letting Godo, who knows everything in his heart, say such things. It seems that the academy really what happened. This is. Looking at his dormitory in surprise, Ting Shu almost gave his heart to the college. Too luxurious. Especially the laptop-style computer on the desk has a fatal attraction to Ting Shu. Is this what Master Shengzong called the academic background? From the ancient academy left over 100 years ago, the accumulation must be a huge number. In the ancient house, a TV is the treasure in the eyes of children, and things like computers are hard to think of. At the thought that this configuration would be averaged to every student, Ting Shu felt somewhat general. With this notebook, it would be much easier for him to calculate some formulas and data in the future. And it's a single room, just to my liking. Although the room is not big, it is enough for one person to move around. In this building, students and teachers of the training class live in this building, as well as some scholars from the research department. It can be said that the students living in this building are very lucky. Teachers who are capable of teaching training classes are basically at the level of intermediate cultivators, and even some senior researchers who have reached the age have the credentials of senior cultivators. Living near this group of bigwigs, wanting to ask some questions and learn first-hand knowledge will undoubtedly be very easy, as the saying goes, you get the month before the water. The fat uncle just said that today is a rare training class theory class, so there are basically no people in the building. Would you like to visit the seniors living in the building first? Or, go to the training class to report? After careful consideration, Ting Shu felt that it was better to get familiar in the training class, at least to sign in with his teacher. Not only in the training class, but also in the battle class and coordination class, whether elementary, advanced, or even graduating class, there is a dignified atmosphere at this moment. Looking from the outside to the inside, the teacher in charge of the training class is a middle-aged man, about 30 years old, with plaid pants and a white shirt. His expression is very unnatural. Looking at the 8 students below, he won't be angry. Come everywhere. Do you think this happening has nothing to do with our training class, right? In the analysis just now, you seem to be very unconcerned, thinking it has nothing to do with the nurturing family. But I can tell you clearly that the other party is also a nurturing and an intermediate nurturing, the same as mine. This kind of thing happened not by accident, but inevitable. You have been spoiled for too long. You think it's great to graduate at the age of 14 and become a junior nurturer. This is a manifestation of not being enterprising. If this continues, our college is not far from truly dilapidated. The age I passed the junior nurturing assessment is 16 years old. It is not worth boasting, and may not be as good as you. But the times are advancing and you have better conditions. I want to get out of Tianguan Academy at this level. In the future, it will never belong to you, but to people who work harder. With the continuous teaching of this nurturing teacher, the following 8 students, ranging in age from 10 to 14, remained silent and did not dare to speak. There are even 1 or 2 girls who dare not raise their heads and look directly at the teacher. After that incident, the entire senior management and teachers of Tianguan Academy reflected on it, and then a deep sense of powerlessness. If this continues, the academy may really become a product of history, and Tianguan Academy, one of the few and only remaining orthodox institutions in the world, will not be far from destruction. Maybe 5 or 6 years later, the college will really face disappearance. The mechanism in gymnasiums and league conferences is constantly popularized and updated, and there are more and more trainers traveling out. Even if the standards are uneven, but with a huge base, the few talented trainers can stand out, grow fast, and can accumulate various experiences in continuous travel. In contrast, the Academy's slow theoretical teaching does have the meaning of talking on paper, but the Academy is also making its own changes and has introduced many measures that are beneficial to students. However, the level of the trainers who have stepped out of the Academy in these years has not been satisfactory. The elites who have stepped out of the graduating class are only those graduates in 4 or 5 years. The results obtained by participating in the league conference are also, but it is the top 3 level, and has not reached the expectation of a perfect championship. This kind of event organized for selection of talents, the younger the winner, the better the score. The more attractive to the Pokemon League. Champions after the age of 15, although very good, in such a once-a-year, frequent and uneven level of competition, it seems not so unusual. The atmosphere in the incubation class was very quiet, but in the end the garden tree who was listening by the window broke. Following a student's sentence, "There is someone outside." Everyone directly noticed him. With an awkward cough, Ting Shu opened the door and walked in, politely greeted everyone, "Hello everyone." Chapter 55, The Most Talented Trainer. "This classmate, what's the matter?" Fanfiction frowned on the podium and asked. "No matter which teacher is the number 100 student in Tianguan Academy, it is impossible to remember them all." Ting Shu looked at them, the teacher looked like an anger, and the students underneath were very well behaved, and they seemed to have no sense of disobedience. "My name is Ting Shu, I am a freshman in this class, it should be said that I am a transfer student who arrived today." "Interim student? I haven't received any news." Fanfiction looked at the teenager who was about 10 years old in doubt. "This year's 5 freshmen all have a place to go, and a month has passed since the beginning of school." The appearance of Ting Shu was too abrupt. "That's it, then it's troublesome." Ting Shu himself was an accident. The teacher named Fanfiction was obviously still angry. After he said off "Get out of class" to the bottom, he gave Ting Shu Feng a sentence and left. "I'll ask you about the situation, is Ting Shu right? Please wait here first." "Tianguan Academy, what the happened?" Ting Shu's eyes widened. "Is this completely different from what Master Shengzong described?" The departure of teacher Fenkin allowed the 8 students in the training class to chat and discuss in an instant. Hey, are you really a transfer student? My name is Xiang Yat. My dream is to make omnipotent elf food. In the classroom, a boy with a hedgehog head shouted. Freshman, didn't you come here because you didn't have a promotion assessment? It was another older red-haired boy who spoke. Ting Shu looked at the classroom. Because there were few people, there were still a few empty seats. I'm not a transfer student, nor a freshman. Can't you listen to others' speeches? My name is Ting Shu, and I come from Kaihui town in Fangyuan. Walking on his own, Ting Shu came to the nearest empty seat and sat down directly. Is that the teacher in this class just now? Are you interested in telling me about it? Since I first came here, I have felt that the atmosphere is not quite right. What happened in the college? Looking at these young girls with interest, Ting Shu looked curiously. Whether it is trainers, nurturers, teachers, and students, they all seem to be troubled by the same things. What a damn! In the corner, a girl with short orange hair put her hand on her cheek, and looked at Ting Shu boredly. In the classroom, excluding the garden tree, among the 8 students, there are 4 boys and 4 girls. The ratio is fairly even, but this is also thanks to the training class. If it is placed in other classes, it will not be so average. Ting Shu, hello, my name is Xiao Xiao, can I just call you Ting Shu? Ting Shu is sitting next to this position is a girl with brown hair and a single ponytail, looking very friendly. When speaking to Ting Shu, his tone was still tense. Of course. Ting Shu smiled. So Xiao Xiao, can you tell me what happened? Ha ha ha, let me tell you, I think our training class is full of innocence. The hedgehog head boy, Xianja, left his seat and went to Ting Shu to rush to say. Speaking of innocence, a young man with short black hair and a little pale skin smiled helplessly. He looked weak. When everyone else's attention was on Ting Shu's side, the young man was holding a picture book. Start graffiti with the pen in hand. The battle is obviously the responsibility of the trainers. Our training class is not good at fighting, so why should we be punished together? Holding his hair helplessly, Xiang also looked distressed and tangled. Even Xiao Xiao next to him nodded quickly. So, what happened? Ting Shu still likes children with a quieter personality. It's a girl with long golden hair. She challenged the trainer in the academy. After that, Xiang became very excited. Seriously, I have never seen such a beautiful girl. The most important thing is, her elf is very strong and has almost no rest in the middle, and has defeated 11 trainers in the graduating class. Not only that, even a teacher who challenged her lost to her. 11 graduating class? Plus a teacher. Ting Shu almost choked. Is Tianguan Academy so bad, and even the teacher? Well, wait, how old is that girl? 14 years old. Hung Mao said in the distance. Not only that, you also heard that, she is also an intermediate breeder. Ting Shu calmed down, and recalled the group of trainers he had met at the beginning, with a look of decadence. If the whole academy was overturned by a 14-year-old girl, and even the teacher could not win, it would have it is indeed a blow to the long-standing universities with a century-old history. The trainer challenged the students, the trainers of the advanced and graduating classes, and no one was her opponent. The last teacher came out and lost to her. Xiao Xiao said. She is the calmest and boldest trainer I have ever seen. A dark-skinned teenager said, in the battle, her victory was almost overwhelming. A 14-year-old middle-level nurturer, challenged Tianguan Academy. Is there such a terrifying person? Ting Shu was startled. Master Shengzong said, an excellent trainer who graduated from the academy, even if he is the top 3 can also be achieved in the league conference. Even people of this level have been beaten by a girl of the same age, or even younger, by 11 people in a row, even including a teacher from a top comprehensive university. This strength is stronger than Mika Lilet. Ting Shu frowned. Who is Mikri? Xiang also heard Ting Shu's soft underestimation and asked in confusion. Nothing. Ting Shu said, do you know any other information about that girl? Of course I know that she is now a great celebrity of Tianguan Academy. There are almost no teachers and students who don't know her. Xiang Ye said, it is said that she is from Shenhe Town, and is the director of Shenhe Town History Research Institute, Mistako. Dr. Lan's granddaughter, I heard that she came to challenge Tianguan Academy. It was a battle book written by Dr. Kale. Her name? I think about it, it seems to be called Sirona. Sirona. It's her. Ting Shu lost his voice. Ah? Do you know Ting Shu? Xiang also asked Ting Shu with surprise on his face. I know, but I'm not very familiar. Ting Shu muttered to herself, if it was that Zilana, then almost no one in the entire Shineo could match her talent. Sirona, the future Shineo champion, is one of the two original champions that Nishiki only remembers. One is the champion of the city and the four heavenly kings of the Guandu area, the invincible dragon messenger in Zai's mouth. The second one is that the only female champion who made Ting Shu's impression that year's Irna. No matter the latter's outstanding appearance, calm temperament and the concentration during the war, Ting Shu still remembers. Sirona seems to have missed some good show. Ting Shu was a little regretful, unable to see the heroic posture of this battle goddess during the battle. After taking a deep breath, Ting Shu calmed down and looked at the 8 classmates again. He subconsciously said, if it is the Zyrna I know, our Tianguan Academy won't be wronged. Maybe a few years later, her name will resound throughout the gods. The 8 prospective nurturers stared at Ting Shu in a daze. They thought they would hear something not admit defeat from Ting Shu's mouth. What they never expected was that this transfer student started to raise others up. The Majesty. Puff. The orange short-haired girl who had been in the corner seldom talked laughed. What you said is like the teacher who lost the challenge, and he also said what that girl was. The most talented trainer. Chapter 56, Credit. Ting Shu didn't know whether it was a pleasure to get along with these guys, but after the teacher of the training class, Mr. Toyomura, returned, the identity of Ting Shu's transfer student was confirmed. The other party didn't react too much, but just told Xia Yuanzhu about the training class. Before leaving, Ting Shu asked some questions about time. The knowledge taught in the nurturing class is entirely in the category of the junior nurturingist. Ting Shu no longer needs to listen, he has his own plan. It's true, but although there is no promotion assessment for the training class, I occasionally arrange some tests. If someone has outstanding results, I will apply for some credits for him, so it's better not to relax and study. I understand. Ting Shu nodded, then bid farewell to teacher Fenken and returned to his dormitory. At Tianguan Academy, the cost of food and accommodation are included in the tuition, and the food for the students is ordered by a dedicated chef. The taste and nutrition are impeccable. However, if the students don't prepare food for the elf and need to apply to the academy, they have to spend another kind of currency, that is credits. The food of the elves in the academy is also made by specialized breeders. It is a completely high-end nutritional product. The credits required are different depending on the ingredients used. The source of credits can be exchanged for cash, but the ratio is very shameless. It can also be obtained through promotion rankings, regular assessments arranged by teachers, and online tasks of the college. The credit system is a new policy of Tianguan Academy. In order to encourage the enthusiasm of the students and allow the resources in the academy to operate reasonably, this system is indispensable. In addition to elf food, some special items, such as evolution stones, move CDs, items that elf can carry, and cherished tree fruits, can all be exchanged for credits. Even in Tianguan Academy, there is a policy that credits can be exchanged for precious elf eggs. After returning to the dormitory, Ting Shu first logged on to the college network through a computer, and posted various tasks on it. In addition, there was also a huge database in Tianguan Academy that contained a lot of knowledge. Whether it's training methods, battle tactics, nurturing knowledge, gorgeous skills, or classic combat videos, all of them are involved. In addition to some basic things, such as the basic knowledge like the first level of the Nurturing House Library, which is completely open to all students, some of the deeper, higher level, rich summaries of predecessors, want to watch, certain credits are also required. Therefore, credits are the most important currency in Tianguan Academy. Interesting. Task: accumulate badges, get 50 credits for each gym badge. Task: Junior Educator Certificate awards 1000 credits. In addition, there are also a variety of different events that include the League Conference. According to different results, the credits awarded are not the same. Is this the so-called mission? It's too casual. Ting Shu took a closer look, and the credit exchange wizard egg was blank, not knowing why. For things like the Stone of Fire, one piece requires 200 credits, which seems a bit expensive. While browsing, suddenly, Ting Shu saw a special post. The post and the previous tasks are not in the same section, but belong to the exchange area for students. This is an application for students from the training class to help take care of the elf. It has 10 credits per week, of which the cost of food and nursing is borne by the employer. Ting Shu went down and found that there are quite a lot of such tasks requested by students. Most of them have too many elves, but they don't want them to waste training, or young elves, and want to find professional ones. People help take care of. Even with enough credits, students can ask the teacher in the training class to help take care of the elf, but basically no one splurges like that. In addition, Tianguan Academy also has a corresponding feeding ground to help students who have too many elves in their hands to carry out routine care. This task, you can think about it. He now only has 2 little elves hunting the swallowtail butterfly and the green mosquito bird, and he has enough energy to take care of a few more. Moreover, if the elves in charge of caring meet his requirements, they can also cooperate with the special training of hunting swallowtail butterflies and blue cotton birds, which can be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Before that, there is still a lot of training to do to hunt swallowtails and mosquitoes. I need to devote all my thoughts to them and wait for them to reach a bottleneck before thinking about other things. Ting Shu wants to improve the hunting of swallowtail butterflies and green mosquitoes, and it cannot do without resources. And resources represent credits. Most of the methods for obtaining credits are inseparable from time and accumulation. Ting Shu is relatively lazy. After seeing task, primary educator credentials, I didn't even think about it. I got this large amount of credits first. 1000 credits are enough for him to spend a long time. After logging in with the student ID, Ting Shu took the task and uploaded his incubator information, and then he quietly waited for the credits to arrive. In another place, the staff responsible for managing the task system looked at the message in amazement, and couldn't calm down for a long time. He has worked here for a long time, but this is the first time he has seen such an amazing new student. 1000 credits are resources that take a long time for students to obtain. If all are invested in a certain elf, amazing results can be obtained. His background reminded that the time for this student from registering information to receiving the task was terribly short. Junior Nurturing Teacher. Ting Shu. 10 years old, nurturing class. Unbelievable, does the dean know about this in advance? It is necessary to communicate with him. Ding! Are you there? Ting Shu felt satisfied when he saw the 1000 extra credits on his ID, so that even if he squandered a few months, it would be completely fine. At the moment, earning credits is not the main goal. First, we must begin preparations for the secret book for hunting swallowtail butterflies and mosquito birds. Ting Shu's secret book conceived for hunting swallowtail butterflies and green cotton birds is inseparable from resources. With this credit, he can exchange for a lot of nutrients, cherished materials, or special props for the 2 little guys. Training. If you are traveling outside, Ting Shu definitely does not have such sufficient resources and time to consider the growth of hunting swallowtail butterflies and mosquitoes, and only in a peaceful environment can he devote himself to the growth of elf attention. In addition, Ting Shu also looked in the direction of Kishui City, and now it is time to prepare for the assessment of intermediate nurturingists. After all, whether it is a person like Sarona who is amazing in later generations, or the noble son Mikri of the Feng Yuan local gorgeous contest, it is inevitable to improve his level of cultivation. So there is absolutely no harm in him to seize some time. A trainer who can fully understand the growth of his own elves, personally prepare food according to their tastes, and know a lot of knowledge about elves, their strength is inevitable. Chapter 57, Into Science. Time flies, 2 months have passed by quietly. Within 2 months, freshmen can be thoroughly familiar with the environment and life in the college and make many new friends. But for Ting Shu, he was very lonely in the past 2 months, devoted himself to his world, and rarely communicated with the outside world. Ting Shu did not participate in the training courses and examinations for 2 months. In this regard, the teacher of the training class, Mr. Toyomura, also specially looked for Ting Shu, but he showed the certificate of junior cultivator. Later, Mr. Fenken's attitude towards him took a 180-degree turn. He gave full support to Ting Shu's actions. Cultivation class, there is going to be a genius who shocked the college. Teacher Fenken is very excited. He knows best what the 10-year-old nurturer represents. For Tianguan Academy, this is likely to be 2 months. Earlier, the college was overturned by a young girl, a secret weapon for saving face. Regarding the Ting Shu matter, Teacher Fenken and the dean passed through and learned that Ting Shu is a top nurturingist. After Master Shengzong arranged to concentrate on practicing here, he completely relaxed the management of the Ting Shu. Everything is centered on Ting Shu. To take care of him in many ways. Only a small number of high-level people know the origin and information of Ting Shu. As for the students in the training class, they only know that a very weird transfer student came. Except for the first time the report entered the class, he spent most of the time alone. One person. Even if I met in peacetime, I just greeted me very often, and Ting Shu disappeared. Therefore, Ting Shu also got the nickname of Lonely Transfer Student. It seems that the direction is wrong. Ting Shu frowned, in a bad mood. In the past 2 months, the progress in all aspects can be described as rapid progress, whether it is a green bird or a bird hunting. The most suitable nutrition, food, and the most reasonable training plan. Ting Shu racked his brains for these 2 little guys. Everything is for the purpose of helping them to grow up perfectly. In fact, just 2 months, it took 600 credits. The garden tree that was thrown into the 2 elves can no longer be described in terms of squandering. Only students with superior backgrounds dare to waste credits like this. Ting Shu didn't dare to excessively allow the hunting swallowtail butterfly and the blue cotton bird to carry out devil training. Even if it is always to supplement them with nutrition, it is only to let them grow up in a proper manner, so as not to be unfavorable for future improvement and cause insufficient stamina. The airflow control of the hunting swallowtail butterfly is a basic skill, and it is making slight progress all the time. After continuous tempering and proficiency, the absorption trick has been successfully promoted to super absorption and even ultimate absorption. The power of absorption has been increased to the maximum. The main training for hunting swallowtails for 2 months. Moreover, 2 months of recuperation and meticulous care have also made the hunting swallowtail more beautiful, and the whole body exudes an elegant temperament, and as a result, I have realized the charming tricks that are very effective. Although the time and speed of learning tricks make Ting Shu very slow, there are disadvantages and advantages. As long as the tricks learned, the bird hunting has plenty of time to practice and can reach the maximum proficiency. As for the Qingmian bird, its growth rate is faster than that of hunting swallowtail butterflies, thanks to the fact that it hasn't been born long before and its talent is amazing. The Qingmian bird loves to be clean, and when it sees dirty things, it will use cotton-like wings to clean it. The Ting Shu also pays attention to its hygiene. Over time, the Qingmian bird understands its unique tricks. In addition, the outstanding dragon talents, from blessings of nature to power of awakening, learning and comprehending the energy of the dragon in the body all the way, and now the Qingmian bird also understands the fluctuation of the dragon naturally. The dragon elemental talent of the Qingmian bird is really high. After the power of awakening is replaced by the wave of the dragon, coupled with the growth of the past 2 months, it can already use the dragon to dive. As long as the enemy is not a heavyweight elf like Outline Snake and Long Longian, the Dragon God's dive is a great trick that can determine the outcome of the blue bird. In other words, the Qingmian bird has passed the juvenile stage at this time, and can already engage in high-intensity battles. From the perspective of progress, the harvests of the blue cotton bird and the hunting swallowtail are indeed very gratifying, but the secret book that Ting Shu conceived himself has not made any progress. Although the ultimate absorption morning light of hunting swallowtail butterflies has a clue, there is no way to unfold it. Hunting swallowtail butterflies have a good perception of sunlight, but their affinity is too poor to continue to accumulate solar energy. Ting Shu wants to let hunting swallowtail butterflies learn the trick of the sun and flames first, and also specially exchanged for the sun and flame moves CDs analyze, research, imitate. But according to the response of hunting swallowtail butterflies, the flow of solar power in its body is very fast, and it is very difficult to accumulate into a sun flame for a long time. Even if you watch the detailed analysis of the moves, the comprehension process is very difficult. It may take longer to deliberately learn. Ting Shu also tried to make the hunting swallowtails directly use the ultimate absorption and plundering of the sun's nutrients and transform them into their own physical strength, but it simply didn't work. Ting Shu found that his idea was a bit too simple. Although the morning light trick has the same effect as photosynthesis, the mechanism of action seems to be different. Under the morning light trick, solar energy is more like a catalyst, affecting the speed of physical recovery. And photosynthesis is more like directly converting solar energy into another substance to restore physical strength, which belongs to energy conversion. And this kind of energy conversion is exclusive to the grass elves. Hunting swallowtail butterflies is just a matter of their affinity for sunlight, and the body does not seem to have this special substance for energy conversion. Therefore, the fusion version of the photosynthesis plan conceived by Ting Shu was temporarily declared dead. During the research, Ting Shu had doubts about the tricks of the little elves. They are obviously different individuals, but they can use the same tricks, and even use moves that are contrary to their own attributes. Recalling the knowledge of previous lives, if objects are composed of a basic particle, then the energy contained in the elf body is also composed of a special substance floating in nature. The root may lie in the order and structure of this substance. When different bodies are constructed with various elves, a new kind of energy is fused. It may be the power of the dragon, it may be a superpower, it may be the ability to control water, fire, and electricity, or it may be something that acts as a catalyst for a certain trick such as photosynthesis. Maybe the trick of finger swing is a technique to randomly disrupt the energy structure in the body, so it has randomness and non-directionality. But after all, it was a guess. It was impossible for Ting Shu to smash his head to verify the truth. The secret recipe of hunting swallowtail butterflies had failed. Ting Shu put the reason for not being able to build a specific energy conversion catalyst. This catalyst is the unique energy structure of the grass elves, so even if the morning light is absorbed by it, it will never become photosynthetic. The trouble that the Qingmian bird has gotten into here is that it has been unable to comprehend the trick of parrot learning, which should have been learned as they grow up. Following Ting Shu's conjecture, if finger swing is a technique that disrupts the energy structure of the body, different moves can be used randomly. Then parrot learn tongue can also replicate most of the tricks, and it is worthy of careful study. Fan out. Parrot Theorem 1. If the trick that the parrot must return has not been used by the other party, it will fail. 2. A trick that does not hit cannot be imitated, and a trick that hits but has no effect can be imitated. In other words, parrot tongue is a trick similar to the mechanism of memory alloy. According to the opponent's trick hits itself, the energy structure change of the trick is induced, causing deep memory in the elf brain in a short time, allowing the energy structure in the body to quickly replicate what it feels the energy structure changes, and then imitates the trick. When he got this conjecture, Ting Shu himself was happy and felt a bit nonsense, but after careful consideration, he felt that it seemed to make sense. He didn't know if anyone else had such a conjecture, but as a traverser, the first time I was curious about the unknown. It's probably because it's just a few months after birth that the brain cannot keep up with the body, and it hasn't fully formed yet. That is to say, if you want to learn to learn the tongue, you need a molting bird. The brain is capable of high-frequency memory. In addition to having a wealth of experience in beatings, the mosquito bird has to fill the brain. Eat some brain foods. This is what Ting Shu has inferred from previous life knowledge and the theory of cultivators for hunting swallowtail butterflies and green cotton birds for 2 months. The nutritional supplement for 2 elves has reached 1. At the peak point, it is no longer suitable for supplementing nutrition at this frequency, and the 2 of them, at this time have excess nutrition. Next, Ting Shu decided to start squeezing time. Chapter 58, The Next Task. Da-da-da. With dexterous hands quickly tapping on the keyboard, Ting Shu constantly scrolled the page, looking for a feeding task. For 2 months, all the green bird and the hunting swallowtail were absorbing nutrients, self-training, and perfecting their tricks. At present, due to nutrient saturation and insufficient utilization, their growth efficiency is in a low state. Although training is also very hard, but compared to actual combat or survival in the wild, there is still too much comfort. What they need at this time is ultra-high intensity squeezing to tighten the comfortable nerves and quickly digest the stored nutrients. Ting Shu was still preparing for the review of the intermediate cultivator. He didn't have much time to take the 2 little guys for actual combat, so he had to focus on other people's elves. The best is, the little elves that can assist in the hunting of swallowtail butterflies and samba birds to improve certain aspects of their strength. Recently, Ting Shu has been paying attention to the forums on the page. As early as a few days ago, he locked a training commission issued by an advanced class trainer. This commission can get a lot of credits, 350 credits, it can be seen that the publisher has also paid for it. However, behind the extremely high credits, the requirements for the nurturing party are also very demanding. This entrusted nurturing is different from just helping to take care of the elf, which can get 10 credits per week, such as easy tasks. He needs the nurturing party to be fully responsible for the elf growth, and has clear standards. The little elves that the publisher needs to train are 4 north-facing noses. The requirement is to cultivate into a large north nose within 5 months, and have excellent combat effectiveness. In 5 months, is this planning to prepare for the ranking battle for promotion to the graduating class? Ting Shu thought about it and understood the trainer's intentions. 7 months later, during the degree promotion period, is the fastest time to get the most credits. This guy is obviously investing in advance. Da Chao Bibi is indeed a good elf, suitable for filling the team's shortcomings. The most important thing is that the 4 north-facing noses can be of great help to the training of the blue cotton bird and the hunting swallowtail butterfly. If he accepts this task, the garden tree still needs to be responsible for the strength of the 4 little elves, otherwise the other party will not be so polite to give him credits. That's it. After making up his mind, Ting Shu started to contact each other. The 2 sides communicated very tacitly, and soon arranged a time to meet. When he was leaving, Ting Shu washed his face after he was ready, and started to rush to the pre-arranged place. The dormitory building is still deserted, whether it is the students, teachers, or professors of some research departments, they all live in their own rooms and rarely go out. In contrast, the trainer's battle class has courses every day, and the actual combat training is even more fully arranged. The college has already felt the sense of oppression, and has given quite high hopes to the group of trainers in the college. Therefore, the credits awarded for degree promotion have been greatly relaxed, which also encourages students to improve their strength. Downstairs. Just a moment later, a green figure appeared in the eyes of the Tingshu. It was an elf with a white body that seemed to be wearing overly long clothes. In addition, its green hair was too long, like it is covering most of its face. It's Larula's. Lalula is a mood elf. It can use horns to perceive the emotions of elf and human beings. Since they usually don't like the negative emotions around, Lalula usually haunts far away from humans. This Larula's looked different. It stood there quietly. Opposite it, a teenager wearing a white shirt with a zippered blue long sleeve was sitting on the ground, immersed in the drawing with colored pens. Originally copied something. One person, one elf, both are very quiet. Tingshu knows that person and seems to be a student in the nurturing class. He doesn't know much about it. He only knows that this is a gentle and somewhat introverted kid who smiles and greets everyone. He was kind, so Tingshu had a slightly deeper impression of him. Tingshu classmate. Tingshuban didn't want to disturb him, but when he was passing by, the kid looked up dumbly and asked hello in surprise. Azaa, are you here to bring food to Lalura's again? Tingshu remembered that the other party seemed to have this name, and the kid had white skin and seemed weak. It was the food that Teacher Teresa prepared for Lalura's, and I brought it here. Did Teacher Teresa do it? Tingshu also knew this teacher. The other party was one of the cultivators responsible for the food of the elves in the college. He should have the level of an intermediate cultivator, especially in the production of elves. He has his own unique insights on food. Teacher Teresa's method of making elf food is very special. The ingredients are all combinations that Tingshu has never seen before. Whether it's a green bird or a bird hunting swallowtail butterfly, they like the food prepared by the Teacher Teresa very much. If you can learn the skills of Teacher Teresa to make elf food, then you can provide them with hearty food when you travel outside. Although Tingshu is also a nurturing, he is making elf food. Not proficient in aspects. Only those nurturingists who want to attack high-level credentials will focus on the center and delve into a single direction. For example, Joey's medical treatment, Master Shenzong's inheritance, and it is also possible that Teacher Teresa is also going to try to challenge the high-level credentials in terms of elf food. Senior educators not only possess erudite knowledge, they must also have extraordinary achievements in a certain aspect. The outstanding accumulation of specific aspects is the most important step to become a senior incubator. Is Teacher Teresa busy? I might go and ask some questions about the food of Chow Bei Nose. Tingshu asked Azaa. I shouldn't be busy, but the teacher may not be in a good mood today. Azaa whispered. Tingshu was helpless. Well, I have other things, so I'll go one step ahead. Azaa, and Laro Yulas, see you next time. Oh, Tingshu, goodbye. Azaa said quickly. As for Larulas on the side, it was very quiet, and it was not surprising that there were many garden trees. This Larula seemed to be very talkative. The task that Tingshu took was to cultivate 4 north-facing noses to evolve into big north-facing noses. During this period, he needs to arrange the food by himself. If it is here in Tianguan Mountain, the food that the north-facing nose can eat is only metal and some special rocks too. The publisher did not ask for too expensive food. As long as the Dachao Bibi is cultivated within 5 months, it will meet the commission standard. Therefore, there is no need to choose too much expensive food, but how to match it is an issue. Very deep knowledge, even if it is Tingshu, I have to ask for advice or check some information to reason on his own. Teacher Teresa should be the best at making elf food in Tingshu's impression, but this teacher seems to be suffering from anxiety, although only occasionally has a few episodes, but also because of this, her teaching time is really very long less. Chapter 59, Magnetic Training. Tianguan Mountain, inside the college wall, a small pavilion. Ting Shu had been waiting here early, and about 15 minutes later, a fat brown-haired man came eagerly. It can be seen that trotting all the way with the opponent's body shape is indeed exhausting. Sorry. The fat man looked very guilty and said slowly after taking a few deep breaths. Ting Shu waved his hand, very kind. It's okay, do you want to rest? Ah, thank you. Aja was surprised. They are all classmates. If you feel embarrassed, you can give me more credits. The two were silent for a while, and finally began to talk about entrusting the care of the elf. These are the 4 north-facing noses I recently received, and I need to take care of them for about 5 months. I don't know how to train rock elves, and I still have a lot of things to do. If there is no problem, then I will trouble you. Ting Shu looked at the 4 north-facing noses released by the opponent. Their arms and legs looked very short, and they did not seem to see its mouth. The north-facing nose was covered in dark blue except for the red nose. Looked around, Ting Shu spoke. No problem, but the price. How about increasing 50 credits? Ting Shu said with a smile, in a discussing tone. When the words were over, Aja's face changed in an instant. 400 credits. Too many, even if it is cultivated in a breeding house, the price will not be too high. Your team should have shortcomings. If 4 of them can evolve into a big north nose, it should be of great help to your next ranked match. Moreover, the academy is fully enclosed. Except for special tasks, you should not be able to go out now, otherwise you will not entrust the students of the training class to help you take care of the elf. Even so, 400 credits are too much, and the food from the north nose is better than other elves. You know, earning credits is not easy. I know, how can I not know, so you should be considerate of our students in the training class. They are not good at fighting, and the elves are not strong enough for experience. For a little credit, I buries myself to answer those annoying test papers. Ting Shu said with a pitiful look to me. Fortunately, these words were not heard by the students in the training class, otherwise they would have a good meal for this guy who hadn't taken a class from start to finish. This. Don't hesitate, the credits you gave are indeed a lot, but if Da Chao Bibi can help you make up for the team's shortcomings and win the next ranking battle, the credits can be doubled and earned back. Except for me, if you want to help your Chao Bibi make great progress in 5 months, there should be no second person in the training class. Fatty Aja stared suspiciously at Ting Shu. The arrogant tone of the man in front of him made him start to panic. This guy, is it really reliable? Not only did Ting Shu look at the face, but he was not too old. The fat student in the higher class began to quit. After all, 400 credits are not a small amount for him. Well, then I'll go back and think about it. Scratching his head, Aja showed a simple expression. Snapped. Ting Shu's backhand is a shot, holding the blue booklet in his hand. Really, after all, you have to think clearly, I should be the only one among the junior nurturers in the entire nurturing class. You should have seen Sarona 2 months ago. Why is she so strong? Because she is also a cultivator. If I can help you take care of Chao Bei Nose, in 5 months, the team's strength will be greatly increased because of the shortcomings being made up. This kind of opportunity will be gone if you miss it. As Ting Shu took out the primary nurturing certificate, everything was settled so reasonably. The last line of defense in the heart of the fat student Aja in the higher class was also broken. During the academy, in addition to looking for the teacher to help take care of the elf, Ting Shu as a junior nurturer was already the best choice. Ting Shu was in a very happy mood. He squandered 600 credits in 2 months, and immediately returned 400 credits. As for how to cultivate 4 north-facing noses into a big north-facing nose, he still needs to make some preparations. Tianguan Mountain in the Shanao area is one of the best places for the north nose to evolve. When the north-facing nose is in a place with a strong magnetic field, such as Shanao's Tianguan Mountain, Hezhong's Tourmaline Cave, or Carlos Miali Wilderness, when they can sense the special electromagnetic waves here, they can reflect and combine them. The other three north-facing noses have evolved into a large north-facing nose with a height of 1.4 meters and can also increase the properties of steel. The big north nose can use magnetic force to control the three small north noses, and each fight as a single unit, like a floating gun. Now that the fat student Aja had conquered the four small north noses, he knew how to evolve them. He should have been clueless and had a lot of things to do before he had to seek the help of the training students. Whether it is facing the north nose or the north-facing nose, it can well restrain the hunting of swallowtail butterflies and Berber birds. It is also a good thing for me to have them as training helpers. After returning to the dormitory, Tingshu began to tailor a breeding plan for Chow Bibi based on the conditions of the blue cotton bird and the hunting bird butterfly. First of all, the most important step in cultivating them into a large north nose is to make one of them feel the unique electromagnetic waves in Tianguan Mountain. Judging from the current situation of the four of them, it seems that none of them can do this. A little. Now, they should first exercise their magnetic mastery. Even if you don't need to read the information, Tingshu knows the habit of facing north. They use their own magnetism to hunt down weak steel elves or attract nearby minerals to eat. If they are left alone, they will accumulate throughout the year. There will be one that has an excellent grasp of magnetism due to frequent predation. If this north-facing nose can capture special electromagnetic waves similar to those on Tianguan Mountain, it can evolve with the other three north-facing noses. In other words, the four north-facing noses in front of them are not enough to master their own magnetism. This is one of the reasons why Aja cannot let them evolve immediately. It seems that there is no need to eat any minerals. Magnetic objects are the most suitable food for them right now. At the same time, they need to continuously temper their magnetic power. After being subdued by the trainer, there is no way to use their magnetic power to prey. While looking for food for them, Tingshu also found dozens of steel marbles, each of which was about the size of a coin, which could well echo the magnetic force of the northward nose. The northward nose can also control them through the magnetic force. As a result, the four north noses guarded the quartet, and hunting swallowtail butterflies and blue mosquitoes began the first round of special training reflex nerves. The blue bird and the hunting swallowtail are not big. Although the steel ball hits the body, it will be very painful, but it is precisely because of this that it can promote their concentration. Hunting swallowtails can create airflow to avoid the steel ball, while the cotton bird can use cotton to defend and move at high speed to avoid it. Whether it can control the subtle places at high speed is also a challenge for the cotton bird. As for the north faces, how to use magnetic force to better control the steel ball to hit the two little guys has also become a problem. In this way, in the efforts of both sides, Tingshu himself also began to pick up books, impacting the level of intermediate nurturers. Chapter 60, La Ruras. Swish. 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 Under the fire of guns and bullets, even at high speeds, the cotton birds are very embarrassed. The north-facing noses stand in four corners. Although each one only controls two steel balls, the cotton birds are completely unable to resist. Palpitatingly used cotton defense to avoid a steel ball that was almost hit, and the Qingmian bird cast a bitter look at the garden tree. On this day, the hunting swallowtail butterfly perfectly completed the task of reflex nerve training, while the blue mossy bird was still struggling. In the first training, Tingshu just let each northward nose control one steel ball. At that time, it was easier to hunt swallowtail butterflies or blue cotton birds. But when the number of steel increased to 2, the hunting swallowtails could barely sense the changes in the airflow to escape, but Xiao Qingmian was miserable. In just 1 minute, he was hit several times. I can see Tingshu, the trainer. There was a dull pain. Can't relent. The magnetic force of the north face to control the impact of the steel ball is not even as good as the impact trick. Although the frequency is a bit higher, if there is no certain resistance ability, it will be a disadvantage in actual combat. In this way, in the heartbreaking twee, twee, and twee screams of Qing Mian bird, the special training continued. The steel ball training lasted about a week. The hunting of swallowtail butterflies is currently encircling and suppressing a total of 16 steel balls, while the moss bird is still at the level of 12 steel balls. Even in just 1 week, the nerves of the two little guys have become a lot more sensitive. At the same time, the ability to resist hits has also been improved little by little. From the dullness of being hit at the beginning, it can be subconsciously overcome now. Pain has made great progress in observing the situation. The two little guys at this level of offense seemed to gradually adapt, but Ting Shu couldn't immediately increase their training intensity. Regularly controlling 4 steel at the same time is already a limit for the magnetic manipulation level of the north-facing noses. If they can go further, when they can manipulate 5 steel at the same time to attack in an orderly manner, it also represents their magnetic force. Mastery progress. This little guy, are you still peeking? The place where Ting Shu and the others were training, a remote corner, a small green figure hiding there, secretly watching the training of the Qing Miao birds. The owner of the figure is La Luras, an elf who wanders around here but is not subdued by anyone. When he came here from the garden tree, this La Luras was already here. Defect. I said silently, according to Ting Shu's understanding, this La Luras was originally hatched from an elf egg awarded to a certain student by the academy, but after La Luras was born, it took 2 months for it to happen. Only one trick can be learned. After this student asked the teacher about this question, the educators in the college began to pay attention to the situation of La Luras. In the end, they all came to a consistent conclusion. This La Luras has some defects, except for the telemobile that had been awakened at birth. He was unable to learn other superpower system moves. Even under deliberate teaching, even the moves of other departments can't understand even the simplest shadow clone. At that time, the trainer of La Luras was also nearing graduation, and the defects of the young La Luras were destined to be unable to fight. At the suggestion of the teacher, he returned La Luras to the academy, and the educators were responsible for taking care of him. Observe its situation and find a solution. Since then, young La Luras felt that it was because of his incompetence that he could not help the trainer and was abandoned. So every time Ting Shu saw it, it was always silent. Do you want to come together? Ting Shu asked without turning back. La Luras, do you want to train together? La Luras is a mood Pokemon, it can feel human emotions. From the moment Ting Shu spoke, it unexpectedly discovered that it did not feel any sympathy. Even a meow can learn human language through hard work, miracles, as long as hard work may not be rewarded. Ting Shu will not deny any elf, so he is very sincere. He will not be bound by the so-called individual flaws of the elf, even if he can only use teleport. La Luras has its own value. Do you want to try it? Ting Shu asked again. If you can use teleportation, why don't you compare it with the blue bird? After Ting Shu sent out the invitation, he ignored La Luras, and turned his attention to the green cotton bird and the 4 north-facing noses again. Each north-facing nose can manipulate 4 steel at the same time is the limit. The hunting swallowtail can barely cope with 16 steel attacking at the same time. Although it is very difficult, it has done a very good job for it. In a short period of time, the swallows and the hunting swallowtails, and the north-north nose can no longer go further, so the garden tree needs to consider how to put more pressure on the swallows and hunting swallows without increasing the steel ball. Starting from tomorrow, the training method will be changed, and the steel will return to operate 2 for each north nose. The most important thing is that Chow Bibi needs to add a trick as a means of attack when controlling the steel ball. Electromagnetic waves. Send a weak electric shock to the opponent, thereby paralyzing the opponent. The north-facing nose itself is a magnet, and there is a magnetic field around it. They can easily produce electric current. Electromagnetic waves are a kind of electric current with a very obvious paralyzing effect. As long as it is hit by the steel ball controlled by the north nose, a weak current will flow into the body. Although it is not as strong as the electromagnetic wave, it can also have a greater impact on the two little guys in a short time. In addition, although the Chow Bibi can control the steel ball attack, they are all busy with each other, and they have no cooperation at all. Tingshu is planning to design a set of offensive routes for them, which can also be said to be an attack trajectory. The reduction of steel balls, coupled with electromagnetic waves, is also enough to make the blue cotton bird and the hunting swallowtail suffer a bit. Cooperating with each other and doping with electromagnetic waves, this also tests Chow Bei Nose's mastery of magnetic force. The use of electromagnetic waves to attack according to a specific route also adds great difficulty to Chow Bei Nose. The Qingmian bird evaded the steel ball hurriedly. Suddenly, he was startled by the little green figure that appeared in front of him without warning, and flew out in a panic. Then, it turned its head and cast an inquiring look at Tingshu. It wasn't until Tingshu smiled that it flew back innocently, flapping its wings, and looking at the venue with Tingshu. Under the mixed attack of 12 steel balls, Lolulus would always put his hands on his mouth and murmur when they arrived together, then disappeared and appeared instantly. Not bad. Tingshu said in surprise. Generally, the elves of the superpower system will feel very tired after using teleport a few times, and they will not be able to grasp the direction. However, Tingshu has surprisingly discovered that Lolulus may only be a trick of teleport. Because of this, I am very proficient in teleport. Within 1 minute, he had escaped 9 consecutive rounds of attacks by the Chow Bei Nose, and even seemed to be able to do so. Chapter 61, Apply to Go Out. On this day, Tingshu went to collect the elf food as usual. On the way, he met teacher Teresa, the nurturing teacher who has excellent elf food making skills. Although Mr. Teresa is young, she has her own style of doing things. He listens to everyone's opinions humbly and chooses suitable ones. In the eyes of some students, she is a gentle teacher, and because of her the age difference is small, so I can blend in well. Tingshu likes this teacher very much. Not only him, but most of the students also like this nurturing teacher. He is helpful and has a gentle personality. Because of his anxiety, he has a little irritability, which makes teacher Teresa a little bit cute. Compared with Mr. Toyomura, the rigid teacher in the training class, Tingshu prefers to ask teacher Teresa some questions, especially about the knowledge of elf food, and more importantly, teacher Teresa is very beautiful. Compared to little girls like Xiao Chun and Xiao Song, Tingshu may appreciate the big sister type more. Brown hair braided on the top of the head, emerald green eyes, the clothing is normal white dress with golden embroidery and blue broken stained glass pattern, white pantyhose, wearing a black thread across the neck. The silver ring exudes intellectual beauty. Little guy, are you busy these days? Are you interested in participating in an experience? Teacher Teresa always smiles when she speaks. Not only does she have excellent insights in cultivation, she also occasionally goes to coordination classes as a coordination trainer. The trainees impart some knowledge. Experience. The Academy's experience is all carried out in Tianguan Mountain. Tianguan Mountain has a large area, which is not comparable to the area of 1 or 2 cities. There are also many types of elves living in it. It is the largest gathering of elves in the Shanao region. Ground. At the same time, many elves live there, and some powerful elves must stand out. The so-called experience is to go to the wild to fight against wild elves, or to conquer your favorite elves to enhance the strength of the team, but due to the danger of Tianguan Mountain, most of the experience is regularly organized in the academy. Several trainees went together in a team. And according to the different performance of the students, certain credits will be awarded. No, I still have things to do. Tingshu refused. That's a pity, the cultivator is very popular among the experienced team. Teacher Teresa expressed regret. Tingshu smiled and did not answer. By the way, Teacher Teresa, do you know where there are berries and fruits? Berry, fruit. Well, I want to use the credits to apply to the college, but found that these two kinds of trees are gone in the treasury. Ting Shu said. In order to nourish the Qingmian bird's brain, Ting Shu temporarily changed the Qingmian bird's food. Milk, dairy products, beans. There are also berries and fruits, which are rich in nutrients, which can improve memory and restore spirits, and are extremely helpful for replenishing brain energy and regulating physical health. If it is not available in the academy, the Vale City and Yunzi City may buy it. But, if there are no special circumstances, you can't leave Tianguan Mountain alone during the academy. Teacher Teresa said. Don't be so rigid. Ting Shu looked bitterly. Please help me. Ting Shu had a begging expression. In fact, he had already calculated his calculations in his heart. These two kinds of tree fruits that happened to be missing were also carefully selected by him. After 2 months in the academy, he was about to die of boredom. Find an opportunity to go out and stroll around. Even when he was in Qingyu, he couldn't be idle at all. If it wasn't for those who had to keep in mind to cultivate knowledge, he would definitely not be able to devote himself to it. This is very troublesome. Teacher Teresa tilted her head, making a thinking expression. Garden Tree held his breath. Okay then. Ting Shu breathed a sigh of relief. I apply to the top for you to be my assistant to help me purchase some things. As for whether you can succeed, you don't have any extravagant expectations, the chances are small. Teacher Teresa said. I understand, thank you. Ting Shu made a V gesture in his heart. Next, Ting Shu continued to carry out training on Chow Bei Noi, Qingmian bird, and papilio hunting. He designed several attack trajectory schemes based on the floor plan and computer graphics, which can make them cooperate well with the northward nose. On the contrary, the pressure on the blue birds suddenly increased. This time the training only lasted 1 day. To Ting Shu's surprise, the application made by Teacher Teresa was immediately approved. In Ting Shu's impression of this speed, the efficiency is simply not that fast. Great! Not only does he want to go out to ease his mood, Ting Shu also hopes to conquer another little elf. Although he has a lot of work at this time, a trainer who doesn't even have the basic 6 little elves is not a qualified trainer. Life in Tianguan Academy is very easy, focusing only on the 2 little elves, the blue bird and the hunting bird. The tree feels that it can handle it, even if he is learning the knowledge of the nurturing family at the same time, he does not have that kind of fulfillment. A sense of oppression. Although following the experience of the academy, you may be able to subdue the elf, but after all, it is a team traveling together, and it is inevitable to encounter some disputes. Ting Shu still prefers to act alone. After getting accurate information about permission to go out, Ting Shu happily exchanged a high-grade poke ball newly produced by Silver Company, which was a premium ball he prepared for his new partner. After getting permission to go out, Ting Shu went to bid farewell to Mr. Fenken. After all, this was a teacher in his class. Out of courtesy, he had to inform him. In addition, the elf brought 6 of them, namely, the swallowtail bird, the hunting swallowtail butterfly, and 4 north-facing noses that he needs to take care of. During going out, training may be suspended for a while, but this is also inevitable. Proper relaxation is also of great benefit to the elves. The dormitory is downstairs. Ting Shu took the food that Larulas had shared today. Teacher Teresa asked him to bring it to Larulas. In the past few days, Larulas is doing the same training as the elves of the garden tree. The tree can see that Laluras enjoys it very much. It is eager to stand on the same stage with other elves. Prove that you are not special. However, Laluras, who only uses teleportation, is destined to be few trainers who will pay attention to it, and train a teleportation trick that can only be avoided. Most trainers don't think this can be helpful in the battle. After all, for the victory or defeat of a battle, attack is the key. I'm leaving, Laluras. Azaa will deliver food for you in the next period of time, and you have to cooperate with the research of the teachers. You may soon be able to figure out why you can't learn the trick. So, please don't waste the teleportation training when I'm away. Laru. Smiling and putting his fingers on Lalura's hand, Ting Shu stood up, stretched his waist, and after a busy day, it was time to pack things up, and set off early tomorrow morning. Chapter 62, Venus. Tianguan Mountain is long and long, as if it is still overflowing with a trembling sound, and the ice and snow peaks stand taller than one in the morning sky. The trees with all their leaves were piled up with fluffy, heavy snowballs. After leaving the academy, Ting Shu returned along the same path. At this time, he was wearing a sportswear with a crown of heaven, and his ability to keep warm from the cold had already reached max. After busy working all night yesterday, Ting Shu now first went to the business district of Chifeng City. The Qingmian bird lay lazily on the head of the garden tree, a little listless in the cold weather. The pharmaceutical was temporarily processed in the afternoon and evening, and now after a long time on the mountain road, Ting Shu was in a very tired state. The two dark circles on his face were the best proof. "Are you a trainer from outside?" The clerk held the small bottle that Ting Shu handed over, with a look of embarrassment. "Perfume? You should have come to the wrong place. Our store does not buy these. Even some tree fruits and medicinal materials, we can buy them at the market price, which can be regarded as some help for the trainers, but this kind of thing, there should be no way out." The clerk looked helpless. "No way out? No, no." Ting Shu glanced at the store: wound spray, antidote, thawing medicine, most of them were medicines prepared for elf. "My perfume is also something for the elf. For the time being, it can be regarded as a potion that can attract the opposite to the elf. I believe that if I explain it to the trainer, it will be sold," Ting Shu affirmed. The clerk still looked confused, and said in surprise, "Even so, but this thing is no better than medicinal materials and tree fruits. Those are natural, and your perfume is processed by the day after tomorrow. I can't take this risk." Ting Shu felt so cumbersome and troublesome. "Isn't it okay to have this?" The only thing Ting Shu could think of at this time was the proof of fostering a family. The clerk is obviously a person who knows the goods. After seeing the certificate, his eyes widened and he was a little unbelievable. "You are a cultivator. If there is a certificate from a breeder, no matter what kind of medicine, you can consider priority acquisition. I need to ask the store manager." The place where Ting Shu came is from an elf shop in Chifeng City. There is no large-scale chain shopping mall here. Various private stores make money by importing antidote and burn medicine. There will also be stores opened by nurturing families, selling some self-made gadgets to make a living. Ting Shu is now penniless, no matter where he wants to go, or to be able to live more comfortably outside, the most important thing is to make a fortune first. Yesterday he exchanged some materials from the academy and made this bottle of perfume. The purpose is to exchange some money for his expenses when going out. Venus, of Love. This is the name of the perfume. It is not the original of the garden tree, but one of the medicines in the database of Tianguan Academy. The provenance can no longer be verified, but the materials of the medicine are very common, and the effect is also very interesting. Ting Shu has nothing to do when he has nothing to do, so he used it to adjust. Should few people sell this kind of medicine? Ting Shu laughed. In the past, there were few trainers who cared about their elf relationships, but now it's different. A few decades ago, trainers were still equivalent to soldiers and other occupations, requiring military service in the alliance to open up unknown lost areas. Today, the rapid development of technology can help the alliance open up and only those single soldiers' top combat power. It is a waste of resources for the current human development to use people to pile up. From now on, Ting Shu feels that trainers are more like athletes from previous lives, or some special professions, but they are more popular among the people and have a deeper impression. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are the most mainstream professions in the world. Events such as the Gorgeous Contest, the Lily of the Valley Contest, and the Tianwang Challenge can often attract the attention of many people, and the trainers have gradually become a kind of atmosphere, connecting a long economic chain. Ting Shu believes that after a few years of the original work, the trainer should walk into every household. Even now, the trainers are not the pioneering machines of the alliance anymore, they are more like a special group of people chasing their dreams. The friendship with the elves, the health, growth, appearance, and even love of the elves have all become the focus of the trainer. Even if it is not a trainer, even in an ordinary family, an elf will be raised as a pet, friend, or relative. Therefore, some potions that were not valued in the past, such as Venus, the goddess of love, or similar perfumes that can dress up elves, will sooner or later become popular again in every corner. Damn it, that black-hearted fat man! Ting Shu walked out of the store with a black line, in a bad mood. He explained the commercial value of a bunch of Venus Eros to the manager of that store, but the other party seemed unmoved. Ting Shu originally thought that when he said the prospect of Venus, the of love, the boss would pull his trousers and cry tearfully begging for cooperation to keep him, the great Buddha. As a result, people just say that you are a nurturing family, reluctantly buy, sell, and try to see the effect. The tree vomits blood. A total of 10 bottles were sold at a price of 400 yuan per bottle. Even the detoxification spray produced by the assembly line is not much more expensive than the material, which makes Ting Shu very worried. At any rate, it was also from a junior breeder, and the materials used were not ordinary 1 or 2. The price was beyond Ting Shu's expectations. Originally, he thought that a bottle would cost at least 1,000 yuan, no, 800 yuan, the result. The thought of taurine, bromhexine, and lysozyme whose secret recipes were monopolized by big companies was scrambled for nearly 10,000 yuan a bottle by those black traders. Ting Shu couldn't help but feel a little speechless. The profits of others have doubled several times, and here he is just barely making money back. He didn't make any money from the manual expenses of this junior nurturer. Looking at the old paper money in his hand with twitching corners of his mouth, Ting Shu feels a little distressed. These are all credits in exchange, so I must save some flowers. Walking on the street, Ting Shu didn't move towards the port. With his current worth, he would basically go back down the mountain once he was a boat. The port of Qifeng City is estimated to be the most lively place in Qifeng City, because it is the only location that can lead to the battle zone. After the establishment of the battle zone in the early years, most of Shanao's trainers were there to hone themselves and challenge the strong. It is the most concentrated area for Shanao trainers. In addition, there are many people from other regions. As long as you are a trainer, you want to go to the special zone to see how countless trainers are fighting. Chapter 63, Arrive in Yuanzi City. But Ting Shu hates to fight, for the relatively lazy him, he has no plans for the time being. If you don't take a boat, you can only choose a car. Due to environmental problems, there are no trains in Qifeng City. According to Ting Shu's understanding, it seems that a huge maglev train station has been built in his hometown, Guandu, Golden City, which can pass directly between Guandu and the city. Time is running out, and Ting Shu, who has only half a month's leave, dared not delay. After hesitating, he chose carpooling, the cheapest one. Using a public computer in the Pokemon Center, he contacted a car owner. The car is a private car, and the owner is a local. If you want to go to a certain place to do business, you can get some extra money for yourself by pulling up a trainer like the court tree. But even if you are driving, it takes a day to get to the city of Yuan, where the owner wants to go. There is nothing I can do about it. They closed their eyes and rested, and before they knew it, they had reached their destination. City of Fate. Upon arriving here, Ting Shu wandered around at will, and then asked the next way. I'm going to challenge Yuanzi Daoguan. I want to join the Elf Fan Club. I heard that there is a large swimming pool in Communication Plaza. Why don't we take the elves and relax there? This is the voice of passers-by. And Ting Shu's goal, from the time he knew he was going to Yunzi City, was the elf cooking kitchen. One of the few places recommended by teacher Teresa. Ting Shu came to the white building and looked around. There are various tableware graffiti on the wall, and the elves who are dining. I hope I can learn something. Taking a deep breath, Ting Shu walked in. In fact, the people here are very hospitable. As soon as Ting Shu opened the door, he was warmly received. Hi boy! Are you here to study or visit? At the counter, a young man in uniform wearing a badge shouted. Next to him, there was a teenager with purple hair in a dark blue dress. I'm here to visit. Oh, the boy who came to visit. Welcome. The uniformed youth said enthusiastically. Please follow me. The other party waved his hand in a gesture of please, and at the same time said to the boy next to him, Master Kojiro, welcome your visit again. I have notified the person in charge just now. In response, the purple-haired boy nodded gently, smiled at Ting Shu, and walked inside. Our elves' cooking kitchen not only makes dishes for different elves, but also researches the flavors of ingredients that different trainers and elves love together. Anyway, visiting here is the best choice. Are you listening? The young man in uniform looked at Ting Shu, who was indifferent, and spoke in embarrassment. Sorry, it's rude, may I ask, who was just now? Looking at the back walking away, and the respectful Master Kojiro just overpowering the young man, Ting Shu was stunned. Are you talking about Master Kojiro? The young man in uniform pulled him over. That's the child of our boss, noble guest. Look at his luxurious clothes. It is said that he comes from a big family in Guangdu. There are millions of current assets that can be taken out immediately at home. He is a millionaire young master. Puff. Meow meow. Ting Shu. Kojiro? Rockets? Is this kidding me? Ting Shu can forget everything, but the rockets who run through the story must be impressed. Having said that, Kojiro seems to be from a big family, and he joined the rockets after running away from home. Millionaires. Ting Shu was speechless. Why did you run away from home? What was the reason? Well, it was painful, I couldn't think of it. Then trouble you, I'm going in. Niwa Tree can't wait to hook up Kojiro. Seeing the Ting Shu who walked in quickly, the uniformed young man was stunned. Then what the am I for as a guide? Elf cooking kitchen. Kojiro lay down in front of the glass window, eyes twinkling with little stars, looking at the busy cooking makers and cooking apprentices, showing a look of yearning. I really want to make cooking with them. Even though he thought so, Kojiro sighed. Even if he likes it, his mother would not agree. Being able to run out of the hotel while the parents are going to the dance party is already a profit. That King Ying Luo, it would be better if the slices were thicker. Kojiro turned his head in surprise, and found that it was the younger brother who was talking just now. Do you also have research on cooking? This is the basic skill of a nurturing home. Ting Shu smiled. As in the anime, even when he is not growing up, Kojiro's personality is still the same gentle. Perhaps because of his origin, he has always spoken very cautiously, maintaining the courtesy of the upper class, or because he has few friends, he was asked something by Ting Shu 3 or 2. It turns out that Kojiro's parents came to Shinu to communicate with partners about business matters. By the way, he took Kojiro to Shinu and was voted as the most suitable place to live. There are many families and young mothers who come here to relax. City. The Top Elf Hotel. That's very expensive. The Top Elf Hotel in Yunzi City, the price of one night is enough to spend a long time in the ancient house. Tadaka's conversation was very successful, and Kojiro soon chatted with him happily. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly walked out. Master Xiaojiro, I have been waiting for a long time. I am the person in charge of this elf cooking kitchen. Please say hello to your parents on my behalf. We have prepared a sumptuous afternoon tea and pastries. Would you like to enjoy it now? The man in the suit said, of course, there are also various elf dishes. If you can get the evaluation of Mr. Kojiro, the chefs will be very happy. Really? Kojiro was moved. Secretly took the little card out, so I haven't given it food for one day. Little card. The person in charge looked at Tingshu with a face. Hey! Tingshu has a black line on his face. This is also the name of the elf. Uncle, your thoughts are so strange. It's Katie Dog. Kojiro said, and I heard that one of your chefs here is very good at making dishes that fire elves and trainers enjoy together. Is that true? Can it satisfy the tastes of humans and elves at the same time? Tingshu listened quietly. This. The person in charge was ashamed. If Xiaojiro's parents knew that they let Master Xiaojiro and the elf eat together, the consequences would be very serious. These big families, don't they just use elves as pets? Master Kojiro is indeed a difficult opponent. It doesn't matter, Zioka is my best friend. Xiaojiro said in a strong tone. The person in charge wiped his sweat, not knowing how to accept this request. He was silent, and finally reluctantly agreed. Kojiro was very pleasantly surprised, and excitedly pulled Niwa tree, then let's go over together. Can I do it? Tingshu looked at the person in charge of the suit and didn't mean to ask at all. What a joke, now his identity is. Of course it's okay, Master Kojiro's friend, our cooking will surely satisfy you. Chapter 64, Flame Cuisine. Thump. After drinking tea and eating cakes, Niwa and Kojiro finally met the best flame cooking in UNZ City Elf Cooking Kitchen. As the inverted lid was lifted, a hot light emerged from the plate. The next moment, Tingshu felt the aroma coming to his face. This feeling is hot air trick. Whether it is Niwaji or Kojiro, the taste is very tricky. One is a cultivator and the other is a young master who is accustomed to eating the delicacies of mountains and seas, and ordinary food rarely makes them admire. The food on the plate is very similar to briquette, but the difference is that it is full of fiery red glow, sporadic sparks pierce from time to time, and the aroma that tempts people to appetite, all foreshadowing this dish. The extraordinary. The taste is spicy fruit seeds. With a sniff of the garden tree, the red color of the dish reveals the moisture rising after heating, especially the shape of the dish. Each spicy fruit seed seems to be glued together by the thick soup, and the spicy fruit seed matches that the unfamiliar sweet and greasy smell directly opened up Tingshu's pores. Kojiro on the side also swallowed, and the two looked at each other, and couldn't wait to take out the tableware and head towards the flame cooking. It's not hot. A bowl of crystal clear red seeds in the spoon glowed with fire, but when he put it to his mouth, Tingshu only felt a warm breath, not at all like sparkling sparks. Sweet. Mellow. The mellow soup spreads with the fruit seeds in the mouth, and the rich aroma instantly fills the body and mind of the two. Woo! The catty dog lying on the ground and enjoying the food squinted his eyes, seeming to enjoy the feeling, and the aftertaste sound is full of taste buds trembling. Foo! A spark was spit out by the catty dog, and it shook its body, instantly becoming more energetic. What is this sweetness? After the sweetness is over, it is the hotness that swarms up. Not only does this spiciness not go to the throat, irritate the root of the tongue, and it does not corrode the stomach, it is completely like a person who wants to taste the food. In the volcano, bathed in lava, the whole body was wrapped in the hot wind blowing in the air. In a short moment, the two of them were already sweating profusely. It's delicious. Kojiro looked cheerful. It was the first time he had such a unique meal. It would be nice to know the production method and raw materials. Tingshu thought. No wonder teacher Teresa recommended him to come here, and this flame cooking alone killed most of the food he had eaten. Haha, are you satisfied? The person in charge smiled triumphantly. The flame cooking chef is the heir of the unique secret recipe and the signature of their cooking kitchen. No matter which customer has tasted it, they are full of praise. A bad review. Can we watch the cooking? Kojiro said. Of course, no problem. Ting Shu was surprised. Could this exclusive secret recipe be viewed by outsiders? Ingredients: spicy fruit seeds, the sweetness of 3 bees, and an exclusive secret sauce. Sure enough. Ting Shu laughed, all they could see was the technique. The chef mastering the flame cooking is a strong and muscular uncle. Next to him, there is an orange-brown tortoise creature. Each of the limbs and the long neck has a black-gray circular stripe, each foot has 3 claws, and a short tail behind it. The tortoise shell is mainly black-gray with 5 fiery red depressions around it. Coal turtle. Ting Shu said. Is that so? The technique is that the chef cooperates with the elf to make dishes. What Kojiro was surprised, can elves also make food? Of course you can, the best example is right now. The coal tortoise's carapace burns coal to produce huge energy, which is transformed into heat at any time to help the uncle chef. The two people's movements are flowing water, smoky fire roasting the ingredients, and the uncle sweats cooking. With the wave of the kitchen utensils, the ingredients emit color and aroma the impact. Finally, accompanied by a hot air blown by the coal turtle, the uncle put on heat-resistant gloves and immediately fastened the lid. With a buzz, the flame cooking was completed. Wonderful! Niwa and Kojiro clapped clapping. Not only is the chef's superb craftsmanship, but the coal turtle definitely has a high level of mastery of tricks, and the two must be good partners for many years, otherwise it is impossible to have such a good understanding. It's amazing, Kojiro said in surprise. It was the first time he had seen anyone other than the trainer who worked so closely with the elf. A seed was quietly planted on Kojiro. Without staying in the elf cooking kitchen too much, Ting Shu left. Then there was Kojiro who left together. Looking at Nishiro curiously, Kojiro said, How do you feel like you are so rewarding? Nothing. Ting Shu smiled. He already knew what Mr. Teresa meant for calling him here. After visiting the other chefs in the cooking kitchen again, Ting Shu discovered their common ground. That is, everyone cooperates with their elves and cooks together. These cooks all regard cooperation with the elves as the main goal of their practice. The elves are like their hands, they are their powerful helpers. This is telling me that if I want to nurture a good elf, should I pay attention to the interaction with the elf? Or, I want to tell me that the gorgeous contest is not just a performance by an elf. Ting Shu shook his head. Anyway, Teacher Teresa recommended him to come here, just want him to see how other professions get along with the elves, helpers, or partners. Hey, Nishiro, you said, how far can the friendship between the elf and human be? Kojiro said suddenly. Friendship? Yes, why, I just want to make friends with other elves, but my parents are very opposed to it. Even if it is a small card, even if it lives in a very luxurious place, the parents just treat it as a pet. Xiaojiro didn't understand. Ting Shu was startled, and then laughed out, if you treat Zioka as a friend, it also treats you as a friend, isn't that enough? And one day, your parents will accept the small card, a creature like an elf, as long as you are sincere to it, it will definitely return you. Really? Kojiro said in surprise. Of course. Ting Shu confirmed. The little elves that Ting Shu knows are known as human friends and partners from the beginning, and can complete many tasks with humans, such as building houses, moving furniture, and exploring. Although I don't know how these big families teach their children, but thinking about the relationship between Kojiro, Musashi, and Meow Meow, I think it should be very deep, right? Perhaps, you will meet more new friends in the future, believe in yourself, don't be discouraged. Nishiki encouraged Kojiro. The garden tree. Kojiro gratefully looked at this young boy who was slightly younger than himself. The appearance of Kojiro, Nayuaki who lacked friends, and his understanding of him made this young master of the big family feel a different kind of warmth that he had never enjoyed. Thank you. Chapter 65, The Assembly of Fate. I felt a bit noisy there from the beginning, Ting Shu said to himself. After parting with Kojiro, Nishiro wandered aimlessly. When parting, Kojiro was very unwilling to give up. It is rare to have such a compatible peer, but this is not something he can change. He needs to rush back to the hotel before his parents come back, and Ting Shu is obviously not the same with him. Regretful separation, waiting for the next reunion. Yuan Zishi said it was a huge commercial center, but Ting Shu was dissatisfied that he did not find a large mall like that. If you want to buy something you need, you can only target the curtain market. The curtain department store there is the largest department store market with the best reputation in Chineo. Ningxu looked at it while considering the next itinerary. Walking towards the noisy direction, at this moment, a panicked girl stopped Tingshu. Sorry. Excuse me, do you know where the registration counter for the Fate conference is? The girl has pale cyan double ponytails and is wearing white sportswear, looking hurried. Could it? I have already missed the registration time. At this point, the girl showed a worried expression. Conference of Fate. Tingshu was slightly surprised. Gorgeous contest. Yes, it's a gorgeous contest. Registration counter. The registration counter is usually in the venue, right? If you are looking for the gorgeous competition venue, it should be in the north of Yuanzi City, which is the direction, next to the communication square. Ah, really, thank you so much. I need to sign up quickly, and I'm missing it first. The girl was surprised when she got the information, and then hurriedly ran towards the direction of the tree. Gorgeous Contest of Fate. Tingshu hesitated for a while. It sounds pretty good. It's hard to come by, do you want to try the gorgeous competition? After all, after so long of special training in the direction of coordination, he is still a thorough rookie coordinator. If you miss this opportunity and you can participate in the gorgeous contest next time, then you may not know when. Try it out, my debut match. The girl just now seemed to say that the registration time is about to close. So is the time for the gorgeous contest tomorrow, or maybe, just stay in Yuanzi City for one more day. It's rare for Tingshu to get interested and participate in the gorgeous contest, which can be regarded as a pastime for himself. As for the first time, nervous? Tingshu did not have this emotion. Knowing himself, knowing his opponent, and victorious in all battles, whether it is research in his spare time or his attention in Tianguan Academy, he knows nothing about the gorgeous competition. From the perspective of Tingshu, the level of the gorgeous tournament is far worse than that of the Keihu tournament and the Lily of the Valley tournament, no matter where it is in Fangyuan or Shineo. Only large celebrations are worth taking seriously. Compared with the traditional trainer, the coordinated trainer is only a derived profession. Perhaps it is easier to appear in front of the masses than the professions of the nursery, but it is a derived profession after all. Orthodox combat trainers are the mainstream of this world. However, the coordinating trainer can be regarded as the profession with the widest audience derived from the trainer. They are also a very large group, and there are not many people who can compete with excellent trainers, such as the winners of large-scale celebrations and top coordinators. Tingshu's goal is this. Perhaps, you can also try to dominate the gorgeous competitions in all regions and become a master of gorgeous competitions. The next day, the garden tree who passed the registration came to the gorgeous contest venue. Registration for the gorgeous competition is relatively loose. For registrations such as Quartz and Lily of the Valley, you need to challenge 8 gymnasiums to obtain badges, and then the master of the gymnasium records the challenger's trainer ID data. In other words, the Alliance Conference requires talents with registered trainer ID to participate. There are not so many dead rules in the Fate Convention. As long as the citizens under the jurisdiction of the Pokémon Alliance have the right to register for the competition. Compared with traditional trainers, the threshold is much lower. Next to the communication square, countless coordinators preparing for the competition are here to prepare tricks with the elf. Bogeman, kitty monster, shy bud, snorkeling ferret, charming cat. Many little elves in the Shineo region, together with their own coordinating trainers, are doing warm-up preparations before the competition. Until, Ting Shu's gaze stayed on a cattail cat. Judging by the standards of the garden tree, the fur of this cattail cat has a beautiful luster, which is not only the result of nurturing, but also the cattail cat has a very good talent. Especially after the eyes that squinted to the tail, the pupils are full of spiritual flashes, which foretell the intelligence of the tail. That person. Ting Shu, the coordinator next to Xiang Wei Miao, took a closer look at the girl who was asking herself for directions yesterday. Have you found the registration counter? Ting Shu walked over and said hello. You are the one from yesterday. The girl was surprised. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might have missed the registration time. By the way, my name is Ayako, and this is my partner, Johnny. Ayako, don't be so polite, and the deadline for registration is 8 o'clock, so I won't miss it anyway. Takaki, my name is Takaki, and I signed up for this fate meeting. Next, we are opponent. Hey, are you also a coordinating trainer? That's great, please take care of me. This is the first time I participate in the magnificent contest of Shenao Place. As I thought, listen to your accent. Are you from the Fang Yuan area? Ting Shu laughed. Whether it is Miao to the tail or the girl's dress and accent, Ting Shu has a familiar feeling. That's right. Ayako looked at Garden Tree in surprise. Haha, recognize again, I also come from Fang Yuan. Ting Shu said. Next, Ting Shu knocked the elf ball on his waist, and as a red light flashed, the hunting swallowtail butterfly gracefully appeared, hovering, and finally landed on his shoulder. My partner this time, hunting swallowtail butterflies. When the words were over, Tadaki and Ayako laughed at the same time. Looking at you, it shouldn't be the first time to participate in the gorgeous contest, right? Ayako said. Ting Shu. Because you are not a little nervous. When I participated in the gorgeous competition for the first time, I was at a loss with Xianggui Miao. If Xianggui Miao had not performed supernormally, it would have been embarrassing that time. So, Ayako is still a senior. I don't dare to be it, but I've already won a ribbon medal. Chapter 66, First Review. After half an hour. The gorgeous venue of the UNZ conference. The opening ceremony is about to begin, and each contestant prepares to take their place in the lounge. Let/s go. I'm the host Bayan. The elves coordinate the fiery, gorgeous, and lovely fate meeting of the trainers. The Fairy Gorgeous Contest, this time, it will be held as scheduled again in UNZ City. Okay. The beautiful coordinating trainer who has won the championship will receive the ribbon medal of fate, so as to increase the motivation for the grand celebration. Miss Bayan, who served as the host of the Shineo local gorgeous competition, was full of vigor and enthusiasm to arouse the emotions of the audience, and then she gestured again, then, please let the three judges come to say hello to everyone. The three judges are respectively the director of the Gorgeous Competition Affairs Bureau. They are solemn in appearance, not young, and they also pay attention to etiquette in their speech. They are very dignified uncles, often with the organizing committee of the conference. The minister of the Elf Club, with a simple appearance, eyes always fascinated, and an easy-going temper. The most famous saying is, I like this Sumiza. And the female nurse in Pokemon centers everywhere, Miss Joey. Okay, let's start as soon as possible. After some politeness, Miss Bayan waved her arm and shouted enthusiastically again. First review, solo stage. The first contestant, please come out. Niwaki and Ayako stood in the lounge, watching the status quo of the gorgeous contest at the same time through broadcast. The first person to appear was a teenager in a blue shirt. After he threw the poke ball, a kitty monster turned somersault in the air and appeared steadily on the stage. What a cute kitten! It immediately got the enthusiasm of the audience. Bayan shouted. Kitten blame, use charging. Following the boy's order, the kitty monster's hair shrank, and then the whole body exudes a brilliant light. Then let's get started. Kitty monster, electric light trick. Oh, yes, after charging, the kitty monster uses electricity. The current covers the whole body of the kitty monster. It starts to run on the field. The kitty monster is very fast. It looks like it now. An electric light shuttled across the stage. Really energetic performance. Very good. Ayako shouted excitedly. Tingshu looked at her. Obviously it's a very common trick show. The combination of charging and electric light looks like a volt attack, and it can be considered as a design. But is this the gorgeous contest? Whether it is handsome, beautiful, cute, gorgeous, or strong, as well as the growth state of the elf, and the combination of tricks, these things that test the coordinator himself need to be perfectly displayed in the first performance. The performance of the boy in the blue shirt just now, it is far from the standards of Tingshu. Just now, the little cat can only be cultivated as ordinary, and the skill and coherence can only be regarded as adept. This should have worked hard, but the trajectory of the running is not at all aesthetic. The first round of review is still in progress, dozens of people have come down, and finally, it is Ayako's turn. Come on! Tingshu cheered up for her, but didn't know how well this Ayako was. The goal is, the top coordinator. Ayako clenched her fists, closed her eyes, and then opened it suddenly, nodding towards the tree with great momentum, and then began to walk towards the stage. The next player is Miss Ayako, everyone welcome. Bayan continued to work hard to drive the atmosphere. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, Ayako's temperament changed, and Tingshu found that the other party seemed to be more confident. Meow to the tail, charm comes out. This is a charming trick. Through the broadcast, Tingshu discovered the abnormality of Xianggui Miao. Just after getting out of the poke ball, Xianggui Miao accidentally used her charm to show her charm perfectly. So cute! The host led the audience to shout, and continued to warm the venue. Not bad. Tingshu slightly raised his interest and watched the performances of so many players. Only Ayako, Xianggui Miao, can praise him for his cultivation level. Then let me see what makes you unique. On the stage, Ayako looked confidently at Xianggui Miao. Since their debut, they have overcome many difficulties. Now, the first gorgeous contest in Shino will surely be perfect. Meow to the tail, please reign. Tingshu was slightly startled, the order he gave just now was, beg rain? Next, the content on the screen proved that Tingshu's hearing was correct. Xianggui stood on the stage, wagging her tail cutely, and released a cloud of energy into the air. Then, a black cloud was condensed. Tick! Tick! It's just that on the stage, a thin light rain fell. Ayako smiled and looked at the raindrops, and gave the command again, use a blizzard. Hey, hey! The white mist spit out from Meow's mouth instantly swept the raindrops in the sky, licking, and the raindrops were frozen drop by drop and turned into white snowflakes. The last performance, Guard with Mystery. Mysterious white light permeated Xianggui's body. At the same time, the frozen snow from the sky slowly fell down, Xianggui's body exuded a holy light, and gracefully walked towards the center of the stage. Finally, all the snowflakes fell, and the stage was covered with a layer of snow and frost. Only the place where the tail cat was, due to the mysterious protection, there was no trace of snow. At this moment, the tail cat became the focus of the whole stage. The next moment, with Bayan's exclaim, the audience uttered a warm shout. The ending is very beautiful. Konkenstein. I like this. Sumiza. The most surprising thing is not the combination of Xionggui's tricks, but Xiongui itself, who can learn such tricks as begging for rain, storms, and mysterious guards, and Xiongui has shown a unique charm. Miss Joey. Ting Shu was also very surprised. The talent of this Xiongui Miao was higher than he expected. The power of the trick is not great, so it is very coherent and calm to use. Ting Shu does not know if it is deliberate, but if it is purely a gorgeous contest, the power of the trick is not necessary. After all, it is not a battle. The uniqueness of the elf charm is the core of the gorgeous contest. It's really great. After Ayako came back, Nishiki also gave an evaluation with a smile. Of course, Ting Shu, you have to come on. Because of the smooth performance, Ayako was very happy. After a while, it was Ting Shu's turn. This is the end of the first round of review. I'm going to pass. Ting Shu said to Ayako. Go on. Ayako. Next, please take part in the gorgeous contest for the first time. I hope that the Fate Conference will leave him with a good memory. Garden Tree? The first time? Two questions came from the auditorium and the lounge at the same time. Ayako couldn't believe that Ting Shu, who she judged as inexperienced, turned out to be the first time to participate. The calm attitude was much more stable than the QAQ she first participated in the gorgeous contest. And those who are puzzled by the name of the tree. The VIP seats from the auditorium. The lavender-haired Kojiro was sitting next to the two luxurious couples, watching the performance with relish, until the name of the tree was pronounced, and he cast a look of searching underneath in surprise. Is it a garden tree? Has he also participated in the gorgeous contest? It's him. The garden tree walking out of the tunnel was recognized by Kojiro at first sight. Fubo, video. The person who was called Fubo was an old man, standing respectfully behind the VIP seat. After hearing the orders from the young master, he couldn't help but froze. Kojiro. Kojiro's mother looked at him suspiciously. This is the first time I have watched the gorgeous contest, and I want to make a memorial. Kojiro said. Pay attention to the etiquette. Kojiro's father glanced at him. If you want a video, you can copy it with the competition afterwards. I see. Kojiro. When Ting Shu stepped onto the stage, he felt that he had become the focus of the audience. He smiled and greeted him, and he threw the Pokemon ball for hunting swallowtail butterflies. Chapter 67, Stunning the Audience, the electric wave spins. Very plain appearance, there is no eye-catching action to hunt the swallowtails. Although it will also be charming tricks, Ayako has performed that way before, and Ting Shu has no such plan. The simple appearance, coupled with Ting Shu's silence, made the audience look forward to it. After all, what kind of performance will it be? In the judges' bench, the judges' eyes lit up. Although they did not directly point out the growth of the elves themselves, the judges will also compare with the average level of such elves, cultivating excellent elves, naturally exuding differences. Kind of charm. Hunting swallowtail butterflies is this kind of elf. On the stage, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Ting Shu took a deep breath, intending to use that combination for the hunting swallowtail butterfly. Hunting swallowtail butterflies, the wind blows. The order was given, and the hunting swallowtail butterfly hovering in the air groaned softly and waved its beautiful wings. The hunting swallowtail butterfly danced very slowly. The colorful wings spread out in a moving rhythm, although the wind was weak. But the audience on the stage can clearly see the airflow gradually formed in the sky. Amazing control, I feel the wind on the stage seems to have formed a shape. What will it be? Bayan shouted. The shape can also be said to be an obscure structure. The closer Bayan feels more clearly than the audience. Then let you see clearly. Ting Shu smiled slightly. Hunting swallowtails, lie down, and use silk." Upon hearing the words, the hunting bird with its wings turned sideways, as if the whole body was lying flat in the air. Its wings were still stretched, but at the same time, the hunting bird had a long and round mouth like a needle. Rolled up, spit out white silk, like a fountain, scattered into the air. With the colorful wings dancing, the pure white insect silk spurted into the air together, the hunting swallowtail butterfly shook its round head, and the insect silk continued to increase. Habayan said in surprise, "The insect silk seems to be moving with the air current." In the beginning, the spewing insect silk was like a silver chain, hanging upside down in the sky, and like a fountain, like a beautiful flower in full bloom, but then, following the guidance of Bayan, the audience was surprised to find the spitting insect silk did not fall. Instead, it swayed continuously with the invisible air current, and finally hovered in a certain rhythm. This is Chao Xian. After the number of insect filaments reached a certain level, the general shape was finally seen clearly. Over the hunting swallowtail butterfly, a huge white vortex continuously stirred, and the airflow rapidly revolved around the axis of the vortex. With reduced attraction, in a thin layer of air near the ground of the stage, the airflow sucked from under the body of the hunting bird to the bottom of the vortex from all directions. "Gosh! It's amazing!" Bayan said in surprise. The audience, the judges' bench, and the lounge, all those who followed this performance were attracted by this huge white wave. At this moment, the hunting swallowtail butterfly under the wave is attracting attention. "Isn't it over yet?" someone wondered. The hunting swallowtail butterfly is still spitting out insect silk, connected to its long mouth, and the huge white tide is connected to the hunting swallowtail butterfly. The hunting swallowtail butterfly lying flat in the air is just relying on its small body. There was a vortex that was accelerating and exuding milky white halo, and the scene was extremely shocking. Prickly thorny. Just when everyone admired the hunting swallowtail butterfly's control of spinning and wind, a flash of electric light merged into the insect silk, causing the white on it to gradually change, shining with golden light. With the rapid acceleration of the sting, at this moment, everyone watching the performance seemed to hear the sound of thousands of bird Pokémon chirping. Grid. When the golden electric current diffused from the bottom, the audience was stunned. Change color," Bayan said in surprise. It is conservatively estimated that the filaments that form the tidal spirals are several thousand meters long. These are the filaments produced by hunting swallowtail butterflies without hesitating to spend a lot of energy. This tidal spiral made of insect filaments covers a small half of the stage. Even the judges were slightly surprised by the frequency of rotation. "Is it the power grid trick?" Miss Joey cast a curious look at the judges' bench. She was not the only one. The already outstanding performance, with the inflow of a golden current, once again heated up the atmosphere of the venue. Stabbed. After 5 seconds, the huge white whirlpool seemed to be ignited, and the current was filled. With the crackling sound, the entire whirlpool turned into a golden sea of electricity. On the continuously rotating tide, the golden electric current flows, emitting a dazzling, scorching light, as if it is inlaid with a layer of gold, and it looks like the sparkling waves on the golden ocean, and it is so beautiful. So beautiful. In the audience, a child spoke subconsciously. In the lounge, a Yako looked at the gleaming hunting swallowtail butterfly on the stage, and she was speechless. Perfect. Whether it was the combination and display of unique tricks, or the cultivation of hunting swallowtail butterfly, it revealed the taste of a top coordinator. Ting Shu, it's amazing. Kojiro opened his mouth slightly, feeling the change in the atmosphere of the scene, and he also knew that Ting Shu had done a great thing. "This is the electric wave spin," Bayan exclaimed. "The well-known wave spin is the trick of the water system. But the Ting Shu player used the combination of the wind, the silk, and the power grid to show us a different kind of tide. It's so beautiful. It's hard to believe that it is the first time that Ting Shu contestant participated in the gorgeous contest." On the live screen, the camera was placed on the electric tide whirl. In the video, whether whirlpool or whirlpool, the hunting swallowtail butterfly supports the tide whirl like a thundercloud. At this moment, its charm is gained. The biggest display reflects a different style. The audience is amazing. So, how did the judges comment on this performance? An incredible combination. I never thought that the airflow could still control the trajectory of the spinning, especially when the current ignited the charm of the entire tide. This strong contrast between white and gold is too shocking. Konkan Stan exclaimed. I like this, I like this, I like this. Sumiza smiled. Through the connection of different tricks, such a beautiful scene is presented, whether it is the charm of hunting swallowtail butterflies or the shock brought by the electric wave. Even if I sit here, I can imagine the coordinator and the elf. The sweat behind it. This is a rare good performance in a gorgeous contest. Miss Joey smiled and commented. Okay, it looks like it seems that Nishiki has been unanimously approved by everyone. Full marks. Praise. When Ting Shu walked down, he only felt thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. The performance was a big success. In the corridor, Ayako couldn't wait to pull the garden tree, staring at him with an unbelievable appearance. Hey, you! It's so amazing! Chapter 68, Gorgeous Match. Awesome! Ting Shu smiled bitterly. This is not great, but the hard work of hunting phoenix butterflies. Ting Shu said, if you want to combine this trick, it has made a lot of effort. From the induction of the airflow, the tempering of the spinning, the mastery of the power grid, it is indispensable. At the same time, electric tide spin is also considered the most difficult technique for hunting phoenix butterflies, because it is the first time to participate in the gorgeous contest, and also the last time to participate in the gorgeous contest in recent days. Ting Shu let this skill come out in advance. However, some of these skills, whether mastered by swallowtail butterfly hunting or blue cotton bird, are destined to only shine in the first round of the gorgeous contest. If used in the battle, the long preparation time is not allowed in the battle. These skills are specifically designed to set off the charm of the elf itself. Very, very great. Hunting swallowtail butterflies was so dazzling at the time. Ayako did not hesitate to praise her, and pulled the garden tree again, and the two went to the lounge to discuss the gorgeous contest. For Ayako's advice, Takaki will not refuse. After some discussion, the two unexpectedly discovered that their focus is on the cultivation of the elf itself. Gorgeous contest. It is to coordinate the trainers to show off the appearance and tricks of their elf. Regardless of appearance and tricks, they are all based on the cultivation of elf. There is an unwritten rule in the gorgeous competition. The appearance of the elves is not to compare with the elves of other players, but the elves on the stage. Compared with their kind of elves, what is the difference? There is no situation where the judges compare the appearance of smelly mud with menus. Therefore, in the first round of review, the healthy growth and beauty of the elves are all related to the scores of the judges. The elves who have the care of the cultivator naturally have a lot of advantages in terms of appearance. At the same time, this also tests the judges' standards. As for the display of tricks, it is a means to expand the charm of the elf's appearance and its own uniqueness, so that people can understand it. Gorgeous is not an empty shelf. Ting Shu always believes that the gorgeous skills displayed by excellent top coordinators are not only for performances. This is not even the tide of electricity shown just now. He most appreciates the top coordination of the older generation. Home, Mr. Adams Guidelines. Pay attention to the gorgeousness of the battle in the battle, and hope that other trainers can also play the battle elegantly. Even if it is a goldfish king, Mr. Adam can capture the elf's talent that is resistant to electric tricks, and command it to use racially attractive hard horns to pass the horn drill tricks, and gorgeous will be like 100,000 volts. Thunder and other powerful moves against the water elves bounced back. Because of his acquaintance with Mikali, Ting Shu did not pay less attention to the two masters and apprentices in Liulai City. He surprisingly discovered that whether it was Mikali or his master Adam, both of them had dominated the gorgeous large-scale celebration. Top Coordinator. In the past Liuli Gymnasium Challenge, it seems that Mr. Adam also attaches great importance to guiding the trainers' gorgeous battles. He wants them to appreciate the unique charm of his little elves. As long as the trainer has a little understanding, Liuli Gymnasium will give a certain degree of passing, to recognize the trainer. Therefore, Ting Shu has always believed that an excellent top coordinator is not necessarily an excellent and proficient trainer. There were less than 100 contestants in the Fate Convention. After Ting Shu's performance, there were not many contestants. So after the midfield pause in the middle, the second round of review immediately followed. The second review of the gorgeous matchup will begin soon. In the limited time of 5 minutes, how to use tricks beautifully and reduce the opponent's score is the key to victory. In other words, if it is a hot-blooded confrontation, even if it hits the target or even the opponent loses the ability to fight, the scores of the opponent will be reduced by a small margin. In the second gorgeous match, if one moves towards orthodox coordinator trainers who work hard as top coordinators will not neglect to show off the charm of elf by using beautiful moves to show their pride in the battle. This is the pride of the coordinator. In the first round of review, Ting Shu passed without any accident, and passed perfectly with the first score. Therefore, in the second review, gorgeous match, Nayuaki will be the first seed player to play. First of all, Mr. Niwaki on this side. Next is Miss Xiaoxiang on the other side. The time limit is 5 minutes and there is no suspension system. Please start the game. Ding! For the two who entered the ring, the countdown on the screen started when the battle officially started. Ting Shu's opponent was a young girl. Maybe it was because he watched Ting Shu's first round of performance. The other party looked serious and looked like an enemy. The opponent is very strong, please, long-eared rabbit. Hunting swallows, it's your turn to play. The hair on the front end of the ears of this long-eared bunny is very neat and very beautiful. It can be seen that after careful care, the opponent should often use the ears to show the charm of the long-eared rabbit. However, as soon as the two elves appeared on the stage, the long-eared rabbit was in a strange state. It's a state of temptation. Contestant Nishiki's swallowtail hunting has a fascinating trick as soon as he enters the stage. This is exactly the way that Miss Ayako's performance was reviewed in the last round. It seems that the long-eared rabbit is a little troublesome. Solve. The opposite sex, it's a coincidence. Ting Shu smiled, unexpectedly having such good luck in hunting swallowtail butterflies. Humph, don't underestimate my long-eared rabbit, tap the ground with your ears and jump up. Xiaoxiang said loudly, as if he wanted to wake up the long-eared rabbit through his voice. In a state of temptation, the elf will have difficulty making moves. However, the instinctive means of slap and leap are almost imprinted in the blood of the long-eared rabbit, just like the bird Pokémon is born to fly, and it is easy to display. After the long-eared bunny squatted down, its long ears slapped the ground, and it didn't attack but jumped up and down, but under this frequency of slap and jump, the long-eared bunny directly awoke from the state of temptation. Leaping the trick is not an attack, but a means of movement. The most famous user is the king carp. The long-eared rabbit seems to have recovered from the state of temptation. Xiaoxiang contestant used a good cracking method to show the charm of the long-eared rabbit. The score of player Nishiki has dropped a bit. Very good. Hunting swallowtails, be careful of its ears. Ting Shu said. It's useless to be careful, it's not over yet, long-eared rabbit, use jump by jumping. Xiaoxiang said. Next, the long-eared rabbit that jumped up and down directly exerted force, bounced into the high air, approached the roof of the venue, and directly reached the place where the bird hunting was high. Bounce is a flying move. The bounce displayed by the long-eared bunny through its ears shows amazing jumping power and airborne performance. In this state, do you think the flexibility of the long-eared rabbit in the air will have an advantage over the hunting of swallowtail butterflies? Ting Shu asked. Hunting swallowtails, use the air knife. Chapter 69, Decisive Battle. Ayako. Looking at the long-eared rabbit high in the sky, the hunting phoenix butterfly flew up, and quickly waved its wings, creating several wind blades, and hitting the position of the long-eared rabbit. There is a gap. Long-eared rabbit, use the flying kick to accelerate the fall towards the place where the air is thin and the blade is thin. Compared with the brewing of jumping, flying kick is faster, especially by taking advantage of the high altitude. The speed of the long-tailed rabbit has reached an extreme value. The gap of the air blade was directly aimed at where the bird was hunting, which made Xiao Xiang see the light of victory. I said you were fooled so easily. Ting Shu. Ting Shu was speechless. The other party was not ordinary Baitian. This obviously seemed to be a gap in the trap, and he jumped in directly. At the moment when the long-eared rabbit made a movement, the hunting swallowtail butterfly quickly wove the power grid, and the crackling sound came, directly shocking Xiao Xiang's heart. No! Long-eared rabbit, change direction quickly. It's going to be awful. Long-eared rabbits can no longer control their fall due to the inertia of kicking acceleration. Bayan explained. On the ring, a large golden net was woven, and the long-eared rabbit was like a prey jumping into a trap, stabbing. The feeling of burnt hemp spreads into the long-eared rabbit's nerves, directly making it sluggish. The effect of the power grid has slowed down the descent of the rabbit. The hunting swallowtail butterfly successfully caught the attack of the long-eared rabbit, and the form was reversed. Under the ingenious design of the hunting swallowtail butterfly, the long-eared rabbit fell into a trap. Miss Xiaoxiang's score is rapidly declining. It doesn't matter, long-eared rabbit, find a way to break free. Xiao Xiang said anxiously. General. Ting Shu said, breaking free? Non-existent. Leaving aside the tenacity of hunting swallowtail butterfly silk, the impact of the paralyzed touch on the long-eared rabbit is also very significant. In particular, the wire mesh is still under the control of hunting swallowtail butterfly, and the outcome is determined. Ultimate absorption. Several lines of white insect silk were hidden in the golden net. The moment the tree gave the order, the insect silk was immediately manipulated by the hunting swallowtail butterfly and wrapped around the body of the long-eared rabbit. After the ultimate absorption, the long-eared rabbit gave a weak cry, and its physical strength was continuously extracted, causing its body to fall into a state of fatigue. Long-eared rabbit Xiao Xiang was shocked. Until the end, the long-eared rabbit still failed to break free from the double attack of the grid and the ultimate absorption, and regrettably lost consciousness. At this point, Ting Shu's first gorgeous match ended in victory. Okay, then the one who won the first gorgeous match is player Nishiki. Following Miss Bayan's announcement, the audience applauded enthusiastically, and the small noise on the ring took back the rabbit with long ears and sighed. Next is the closing ceremony of the winner and loser. And, the comment time of the judges. It's really great, the air knife has very well induced the judgment of the coordinator. Konkenstein said. I like this. Suki Sadao. Miss Xiao Xiang uses the ears of the long-eared rabbit to dispel the charm state, which shows the characteristics of the long-eared rabbit very well, but what I did not expect is that the silk can be hidden in the power grid. The mastery is very proficient. This is a gorgeous technique that can only be seen in the gorgeous matchup, said Miss Joey of Yuanzishi Lounge. I was very nervous watching the game just now. Ayako said. It's okay, but it's the first time to participate in the gorgeous match. It's a bit uncomfortable to say. Ting Shu recalled his match afterwards, feeling a little bit difficult. It's not the difficulty of winning the battle, but the use of unique tricks to show the charm of the elf itself. This is also a difficult challenge for any coordination trainer. Anyway, congratulations on your promotion to the second round. The second censorship contest is still underway, and the trainers who passed the first censorship have made their appearances, showcasing their most proud strengths, and engaging in cute and charming duels. Who will be the one who can beautifully advance to the final stage and receive the ribbon medal of fate, which represents glory. A warm commentary from Miss Bayan came from the venue. Next, the 8 players who passed the first review played against each other, and Ting Shu successfully advanced to the finals with an absolute advantage. In the words of Ting Shu, the level of the Fate Conference really disappointed him. His all the way to the battle can be described as a smooth journey. Even the coordinator who passed the first review has only a gorgeous empty frame and does not know how to fight, or he has too little experience in the battle to face the fierce situation. Maybe, you need to go to a gorgeous large-scale celebration to prove your limit. Ting Shu stared at the big screen, muttering to himself. Finally coming. In the final game, Ayako played against another male coordinator. With her small body, Xiang Guimiao kept evading and using various tricks to show her unique charm. Finally, she spent all her time and won the game with a high score advantage. The last opponent appeared. Nishiki did not expect that Ayako would win all the way to the final and become his opponent. But at the level of Miao to the tail, it may not be an accident. I am very looking forward to the duel with you. Before the final, Ayako said excitedly to Ting Shu. Because, in the first magnificent competition in Shenao Place, I can meet a master like Ting Shu, I am very satisfied. It's the same with me. I hope this time I can leave a deep memory. Ting Shu smiled. Well, the exciting intense final is finally here. What kind of confrontation can Mr. Niwaki and Miss Ayako bring us in the final? Let us look forward to it. At the VIP table, Kojiro squeezed the corner of his shirt, and said silently in his heart, Tanaki must win. Seeing the excellent performance of Nishiro along the way, Kojiro was sincerely happy as a friend. He has already decided that he wants to get the videos of all the gorgeous competitions of Ting Shu as his most precious memory, as important as the super bottle cap. In the arena, Ayako and Ting Shu looked at each other until the countdown sounded, and the 2 men threw the pokeball at the same time. Meow to the tail, charming debut. Hunting swallowtail butterflies, charming debut. The charming debut is just to better show off the cute or beautiful appearance of the elf. Meow. Coo. Through the previous duel, Xiang Guimiao and the bird hunting seemed to be full of enthusiasm. Bayan, in this duel, Mr. Ting Shu seems to have taken preemptive action. It is the best way to hunt the bird butterfly. When the wind blows, it is a commonly used opening move for hunting swallowtail butterflies in the garden tree. It has an excellent grasp of the airflow. No matter what wind speed environment, hunting swallowtail butterflies can quickly adapt and make use of it, whether it is for flying speed or when avoiding tricks. Flexibility has no small benefits. To start, it is necessary to create a favorable location. Sure enough, it's the wind, then. Meow to the tail, use the blizzard. Ayako was unwilling to show weakness. Chapter 70, The Key to Victory. Look, Xiang Guimiao used another blizzard trick, and the cold icy fog directly hit the hunting swallowtail butterfly. The host Bayan said passionately, heating up the atmosphere of the venue all the time. Dodge. On the ring, Ting Shu spoke, just a simple dodge command. The area of the blizzard from the tail is very small, like a whip to hunt the swallowtail butterfly. This kind of frontal trick, hunting swallowtail butterfly has no reason to hide. The 2 elves were on the ring, and the hunting swallowtail butterfly was diagonally above the tail of Meow. The 2 became a 45-degree angle. Under Ayako's order, Meow of the tail continued to perform triumphant moves. Snowstorm. Sun flames. 100,000 volts. Xiang Guimiao is proficient in all the tricks of each attribute. At the same time, Ting Shu's score is gradually decreasing. Show your own unique charm, in the case of Xiangtail Miao race, to be able to perform to such an extent, is in line with the reduction standard of the gorgeous contest. But the hunting swallowtails hover gracefully on the stage. This frontal attack and unsatisfactory trick can easily escape. Thanks to the training of the northward nose reflex nerve, the hunting swallowtails are flexible. Even better. The trick is evaded, and Ayako's total score is also declining. The two are on par in a short time. Do you plan to spend time? Ting Shu judged. If this stalemate continues, the scores will be reduced at the same time, and the outcome is uncertain. What he wants is absolute victory. Hunting swallowtail butterflies, don't dodge, counterattack, use the air knife. Whoosh! 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 In order to prevent the opponent from attacking again, the hunting swallowtail made 3 wind knives at the fastest speed and began to attack Xianggui. It doesn't matter, stabilize your figure and smash it with a steel tail. Meow. Under Ayako's instructions, Xianggui Meow chose a strong attack. The metallic luster appeared on the oval tail of Xianggui Meow. With a leap, it jumped directly into the air, pop. Snapped. Snapped. Disperse 3 air knives in a row. Spin it, wrap it up. Tingshu gave the order, but Miao Xianggui's movements were unexpectedly dexterous, and he could still avoid it when facing the spinning thread that was tracking him. Not bad. Ayako is probably the player that Nayuyuki met in the Fate Conference, who can show the most perfect coordinator style. Whether it is to show off the charming appearance by using Miao's affectionate movements, or to highlight the charm of this unique Miao with different attributes, the other party has worked hard. You know, even if you are hunting swallowtail butterflies, you haven't learned the sun and flames yet. But, did you overlook something? Ting Shuxin said. Coordinators, known as coordination trainers, are not just evasive and gorgeous tricks. Coordinators are also trainers. Fighting is also their skill. This cattail Mew is indeed very good, but the level is too low. Even if it learns different tricks, it is amazing, and it can't have much influence on the hunting of swallowtail butterflies. Therefore, hunting swallowtails will win. Dai Wu. The final change of the insect system is a trick. It dances a mysterious and beautiful dance lightly, which can improve its attack power, defense power, and speed. The dance is based on the characteristics of bird hunting and colorful patterned wings, giving all the audience a visual enjoyment. In theory, this trick that can only be learned at a very high level in hunting swallowtails was learned during the awakening training with the North Nose. It is a trick that hunting swallows can find in practice. This signifies that the strength of hunting phoenix butterflies can already be on its own. Lingzi solemnly watched the dancing swallowtail butterfly, suddenly had a bad feeling. Meow to the tail, interrupt it with 100,000 volts. A sturdy golden electric pillar emerged from Xianggui Meow and went straight up, moving fiercely toward the hunting swallowtail butterfly. However, the speed of hunting swallowtails in the butterfly dance state does not only increase a little, the downwind trick is used more superbly. This 100,000 volts, it is destined to be empty. It's time for us. Hunting swallowtails, silver whirlwind. Ting Shu said. It can also be said to be the golden whirlwind. The silver whirlwind's trick is to mix scale powder in the wind to attack the opponent. The unique cutting attribute of scale powder will cause damage to the enemy, but at this moment, the hunting swallowtail butterfly uses the same technique to paralyze the yellow powder. Incorporating into the wind, the silver whirlwind looks like a golden tornado, extremely gorgeous. Not good. Ayako ordered in a panic, guard with mystery. In the butterfly dance state, the hunting swallowtail butterfly's wings were swung with unexpectedly great strength and speed. In the blink of an eye, the golden whirlwind was completed. As for Xianggui Meow, the use of the mysterious guard makes it look full of mystery, and the whole body is filled with white holy light. Whether the golden whirlwind is effective or not seems to be unknown. Appeared. The incomparably elegant mysterious guardian and the magical golden whirlwind, which one is better? The mysterious guard successfully defended the golden whirlwind, or the golden whirlwind broke through the mysterious guard's defense. Ting Shu is not interested. In the battle, he has to seize every opportunity to win, waiting for the result of the collision of the two sides' tricks, and he does not want to do something meaningless. The ultimate draw. Just when everyone's eyes were attracted by the golden whirlwind on the field, Nishiki gave another order. His order not only surprised Ayako, even Bayan didn't know how to explain. Competitor Tingshu ordered again, but Xianggui Miao is in the yellow smoke. Under this circumstance, can the bird-hunting bird find it accurately? Everyone looked at the stage nervously, squeezing sweat for Xianggui. After a while, the smoke of the paralyzed powder dissipated. Xianggui Miao still stood on the field. Letting everyone breathe a sigh of relief, it seems that the mysterious guard successfully defended the golden whirlwind. No, right. Miao Xianggui, it was caught by the insects. Bayan didn't notice at first, but when she saw Miao Xianggui's weak expression, she saw the detail clearly. Hunting swallowtail aimed at the silk in the smoke and successfully caught Miao to the tail. How is it possible? Xianggui Miao Ayako became nervous now. After being caught by the ultimate absorption of the swallowtail hunting, Xiangtail was unable to return to the sky. The victorious balance directly leaned to Tingshu's side. What everyone doesn't understand is why in that case, the hunting bird butterfly can ignore the visual obstacles and directly and accurately grasp the small cattail. Dividing the winner and losing, Xianggui lost the ability to fight, and the score is also the advantage of Mr. Nishiki's side. It seems that the winner of the Yuanzi City Gorgeous Contest has appeared. Let us congratulate Mr. Tingshu. He will receive the highest honor of the gorgeous competition, the Ribbon Medal of Fate. Before the awards, I believe everyone has the same questions. Why is Mr. Tingshu convinced that the hunting swallowtails can catch the cattail? I wonder if Mr. Tingshu can explain it for us. Bayan ran to Tingshu and passed the microphone. It's compound eyes. If there is an elf breeder who knows about swallowtail hunting, it must be known that the water blue compound eyes of swallowtail hunting are made up of more than 20,000 small eyes, so even in weak light conditions, the light is still it can enter other small eyes through refraction, so that the rods in each small eye nearby can feel the light refracted by several adjacent small eyes. In this way, objects can also be imaged when the light is weak. This is how the hunting bird can find the direction. The reason for the approximate location of the tail cat. Tingshu explained. Sure enough. In the judge's seat, Miss Joey had such an expression. Tingshu really knows a lot. Zyajiro said. It seems, I didn't do anything wrong when I lost. Ayako stood on the side of the ring, comforting Xianggui at the same time. She couldn't help but look at Tingshu. Compound eyes. Mr. Tingshu knows his little elves very deeply. It is really admirable. Next, it was the end of the ceremony. Tingshu, as the winner of the Fate Convention, received the attention of the audience and received warm applause and blessings from everyone. At the same time, he also got his first ribbon medal. Then the energetic meeting of fate is over here. Let us look forward to the next time. Chapter 71, Leaving in Random Town. Tanaki, congratulations on your victory. Ayako said, I just didn't expect I would lose so easily. After speaking, she gave a wry smile. Next I will return to Feng Yuan. I am going to work hard towards the magnificent large-scale celebration there. Don't relax, Tingshu, in Shinao. Don't you continue to challenge in the Shinao place? Tingshu asked. No, it's just a coincidence to come to the Shinao area. She shook her head. Is that so? In short, I am very happy to be able to play against you. Your Xianggui Miao is very good. If you are accumulating some combat experience, I believe you can become a top coordinator. Speaking of returning to Feng Yuan, I can recommend a place that is very suitable for the coordinator. Tingshu said. Local. Well, the official gymnasium of Liulai City in Feng Yuan. If you have time, you can take a challenge. I believe you will benefit a lot. Tingshu, if you are a coordinator, there is no rule that you can't challenge. Gymnasium, Right. Lu Li Daogwen, is Mr. Adams Daogwen? Ayako asked. You know Mr. Adam, so it's easy to say. As the top coordinator of the older generation, his playing style is worth learning from, and I was also greatly inspired by him. Ting Shu said. Okay, I will definitely go to Liulai City to take a look. Why don't we compare them, who will win the title of top coordinator first? Ayako said. Okay. Ting Shu said. However, Ting Shu himself is not sure when he will challenge the gorgeous contest next time. With the current hunting of swallowtail butterflies and blue cotton birds, he is still not sure to dominate the gorgeous large-scale celebration. Challenge the gorgeous contest, this appearance of Ting Shu is destined to be only a flash in the pan. With this age and advantage to win the gorgeous contest, I believe that Ting Shu will definitely be noticed by some interested people, and maybe even some fans. These people will definitely pay attention to other gorgeous competitions, looking for Ting Shu's figure, but their approach is destined to be empty, and then Ting Shu plans to pass through the Veil City and return directly to Tianguan Academy. After stopping the day's trip, Nayuaki and Ayako said goodbye. The regrettable thing is that Nayuaki did not meet Kojiro again. Out of Yuanzi City, about 1 day's journey, it is a place called Random Town. When Ting Shu arrived here, she was attracted by the easygoing environment here. The residents of Random Town are mostly nomads who settle here. There are many huge pastures in the town, and most residents live in the west of the town, close to the main road. The east of the town is full of trees and roads. Because of the ranch, there is also a breeding house built by an elderly couple, who often help take care of the newly born elves on the ranch. Because it's rare to encounter a feeding house, when Ting Shu came here, he couldn't help but came to visit. Are you a traveler? The person who received Ting Shu was an old grandfather. His hair and beard were all grey, but he looked vigorous and cheerful. Hello, I am a cultivator who is traveling and studying. Sorry, I interrupted suddenly. Oh, is it a nurturing at such a young age? It's really rare. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's also very leisurely here on weekdays. If you don't mind, you can come in and visit. Grandpa said. Thank you so much. Ting Shu said. The scale of the feeding house in Random Town is not small. During the visit to the garden tree, many juvenile sheep, horned deer, and 3 bees were found. The 3 bees and queen bees are our own little elves. The nectar collected by the 3 bees is delicious. How about it? Do you want to try it? Is the sweetness of the 3 bees? Nishiki had tasted it once in Eno City before, but it was only used in cooking. If it was pure nectar, he hadn't tasted it yet. This delicious and very nutritious nectar is a treasured material for making various elf foods. Okay. Then trouble you. Ting Shu said. It's okay, if it's just a bit of nectar, we still entertained. Grandpa said with a smile. Just. When the grandfather was visiting the garden tree, a dark blue elf ran out, hugged the grandfather's thigh, and cried. Little Kirby beast. Ting Shu said in surprise, it seems that he is hungry. It looks like this is the case. The grandfather showed a helpless expression. Little Kabiman eats the same amount of food as his own weight once a day. It is a veritable elf with a big stomach. Trainers who own this type of elf often have a headache. What a glutton! Grandpa sighed. It is conceivable that it takes a lot of time to prepare food for the little KB beast every day. You woke up very early today, little Kirby, the food is not ready yet, you have to wait. Grandpa said to little Kirby. Just. Little Kabaimon showed an expression of lovelessness. If you don't mind, please let me help too. I also have some recent experience with elf food. Ting Shu said. This will help a lot. Grandpa said. Chatting with the grandfather, the atrium tree learned that the little KB beast was placed here by a child who was traveling as a trainer by the owner of a nearby ranch. Because of the special nature of the little KB beast, it is not convenient to take care of it at home, so I can only ask for the feeding house. Giant vines. Ting Shu said, it seems that the old gentleman also has a certain amount of nurturing experience, or maybe he is a senior nurturing family, who is living in random town. If you say what food is most suitable for feeding elves such as the KB beast, you must think of plants such as thorns and vines. Not only the quantity is huge, but it also fits the taste of the Kabaimon, and it is the best choice for food. As for elves like giant vines, they don't care even if their arms are eaten. Because of its strong regenerative ability, it can be restored in the blink of an eye, so as long as the nutrients are sufficient, vines can be produced continuously. Thanks for you again, giant vine. The grandfather of the breeding house said. In fact, the giant vine is reluctant. But seeing the longing tearful eyes of the little KB beast, the giant vine still defeated the battle and quickly gave birth to a large number of vines. Seeing the vines, the little KB beast immediately wanted to eat directly, but was stopped by the grandfather of the breeding house. If you eat these, the nutrition will not keep up with the growth. Ting Shu smiled. With vines, he thought of a good recipe. Next, it's time for cooking. Inspired by the elf cooking kitchen, Ting Shu also wanted to cooperate with the elf to make an exquisite meal, so hunting phoenix butterflies became his helper. After a while, with the efforts of Ting Shu and the swallowtail hunting, a large pot of food named Thunderbolt Vine was made by Ting Shu and the others. Chapter 72, Crazy Sheep. The ingredients of Pilai Vine include vines, spicy fruit seeds, wuqian, and dried apples. The vine comes from the giant vine monster, the spicy fruit seeds have an appetizing effect, and the wuqian promotes energy circulation, and the stomach has the effect of removing toxins from the body. As for the dried apple and wild fruits, it can well supplement the wasted physical strength and energy. For the little Kabaimon who wants to eat a big meal immediately, this will be a good meal. Another seasoning of Thunderbolt Vine is the paralysis powder for hunting swallowtail butterflies, which enhances the numbness taste of the food. Ting Shu is not worried that the little carbs can't digest them. Their stomach functions are very powerful, even the little carbs. After the beast evolved, even the poison of the smelly mud was just a seasoning for Kabaimon's tongue. Therefore, numbing powder can be suitable to increase the taste of food, and add spicy fruit seeds to give the ingredients a spicy taste. Just. The little KB beast took the first bite, his eyes widened instantly, the spicy sensation in his mouth spread, just to stimulate its appetite. Ting Shu only heard the sound of grumbling. The little KB beast looked like crazy pounced on the remaining Thunderbolt Vine in the same way. Little Kirby likes the food you make very much. The grandfather of the feeding house exclaimed, although he gobbles up every meal, it has never been so crazy. Yes. Ting Shu was also very pleased. Using the seasoning and hunting swallowtails in the breeding house, the ingredients were finally cooked in the form of electric current, and all the ingredients were put in the big grid, better inspire the taste of the ingredients. It's a good idea. Seeing the ingredients, the grandfather also suddenly realized. No wonder little Kirby likes it so much and the food is well matched. You can definitely become an excellent nurturing home. The grandfather of the breeding house praised. In response, Ting Shu grinned. In the feeding house, Ting Shu saw many elves that he had only learned about in books. Seeing unknown elves for the first time also allowed Ting Shu to observe them up close. In particular, the owner of the breeding house helped him introduce that the garden tree can be said to be full of harvest. The old man has taken care of the little elves for many years, and Ting Shu doesn't have some detailed breeding experience, so Ting Shu is also very concerned about the elderly. Mr. Shang Feng. Mr. Shang Feng. It's not good, the bleak sheep in our ranch began to discharge for no reason. Please help me to see it. Inside the feeding house, the old man above was chatting with Ting Shu. At this moment, an anxious shout came from outside, prompting the two to stand up quickly. What happened? The old man from above said in surprise. The person here was an Uncle Cowboy who knew him, and the other party often entrusted him to take care of some elves. The little cabby beast is the elf of Uncle Cowboy's daughter. No. I don't know, but the bleary sheep suddenly run around and discharge. I can't control it. They are usually very obedient. Serious? Take us to take a look. Ting Shu stood aside, watching Uncle Cowboy panting. Although he wanted him to rest, it seemed that things were quite urgent. It's also. Mr. Shanghang, please, come with me. Uncle Cowboy stammered. I see. The old man above said. The feeding house was still far away from the other side's ranch, and the other side hurriedly came running out of breath, but it was excusable. The old man above could not keep up with his physical strength, so they had to ask the two to go to the ranch first. This kind of distance is acceptable to Ting Shu. Following the Uncle Cowboy trot all the way, you can see a group of bleached sheep on an iron-fenced grassland hitting each other, and occasionally using electric shocks. Danger! Uncle Cowboy stopped Ting Shu, and it would be no good for the electric shock to injure the child. In this case, you should stop them first. Are there no other elves in the ranch? There is a big milk tank, but it's on the other side of the town. It's taken care of by my wife, very far. Uncle Cowboy said helplessly. Then let me solve it first. Ting Shu said. No problem. Uncle Cowboy. I'll try it. Qingmian bird, use singing. This period of time can suffocate the Qingmian bird, especially the gorgeous contest has become a performance stage for hunting swallowtail butterflies, but it made the Qingmian bird envy for a while. Now, there is finally a place for it to play. After coming out of the luxurious ball, the Qingmian bird fluttered with its cotton-like wings, and at the same time the melodious singing voice slowly came out, making people intoxicated. Cover your ears. Ting Shu quickly said. Uncle Cowboy was surprised and immediately followed Ting Shu's instructions. With the secret plan of annihilation, the last thing that Alpinia did not ignore was the voice. During the days of Tianguan Academy, the garden trees would give Alpinia Sydney fruit, kumquat fruit and lemon fruit almost every day. Cooked food. Even with high-intensity exercises, because of a reasonable diet, the Qingmian bird's throat is not damaged at all. Just a few months after birth, if one of the organs of the Qingmian bird grows the most perfect, Ting Shu will definitely say it is the throat. Melodious, lofty, quiet, and peaceful singing came out, even if it did not evolve into the Tanabata blue bird. The blue cotton bird also showed a certain temperament, and the singing voice was moving. In this rhythmic hypnotic song, the restless sheep gradually stopped, slowly lay down and fell asleep. Fell asleep. The cowboy turned to Joy and looked at Ting Shu gratefully. It turns out that there is also an elegant cat who can sing in the house, but it was taken away by his daughter. This time I really thank you, my little brother. It's okay. Ting Shu said, ball sheeps should have entered a state similar to chaos. If the big milk cans on the ranch use the healing bell, it should be resolved. Really, thank you so much. Uncle Cowboy said. And Ting Shu, Uncle Cowboy, is just talking about it. Generally, the big milk tanks that are specially raised to produce milk will rarely use some advanced moves. Not long after the sheep fell asleep, the old man from above rushed over. He saw the sheep in the pasture sleeping, and he was taken aback for a moment, and then he understood. Thanks to you. The old man from above said, young and promising nurturing family, the future is bright. Mr. Shanghang, these are all trivial things. Why the sheep suddenly became like this, is the most important thing. Ting Shu frowned. The sheep raised in the pasture should have lost their wildness long ago, and they should have lost their wildness. The sheep themselves are also gentle elves, there is no reason to be so irritable. Will there be any external factors? Said the cowboy uncle, but I only raise bleat sheep on this grassland. Different elves are raised in different places. It should have been affected by other elves. The old man above stepped over the railing and came to a sleeping sheep. Their body hair has swelled up. In this case, the old man from above said, if it wasn't because of the seasonal weather. I remember, when the Baal sheep is frightened from the outside, the static electricity accumulated in the body will also be transmitted to the hair. Ting Shu suddenly remembered the characteristics of the Baal sheep, and suddenly realized. Chapter 73, From the Lost Tower. Scare? How could they be frightened? The cowboy uncle looked dumbfounded. Is there any community of wild elves near Random Town? Ting Shu asked. This, I don't have the impression, it shouldn't. The town of Random is already covered by a large pasture. Very few wild elves come here. Uncle Cowboy said. Haha, it's also possible, it's a ghost. The old man above turned his head, suddenly lowered his voice, and said grimly. Uncle Cowboy. Ting Shu. Haha. The trunk of the garden smiled, you mean, maybe it's a ghost elf. The old man above nodded, yes, there is still a lost tower near Random Town, where people often bury deceased elves. In this environment, it is inevitable that there will be many ghost elves. That place. Uncle Cowboy was taken aback. Isn't it said that there is a cursive charm on the top of the tower that attracts ghosts? There are also cleaning charms arranged by experts outside, and ghosts should not leave easily. Right there. There will always be special cases of magical creatures like elves. Ting Shu said, you can't try to figure them out with conventional eyes. If it is really a ghost from the lost tower, the sheep will be shocked. Excusable. If it is said that the most difficult attributes of the elves are ghosts, except for superpowers, they are difficult for the trainer to figure out. Playing quietly with these bleeding sheep does not seem to be a problem for a ghost elf. Will it be a ghost? Still, Night Watcher or Dream Demon? These ghost elves, whether they are ghosts, night watchers, or dream monsters, are very fond of teasing people or pranks. Ghosts will scare humans or elves for fun. The Night Watcher will also scare the children into tears. As for the Dream Demon, it is even worse. Not only is it very fond of teasing others, but also often takes pleasure in frightening passers-by and elves. Even the Dream Demon with a master will often play pranks on his master. Compared with the first two elves, Dream Demon is more motivated. If I remember correctly, the Dream Monster uses the fear of humans and other elves as its energy, and the beads on their necks can also absorb the fear of the person who is frightened. Ting Shu thought and said. That's right, Night Watcher doesn't like to play pranks on elves very much. Gaisai and Menjao are the most suspicious. The old man above said. It's okay if it's a ghost, but if it's a Dream Demon, it will definitely appear again. Ting Shu judged that the Dream Demon used the red bead on the front of his neck to frighten others and used the red bead on the front of his neck to absorb the fear of the other party and use it as own nutrition. If the elf from the Lost Tower is a Dream Demon, it is likely to appear again to eat. But even with such speculation, the three of them have nothing to do. The ghost elves come and go without a trace. With the hand of the tree and the elves in the pasture, there is no way to target the ghost elves, unless it broke into Ting Shu's sight again by itself. The Dream Demon may be hiding, waiting for the next eating, or it may leave here to find the next feeding place. Ting Shu said, I will be here tonight. If the Dream Demon appears, I try if you can get rid of it. Really, little brother, thank you so much. Don't you live in my house tonight? You also helped a lot with the bleat sheep. Uncle Cowboy said kindly. That's fine, I remember your name is Ting Shu, right? You just stay here for one night, I need to go back to the breeding house. The old man above sighed, if you know that there is a ghost system at first if the elves make trouble, I will directly bring the Kailinkai in the breeding house. Is there still a Kiran in the rearing house? Ting Shu was surprised. If it's a Kiran, it would be much easier to deal with the ghost elves. Well, that's it. I'll go back first, and you can just wait here. It's really troublesome for you, Mr. Shang Feng, by the way, our big milk cans produce a lot of fresh milk. I will send you some tomorrow." Uncle Cowboy smiled and said, "Of course, little brother. Yes, our milk tastes great." Until the night, the nearby pasture was quiet. The uncle of the ranch invited Ting Shu to be a guest at home, and took out the first-class milk to entertain the young Ting Shu, but Ting Shu was really satisfied with the taste of milk. The milk in the big milk jug is rich in nutrients. This is the best drink for the elderly and the sick. At the same time, children like this milk very much. Even if they are not used to drinking it, they can make it into yogurt. Drink a big can of milk and grow taller. You have to drink more, and then you can grow into a strong adult." Uncle Cowboy chattered aside. "Ting Shu. Uncle, didn't anyone tell you that although the milk in the big milk jug is rich in nutrients, it has high calories? If you drink too much, you will become like a big milk can." I glanced at the figure of the Uncle Cowboy, and it was okay. Although he was a little fat, he was still in the past. But who knows, as soon as Ting Shu's words fell, Uncle Cowboy's eyes widened and he looked unbelievable. Uncle Cowboy was stunned. He glanced at Ting Shu, and stammered, is this true? There should be nothing wrong. Ting Shu also saw it in the book. It's over, if I let my daughter know about this, she will definitely hate me forever. Oh you said my daughter would not know? She decided to lose weight through travel because she was too fat. If she knew that the reason for being too fat was because I drank too much milk for her as a child, my father will be disgusted. Ting Shu has a black line. For a girl, she should care about her weight. Uncle, cheer up first, of course your daughter will choose to forgive you, after all, you are doing it for her, probably. Ting Shu comforted. Daughter. I don't know why, Ting Shu subconsciously fills up a picture of a girl with a big milk tank, wearing a cowboy. It seems that the little Kirby beast has followed the right owner. Ting Shu was speechless. Hey. In the silent night, even Ting Shu had already fallen asleep, and suddenly there were a series of panic screams in the ranch, which instantly awakened everyone. Come! Ting Shu was taken aback, and she appeared again. Ghosts? Still a dream monster? At the same time, different calls came. Hey! Among them, there is the cry of Kailan Chi. The other one is an unknown ghost elf from the Lost Tower. Chapter 74, Deceive. Really, what's the matter with this inexplicable fog? Ting Shu walked out of the room, covering her mouth. Where are they? Uncle Cowboy also came out at this time. As soon as his voice fell, there was a cry that resembled a person's crying, heart-piercing and crippling. Ah! Uncle Cowboy exclaimed. Uncle, calm down first, I know which elf it is. Ting Shu had been mentally prepared for a long time. Although his heart was suddenly abrupt, he recovered quickly. Crap, nonsense, Uncle, am I someone who will be frightened by the cry? Something is biting the hair behind me. It's still pulling. Uncle Yuku can't tell. Can't touch things. The uncle was about to cry. Kiran is strange, what about Kailan? Ting Shu's sight was completely blocked by the fog, and he couldn't see anything clearly. You just call. I can't find you, think of a solution and catch the dream monster. Ting Shu shouted. Hunting swallowtail butterflies and Qingmian birds, you also come out to help, Uncle, the dream monster may be behind you, don't worry, this is just its usual prank. Hurry up! Uncle Cowboy said. Next, a deer-shaped elf with a long neck ran over. Through the lights in the room, the tree could weakly identify the elf. It was Kailan Chi. Don't aim at me with your tail. Ting Shu sighed, use smell detection to find out the dream monster. Smell detection is Kailan Kai's skill, which can clearly and accurately find out where the ghost elves are hiding. The place where the smell detection trick is used is the small black head with fangs on Kailankai's tail. When it approaches, it will immediately react to the smell and subconsciously initiate a bite. At Ting Shu's order, Chi Lin Chi immediately ran to the Uncle Cowboy and sniffed at the uncle with his butt. Found it! Uncle Cowboy's heart loosened. After Kailankai approached, he kicked it out with his back hooves and thumped. The feeling of his hair being pulled directly disappeared. Where is Meng Yao? Ting Shu reacted. It seems that Kailankai did a good job. Not to mention that he successfully found the Meng Yao, but also used a unique trick to repel the opponent. Their Uncle Cowboy exclaimed and pointed to him. By the eaves, a dark green elf with a prominent string of red beads hanging around its neck was looking at them in panic. Green Mian Yao, scared. Ting Shu quickly said. Use scare to deal with the dream monster who likes to scare people, and the tree will command this way, but scare is also a ghost trick, which may have a surprising effect on the dream monster. And as a result, a piercing scream was screamed from the mouth of Qing Mian bird. Meng Yao turned his head directly, and fled towards the distance. Escape, escaped. Uncle Cowboy was taken aback. If you run away, you should not come back. Uncle, you can rest assured. Ting Shu said, the dream demon just now felt like it didn't scare it. Sure enough, the scare of the Qing Mian bird was too deterrent. Is it strong? The mist has dispersed. I have to go and see how the Bali sheep are doing. Just now, I seem to have heard their calls. Click. Hurrying over and opening the fence, Uncle Cowboy and Ting Shu hadn't waited to carefully observe the situation of the sheep. The scene in front of them directly stunned them. Hey! Countless white lights flashed past, filling the eyes of both of them. This light is... Ting Shu looked at the scene in front of him with an unbelievable expression. It was no different from what he had seen before. The sheep went crazy and bumped, and occasionally dropped 2 electric shocks. But when Ting Shu came, the sheep began to glow with white light all over. Next, 2, 3, 5, until all white light appeared on all the sheep, and this light garden tree was very familiar. It was clearly the light that emanated from the elf's evolution. How come they have evolved? Uncle Cowboy was so surprised that his mouth opened wide. But, that's great. The fluffy fluff is even rarer than the fluff of the Bali sheep. Meng Yao seems to have done a good thing. Afterwards, he turned to Joy and said happily. But 2 seconds before he was happy, his mouth opened wide again. I saw that Mian once again appeared white light all over, and all evolved into bald electric dragons. Uncle Cowboy choked directly. Even Ting Shu frowned, but at the same time he was unavoidable. Electric dragons, light elves, and the lights on their tails can travel far away, so they have made a great contribution to humans and railways and are deeply loved. But if the electric dragon's tail condenses the fiery electric light and is preparing to use 100,000 volts together, the cowboy uncle and garden tree will not find their tails so lovely. They seem to be looking at us angrily. Uncle Cowboy said, moreover, they put on an attacking posture. Watching dozens of electric dragons condensing power and staring at them fiercely, the cowboy shivered all over. Uncle! What? From the very beginning, you didn't think it was any strange. Ting Shu said, my hunting swallowtail butterflies and blue cotton birds seem to be a bit sluggish. Hey? Is there any? Also, I remember that Mr. Shang Fang has also stayed here. I just focused all my attention on the Meng Yao and didn't notice. But for so long, there was still a scream from the blue bird. Why didn't I see the figure of Mr. Shang? What? Hearing Ting Shu's words, Uncle Cowboy's expression also freezes. It seems that this is the case. Mr. Shang Fang lives in the innermost area. Even if the movement of the sheep did not wake him up, the screaming of the blue bird is loud enough. It is impossible that the other party is still sleeping. In addition, the sheep have evolved into electric dragons together, which does not conform to reality at all. It's an illusion. Ting Shu cut the railway firmly. It's an illusion created by the Meng Yao. We were in the illusion from the beginning. Meng Yao didn't run away at all. Fantasyland. As long as they calm down, it is not difficult to judge. Some details and unreasonable points indicate that they are not in the real world at this moment. I was completely fooled. Ting Shu looked at the 100,000 volts that hit, without blinking. Since he knew it was an illusion, it was easy to say. To break the delusion, as long as the will is strong enough. Uncle, I repeat in my mind that these are hallucinations, so I will wake up soon. Ting Shu shouted. Heavy, dizzy, dim. Touching the cold ground with his hand, Ting Shu quickly got up and found that he was still lying on the ground outside the door. Sure enough, it is an illusion. This dream demon is really interesting. Ting Shu touched his untouched poke ball, and showed interest. At this time, the uncle also got up in a daze. He was still in a state of shutdown at the moment. With his understanding of the ghost elves, these experiences were enough for him to digest for a while. Chapter 75, Lord Dream Monster. Hey! There was a deep and secluded cry, and there was a faint light, and the garden tree could see the two elves who were facing each other. Kailan Chi, Dream Demon. The head on Kailan Kai's tail is too small to think, but because it doesn't matter if he doesn't sleep, he will continue to monitor the surrounding situation for 24 hours. Kailan Kai, who has been monitoring the movement of the Dream Demon, will definitely know about the appearance of the Dream Demon. But even in this case, Dream Demon can hypnotize Ting Shu and Uncle Cowboy into the illusion, which is a bit powerful. No wonder we can come out of the Lost Tower under the dual guardianship of the Talisman of Purity and the Talisman of Curse. Most of the elves of the Ghost System and Superpower System can make humans fall into the illusion, but not every elf has this kind of talent. The illusion created by this Dream Demon is obviously not home, at least, it can't control being cast. The five senses of the surgeon. Under Ting Shu's subconscious emphasis, the 100,000 volts of the electric dragons hit him, and he didn't feel the slightest pain. The color of the beads is very light. Ting Shu noticed, except for the largest red bead on the neck of this Dream Demon that is very intact, the color of the other red beads is very weak. The formation time will not exceed 3 years, and the time difference between before and after will not exceed 1 year. This is Ting Shu's judgment. Ghost elves generally have a long lifespan. If they are not deliberately trained, their mastery of their own abilities will increase with age. This Dream Demon will never be old, but because of this, it can be under the pressure of Kailan Chi under hypnosis to Ting Shu. 2 people, this talent seems commendable. If it is allowed to wander for a few more years, its abilities will increase to the point that few trainers can notice it. It would be okay if this Dream Demon was mature enough. If it still uses pranks for pleasure, or even creates nightmares, that would be a big problem for traveling trainers. To be honest, Ting Shu was tempted. This Dream Demon is obviously an elf with extraordinary potential. As long as the trainer can guide it slightly, it doesn't take a long time to form combat power. The most important thing is that dream monsters use the fear of humans and other elves as their energy. The reason why wild dream monsters often tricks or scares passers-by and elves is to use their beads to absorb fear of the scarer. Emotion is the food of the Dream Demon, this kind of non-material energy. Ting Shu has a way to get it, without spending a little burden. Reality and illusion are not the same. Qi Lingkai and Meng Yao's brief confrontation immediately awakened the old man above. Kailan Kai possesses the ability of smell detection and possesses superpowers of its own. It should not be a problem to deal with dream monsters. Judging from the current situation, Kailan Kai is likely to be the first to break free from the dream and fantasy realm, and it is even possible that he has not been disturbed by the fantasy realm. Hunting swallowtails, green birds. Calling out the 2 elves in his hands again, Ting Shu felt the difference between reality and illusion. Be careful, don't fall into the illusion. Qing Mian Yao, you come to help Kai defeat the dream monster. I plan to subdue it. Take it. The uncle cowboy and the old man from above also came to their side at this time. Yes, I like this dream demon very much, and, isn't it like scaring people? I just know a good place for it. You can keep it full. The more fear emotions you collect, the stronger the dream monster will be. Ting Shu liked this very much. Then little brother, take it quickly, this guy is a scourge to the whole random town. Haha. Take it, you forgot that you are still a traveling cultivator, this dream demon is very good, I can feel it too. The old man above said with a smile. If it's not that people are getting old and don't have so many pursuits, I have to fight with you for anything. He chewed. Thank you then. Ting Shu smiled. The confrontation between Menjao and Kai is not about who suppressed the other. To deal with ghost elves, Kai could be regarded as a ghost killer, but the dream monster is extremely difficult. Strange light. Under the light of the dream demon's release, its whereabouts were so strange that Kai, who knew the location of the dream demon, repeatedly flew into the air. The Kai was restrained by the dream demon. Its current actions are all within the expectations of the dream demon. The blue bird and the dream demon are of the same size. If the dream demon is as evil as a nightmare, then the blue cotton bird exudes nobleness from the inside out. It has a small sky blue body, fluffy, clean wings, and graceful posture like cotton. Flirting with Kai's dream demon, at the first glance at the Qing Mian Yao, the atmosphere between the two little guys became serious. Facing the gaze of the blue bird, Meng Yao's bright red pupils showed a trace of mockery. With the cry of, the dream demon transformed into a physical look in the sight of everyone. Up there is a vicious little elf that is several times the size of the blue bird, the head of the crow. The head of the crow not only looks fierce, but there are also obvious red lines on the wings and tail, which are in sharp contrast with the elegant appearance of the blue cotton bird. Interesting, do you think this will scare the Qing Mian bird? Ting Shu smiled. The elf's temperament has natural elements, but the acquired environment is also very important. The Qing Mian bird has been with the garden tree since its birth. The two have overcome many difficulties, but they are not the kind of fierce appearance and huge body. The elf will be the timid beginner elf. Hey! Hey! There was a provocative cry, and the crow opened its head and wings, and once again used a strange light. Mysterious Guardian! Ting Shu ordered. Mysterious Guardian, the natural growth of the Qing Mian bird clan will be able to comprehend the trick. In the guarded state, the Qing Mian bird will not fall into an abnormal state or a state of chaos for a certain period of time. Wanting to interfere with the Qing Mian bird with the strange light, Meng Yao made the wrong calculation. Seeing that the Qing Mian bird was not affected, the Meng Yao immediately changed his fighting style and released a purple light. You don't need to intervene first. Ting Shu turned his head and said to the regained Qi, give it to Qing Mian bird, we will convince Meng Yao. As long as he concentrates on it, Meng Yao's current illusion skills still cannot affect Qing Mian Yao. In midair, a purple spiritual wave swept across, and the Qing Mian bird entered a high-speed state and easily dodged it. After 12 steel are pinched, the Qing Mian bird's high-speed state has been grasped for the first time and can act as usual in a short time. Meng Yao felt very difficult to deal with for the first time when encountering Qing Mian bird. The proud illusionist has seen through the opponent, unable to attack suddenly, the strange light does not work, and the spirit wave is too much for the opponent to avoid. If it weren't for the Qing Mian bird to suppress it all the time, making it impossible to get out, Meng Yao would want to leave this place now. Hey, Meng Yao, how about it? Qing Mian bird is very powerful, right? Ting Shu called to Meng Yao floating in the sky. Hey! Hey! Meng Yao stared at Ting Shu angrily. Don't be angry. It is your fault to come to the ranch to make trouble. Sooner or later you will be punished by other trainers or even subdued if you continue like this. After being subdued, if you want to eat your favorite food, there is a way, the trainer will not let you scare people. Speaking of being unable to absorb the fear emotion anymore, there was a trace of panic in Meng Yao's eyes. So, in order to prevent that day from coming, come with me and be my partner, I promise you that you can eat enough energy.